Humanity is drawn into a war with an enemy of unequal strength. The survival of humanity and all planets is at stake, as an entire army of aliens has invaded the Earth. Their resources are limitless, and millions of monsters take the place of those who fall. And this army is led by a dragon. And this word does not convey all the chthonic horror that these monsters represent. The magic of another world leaked through the cracks in the gates, and psionics, people with superpowers, awakened on Earth. The road to victory was paved with the lives of countless psychers, but they will return. This victory was not final, the prophecy said. In 15 years, the war will flare up again with an even greater fire, said the oracle. People created the ARC organization, which recruited gifted psychers from childhood, to prepare a new generation of superhumans for this battle. The years flew by quickly until there were only 3 summers left until the decisive battle. The psycher in the auto armor fired a heavy, high-caliber rifle. The invaders' skulls burst like ripe watermelons, but their hordes simply absorbed clip after clip without diminishing in number. The psycher called down fire directly on himself, and a powerful artillery strike covered everything around. But another enemy appeared in the rift. More terrible than the previous ones, he growled terribly. The soldier threw down his assault rifle. Even its .40 caliber was useless against the dragon's carbon armor. Everything was consumed by fire, the car armor melted, unable to withstand the heat. Red was engulfed in flames. He was burning alive and felt his body evaporating. Oh, damn it, this stupid dream again, the old soldier exhaled. Today was the day the new recruits arrived, he remembered. Chinooks were already rushing towards the remote base on the island, with a new set of psychers. Li Han flew with other 10-year-old boys, strapped in next to each other. Li Han, only 10 years old and already gathered a gang of orphan thieves. The major read his case. Don't worry, said the major. No one will send the child to prison. He had heard about the ARC, an organization that gathers and trains gifted psychers who has not heard of them at this time, and he is one of them, the boy asked. He will not be an ordinary psycher. In the future, he will save humanity. He will be able to forget about hunger and slums. They will give him everything. The major did not even finish. So they will only feed him, and all the younger brothers and sisters will continue to go hungry, the guy interrupted the major. If they want to take him to the ARC, they must take care of them. Food, nutrition, education. The little boy looked sternly with a non-childish look. Okay, the major answered after a short thought. The guy's determination shocked him. He will take responsibility for the people dear to him. However, this will only happen as long as he remains in the ARC as a psycher. The major set his condition. Of course, the boy answered him, his voice not even beginning to break. So he found himself at the ARC base and got off the ship with a small bag of belongings. Li Han remembered how the major told him about the ranks of psychers. He was assigned the lowest rank, so try to survive at any cost. Li Han recalled his words as he walked through the base. The headquarters stood in the center of the island as a lonely spire, and we had to get there on foot because no one had taken it from the site. He was a trained psycher, he controlled a boulder in his palm, he was blonde. The air around him was distorted by ESI waves. The other boys stood with their mouths open. It was the first time they had seen anyone use abilities, and they took them because the detector beeped louder than usual. A curly-haired boy with dark skin was kneeling in front of everyone, rubbing his bruised cheek and crying. I wonder if they'll send him home if he breaks it. There's no place for weaklings here, the blonde mocked. You'll thank me later? He took aim with a stone. Get out, said the blonde man, and threw the stone as if it had come from a sling. The cobblestone slapped loudly against Li Han's palm. It was painful, but he didn't wince and caught the stone almost on reflex. Slowly, somehow, even with a hand it would have been faster, said Li Han. Who is so brave here? Asked the blonde boy, twisting his face in anger. He wanted to immediately earn a frightening authority in the group. Whoever teaches him manners, Li Han replied, and threw a stone on the ground in front of them, and they immediately started fighting. Listen up, scum, came Sergeant Red's voice, and the boys stopped immediately. Everyone stepped aside to let the sergeant through to the instigators of the fight. Both of you, step forward, get out of line, the sergeant ordered them. Identify yourselves. Del Simon, the first to introduce himself, was the blonde, standing at attention. Li Han, the guy from the slums, gave his name. Del Simon has already been trained and his special skill has already manifested itself, right? Asked Sergeant Red. I only have psychokinesis, Simon replied. What kind of skill surprised Li Han, who had not heard of it before? Is that true? Red asked, and suddenly punched the 10-year-old boy in the stomach. So much arrogance for such a trifle. What kind of trash? Red muttered, while Simon couldn't even breathe from the pain. The next Li Han, right? The sergeant looked at the second brat in front of him. Helping the weak is a good thing, the sergeant said, and it was clear he had been watching them from the start but had not interfered. However, he said, Lee Han also received a blow to the gut. Without a powerful ability, he is even more trash. In 3 weeks, their first course will start. If they don't master psychokinesis in that time, they will be kicked out of here, Red told everyone else. Forgot to introduce myself, your personal guide in hell. Who will turn you into runts, elite soldiers who will face the dragon, said Red. That's all for the greetings. Training starts now. Let's run in a circle. From the fence to dinner, Red commanded. What the devils have risen up, run and march, the terrible sergeant growled at them. Whoever gives up will be thrown out immediately, he shouted, and they ran, running. This is what Lee Han had been doing all his life. This kind of rude treatment was nothing new to him, but for others the test of will was too much. Useless slugs, stop getting in the way and go back home to rot, the sergeant growled. 2 to go. Came to Lee Han on the next lap. He took the tem and held it. Such a load could not break him. But what he was really worried about was his PSI ability. Could he use it as easily as Simon? The blonde ran a little ahead of Lee Han. Whether he even had it, Lee Han doubted. Not only his future depended on it. You're a piece of trash, Red said to the curly-haired boy who had just collapsed from exhaustion in front of him. Go sleep at home, said the sergeant. I don't think I can get up, whispered the boy. He hadn't given up yet. Lee Han decided to help him almost instinctively. That's right, Khan looked at the dark-skinned boy. Yes, he answered uncertainly. They continued running together, Lee Han supporting the curly-haired man, and when they were finally exhausted, Sergeant Red gave the command to stop. There were 40 of the 73 left, Red said as they all fell to the ground, quickly weeding out the weakest of the weak who would have left anyway. Today is lights out. Tomorrow the real training will begin. Every morning everyone will run. Just as much as today, he said. The boys immediately gave up the ghost, horrified by this news. The next day their training in the Ark began. They got up at 5 in the morning and started jogging. At 8 in the morning, breakfast was in the first-year cadets' dining hall. The food was modest but nutritious, and for Lee Han it seemed like a feast. At 9, there was a lecture in the assembly hall where they were taught to control PSI waves in the body. They had to learn to collect them inside. Lee Han chose his heart to collect his own PSI waves. At 12:30, Lee Han took the tray and looked for a place to sit. Let's have lunch together, Kuro, he suggested to the curly-haired guy he had helped earlier and sat down next to him. Come on, he answered timidly. He became Khan's first friend not only in the Ark, but also in life. Bon appetit. Lee Han cheerfully wished her friend to eat until he was full. In warmth and cleanliness was a joy for him. Simon was walking past. They hadn't gotten along from the start and were always competing. The genius and the simpleton. I heard Simon went to a school for gifted children, Kuro said. Now I understand why he's so arrogant, Han replied. As sad as it sounds, he already has the ability. I hope they will get it too in 3 weeks, Khan said. Well, he can use it now, Kuro replied guiltily, making it clear that Han was the only one lagging behind. Is it true Khan was horrified? But the guy is not so simple, he told his friend. It would be nice to stop worrying about others, he thought. And until the evening there were classes, practice, fighting, and more jogging. Dinner, inspection of belongings, shower, roll call. When they went to bed at lights out, completely exhausted. At 10 o'clock the lights went out, but Lee Han couldn't fall asleep and lay staring at the bed from above. A shower, food, a pillow and a blanket, all this cannot be compared to life on the street. He wanted to go home, but he pushed these thoughts away, no matter how hard it was. He had to stay here. 2 weeks later, his fellow students showed their first successes, being able to lift small objects like a pencil. More and more boys mastered psychokinesis, but Lee Han never awakened it. What should he do, he thought tensely. Time was running out, and he thought he wasn't talented enough for this. He asked Kuro if there was some secret to mastering the ability, but he again looked down guiltily and couldn't answer. There was only one person on the base he could turn to for advice, and who might know something. Look who's here, Simon grinned. What do you want? He asked sarcastically. You should have figured it out yourself by now, Khan replied. Ah, you want to know the secret, Simon said. But hadn't he forgotten who had recently spoken about manners? Simon smiled and his eyes flashed with sigh waves. If nothing can be done about it, Khan thought, and knelt down. Help me, he asked Simon directly. Come on up, I'll teach you. You asked me to, just don't complain later, said Simon, and asked his neighbor for a pencil. He took aim and struck faster than Lee Han could react, the pencil piercing his chest. Has it really been 3 weeks already? Thought the bored sergeant, and chewed on a chocolate stick. Time really does fly by, he thought. Sergeant Red, the bald, pot-bellied man who came into his office, greeted him. I knew I'd find you here, said the fat man. We haven't seen each other for a long time, Octo, Red said. Hello, but what's with that stench? You can't have sweets here, Octo muttered through his pinched nose. And what is he doing here? The sergeant grumbled. It doesn't matter. Since he came, they could go down together. What do you think about the new recruits? Octo asked. The recruits, these weaklings, are all complete idiots, the sergeant grumbled. Is this a joke or something? Octo was surprised. What jokes are there? Said Red. Only two show promise, that's all. The fat man was surprised. Del Simon is good, but his character is so-so. At the moment, he is already the strongest of all in the first stage of preparation. Simon, he might be the last genius from the UK training center. I have high hopes for him. Octo scratched his chin. There's a second brat mature beyond his years, Red said. Very reliable. The most morally resilient of all the recruits. He would have made an ideal soldier in the future, Red thought regretfully. However, the Ark does not need ordinary soldiers but superhumans. Without PSI abilities, Lee Han has nothing to do here, he recalled the past. On the way I heard something, you know what the kids call you? Asked Octo. Something like son of a dog? Red grinned. They lined up in front of the sergeant. Red looked sternly at his 40 recruits. The first course starts today, he announced. However, this only applies to those of them who have mastered the basic skills of a psyker, Red said. Lee Han shrank. Kuro, who was standing in line next to him, did too, but he wasn't worried about himself. There must be an external basic manifestation. The eyes must light up. They must show at least this in order to stay in the ranks, Red shouted. His eyes flashed red. Having mastered the basic manifestation, they stood in line next to the specialist, he ordered. The rest of the agents who would take them to the helipad. He pointed to a group of men in black suits. In this group, Lee Han noticed one familiar face. Major Kang, who had been spying on his brothers from the orphanage, was also here. Stop holding everyone back, Red urged. Not everyone had managed to master psychokinesis, and with tears in their eyes, they left for the agents. Lee Han concentrated on his heart. He still couldn't do it. He felt a stabbing wound in his chest, the same one that Simon left for him, who almost killed him with a pencil thrust into his heart. What are his methods? He's definitely not trying to kill him, Khan asked, breathing heavily. Don't worry, the wound isn't deep. It will be easier to concentrate through this pain. The wound will become his psi channel, Simon said. Imagine pulling psi waves through them. Just holding your hand on your chest won't do anything, Simon said. It turns out he knew that his channel was in the heart. Khan was surprised at how well Simon understood psi waves. From that very day on, he began to feel the energy that seemed to have been lost. But Lee Han was tense about what to do to let her out. There was only him left. Stop standing there and shaking. Time is up, Sergeant Red shouted at him. But when Khan didn't listen to him and continued to stand, Red got even more angry. Pathetic weakling. Why try so hard if nothing works, he thought. Red walked towards Lee Han. There was no point in just standing there. A miracle wouldn't happen. He needed to take out the boy without any pity. A soldier must always obey orders from his superiors, Red growled. No exceptions, said the sergeant and raised his fist. Better to show the others right away what will happen if they disobey, he thought. It is necessary to do at least something. Think, the boy ordered himself. The sergeant's pen, which was sticking out of his pocket and which he always carried with him, caught his eye. Lee Han received a strong punch to the face and rolled on the ground, scraping his face and elbows. Still, nothing else comes to mind, thought Khan, and raised his hand with the pen, just as Red was surprised. The sergeant himself froze as to what this madman was going to do. If his channel was narrow and blocked, he would make it wider, Khan thought, and plunge the pen into his wound. What are you doing, you bastard? You want to die, the sergeant grabbed the boy by the chest. From under the forehead, eyes with a blue veil of psi waves looked at him. He made me nervous, Red thought, sighed with relief, and released Khan. I have never met such incompetence in my entire life, the sergeant grumbled and left. Congratulations, the sergeant said as he left to the boy with a swollen face and a bloody t-shirt. He did it, and now he can start training like everyone else, Lee Han sighed. He's fine, Kuro ran up to him worriedly. Everything's fine, it doesn't hurt anymore, Lee Han answered him. Hey Lee Han, take this as a token of success, Fatty Octo said to the guy, and hooked something onto his hand. What is this? Khan asked, looking at the bracelet watch that was flaunting on his hand. The latest development of the Ark, a tactical bracelet, Octo reported. The guy looked into the holoscreen, and the bracelet confirmed his identity. Well, that's what surprised the boy, that's exactly it, Octo said. He still has a lot to say about this, the fat man said, but he was interrupted. Attention, the distribution is already complete. As soon as you are marked on the list, Group into classes, ordered Sergeant Red. There are only 4 classes in the arc, graded by ability from 1st to 4th, the sergeant said. Today they will see the results of their 3 weeks of training to raise the level they need to improve their abilities, Khan heard. Congratulations on your enlistment. The remaining 25 cadets. They've been trashing him all this time, Red said. It is worth understanding that everything they thought about him before this was child's play compared to what awaits them after, the sergeant growled. First class, 1 person, Red read the name of the smug blonde. 4 of them are in the 2nd class, and the eternally unsure of himself Kuro is also included there. Then 5 go to the 3rd grade with him, Red said. 4th grade? Not too bad for a start, Li Han thought. He would soon rise in rank. The rest of the privates are in Wei Chen's care. The sergeant finished reading the lists. A tall Chinese man, the size of a wardrobe, appeared before them. Huge. The group of stragglers was horrified. He is even scarier than Red. Weapons instructor, it will be difficult, but if we work together, everything will work out. The big guy smiled affably. They were ordered to move into position. Simon walked past Khan. They exchanged glances but said nothing to each other. Don't worry, Kuro, Han said to his crying friend at last. He will catch up with him very soon. Now, to the training hall, Wen Chen ordered them. He demonstrated to them his skills in wielding a long spear. Chen frantically twirled his spear, making loud cries, and it became blurry in his hands. I guess everyone is wondering why you need to wield a spear to fight a dragon, Wen asked the cadets. It's a special psi weapon. Nothing on Earth can absorb and transmit psi waves, but the bones and flesh of a dragon can do this, the sergeant said. Therefore, weapons created from these materials can cause serious damage to the dragon. But how did they kill dragons before such weapons appeared? Li Han asked. Initially, in hand-to-hand combat, one dragon could put down hundreds of psychers, Chen answered with pain. Some attacked and supported their allies from a distance, but the only way to finally kill a dragon was in close combat. To do this, you need to pierce an important organ and release psi energy. Psychers who get this role in the battle are called strikers. Striker sounds cool. All the boys listened with their mouths open. Let's all pick up a weapon, Chen said. They are children, and in the arc they are children. He quickly understood how to attract their attention. Li Han chose a spear for himself and tried it in his hand. A good choice, Chen said. He has powerful swings and a strong aura, the sergeant noted. This guy is worth taking a closer look at, he thought. The boy stood up decisively and boldly against the strict Sergeant Red. His character was tempered by the past conditions in which he lived. It is clear that the boy has already had to fight for what is dear, Chen thought. Give it your all, Li Han, the sergeant ordered the boy, and he nodded enthusiastically. And he, in turn, will do everything possible to help him, Chen said and smiled. 2 weeks later, the boys were practicing the techniques they had learned in light sparring, and it seemed he was already tired, Khan told his opponent. The only one who is out of breath here is himself. He is trying to put on his courage with all his might, Khan's opponent answered. That's right, said the opponent, and made a sharp lunge with his spear towards Li Han, who barely managed to pull his head away. But Khan parried the blow and quickly blocked it by intercepting his spear. The Khan jerked his spear down and disarmed his opponent in one movement. It was the 2nd week of his first year, and he was the 2nd in his class after Jose to beat everyone. You win. The guy quickly gave in when a spear was at his throat. He would soon be promoted to 3rd grade, Jose said, and his place as leader would be taken over by Khan. He must occupy it. The desire alone will be enough, said Jose. And it's not just him. Others also think so. He pointed his finger at them. Jose, no one really wanted to compete with them for leadership. Thank you all. Li Han scratched his head in embarrassment. It was unusual to make friends. To move up in rank and go to another class, you had to take first place in yours. It's that simple. Sergeant Red looked at him as if he were a lower life form. No way. The sergeant's answer sounded heavy as a sentence. Sergeant Red was a real pain in the ass. He got on everyone's nerves, the cadet said in the gym. And he will fight with a first-year student. Word for word, they brought Khan to the stadium where everyone gathered to watch his fight. Red toasted a marshmallow stick in his mouth using pyrokinesis to make it taste better. Come on, first year, get a pass to the nurses at the hospital, the 2nd-year students shouted from the windows. Snotty puppies, Red muttered, have caused God knows what trouble here. And that no one else wants to become the class leader, this slowpoke can only catch psi waves every other time. Do you want to trust him? Red asked. Idiots. Why do you believe in this brat so much? Red sighed. He himself wanted to know why he believed in it. Catch, Red said, after breaking the mop and throwing the stick to Li Han. I heard he is the best in martial arts. Let him prove it in a duel, said the sergeant. But it is sharp, said the boy. Are you really worried that a brat like you could hurt me? Red asked sternly. Will you fight with your bare hands? The boy asked the sergeant who stood in front of him. Naturally, it's not an equal fight with a child, the sergeant replied. The rules are simple. If any part of his body touches the ground, Li Han wins. Hands or knees doesn't matter, but if not, accept it, the sergeant said. This option did not suit him, Li Han replied. He was not going to give up easily. Is he kidding? Even though he's good, the instructor is no match for him. The first-year students were talking when Simon walked past. Li Han attacked first, confident in his spear skills. Red easily dodged his blows, but then the boy quickly jumped up. Red easily intercepted the puny boy and drove his knee into his liver. The Khan fell to the ground, wincing in pain, and the sergeant raised his leg to strike. He stamped loudly on the ground because at the last moment the guy rolled to the side. He almost finished him off. Li Han was horrified. He was breathing heavily after the blow. It's all written on their faces, what kind of dragons they are. Even a regular mob would be enough to kill them, Red said. So what if he's weak? The monsters don't care and neither do I, Red said. When you meet them, you feel real fear, said the sergeant. Lost in memories for a second? Sergeant, Khan addressed him. So his weapon is his tongue, declared the cheeky boy, rising to his feet. Okay, Red continued, and went on the attack himself. He grabbed the boy's stick and threw him along with the remains of the mop. The guy rolled away, and red liquid flowed down Red's cheek, just when he had time to be surprised. Like an ancient hunter, Li Han rushed at the sergeant as if he were prey, spear in hand. He needed to calculate his attacks, Red thought, and instinctively dodged to the side. He stood in the center, barely moving. The boy spun and struck faster and faster. It wasn't for nothing that Chen praised the kid, Red grinned. The sergeant thought with anticipation, and his eyes lit up blue. This time I won't dodge, the sergeant decided, and began to wait for the boy's wide swing. The mop cut through the sergeant's shirt and shattered into pieces on impact, the boy giving it his all. But now his weapon was useless. The sergeant took the fragment from his clothes and looked menacingly at the boy. This is the end, said the sergeant, grabbing Li Han by the throat like a kitten and lifting him above him. Surrender, Li Han, the sergeant demanded from the freshman. But when the boy didn't listen to him, Red released the psi power of their hands, and Khan's throat began to burn like fire. Surrender or die, the sergeant ordered him angrily, but the boy only writhed in his arms. I will never give up, said the boy, although he was already losing consciousness from the pain. Sergeant Chen ran through the crowd of first-years, pushing his way through them. Enough, Red! The big guy was seriously going to finish off the kid, he shouted. What a pity no one lost, said Red and threw the boy away. Good-natured Chen couldn't understand this, so he grabbed Li Han in his arms. The methods of the Ark go beyond all boundaries of humanity, Chen said. Everyone shut up, Sergeant Red interrupted the murmur in the stadium. Since he didn't give up, for his courage and diligence, he deserves a promotion. But all this cooing won't lead to anything good, the sergeant grumbled as Chen carried the boy to the infirmary. He fought with dignity and showed what he was capable of. Transfer him to the second class, Red ordered when he got back on his feet. Immediately into the second, rarely does anyone jump through the level. What will the other students think about this? The nurse asked the sergeant. He's worthy of first class, but his level of PSI abilities is lagging behind, Red replied. Which is exactly what the high-ranking rank and file care about the most. Fools are mistaken, said Sergeant Red. PSI is overrated. In a fight with a dragon, it is not the laudatory abilities that are important, but the enormous willpower to plunge the spear into the enemy's heart. Li Han has it, and therefore he will become the best striker. It is unacceptable to reject such a candidate just because of weak PSI abilities. Maybe in the future he will become the savior of the world, Red said. It was the first time he heard someone spoken of with such admiration. Doesn't he hate him? The sister asked. On the contrary, I like him very much, Red answered, and was awarded a contemptuous look. A lover of tormenting people, she said. Is he coming in or what? Instructor Chen? Asked the sergeant's sister who came to visit the boy a week later. Yes, the oaf hesitated uncertainly, standing there, as if caught red-handed, holding a basket of fruit in his hand. You brought a present, so why don't you come in? His sister asked. I didn't want to interrupt him, he said, pointing to the window in the door of the ward. Li Han, fully recovered from his wounds and bruises, tried to roll the ball with psychokinesis. Now he felt psi waves in himself, and he could move them, but it was weak. When he finally filled it with PSI waves, even the nurse and Chen were happy and gave each other high fives. The boy is a master of concentration, the sergeant said, as they turned away from each other in embarrassment. And the nurse answered him. Khan sighed heavily, barely moving the ball. He was practicing when the fencing instructor entered the room. We haven't seen each other for a long time, Khan. How is she? He asked the boy kindly. Instructor Wei, Han greeted. Everything is fine thanks to him, he replied. I brought you something to eat, said the sergeant and put the basket down. Khan immediately thanked him. Tomorrow is his first day of second grade. It's good that he spent his time usefully and developed his PSI, said the sergeant, peeling an apple. His PSI is still below average. It would be a good idea to train his ESI level before he is discharged, Khan replied. A wise decision. A striker must not only be good at fighting but also have psychokinesis, Wei replied. Mostly, fights with dragons are fought in the air, the instructor said. If you drop a weapon, you need to somehow return it. Where was Wei going so late when the foster nurse in the infirmary asked? And the sergeant answered her for a minute. They arrived at the training hall when there was no one there, and it was almost time for lights out. Based on his abilities, the likelihood of him awakening the trait is extremely low, Wei said. Others are capable of starting fires, teleporting, or delivering electric shocks. But he'd better forget about it. But then how to fight, you ask? Wei's eyes lit up blue. Focus on training psychokinesis, it will become his trait, Wei said, the spear spinning around him with furious force. The guy realized that he had to concentrate on one direction. Psi abilities are like muscles. The more you use them, the stronger they become, he said, walking along the wooden planks like a ladder. The initial possession of PSI abilities is simply an illusion. Their generation has greater potential, Wei said. Don't you dare give up and keep training hard, the big guy wished him. That's right, Li Han replied, and he became quite inspired, knowing what to do next. The next day he stood in front of the class for a long time. And when he wanted to enter, he ran into a tall cadet. What? Who dared? Asked the shaved cadet and looked down. About Li Han, the shaved guy recognized him and patted him on the shoulder, where Han asked from. And the leader of Class 2 told him that everyone knew about him. He is the leader of the second class, Dmitry Petrov. The shaved guy introduced himself and extended his hand. Is there a shorter version? Li Han asked. He could hardly pronounce everything. Just Diamond, he said. I hope we get along. They shook hands. He's on time. Now is just the time for duels, said Dmitry, and called Khan to follow him. Martial arts were the best form of training for him, Han thought. He was determined. He was constantly choking on his thoughts that he was too weak, that he didn't have enough control. Sai. The guy took the stick. But in an armed fight, he could finally breathe freely. Like balm for the soul, thought Khan, and rushed forward with his spear at the ready. In the blink of an eye, he laid out all the guys who barely knew how to handle a weapon and dared to use it. Did you have fun? He asked his classmates lying on the ground. Another curly-haired and cowardly boy was hiding among them. Kuro's trait is psychokinesis, Han shouted at the beaten guys. He knew what they were doing to him. It was fun to humiliate someone who was not so physically developed, Khan shouted. If abilities could be used in fights, there would be no trace of them left. Khan got angry. This guy is definitely not a loser. I want to fight him. Dmitry smiled a wild grin. What are you doing, Kuro? Attack? His classmate called out with a sword in his hand. It wasn't his turn now. Another stopped him. He also wanted to make fun of the weakling who was beating them in other disciplines. Help, Kuro asked. He remembered how one brave friend once stood up for him. And here again, he beat up in one moment all the hooligans who were bullying him. It doesn't seem to him that Kuro was crying again, watching this devastation. So, this is what kind of training matches are there in this class, Diamond? Li Han asked him. These are the methods of the Ark. The enemies do not spare the weak. Dmitry grinned. This weakling is superfluous here. There is no need to constantly drag him out, he said. You only condemn him to death, but later, Dmitry said. There was a grain of logic in his words, but only a grain, which made Khan angry. Although it was very stupid for three of us to mock a weakling, Dmitry agreed, and he took a training beacon. So, Li Han, let's show a real fight to everyone, Dmitry suggested. Try it if you can. Li Han accepted his challenge. It was all heading that way anyway. Dmitry attacked with a high kick with all his might. He hit furiously as if in a real fight. Khan reacted, but almost fell to his knees after taking such a powerful blow. Meanwhile, the tall classmate was already raising his beacon for a second strike. One more block, and the spear would fall apart, Khan felt. He parried Dmitry's sword by throwing it away from himself. Having parried the attack, he forced his opponent to lose his balance and hit him under the knee. That's all Khan thought, seeing how Dmitry fell to the ground and attacked him with a stabbing blow to the throat. But Diamond wasn't so simple either. He regained his balance and dodged at the last moment. He didn't stop but simply pointed his head towards Li Han. They hit their foreheads so hard that both of their ears rang. The crazy guy hit me with his head. This is a fight with weapons. Khan was indignant, rubbing his forehead. He should watch not only the sword, he started practicing sambo as soon as he learned to walk. I'll catch you and break your bones, Dima said. Will you break Dragon's bones too? Khan asked, getting up from the floor. I'll try to strangle you if things get tough, the fighter answered confidently. Come on, Dima. Tear him apart, Siberian tiger cub. His class dummies supported him. Shut up there with the diminutive endearments. Shove them deeper, the class leader replied. The Khan was surprised. He heard so much foul language, but it sounded more like a squabble between friends. Don't interfere with your comrades' concentration, he said. Their friendship is strong. Dima is their core. Khan caught on. And Kuro turned into an outcast here. Khan looked at the puny boy. Don't you dare turn away from your opponent, Lee Han, Dmitri shouted in the international language. Han stood up. They parted, parrying each other's blows, and Khan found himself behind Diamond. There is no point in continuing a long fight, thought Khan. Dmitri took a low stance. Khan waited until Demon went on the attack, stuck his spear into the floor and jumped on it like on a pole. He made a full turn, and the swing of his pole gained monstrous momentum in the blow. Their weapons exploded with a crash from the powerful contact. Khan realized he had been aiming at the spear from the very beginning. But why did he ask himself when he saw Dmitri quickly approaching him with bare hands? To the loud shouts of his classmates, Dmitri grabbed him and offered him a submission hold by performing an elbow lever. Give in, there's nothing else left if you want a whole hand, he said. But Khan did not give up, and the loud cries were interrupted by a terrible crunch. He offered to surrender, now he even feels ashamed. Dmitri sighed, looking at the cowering Khan. I give you credit, you're not whining about your broken arm, you have good stamina, said Demon. Take him to the doctor, he turned his back to his opponent. It turns out that all his rivals were whining like girls because of some broken arm. Khan asked, hitting him on the head with a piece of Dmitri's spear. Get up, wimp, it's not over yet, Han shouted to the lying class leader. You're good, Dmitri whispered unconsciously and passed out with his finger up. What the hell? Dmitri jumped up, barely opening his eyes. He had just been in the gym. The fighter didn't understand why he was lying here. Li Han was lying nearby with his arm in a cast, watching the video on the bracelet's hollow screen. Well done. Khan exceeded all expectations. The major congratulated him in the message, as he promised. His family is in good health, don't worry, said Khan. I'll send a video as proof next time, he said, but Khan was glad to hear that too. He looked at the photo of his younger children next to the major and shed tears. At least they weren't on the street. They are fine. They have even put on weight, Khan thought. It was worth his efforts. Woke up, Diamond. Can you help me scroll through the photo? Khan asked. It was inconvenient to do it with one hand. Okay, agreed the confused class leader. He didn't know how to react because his opponent wasn't angry with him at all. What nonsense, why is he asking him about this? Asked Diamond. Do you see the broken arm? Answered Khan. He has a crack in the back of his head, he hit from behind like a coward, Diamond grumbled. It's his own fault that he turned his back, the Ark's methods are correct. Khan responded to this. There was nothing to say in response to this, and Dmitri fell silent. I want you to know that I have nothing against it, even though I was in a bad mood, Li Han said. Likewise, let's fight properly next time, Dmitri suggested. I think that he did the right thing with Kuro. Li Han lowered his gaze. It was enough to be nearby and not fight with his offenders. This is not the street. You can't solve other people's problems for them, Khan thought. I understand, Dmitri answered, but it is possible that they simply will not survive the second course, Dmitri said. What did he just say? Li Han tensed up. He had never heard of such a thing. And where are they going? He asked Dmitri, who was leading him through the corridors. It's better if you see everything yourself, he answered. Resuscitation is a place where a person is considered alive as long as he breathes, Dmitri said. A wounded soldier and several doctors were being carried past on a gurney. What's going on? Khan was amazed. They're not at war, so where did the wounds come from? Now you understand how difficult his training program is, said Dmitri, watching the trolley go by. Aren't they the same age? Khan wondered. But that guy looked like a grown-up. Dmitri is also tall. He looks more like an instructor, Khan asked. When they move on to the second year, privates are given a mutagen, Dmitri said. It accelerates growth, turns a person into an adult. In one go, Khan heard shocking news. In just 3 years, they will have to kill dragons, have you forgotten? Diamond said. No one will wait for them to grow naturally. Fine, Khan replied. I always wanted to grow up faster, he said, and memories came flooding back. In order to survive, he went to great lengths, stole, and avoided crazy chases. Each time he had to face adults who were faster and stronger. They beat him and took away his loot, food, money, if they managed to get something. Well, this is his happy childhood. Surviving is what's more important, said the boy. Compared to the other weaklings, he has balls of steel. Dmitri grinned. That's right, it's time to go back. Khan answered sadly. Nothing in his life had come easy. From this day on, you will undergo airborne training, Sergeant Red, wearing a maroon beret, told them. Remember everything you've learned. If you don't remember, you'll die. We're moving out at 16:30. Check your equipment, he ordered. We just got back, and here we are training in the air. You already miss your hospital bed and beautiful nurses, asked Dmitri. We are both 10. What are you talking about, thought Lihan, looking at Demon. I noticed that the bags were filled to the brim with dry rations, said Lihan, examining everything. This is not an ordinary training session, Khan looked at Dmitri. Some are already eating their food, a pitiful sight. They don't even think with their brains, Dmitri grimaced. But then he noticed a familiar face and clapped Khan on the shoulder. Look, this fool is here too. The last genius of Little Britain? The bastard is also here? How I want to give him a beating, said Dmitri. Now is not the time for that, Khan noted. Why are they staring at him like that, Simon thought as he saw the second class. Khan looked at Kuro, who, as always, had shrunk and was anxiously waiting for what would happen next. Stop squashing your buns, shouted Sergeant Red. Everyone on board, he gave the command. The cadets replied, yes, sir, and dashed into the transport helicopter. It's time for them too, Red said to the other instructors as they loaded up their fighters. This is the last time we'll coddle these brats, Red said. Lihan, at first he was just an image to him, but then he actually came in reality, Kuro thought. And now, no matter how long he waits, no one comes. So this time there is no one to expect rescue from, the boy cried. He almost got hurt when he hit the branches, but now his parachute is tangled in the trees. An hour earlier, they had taken off from the base to a neighboring island. How much longer would the flight be, the cadets wondered, and they were nervous before the first jump. The Ark base was tiny at such a distance. The tactical bracelet told them that they were over the landing point. The mission was to survive on a desert island. There was enough food in each bag for 2 days, then dance as you please. Sergeant Red consoled them. They were on duty by the water so that no one would drown. Why, suddenly, training on an uninhabited island? 2 whole days on the island, the naive cadets whispered, not yet knowing that they had not been given enough food for the entire period. Come on, it's fun, just like going on a hike, Dmitri said to calm his neighbors. Don't worry, we'll come back for the survivors in 7 days, the kind sergeant consoled. He'll have to survive for a week. Kuro was horrified, and Lihan looked at the brat with concern, wondering if he could handle it. Red fished one cadet out of the water who had lost control of his parachute. This is the last loser, the sergeant asked his partner. Yes, sir, he replied, checking the data from his tactical bracelet on the holoscreen. The beacons of the other cadets were on the island. Everyone is moving, Red asked, just in case, and his partner answered, at first they were loners, but now they have united in groups. Are these children? There are no innocents among them. Thinking in the right direction, Red said, there are different ways to get provisions on the island. Where there are no rules and observers, everything can be solved by force. Red remembered the ancient law of life. The hunt for weaklings has already begun. Why go hungry? The big guy said to his victim. Thanks for the food. I will remember you while filling my stomach. Everything was still intact? How wonderful. They immediately began to share the dry rations. Don't forget to leave it for the squad leader, the big guy said. Carl, look at this, he called him. Idiots. The guy in the bandana with the straw-colored hair replied rudely. They were told to take as much food as they could before sunset. What do they think he did this in order to engage in division? He asked his gang. They will continue to rob, and then no one will dare to turn their nose up at them. He explained the essence of his plan. Let Dmitri or Lihan just try to stop them. They will beat up even Simon if they want. The guys rejoiced. And then they heard cries for help. They heard the prey calling them to itself. The raiders grinned and went to save the victim. Lihan was also carried away by the current into the water. But he managed to take off his parachute and swim to the shore on his own. But he lost a lot of time. On the open shore, it is easy to spot him. The first thing you need to do is find shelter, the guy realized. For those who have never been hungry, a 2-day ration will not be enough. They will eat it all at once, Khan thought, as he climbed the mountain. In times of need, they would fight for food. I wonder if Simon had ever been hungry, Han thought. Why are you chasing? Simon asked Dmitri, who was breathing heavily because he was running. Brilliant, Simon Dell, let's fight, said Dmitri, making a terrible face of a possessed person. Why do this? We'll just waste our energy. Simon turned away. Battles for the sake of battles didn't bother him. Wait, nothing special, it's just a great opportunity to compare their abilities, Dmitri said after him. Are you completely stupid? Simon thought, turning to Dmitri. I understand everything so suddenly we get to know each other better, and then the sports-obsessed fighter chattered to himself. What a clingy thing. Simon sulked. He decided to just ignore Dmitri, who thought more with his muscles. By evening, the clouds had gathered, and after the daytime heat, a cool breeze began to blow at sunset. Look how gracefully he hangs. The gang of raiders found their victim. Kuro was hanging on the tree and asking for help. Thanks for the food, Carl said, and took Kuro's bag that was lying on the ground. The gang wished him luck after they took all the rations. Wait, Kuro shouted to them. Since they took the rations, then at least take it down from the tree, he asked. If he hadn't been hanging on the tree, he would not only have been robbed but also beaten. So it was kind of luck, Carl said. Wait for the instructors. No one will die of hunger in a week, he said as he left. Although thirst can make you sour in a couple of days. It will rain soon. You won't die of thirst either, probably said Carl. And Kuro cried again, losing precious water. Kuro hung tangled in the lines like a fly caught in a web and whined. Stop whining, it's disgusting. The boy remembered Simon's bullying. Maybe he deserved all this. Kuro blamed himself. It was annoying to listen to this snot. Shut up. The guys from the second grade were constantly picking on him. A real man wouldn't whine over such nonsense, Dmitri told him. Why is he having to go through all this, Kuro thought. What was he thinking in tears when he saw the image of Khan, woven from psi waves? Kuro blinked, shaking off the spell, and when he opened his eyes, Lihan, made of flesh and blood, came out into the clearing. Why was he hanging there? He asked when he saw his friend. Lihan quickly took Kuro down from the tree. He had been looking for him all day. So he pitched the hut in the dark. In the light of the moon, morning came. Woke up, asked Lihan. Kuro, who climbed out of the tent. There is no way to get his supplies back, so we will divide them, said Khan. Over a modest breakfast, he divided the dry rations into 7 parts. It was hardly enough for one person, Kuro noted. He didn't want to be a burden, but his stomach was growling terribly. He should have refused, but Kuro was terribly hungry, so he began to eat greedily, continuing to blame himself for his weakness. He's so grateful, thank you, he said with his mouth full to Lihan, who was calmly stretching out the food. After breakfast, we'll look for water, the most important resource, Khan said as surveillance drones circled above their tent. They spied discreetly on the entire island and on every cadet or group of cadets. Sergeant Red sat in the headquarters on the island and watched the actions of all the cadets. He was calmly chewing a mint stick when Octo walked into the room. Everything smelled of mint, he said. Go to hell, the sergeant replied. What an atmosphere here. Sitting alone in the dark, is there anyone interesting? Asked Octo, as if they were watching a reality show. One of them went crazy, look. He pointed at a separate hollow screen. Sergeant, who would sit on a desert island for a whole week if the point is survival? That's wonderful, said the strange guy. Knut Mayer, a native of Norway, built himself a raft and set out to sea following his heart's call. He reached the ark by swimming. There is excellent drinking water, said Khan, pouring water from the spring into a bottle with a filter. It was dangerous to drink raw water. It's hard to move around during the day, it's too hot. Let's go back to camp, he told Kuro. If they don't want to collapse from exhaustion, they need to get more food for the entire period. What is there on the island? You can't even see coconut palms, that's why everyone steals, thought Khan, not noticing how Kuro released a psi wave. Lihan, stop! The weakling suddenly threw out his hand and stopped Han. A trap. They noticed a deep hole. Even to get out of it would take a long time. When Khan found out, he was surprised that the trap was camouflaged very well and cleanly. Kuro described to him the images that appear before something happens, which means he foresaw it. Khan was amazed. Kuro waved his hands uncertainly to describe the movement of the psi waves, but Han understood him with great difficulty. His psi ability had manifested itself, Khan realized. He could see the future a few seconds ahead. A rare and powerful gift, Khan thought. His awakening was triggered by the extreme conditions on the island, he noted. This training would be a great opportunity to show everyone Kuro's abilities, Han thought. Carl looked at the tent made from branches and a raincoat. 2 of them he understood by the sleeping places. The backpack was taken with them. Let's take down the tent, asked the big guy. No, they'll come back. They went out for supplies, said Carl. We'll visit later and get everything we want, the leader of the raiders said ominously. Did we really get there? Kuro was speechless, and on the way back he drank almost all the water. I want to fall and not get up, the boy groaned. I really do need to rest, Khan agreed. Someone was here, Khan said, picking up a stone near the tent. He left it on the fabric on top, so when the tent was opened, the stone flew away. And traces remained. 2 came closer. The rest stood at a distance, Khan noticed. If they were all in one accord, they would probably have all their things taken away, so they needed to roll up the tarpaulin and leave, Han decided, and Kuro obediently agreed. In Han's presence, Kuro complained less and felt more confident. They looked for a place to spend the night, the rest of the day. We need to set up camp before it gets dark, Khan commanded as usual. Kuro, do you see anything? Asked Khan. His eyes are closing, the boy said, and almost fell off his feet. But suddenly Kuro was completely covered by seaside waves. It was as if he had fallen into a deep abyss, and he no longer understood what was happening. When I saw the image of the beast, black shiny fur, a quiet roar, sharp fangs, and Khan will be in danger, Kuro saw his image in PSI vols. The beast will now rush at him, Kuro realized, and pushed Khan sharply to the side. The moment they flew apart, a jaguar landed on the path between them, its sharp claws digging into the ground where Lee Han had just stood. The predator turned to the lost prey and growled. Planning a new jump, he also wanted to eat. Later, Khan learned that the jaguar was specially brought to the island. His homemade spear was left behind because he had dropped it, and now he was defenseless against the beast. The jaguar opened its mouth and rushed at Khan, growling terribly. He was already saying goodbye to life when help came from an unexpected place. A spark struck the side of the terrible beast. "And how are they okay?" asked them Jose, who had mastered pyrokinesis and drove away the cat with flame. "Lee Han, is Kuro with him?" Jose asked. He was still enveloped in waves of fiery sigh. "What's wrong with your leg?" Khan asked, noticing the bandage on Jose's leg. "Some freak set traps for big game. Now I can't stand normally," Jose told them. So he was lucky to even run into them and not someone else. A wounded guy plopped down next to him. "Traps? They saw one too. Perhaps the work of one person," Khan said. "I heard that there were robbers here. It's good that he has nothing to steal," Jose proudly declared. "How did this happen?" Khan was surprised. And Jose patted his stomach after he got hurt. "He ate everything at once so that nothing would be stolen," he answered quite contentedly. "It would be possible to hide everything at worst," Khan thought. "Let's look for shelter," he said, the moonlit night helping them in their search. Carl was reminiscing about the past while sitting by the fire when they were at the airport and the sensors went off, his father told him. "This is his chance to get into the Ark," Carl's father said, shaking him by the shoulders with joy. "But he has a movie to shoot," the boy objected. If he became a striker, stopped fooling around and gained incomparable fame and wealth, his father squeezed him even tighter. "When the war ends, the strikers will become soldiers of the Karl-Heinz nation, and these superhumans will rule in every country," the father said passionately. So Carl found himself on the threshold of the main headquarters of the Ark, under pressure from his father. But this choice did not please him at all. Dmitri did not miss the time even on the island to train. He was really a fan of heavy exercises. "Why waste energy?" he heard Simon ask, who was just resting nearby. "There is little food left. No matter how much you save, it won't last the whole term," Simon said. "How do you think you'll survive the next 5 days?" Simon asked. "That's just the way he's built," said Dmitri, and showed off his rather strong muscles for a 10-year-old. "To become an elite striker, you have to keep yourself in shape," he said. "Idiot, for strikers, PSI powers are more important," Simon said. "Oh, I miss Lee Han. He was the only one who was able to defeat him with a weapon in a fight," Dmitri said. He understood how to tease Simon. Lai Han heard Simon's hated name. The spirit of rivalry immediately awakened in him. "They had already met in a duel?" he asked. "Excellent." He fell for the provocation, Dmitri thought to himself. He will have to thank Lee Han for giving him the opportunity to fight him. "Good morning, everyone," said Khan, entering the cave. It was dry there and smoke from the fire was rising from the ceiling. "I propose that we stick together until the very end," Khan said. He and Kuro will get food and firewood for the fire. Khan divided up the duties. Jose will defend the shelter since he can't walk anyway. The guy nodded in agreement. "It's okay that he can't walk. His fire ability is very useful," Khan said. "You can cook food. Light the way." "With fire, the problem of supplies no longer seems so terrible," said Khan. They came to a lake where there were plenty of fish. "How to fish? They don't even have fishing rods or nets," asked Kuro. "There is something better than this," answered Khan. "Thank you," said Han. Yesterday, Kuro saved him and found him shelter. At first, it seemed to him that helping Kuro was the only right decision, Han said thoughtfully. But then he thought that this was wrong, because what awaited them next was a real nightmare, which everyone had to go through personally. However, the last couple of days on the island convinced him that Kuro, the PSI genius, pointed the finger at Han's boyfriend. "Because he is strong enough to not only protect himself but also others," Khan said. "And now they will help each other until the very end." As true friends and comrades, Khan said, each has his own strengths and can be useful in the squad, he felt. In an orphanage in Japan, he was just a child without a name, a stranger among strangers. They started calling him Kuro, which means black in Japanese because of his skin color, and they constantly teased him for his soft nature. And now, he has a friend and he believes in him. For the first time, Kuro felt confidence and strength. Incredibly, he is even cooler than thought, Han said. He directed Kuro's actions. He looked into the water at the fish that swam quickly. They didn't know how to fish, but there were other ways to get fish. Kuro saw her image in the future, the place where the fish would appear in a few seconds. He clearly saw where she would swim, and he never ceased to be amazed at his abilities. Kuro is a genius who mastered psychokinesis before joining the Ark. They can easily catch fish without equipment if they combine his abilities. Now, said the boy, and applied psychokinesis to the fish at the right moment. The fish jumped out of the water. On the third day, they were doing great. Kuro was able to catch 8 fish in one morning, which was more than enough. Jose will be pleased, said Kuro. This little bastard definitely has a hole in his stomach, said Khan. The Khan was the first to notice something was wrong, and without thinking, he rushed to the camp, ordering Kuro to wait at the top. He found Jose in their hideout, beaten and unconscious, the hideout ransacked. Catch. Dimitri threw Simon a sword, one of those training ones that he always carried with him. He guessed that this would not be just a training session, and even took swords with him, Simon noted. I want to learn to fight with a weapon in both hands, said the sports fan. Although Simon didn't ask about that, so why did he agree? Asked Dimitri. If they really fought on equal terms with Li Han, then he is the leader of the second class, Dmitry Petrov, Simon answered him. Since he will be transferred to the first class soon, I would like to see what he is capable of, said the British genius, and stood up. Excellent, said Dmitri, and out of excitement he even switched to his native language. Let's start, he gave the command, and they rushed towards each other almost simultaneously. Simon attacked from a low position. Dmitri raised his sword up for a powerful blow and was now vulnerable. But Simon stopped abruptly, and Diamond's shot whistled past. At the same moment, Simon counterattacked into the unprotected side. And that's all, he thought. Dmitri grinned, who only became more excited from what he had missed. Dmitri drove Simon away with a wide swing, and when he jumped back, he began to pursue him. The greater distance was only to his advantage. Diamond had the advantage in height and arm length, so he began to push back the blonde. He barely dodged the powerful attacks, each of which could have been his last. Simon adjusted to the rhythm of his opponent, and having calculated his movements, slid behind Diamond's back after his swing. A nimble bastard has snuck up from behind. I need to be more careful, thought Dmitri, barely ducking from the blow. Simon took advantage of the pause and delivered a quick thrust to the head, forcing Dmitri to lean even lower. He fell to the ground and, having gained a foothold, knocked the weapon out of Simon's hands. Then, he quickly rolled over and stood in a stance. That's it. He grinned and rushed towards the unarmed opponent. But he flew past because Simon's sword hit him in the back of the head. He used psychokinesis for only a second, but it was enough. Sorry, in a fair fight he would have definitely won, but they are psychers, I told you, Simon said. I wonder if Li Han is stronger than this idiot, he thought. Jose, shouted Khan. Don't shout like that, my ears hurt. Their partner came to his senses. They made a fire in the cave and waited for Jose to tell them everything. He looked extremely rumpled. Karl-Heinz and his hangers-on. Jose told them everything. There are 7 people in his gang. They took all the supplies, but they still have to come back. So it's better to find another place, Jose said in a weak voice. He got it badly. No, he would never run away. And he would not let the freaks who bullied his friends get away with it, Khan said. While there is still time, let's look for a new shelter. Let them think that victory is theirs, the guys decided. We'll set up an ambush and attack after sunset, said Khan. He had already thought of everything. As night fell, he and Kuro approached the raiders' camp. They took refuge in their cave, as expected, Khan whispered. The enemies did not look for a new refuge. Start when you're ready, Kuro, Han told him, and the boy nodded. He couldn't do it alone, but together they could take on all these bastards, Khan whispered, their rivals wandering carefree around the cave. Li Han is his friend and the only one who believes in him. He will never let him down, Kuro thought, and concentrated. He summoned waves of psychokinesis as strong as he could muster, and lifted several rocks into the air. Together with the ability to foresee, he could know where to hit even in the dark. The stones flew right on target. A trap, the sentries shouted. The rest of those in the cave need to get out, Carl said. They were trapped in the cave. When they jumped out, a couple of people from the squad had already dropped out of the fight. They had been hit very painfully by a stone. These bastards are throwing stones from the bushes. Run there, the raiders shouted. But Kuro saw their every step. Hitting them was even easier than throwing balls at targets in the gym, because now he could predict the target's movement. As soon as the guys stopped, Li Han jumped out of the bushes at them with a spear. In the blink of an eye, he laid waste to everyone in close combat, without any mercy for his opponents. There was only one Carl left who, like all leaders of this type, always kept to himself. Li Han single-handedly took out 6 people. It was impossible, he thought, as he wiped the blood from the scratch on his cheek. He's not alone. Who else is here? Asked Carl. He was still confident. Come out, Kuro. He's on his own from now on, said Li Han, and a shooter appeared behind him. 2 losers defeated all the raiders. Carl became furious. They came to avenge Jose. This is not a training fight, so expect no mercy, Khan openly stated. Enough chatter. Carl reached for the sword of one of his accomplices. He just needed to win. Now he will crush him, said Carl. Although this is not training, Khan still decided to arrange a duel. Go ahead and try it, Li Han replied confidently, and prepared to fight. Carl attacked first, as the spear gave Khan the advantage of range. But he didn't move fast enough and immediately ran into a counterattack. This only made him more angry, and he rushed into battle again, swinging his stick. Khan simply ducked under the blow and attacked Carl's exposed stomach, jabbing him with the blunt end of his spear. What hurts when you beat me? Khan asked, standing next to Carl. Be patient. This is just the beginning, Khan calmly declared to his opponent, who was shaking with pain and fear. Stop showing off. Carl got angry at himself. He really didn't want to lose. But all his swings were in vain. Even without foresight, Khan easily read the opponent's attacks and simply beat him, until he fell to the ground, having lost all his ardor and weapon. How is this possible? Carl groaned in pain and resentment. He tried to get up. How strong is Li Han? He thought. Jose was already wounded. Why was it necessary to beat him? Khan asked angrily. Carl looked at him like he was worthless. He noticed Khan's heavy gaze. How dare he look at him like that? His wounded pride made itself known. Carl grabbed some dirt into his fist. At home in Germany, he was a genius and an actor, widely known, and his father used his popularity for political purposes. However, this was not enough for him. He dreamed that his son would become a striker, and the whole country would fall at their feet. Oh, must go over heads if necessary, he remembered his father's words. He has already climbed so far, said Carl and stood up. Some pathetic freak couldn't stop him. Carl threw a bunch of sand and dirt in Khan's face, and he closed his eyes. Because of this, Khan was unable to notice Carl's fist flying at him, and missed a clean blow. Han. Kuro rushed to help his friend. In the end, they came here for revenge. Not one more step, Carl growled angrily, and Kuro stopped in fear, his past making itself known. And all this time, Carl mercilessly beat his helpless opponent. The Khan was inferior to him in pure strength, and without a weapon, he could only take blows. He fell to the ground without strength. Kuro saw Carl pick up a spear from the ground, and a chill ran down his spine. I won't let anyone look down on me, Carl declared, clutching his stick. Kuro acted more on instinct. He simply threw a stone at Carl, who barely managed to protect his head with his hand. Get away from him, said the curly-haired guy, releasing his Psi powers. He picked up several stones from the ground. Now he's trying to belittle him, Carl said, and Kuro approached. Never liked him, such useless trash. Why hasn't he been thrown out yet? Carl grabbed Kuro by the lapels and shook him. There is no place for such scum here, he said, as a silent shadow appeared behind him. Khan put all his strength into the talkative bastard with an exorbitant ego. You think you're worth something? All you can do is hide behind numbers, Khan said, clenching his fists. Del Simon, Dmitry Petrov, Jose, whom he beat up with a crowd, and even Kuro, they are all better than him, and much stronger, said Han. What will you do if you realize that you are not perfect? And before you can climb higher, you will have to get rid of a lot. Khan cut the truth to the chase. A worthless man, he told Carl, who had lost all fighting spirit. The Khan thrust his spear right next to his face, as if he really wanted to kill him. Everyone has a reason to climb up. Find another way. If you touch your friends again, you will definitely not leave unharmed, Khan said. Father hadn't wanted to be a striker anyway, Carl thought. And now that he realized that, he could breathe a sigh of relief and admit defeat. Lying on the ground on a god-forsaken island, he laughed for the first time since arriving in the Ark. They later learned that Karl-Heinz left the Ark ranks of his own free will. The rest of their training went smoothly. They caught fish and had fun, as if they were on vacation. 7 days later, the training was over and an evacuation flight arrived to pick them up. I wouldn't want to go through something like that again, Jose said. And that's true, his friends agreed. The rest of the guys from the course gathered together to thank them on the shore. The trio of friends shared food with the others, and thanks to this they were able to get by without any problems. The one they should thank is Li Han. Jose pointed at him. Congratulations, the training is over. Everyone has received a message on their tactical bracelets. Sergeant Red, who would have thought that they would be glad to hear from him. I'm dying of hunger, thought Dimitri. Come aboard as soon as they are called, the sergeant ordered. Why not all at once? Li Han was surprised. All this time, the instructors monitored their movements, and from all the candidates, they unanimously chose the four of them, Red said. They were not just undergoing survival skills training. It was a selection of the best who would become the salvation of humanity. Kuro cowered. Simon accepted it as a given. Dimitri was glad. Khan reacted with restraint. It was time to move up to the second year, Red told them. Since they have time, maybe they should play football. It's the holidays after all, suggested Jose. His leg has already recovered. Do you know how? Asked Amigo. Do you know the rules? Answered Li Han. Vacations in the Ark are a rare occurrence. They were simply given a break to recuperate after the exercises. The guys went out onto the field. There are enough people in each team. We can start. The three from the island fought on the same side. Without PSI abilities, Dimitri asked. Of course. Otherwise the ball will simply burn, they answered him. Vacations in the Ark are arranged on one occasion, when all the instructors are at a meeting, where they resolve issues related to the transition to the second year. Four candidates, what is known about them, asked Sasha Grace, the lead researcher, from the second section. Simon, Dimitri, both are more than persistent. There is no reason to refuse them, said the head of the headquarters, Alexander Rekor. Another one who deserves a special mention is Li Han, he said, although his level left much to be desired from the very beginning. He was suggested by Sergeant Red as a special candidate. If it weren't for his attitude, he would still be in the 4th grade. But why should he be transferred to the 4th year? Share your arguments, said the chief of staff. From the fight with Red, it is obvious that Li Han is good with weapons, but also has incredible fortitude and patience, which is inherent in a real soldier. Wei, I was surprised. It's not every day you can hear such praise from him, said Alexander. Without such speeches, he wouldn't be convinced to allow Li Han to move on to the second year, Red thought. Despite the low PSI potential, the guy found an unusual way to use his power. In that fight, he increased the speed of his body rotation and the power of his attack. But the most important thing is his thinking, thanks to which such ideas come to his mind. He sees everything 2 moves ahead. You can't teach that, Red thought, as the boys played carefree with the ball. Let's discuss the next candidate, the chief of staff suggested. He only said that he knew the rules, but he himself was quite good. He poked Jose with Khan's elbow, and that's how he responded, modestly. Don't they play football in Britain? Why is it so bad? Dimitri asked Simon. The blonde answered completely stupidly. How is this connected? You're kidding. He's oversensitive. Sasha Grace slammed her hand on the table. She was reading Kuro's file on the hollow screen. With the transition to the second year comes intervention in physical development, which is the strongest pressure on the psyche, she said. They're literally telling her to kill the child now. Grace was indignant. Kuro is the strongest in terms of ability. He surpasses everyone in this, Red said after a sigh. He also sees the future for a few seconds, which is extremely important strategically, the sergeant added. But he is emotionally weak, Alexander objected. That's why Li Han should be nearby, who has a positive influence on Kuro, making him more confident, Red replied. Now they are like brothers. And in the end, it all comes down to Li Han again. Alexander rubbed his eyes tiredly. So, the 2 of them are so insistent on his transfer, he asked his instructor sergeants. Good pass, said Jose as he received the ball from Li Hang. He was pursued from all sides and the gates were already closed. Jose saw no place to strike. He quickly passed the ball back to Li Han, who was running alongside without anyone interfering with him. Khan immediately shot at the goal and scored another goal against the opponent. He's good, Jose congratulated him. It was a great pass, Khan responded. The games were over. The shadow of Sergeant Red hung over them and would haunt them for the rest of their lives. The meeting was over, he said. They will officially announce this later, but since everyone is here, I will say it right away. All 4 are moving on to the second year, the sergeant told the boys. Isn't he happy? Asked Jose, noticing Khan's thoughtfulness. Congratulations, he said. Save a place for him there, Jose asked. He will catch up with them soon. They will definitely meet again. Khan extended his hand to his friend. Everyone returned to their rooms, ordered Sergeant Red, who was always dissatisfied with everything. The second-year students were told to collect their personal belongings and wait for instructions. The sergeant dismissed them. Thank you, sir. Khan thanked him suddenly. Although the sergeant was a real poker in the ass, He did not do it out of personal motives. For the right to move to the second year, and for the battle after which he was transferred to the second class, it certainly couldn't have happened without the sergeant, Khan told him. I'm not sure what I should be thankful for, but there's no turning back now, Red said, taking out a mint chocolate stick. See you in third year. Survive Lihan, definitely survive, Red repeated and swallowed the chocolate. What a sweet tooth, Khan thought, and saluted the sergeant. Well, gentlemen, it's time to hit the road, said Dmitri, who was not despondent. He was looking forward to what they were about to experience. Let's go to the second medical department, asked Han. Next to him, Kuro was shaking with nerves. Everything is fine, Kuro. Khan put his hand on his shoulder. He will be there. That's the only reason the curly-haired guy hasn't run away yet. But it's so scary what they'll do to them and what they'll do when they grow up, he mumbled. They've already heard a lot of things from the older students. What's so scary about that? Go ahead, Dmitri shouted. What's there to be happy about? Simon asked. They'll become much stronger, the fan of heavy exercises answered. For the next 5 weeks, they would be under her control. The charming Sasha Grace greeted them. The boys immediately became embarrassed when they saw how similar she was to her namesake from the internet. A whole 5 weeks? Lihan was surprised. They would spend the rest of the summer in the lab. It takes so long for the transformation. They will spend the first 2 weeks in an incubator, so there will be an adaptation period, said Dr. Grace. For 2 whole weeks in this car, the guys became tense. Even Dmitri became serious. See you all in 2 weeks, Lihan wished them, and they folded their hands together. Interesting, Sergeant. That's what he praised this boy for, thought Sasha Grace. Come with us, said Dmitri. But Simon was stubborn, too childish, the always arrogant guy declared. Start filling the tank, Dr. Grace ordered her staff. The capsules began to fill with a green liquid. It was not just water, but a special gel. The feeling of the cool gel was not pleasant. They were completely immersed in it and breathing through the tubes. It was natural to feel claustrophobic in such conditions. They were children, after all. But they would soon fall asleep, Sasha Grace reassured herself. They were then sedated and put into a coma, all in preparation for this day, a week later, which could destabilize the subjects, she worried. And why do people have to go to such lengths just to survive? Thought Sasha Grace, standing at the control panel, these 4 boys in front of her. Dr. Grace, you look tired. Her assistant turned to her. Maybe you should rest. She offered to take her shift. And he told him that he didn't care at all about these children, but he himself comes here every day, the doctor asked Sergeant Red. I want to make sure the doctors don't mutilate or kill his investments, Red replied, chewing a mint stick as usual. Their condition is stable. They have started administering the second dose of mutagen, she said, sitting down opposite, wanting to sleep after sleepless nights. The mutagen contains fluid from the dragon's psychocore, very concentrated, with particles of its heart. Forced interaction with the core would provide them with more stable use of PSI in the future. Perhaps even Khan could, Red thought, when Sasha Grace's tactical bracelet began to beep alarmingly. What's the matter? She asked, bursting into the laboratory with the cadets. Red followed. Although he had no right to be there, Lihan's brain activity began to increase, she was told. He regained consciousness and was most likely in excruciating pain, Grace's assistant reported. His encephalogram was off the charts with activity. He had to be pulled out, Grace said. This had never happened before, and she panicked, worried about the boy's life and sanity. But Sergeant Red stopped her hand at the system reset lever. First, she needed to think it over. The transformation process could not be interrupted. He had to complete it at all costs, the sergeant reminded her. How are you feeling? Grace Lihan consulted after a few days. It was strange to talk to a grown boy, knowing that he was only 10. Thanks to her, it's just wonderful, Khan said, his voice now broken, and it was strange for him to hear himself. His case was the first in her memory. How could a psyker with resistance to PSI abilities exist? She said. He will die. The incubation needs to be interrupted, she then answered Sergeant Red. Psi abilities were the last thing Lihan relied on to get to this point, the sergeant explained to her. He doesn't need psycho-resonance. Continue without it, Doctor. Knowing this guy, I can say that he will not give up so easily, Red said. He developed only physically, she said. Is this the first time this has happened? Is there any discomfort? I feel rested. Now I don't have to worry about my PSI abilities or that I'll be kicked out because of low grades, Khan answered confidently. This is the attitude. No wonder the sergeant noted him as the most emotionally stable of the candidates, Grace thought. Psi abilities are directly related to the psyche, so why with such a base, he did not show any of them, he wondered. This should be investigated better. Here he is, Dmitri greeted him when Grace let Khan go. Congratulations. They are now second-year students, Dmitri said. 5 weeks flew by, Khan agreed. He was glad to see everyone healthy. Everyone has changed so much, especially Kuro. He pointed his finger at the most whiny guy in the group, and maybe in the arc. He grew up, his hair became white as snow, and now he looked very strange. Glad to see everyone alive and well, but if you want a bite, warn me, Khan said. There's nothing to be happy about. It couldn't be any other way. Don't get cocky and don't act like a leader. Lee Han, Simon always puffed up like a turkey, threw at him. Someone just started puberty early. Dmitri threw up his hands. Stop making fun of him. Khan rebuked him. At first glance, the second year's training was no different. But in fact, they were now divided into squads, not classes. Each squad had from 4 to 10 people. Khan came to the dormitory. 12 squads of second-year students had already been assembled. They were given separate rooms. Such luxury was not easy to get used to, Khan thought. And he and Kuro were enrolled in the 7th squad. His name is Kato Soki. He is the leader of the 7th squad. The guy with the bandages on his face introduced himself. The training was not easy. In the second year, they will undergo airborne training, weapons training, and mock battles. Kato named the main subjects. They know why they need to shoot well, Kato asked them. This weapon is effective against minions and weak monsters, Khan said. Minions are known to be creatures with low intelligence. Ogres, werewolves, foot soldiers. The weapon against them is extremely effective, Kato explained. Among the enemy troops, there are also creatures with high intelligence, the Elos. They are mid-level commanders. They have PSI, like psychers. This means that normal weapons are useless against them. The Elos have shields. But their psionic powers are not limitless like dragons, and when they run out, they are easy to kill. All 3 types of training are extremely important. The skills gained will be useful against other squads, Kato told them. Training fights are held in artificial forests in a small arena. The idea is to capture the flag at the enemy base, requiring them to develop a strategy based on each other's abilities, and it's a dangerous form of training. Even though they fight with unsharpened weapons, they are still easily inflicted with severe injury. Aerial maneuver training is safer, where they keep their distance from each other and all they need to do is throw their opponent down. However, here you need an assistant who will control the boards and carry you to the enemy. They themselves can be used as weapons. Until now, they hadn't had a psyker in their squad capable of such support. So having Kuro in their squad was very useful, Kato said. We're counting on you. They immediately assigned him a role in the squad, and the guy became despondent under the weight of expectations. Stop mumbling, no one cares about opinions. He just has to do what's best for the squad, said the big guy behind Kato. Kuro would definitely cope, Han said confidently. But he would cope much better if he was not pressured. Shut up, sucker, you don't know a damn thing yet. He quickly shut his mouth with the squad lock. Enough, he understood. They had just arrived. There was a lot to learn. Kato smiled. They are now sophomores, but everyone here is older and more experienced than them, so there is more respect for Lee Han, Kato told him. To be honest, he only needed Kuro in the squad and he was just going along as a free add-on, Kato said, baring his fangs. There's nothing to expect from a loser who's the worst at PSI. Just stay out of everyone's way, Kato said, and all the squad members laughed. Han clenched his fists. It was not the first time he had to endure ridicule, but he was worried about Kuro. Okay, I understand. I accept. I won't stand in the way of the squad leader. Khan extended his hand to shake. Yes, super. I was surprised by such impenetrability of Kato. He thought to immediately ask the newcomers and keep them under control. Arrogant bastard. Let's see how long you last. The arrogant commander got angry. I'll be happy to show everyone what I'm free to do, Khan smiled. He couldn't wait to prove himself in his second year. Then the routine of preparing the second year began. They were taken to the training grounds every day. Kato kept his eyes on Lee Han, watching him closely, looking for a flaw. Tactical exercises, shooting on the move and at moving targets. Lee Han handled everything. He thought that Kato would have nothing to complain about. What are you doing, Kuro? Kato shouted, quickly turning his gaze to the other new member of the squad. The machine gun jammed. Kuro justified himself. Under pressure, he constantly made stupid mistakes. There are simply no words, said Kato. It began to dawn on him what a problematic psyker they had foisted on him. After the training at the training ground, Lee Han went to take a shower. The water pleasantly refreshed his head. Kuro did her best. But when will he be appreciated? Han thought. In 5 weeks, he had gone from a weak 10-year-old to a fit teenager and was still growing and getting stronger, though not as quickly. You'll be in reserve, Lee Han. Kato immediately pushed him to the bench. The larger the squad, the harder it is to define roles, and they already have enough melee soldiers like him in their squad. Khan was simply pushed to the side. Don't worry, Kato mocked. All second-year students have access to the training center. You can at least take a look, he said. Lee Han still received letters from his juniors. I wonder if they would recognize him if they saw him now. Despite everything, Han believed in his success. The 3rd and ninth squads are participating in today's battle for the flag. It was announced over the loudspeaker. There is a new guy in the 3rd squad. Keep a close eye on him and analyze his actions, Kato ordered. By new guy, he of course meant Simon. Now Han had the opportunity to see what Simon was capable of after the transformation. The British blonde shone from the first minutes. He walked ahead of the squad. A whisper went through the room. They said that he was a genius in the use of PSI, but some considered him simply arrogant. They've completely lost their minds to go on the offensive with the entire squad, without defending the flag, said the captain of the 9th squad. It's nonsense. They have an invincible psyker with them, said the captain of the 3rd. Now we'll kill everyone and easily take the flag. Simon released PSI waves, so they became visible. Nonsense! We'll neutralize him before he starts using his abilities, the commander of the 9 ordered. Wait, where did the weapons go? They suddenly discovered that the swords and spears had been pulled out faster than they had time to notice. Simon got really carried away, throwing out a huge amount of power. The fusion with the dragon's heart was successful. He gathered the guns of the 9th detachment on them. The enemy was so demoralized that they did not even try to defend themselves or leave. They were crushed with one blow. The way is open forward. Finish off the rest, shouted the joyful commander of the 3. Victory had come so easily to them for the first time. They quickly pounced on their unarmed and demoralized opponents. The Blues are defeated, the movie is over. The commander of the 3 summed up this defeat by taking the opponent's flag. You see, a powerful psyker is an important part of the strategy. Theirs will be the same, and with Kuro, they will be able to carry it out, Commander Kato told everyone at the meeting. Leader, there is another proposal. Khan addressed him directly, and Kato was dumbfounded. The 9th detachment broke through without using the terrain or individual characteristics. They simply rushed forward, Khan said. He stopped short, noticing Kato's unkind look. Come on, continue, if anything, the commander asked. If he were the leader of the squad, that's what he wanted to say, Kato said without even looking at Lee Han. Now it's clear where such hatred comes from. At first he simply ignored him, tried to shut him up, and now Kato is afraid of him, Khan realized. The big guy from the squad motioned for him to talk for a minute, and they left the observation deck. He's a very capable guy, Kato, and everyone else admits it. But there's no place for him in their established squad, the big guy said. Still, Kato was watching him. Khan confirmed his guesses. Why did he think so? He asked the big guy. He has his own personal opinion, different from the commander, and he is not shy about expressing it, and sometimes it is worth listening to him, the big guy said. But the 7th squad can only have one leader. If they doubt the orders even a little, everyone will be at risk. Besides, while he leads the squad, Khan still can't participate in battles. Choose a time and request a transfer to another squad, the big guy suggested. That's how it is. The leader's decisions should not be disputed by anyone. He put Kato's authority at risk, Khan realized. But transferring to another unit is like starting all over again and trying to gain recognition from scratch. Lee Han, Wei Chen asked seriously after reading the official request for Han's transfer. That's exactly what the guy answered. Okay, the good-natured giant scratched his head. But we need to talk to the other second-year instructors. Well, since it will take time, we can think it over properly, Khan decided in his room. Since you can't participate in training battles, you can improve your personal skills. You can analyze the actions of others and figure out a strategy. There was a knock at the door, and Khan called the guest. Come in, Kuro said to his friend. What did they talk about with the factory committee? Kuro asked. But Khan turned the conversation to tomorrow's battle and air training. For now, I can manage 4 platforms at the same time, with people, Kuro clarified. Even this was impressive, since Khan couldn't even lift one board, let alone fly on it himself. Seriously, Han was happy to hear this news. Kuro was developing very quickly and could be considered the strongest second-year student. He lifted his chin higher, encouraging his eternally insecure comrade. I'll be rooting for you, said Khan. There is also a genius in the 7th detachment. It will be interesting to look at him. The cadets whispered around Khan, who came to watch the fight. They fought in an arena, with pillars. Each team had its own base. Get to work, Kuro. We're counting on you, the guy heard and got ready. The 1st squad fought the 7th. The goal of the training was to master the airboards. All dragons can fly, and to get them you need a jetpack, a hook with a rope, and an airboard, a mix of drone and snowboard technology. In aerial combat, a person can use two boards, one to move and the other to damage the enemy. In this battle, the most important role is that of support, a psyker who controls the boards from the rear, allowing others to focus on the fight. A position that is ideal for Kuro, who is able to control four boards at once. But there is always a but, Han thought. The 7th detachment is moving out. If we stick to the plan, we will win, said Kato. He was in a cheerful mood. He commanded the vanguard to move forward, and 3 of the detachment advanced towards the enemy. The 1st detachment also moved to its positions, not wanting to fall behind. They will move forward cautiously as Kato predicted. He grinned with his lock. He believed in success today. After the Reds disperse in different directions, the big man read their movements. He boldly jumped off his board and struck his first opponent, sending him flying. Kato quickly moved in and cut down the second fighter with a lightning-fast attack. Everything is going according to plan, he said, putting on a snake-like smile. A murmur went through the crowd. The 7th squad very quickly dealt with 2 of the 1st squad at once. They became noticeably stronger. They spoke next to Khan. In this battle for Kuro, the main role, their fighters do not have such support and will operate their boards themselves, Kato said. Take his and the deputy commander's board, Kato ordered, and also use foresight to find out where they are. Kuro nodded uncertainly. They are both good in close combat. We will scatter opponents like kittens, he said with a castle. His plan did have a chance of success, at least in theory, Khan thought. Not a single mistake can be allowed. If he screws up, he will be the one to blame. Kuro was nervous, even more than before the fight, and his body was covered in sweat. Keeping track of 2 boards, and also predicting the movements of opponents from the ripple of images of the future before his eyes, made him terribly sick. These guys were always so strong, only 2 remained, the Reds from the 1st squad said heavily. Kuro was leading the boards for 2 more. Now he was using all his strength and it was quickly running out. The Red commander had to sort out the support, or they would lose. We are acting according to Plan A, the commander of the first one showed with one gesture. They're just going head-on. Kato was surprised as the remaining opponents moved forward. The first commander accelerated on the board and sent the board forward, and he himself jumped over the back of the big guy from the team. While the big guy held back Kato and his deputy, the Red captain immediately jumped over them and penetrated into the rear. "Damn you!" Kato shouted. The giant from the first squad grabbed them and held them tightly. Meanwhile, the captain of the first detachment easily slipped through the rest. "Where are you going?" the cadet of the 7th detachment shouted, seeing how the enemy captain was ignoring their presence. "Leave him and get here," Kato ordered. "This big guy wants to throw us off," the captain said. He was counting on Kuro to handle everything. No, he had to protect the support, Khan thought. It would be bad if Kuro was cut off from the rest of the squad. "Remember the 4th and 8th airboards, they must always be with him," Kato ordered before the fight. The Red captain was rapidly approaching Kato, who was all alone. 4th and 8th, Kuro twitched nervously. He was pretty exhausted from the whole fight, and his movements became abrupt. He directed 2 boards right at the target, from 2 directions at once, so that the enemy would not have a chance to dodge the ram. The boards aimed at his back as the enemy captain swung. The 7th 3 barely managed to kick and throw the giant from the first squad off the board. But when they turned around, Kuro was already unconscious, and the enemy captain was standing at their base. As soon as the support lost consciousness, the trio also fell off the boards, which no one else was supporting. The room began to murmur again. Everyone was surprised by the unexpected ending, but even the obvious genius Kuro could simply run out of steam. "I knew it would all end like this," Khan thought. Kato relied too much on Kuro's telekinesis, and the whole plan was based on that. Kuro was off by just a fraction of a centimeter. Instead of protecting his directed boards, they collided behind the enemy captain. "What a pity, they say luck in war is also a kind of talent," said the captain of the first. It seems like Kuro was under a lot of pressure and made a mistake. Kato's whole stupid plan was based on perfect execution and didn't allow for chance, so it failed. The first squad won, the spectators shouted. Pleased with the bright show with a turn in the middle of the battle, Khan left the viewing room. If Kato had accepted him into the team, Kuro would not have been left without support. If only he had been the squad leader, Khan thought. Lee Han, there is a conversation regarding his request, called him to Wei's office 3 weeks later. The request was reviewed and approved, and according to his statement, he will become the commander of the new detachment. They agreed. Even easier than he thought, Khan decided. The news made him happy. All thanks to his merits in the first year, he showed himself as a commander, and they decided to give him a chance. Consider it a test, Wei said, handing over the documents. 2 rules. There must be at least 4 in a squad, and no more than one can be taken from other squads with the right to refuse. If he followed this rule, he would become an enemy of all the squads at once. Khan realized he should prepare well before starting to act. Since he says that everything will work out, then it will be so, Hanwei said, and confidently clenched his fist. Quickly catch Li Han, waiting for the results, Wei said, and with that, Han left his office. His team, now he can assemble his squad and act completely freely. Khan's head is spinning with the possibilities. The first thing that comes to mind is those two, Khan remembered his friends. It would be cool, but Jose is not here. First I'll talk to Kuro, thought Han, and became a little sad. There's one more, Khan thought, remembering another possibility, and immediately headed to the dormitory. He knocked on the door, and Dmitri appeared on the threshold, asking what the exercise fanatic, who was probably still training, had come to ask. Damn it. Kato held his head. After another lost battle, their rating began to slide down. Because of Kuro, they always lose, Kato lamented. Opening a can of juice, he said he needed to take Simon. The useful Locke answered. That guy dealt with everyone single-handedly. Immediately showed himself he's good in hand-to-hand combat and telekinesis, Kato said. Kuro is completely useless in the same conditions and his abilities are fake, whined Kato. Because he wanted easy solutions. Han stood nearby and eavesdropped. If they don't find a replacement, they need to constantly put him in support. Khan, who was standing around the corner, heard. Your squad, wow. Dmitri was surprised. Who else would you call? He asked. Kuro, Khan replied. Wanted to work with him from the very beginning, Dmitri chuckled. No commander would want to give up his fighter, he said. But he never responded to his offer, Khan recalled. Thank you, but his departure would be a betrayal, Dmitri replied. He had settled in well among his squad. He is the head of the 5th. Leaving means betraying his guys, Dmitri answered. Since we're talking about it, Dmitri scratched his head. It would be better for them to remain rivals rather than play boss subordinate, he told Khan. Just don't cry later when we meet on the battlefield. Khan hit him with his fist. Get ready. This time I'll break both your arms, Dmitri said. Now, wherever Li Han went, he was the target of sidelong glances, they whispered. I want power. Why whisper behind your back? They should speak directly and loudly, thought Khan, proudly walking along the corridors. The news that he had become the leader of the squad quickly spread throughout the corps, and it was no surprise that the captains were now watching him warily. He, Li Han, especially didn't expect that you would stick a knife in my back, Kato told him, grimacing. Come on, form a squad and get out. But they won't give up Kuro, said Kato, who stood surrounded by the entire squad. He won't be able to reveal his full talent in the 7th squad, Khan said. You think that Kuro is the smartest? With time he will become the best in the squad, Kato said through gritted teeth. You are going to ask the enemy to wait until the war begins. With him he will develop faster, Li Han insisted. The captain's job is to win even with minimal effort. Nothing will change if you blame someone else for the defeat. Khan's words infuriated Kato. Shut up, freak! You won't get Kuro, Kato shouted, unable to bear it, and grabbed Khan by the collar of his tunic. It's not up to him to decide. Kuro must make his own choice. Han stood firm. Kuro. The captain of the 7th squad turned to him with an angry face. If you leave, I'll kill you, Kato muttered. A terrible threat, and the soft guy flinched. Really, all you can do is chatter. If you drown, you'll also chatter, Khan replied. He could no longer hold back. Kato punched him in the jaw with all his might, sending Han flying to the side. What a disgrace, he snapped without thinking. Kato realized that he had shown himself in a bad light in front of everyone. I don't even want to get my hands dirty, Khan replied, wiping the blood from his cracked lips. I will wait for Kuro, Khan said firmly. Nothing could shake him. Anyone who leaves a team for one that doesn't exist yet will pay for it, Kato shouted after him. I talked to everyone I wanted, Khan thought on the way to the hostel. What to do now? He himself was not in the best position. Without recruiting people, he still would not be able to participate in the battles. He bumped into someone without noticing and immediately apologized. In front of Khan stood a cadet dressed out of uniform and wearing a skull mask. But he didn't pay any attention to him and quickly moved on. And what kind of clothes are these? Not according to regulations. Khan was surprised, assessing the stranger's entire appearance. The heads of all squads were ordered to gather in front of the medical building. Khan received a message on his tactical bracelet. They lined up in 2 ranks. Now there were a devil's dozen of commanders. These newcomers need to be distributed among the squads. He pointed to the new cadets who had undergone Grace's transformation. This time the first to choose will be the head of the new squad, the charming doctor said. Li Han, step forward, they said. This was a great opportunity for him to get at least one good fighter. His name is Lee Han. He is the head of the 13th squad and he is short of people. He will be glad to see everyone, he told the guys. Of course it's not enough because he's a captain without a squad, Kato quipped, and the others chuckled at the joke. I want to join. The first cadet volunteered and stepped forward. Jose recognized his grown-up friend Khan and was glad to see him. The guy now looked very respectable. It's sad, sighed Jose. It would be great if one more person came to their squad. Not everyone has decided yet, answered Khan. Thank you for trusting me and joining. I always wanted to work together, Khan told him. Those who refuse to go to him are idiots. They simply don't know what he's capable of. Otherwise they would have lined up, said Jose. From tomorrow we will start working hard. Jose stretched, and now it was time for him to go to his room. At that moment there was a knock on the door. Khan opened the door and saw his first friend on the threshold. Kuro, he exclaimed. What's wrong with your face? The newly minted captain was amazed. Kuro's face was one big bruise. Kato had warned him about the consequences. He went into a rage when he heard that Kuro was leaving. Well, this is definitely the Kuro they knew. Khan praised his friend for the right decision. The team from the desert island is back together. Now they can definitely handle everything, right? Said Jose. It seems like they're having fun here. You can join in. Another person entered the room. Everyone calls him a traitor. It seems that the 13th detachment will have the most fun, said the guest. They know each other. In the first year he was in the second grade, Jose said. I remember Khan answered. Such talent is simply necessary. Welcome, Knut Meyer, Khan greeted him. And Knut made a pew-pew, greeting the familiar guys. Hello, everyone, he said. That's how you can get to them. The eccentric northerner smiled. True, but they are not on good terms with the other units. And if something goes wrong, they can be disbanded. Everyone knows that, Khan asked. Everything is fine, okay? His friends supported him. It's better to stick together than to be outcast in every squad. Now Khan felt a great responsibility for the fate of his friends. But he was sure that they would cope. Great. Then Khan told everyone until tomorrow. Glad to see you. 13th Detachment? The senior officer in front of whom they lined up in the morning told them. Senior Instructor Grossman, he introduced himself. The officer gave the impression of being a gentle and polite man. He treated them like children, calling each one by name, and stopped at Kuro, who had the face of a son, he asked. I had a bad fall during training, Kuro replied, smiling with pain. Okay, be careful next time, Grossman understood, but decided to leave it that way. From this day on, their training begins. They have 3 weeks. They were given more time since the detachment was formed later than the others, the lieutenant said. After that, they will participate in battles equally with everyone else. They cannot refuse. Competitions and opponents are selected randomly. Grossman underestimates them, Khan smiled. They spent their time usefully. First battle, survival type. Opponents are the 9th squad. They have a lot of good shooters, and they have a higher percentage in this competition. I don't like all this, Knut sighed. If he doesn't get in, he can just go to the bench, he asked, taking off his helmet. You want to die? Khan slammed Knut's helmet back into place. He squeaked and crouched in surprise. Don't even think about giving up. Never, under any circumstances, Khan insisted, and moved closer to the northerner's face. He won't let anyone from the squad die. We're working according to the plan. A mobile bunker. I just came up with the name, so don't laugh, Khan said. What kind of mobile bunker is this? His dream team wondered. Each team began the battle from a starting position, a conventional camp. The Reds were determined to finish everything as quickly as possible, and they also put 4 men into the fight for a fair fight. The enemy will be defeated. Victory will be ours, said Khan, their motto. His squad was also ready to begin. What popularity, Dmitri grinned, listening to the crowd of spectators demanding that the traitors be killed. There are no obvious winners in this fight. Let's see what Lee Han does. Simon also came to watch the fight. Still, no one is visible. They have not left the starting position. The Reds were talking. They have already entered the enemy zone. Let's go that way, they said. Very close to Knut's position behind a tree. So fast, he thought, sitting in ambush. I see the enemy, 200 meters. He quickly scribbled a message on his tactical bracelet. They are already on their way here even earlier than expected, Khan said, and sent a reply to Knut. They didn't even give them a chance to rest, that stubborn 9th squad, agreed Jose. They were breathing heavily after the forced march. At least we had time to prepare, he said, looking at the thick tree trunk that he had managed to cut off with pyrokinesis. But there was no time to regroup. If he were in Knut's place, he would have already understood the situation instead of going closer to his detachment. Knut ran away under heavy fire, 1 round from a shock rifle hitting him in the leg. how painfully he limped, continuing to pull the enemy back, the enemies chasing after him on his heels. At least one of them had to be shot. Knut turned sharply and fired a burst from his training weapon. The charges hit the trees without causing any harm, so who will take it down? Asked the team captain. Knut fell to the ground, unable to keep his balance. He was very tired of running in a bulletproof vest and helmet, with a machine gun in his hands, and he was also wounded. When the bursts of fire started, he quickly rolled into the bushes to avoid being hit. If all went according to plan, he would join the squad. The leg injury was just a minor hindrance, Knut reasoned. Why is he alone? The Reds were talking to each other. If there is no point in sending a scout if everything will end in a shootout anyway, they wondered. Cover me. I'll go forward, one of the Reds volunteered, assessing the situation. Let's move out. It's time to start. Knut bought them enough time, drawing the enemy towards himself, Khan ordered. Perhaps Knut was wounded. The 9th Detachment decided not to unite and act, but to wait passively, Khan said. Thanks to him, they gained strength just before the fight, Jose said. And they also felled this tree with the help of fire and pyrokinesis, Kuro added. It's time to show what they can do, said Han, and they moved forward. Kuro released PSI waves. What is the 13th doing? They cut down a tree and are hiding behind it. And that was possible, the spectators were shouting. Get the 9th, Knut shouted. He desperately fired in all directions, not letting anyone get close to him. Needing to reload, he returned to the shelter and began to load the machine gun. He really is alone. They thought they were being lured into a trap, but it was just improvisation on the fly, said the red one, taking aim at Knut. One of the 13th dropped out. Although he held out for a long time, Dmitri scratched his beard. Now they only have a wooden shield. Will they be able to win? There is a weakness in their tactics. But I think Han knows about it, Simon replied. What is this? They are approaching, but they cannot be stopped, shouted the 9th Detachment. Their opponents were safely hidden behind a log that could not be penetrated by weapons. The 9th were all good shooters, but no one had the telekinesis to stop Kuro, the Red Captain thought. Li Han moved out from cover and pinned down the enemy with fire, preventing them from escaping or changing positions. Everyone take cover, stall for time, they'll soon run out of steam, shouted the captain of the 9th. He was certainly aware of their weaknesses, Khan thought, but the shield would help them buy time. In order for Jose to use his power, he used up all his pyrokinesis. Fire, the 9th one shouted. They couldn't breathe or fire normally because everything was covered in smoke. There's enough smoke, I don't think they can see anything, Jose said. Super take care of those who got out, Li Han ordered. As soon as the Reds ran out of the smoke screen, they came under heavy fire. 2 of ours dropped out, the 9s were talking. Don't worry, they can't see anything either, his partner answered, holding his nose. But at that moment, they were cut down by sniper charges, although they were standing in thick smoke. Kuro gave Li Han a target, and he fired accurately even in the smoke. They could clearly see everything because of Kuro's ability to foresee. What was that? The crowd of cadets shouted. The 13th is so strong they were surprised. Good job. Li Han gave everyone a thumbs up when the squad reassembled. But Lieutenant Grassman was the one who was most upset about this. A special dinner for the winners, it was worth it, Knut rejoiced. And considering that he was shot, Jose agreed. It was hellishly painful, the northerner replied. They got some tasty food, they were fed well in the 2nd year, and now they would like to hear a few words from the captain, said Jose. After all, he led them to a brilliant victory. Jose pretended to be a journalist and was taking an interview with a chicken leg in his hands. Thanks to everyone, I know the tactics were aggressive, and they also won thanks to their coordinated work. It wasn't an aggressive plan, but an incredibly cool one. Kuro was inspired. For the first time, he felt confident in a fight. They were lucky that the 9th Detachment was so one-sided. It was obvious how they would act, and in what positions Khan said. That's what's amazing about how he reads his opponents. It was the right decision to enter the 13th, Knut replied. The sudden movements made him ache again from the bruises. The shock rifle. Maybe you should lie down and rest, Jose suggested to him. Yes, everything is super. I wouldn't miss such a feast even if I were dying, said Knut, grimacing from his bruises. Just think, they crushed the 9th squad, one of the strongest. He had to crush them before they thought too much of themselves. Grassman was angry. Who would be better suited for this purpose than the 9th Detachment? The lieutenant looked at the glow screen with Kato's personal file. They will definitely do everything to ensure that not a single wet spot remains from the 13th. But what if they lose? Grossman thought. No way. He will do everything to prevent this from happening, the lieutenant decided. I can't sleep again. Li Han was counting sheep and looking at the ceiling. Before, he didn't sleep because he was afraid of flying out of the ark, but now he has the best partners. so there is nothing to be afraid of. No matter who their opponent was, they would still win. Khan felt an unshakable confidence in this. The next battle happened soon. They fought against the first squad in the Battle of Captains in the same training ground with the forest. "We're keeping an eye on Jose and Kuro," the captain ordered. "They have the strongest abilities among the second-year students. We'll deal with them. They may be stronger psychers, but a good thrashing will make him forget about it," said the captain of the first. "It is unknown how others are with their abilities, but there should be no problems." The captain held out the bandage. They chose the most powerful member of the squad to give the captain's armband to. By tearing off this armband, the team wins the battle. They definitely hate the instructors now. Immediately after the battle with the shooters of the ninth, to enter into battle with the fighters of the first the next day. In the battle, you need to defeat the player with the bandage, but for the monster from the first team you need 2 or 3 people, Dmitri said. It was exactly this kind of brute that they chose. The tactics of the first one was called a loading tank. While some held back the enemy, others quickly broke it. "I wonder what Li Han will do," Dmitri flared up. "Maybe you'll shut up already, and why are you here again?" Simon grumbled. The first squad was good in close combat, but why was their leader surprised when he looked at the enemy's position? The headband ended up on Kuro's head, who, despite his height and abilities, always looked weak and insecure. "What are we going to do?" Li Han is nowhere to be seen either. The Reds from the first team were deciding. "Don't be afraid, Kuro. We will protect you at any cost," Jose said, and Knut nodded too. "We need to act even if one is hiding somewhere. It won't help them," the captain said. He gave the command forward, and they rushed towards the 13th, with a tank with a bandage on its head running ahead. In a battle of captains, it is not at all necessary to destroy the entire team, Khan thought, climbing high up in a tree. It was enough to defeat the captain with the bandage. As in chess, he looked at his friends, ready for battle. The opponents clashed in a heated battle. Jose spared no effort and immediately went all out. But the first squad had experienced fighters. They immediately went into close combat, not allowing Jose to use his abilities. Knut also barely held up under the blows of the assertive cadets from the first detachment. Li Han clearly saw the entire fight from above. They were fighting right under his feet. "Don't worry, Kuro. They prepared well," Han thought. And at the right moment, he took a leap of faith. Meanwhile, the big man was putting pressure on Knut and Jose, who were resisting while outnumbered. The captain with the bandage grabbed them both in an armful and still broke through to Kuro. "Great! Hold them tight." The other opponents rejoiced. All that was left was to take the bandage away from the weakling. The two rushed towards Kuro, but no one except him saw Li Han falling from the sky. They almost won. The opponents had already raised their weapons to Kuro and were celebrating their victory. "Where is he looking?" The leader of the first one felt something wrong and was distracted for a second. There was a terrible roar behind him, as if a meteor had fallen. The impact covered everything in dust, so no one knew what to do next. It was a trap. The leader of the first realized when the dust cleared. Li Khan was kneeling, and the captain with the armband from the first squad was in a deep sleep. "I think this is the end. Victory goes to the 13th, Khan said, showing everyone the red armband as proof. What a victory. It was the height of a 5-story building. He was crazy. The other cadets admired Li Han. "A couple of minutes ago, they were ready to throw him into the mud, I understand," Dmitri said. "Showing such a result every time is worth a lot. This squad leader is just a plague. He used to be in the 7th but left." The cadets were talking. And he hadn't fought before. Why didn't the leader of the 7th use such a cool fighter? Everyone was surprised. Kato clenched his fists. He clearly did not understand what Khan was capable of. The cadets openly doubted the authority of the leader of the 7th detachment. The day before the battle with the first squad, Han practiced the leap of faith with Kuro. He had to catch him right at the floor. The amount of trust Khan had was directly proportional to the thickness of the mats on the floor. There were none at all. "I don't think there will be any problems in a real fight," Khan said. "Kuro was an amazing psyker." "He's much better," his friend replied. "Isn't he scared?" Kuro asked. "Today he risks a broken nose. Tomorrow he'll put his life on the line," Han replied. "Controlling a person with psychokinesis is difficult. If it were easier, everyone would already be flying," said Han. And Kuro thought about his words. "He will hide in a secluded place and attack at the right moment," said Han. "Kuro's job is to make sure no one gets hurt, to direct his flight." In the dorm, Kuro began to apologize for the fact that Han's arm was broken. He didn't have enough control. "Don't worry, no one died. The mission was difficult, and he did a great job," Khan praised his friend. "Don't blame yourself. Without him, they would hardly have been able to win," Knut said, reminding them of the giant they had cut down. Until Khan's hand heals, they don't have any team training, Jose asked. But just at that moment, their tactical bracelets beeped with a new message. Air battle. In 2 days. Enemy 7th Squad. Well, I didn't think you'd come, said Grossman, greeting the guest who entered, barely knocking on the door of his office. Kato Svoki, he greeted the cadet who was puffing with anger in front of him. This is a mistake. Their captain broke his arm, and they are scheduling a new fight. This is a loss, and also a fight with the 7th Squad. The friends were indignant. This is not fair, Jose shouted louder than anyone. We need to go to the command and explain everything, said the pyromaniac. They don't understand what they are doing. This is his unit's last chance to win, Grossman said. He is not confident enough in his abilities, Kato, he asked. Even if he hadn't broken his arm, they would have won, Kato said through gritted teeth. So do everything you can to win, Kato Svoki, Grossman replied. He didn't listen to him at all. Kato became even more angry. Now his pride was hurt even more. Stop whining, this is war, Khan said. And all they have to do is win. Khan had no strategy or rough plan, he admitted honestly to his friends, but promised that he would figure out how to win. Amazing, I hope this isn't empty talk, Kato told him, who was walking nearby and heard their conversation. Are you sure you can handle it with one hand? He asked. It's inconvenient, but I think one hand is enough to kill the 7th Squad, Khan replied. It's not that easy to kill someone in an air battle, genius, Kato muttered. I'll think of something special for you, Khan said. I will kill them all. Kato listed them one by one, all those he wanted to punish personally. Kato, you've never killed anyone in your life, so be careful with your words, Khan replied, his voice ringing with steel. Just wait and see for yourself. Their former squad leader quickly retreated. What a pathetic idiot, Jose said after him. The other guys also looked at him with disdain. It will definitely not be easy with him. Let's go to the gym, Khan ordered. After the conversation, he definitely needed to defeat the 7th. Khan applied PSI waves to the board. It was already emitting visible radiation. But this was still not enough to make the board move properly. Even with his healthy arm, he could barely handle 2 airboards, and now he was pushing one with difficulty. For Jose, this was also not an easy task to control 2 boards and his flame at the same time. They could only count on Kuro, just as the 7th Squad had done. But Khan did not want to overload him too much. Even without strong support, Kato's squad was well balanced in terms of physical strength and PSI. Having Kato as a leader, their teamwork makes them much stronger. They can't be pinned down by a frontal attack, Han mused. There is a big problem. Jose called to him and came closer. There's nothing to burn in the air, so flashes of fire are of little use, said the partner, waving his hand. Given the speed of movement, hitting the target will be quite a challenge, he said. There was so much chatter at such a level of preparation, watching their training from the sidelines. I don't think they have anything to worry about, said the deputy commander. Of course not, agreed Kato. There was no way to win, no reason to lose. Both captains understood the hopelessness of Khan's situation. The 13th has been in a lot of battles lately, and Li Han's arm is broken. They haven't even had this kind of training, the impatient cadets whispered. Yes, everything here suggests that they will lose. Dmitri was annoyed. Lieutenant Grossman is just a freak, he grumbled. What is he doing? Simon asked him. He himself complained that we were standing next to Dmitri, speaking from behind his back. Disgusting. Get lost, the Briton answered. Grossman tries to give each squad a 50-50 chance of winning. The type of battle the participants are determined by analysis. Simon was clever. This time it won't be so easy for Li Han, Simon thought. Even though he didn't like him, he still waited to see what Han would do. We'll tear the British flag to shreds and show them what happens to traitors, Kato told his men. Jose, how are you ready? Asked Khan. Couldn't be better. Ready to go all out, the guy warmed up. Take care of us. Today he is the basis of the strategy, Khan said in parting words. The command to fight was given, and Khan's squad raised 16 boards at once, which amazed not only the opposing team, but also all the spectators. Kato tensed up. It was impossible. Even the strongest cadets managed with 4 boards. At best, they used 2. He's definitely confused now, Khan smiled. Everything was going according to his plan. Let me clarify something, he said to himself. There is no need to be afraid ahead of time. Kato came to his senses and calmed his comrades. We stick to the plan, we destroy them one by one. They will definitely falter, he ordered. They didn't take breaks during training, Khan thought. He was also holding one of the boards. Although his PSI abilities are below average, he has learned to control the force and collect it at the desired point of the body. If he developed this control even more, he would be able to quickly manipulate objects, Khan thought as he grabbed one of the boards with his good hand. and he threw it like a projectile into a group of enemies that were hovering in the middle of the field. Madness. They decided to use boards for ramming. Kato felt it too quickly. But before the board reached its target, it was possible to react. Kato jumped and jumped aside from the ram. To use Jose's skills, he needed a fire material that could be burned, and there weren't many options. Jose gathered up a flame as powerful as he could. During an air battle, some things can still be set on fire, Khan told him, in the corridor. Bordy burst into flames right in the middle of Kato's squad. He simply exploded. The very expensive equipment exploded like a fire ship in the Navy, to the great delight of the spectators who demanded that they all be blown up. Khan and Jose repeated their combination, with Khan throwing projectiles, Jose setting them on fire and them exploding, the first opponents falling down onto the net. Block it so they will blow up all the boards, Kato ordered. But if they get close, they can also be hit, he objected with the lock. Stop immediately, Grossman ordered as he burst into the hall. To their mutual horror, Kato and Grossman, Khan had no intention of stopping and detonated another shell. After the fight, Grossman called Khan to the mat and just stared at him for 10 minutes. Red was even simpler. He would have covered him with kindness and let him go, Khan thought. I know it's awkward to start this conversation, but I have to, Lieutenant Grossman decided. Does he even have any idea how much even one such board costs? He asked Khan. I know it's not a little, Khan replied, ignoring the lieutenant's tone. If he had not been an ARC soldier, he would have remained in debt for the rest of his days, the lieutenant answered wearily. Wasn't it his strategy he wanted to discuss? Khan steered the conversation in another direction. Technically, he didn't break the rules, but didn't he understand that it would raise a lot of questions? Some instructors would even praise him for this decision. But he is not one of them. Next time, warn me if you plan something like that, Grossman said, and Khan answered briefly, yes, sir. But Khan did not leave immediately after he was released, but decided to ask one question. If they were fighting dragons, there would be no question about the cost of beards, because they must win at any cost, Khan said firmly. Isn't that the purpose of their training? He pressed Grossman. He really caught him. He really looked like a sergeant he knew, Grossman said. You think correctly, Lei-Han. I will be happy to watch you on the battlefield, Grossman replied. You can go. The lieutenant let him go, and Khan saluted him like a model soldier. Kato rushed into a desperate attack. Having lost his allies, he decided to do at least something. He was thirsty for revenge and flew forward like a true samurai, wanting to fall in battle. Another board exploded above him with a crash, scorching him with fire. Under the cover of a fiery smokescreen, Khan flew out at him, and they collided. Kato understood at last. Although he won the fight thanks to his strategy, no one will praise him. Kato said that he was waiting outside Grossman's office. We'll see what was standing at the door to say all this, Khan answered calmly. Just a crocodile passed by. Who would have expected such a fool? Kato answered offendedly. In their hearts, they were still children. I'll finish you off at any cost. Don't you dare lose before that, Kato told him, and Khan simply waved him off. Okay. We wish good health to the leaders. They were again entitled to a feast after the victory. The squad celebrated. They won, although there were fears that they would be expelled for breaking the rules. What is it, Jose? Kuro asked, noticing his comrade's worried look. Every time they celebrate, something happens, he said. That's what I knew, he said when everyone's bracelet started beeping. Battle schedule. In 7 days, Squad 5 versus 13. Battle to capture the flag. They read the announcement. Dmitri has been doing the basics since he became an adult, training every day. Immediately after one battle, the 13th were thrown against the strongest in this type of battle. Very much in Grossman's style. One fight after another. Let's see who beats whom, said Khan. It was a good workout. It was so hot. I wish I could go to the shower as soon as possible. Dmitri left the gym satisfied, when he met a gloomy emo boy whose face was familiar to him. Wait, he remembered a cadet in a third-year uniform who passed by. The leader of the squad, or rather the former leader of the squad, since he is now the leader, Dmitri laughed. So you will ignore it. Since you have moved on to the third year, he grabbed the senior by the shoulder. Their squad is now doing great with a leader like Dmitri, who boasted. Get lost, the emo boy told him, and looked angrily at Dmitri, whose chest went cold until he killed him. Tell me all the details of what happened to him after the battle, Dmitri lit up. Khan was breathing heavily. He could barely stand on his feet, and he quickly figured out what to do. Who is this guy with such incredible strength? He looked at his opponent, that same strange cadet with a skull mask who was approaching him. The skull stared at him with red lenses. This guy was too strong. As soon as Khan blinked, the enemy disappeared in front of him. The skull flew past, and Khan was barely able to block its blows with his spear. but he still received heavy damage and fell to his knees without strength. 6 days ago, he came to Grossman and learned unexpected news. Dmitri got seriously stoned in a fight with a third-year cadet. Grossman could not reveal all the details. Dmitri was wounded and will not be able to take part in the battle, but it will still take place, Grossman said. Without Dmitri, their squad would be like a chicken without a head, Khan thought then. This victory is in their pocket. There was another reason why the lieutenant called him and handed him a stack of sheets of paper. What did Li Han ask? Applications for transfer to his unit. Many want to join him, Grossman said. He is known for using the fighter's strengths. Unlike Kato, whose authority has been shaken, Han thought. Something like this was already expected. Most of the second years wanted to fight on equal terms, he thought, as he looked over the applications. He has time to think, Grossman said, but Khan immediately replied that he would take everyone. He was not in a position to choose anyone. Welcome to the 13th squad. He addressed the 4 cadets who had not settled into the other squads. Domingo, Qasim, Andy. He called them all by the names he read in their personal files. And Kidjo, Han looked at the guy standing to the side, who was behaving quite brazenly. Tomorrow the training will begin. But now he wants to see their strength and determine their positions in the battle. Objections? Khan asked. Kidjo addressed him in Korean. Some questions, cadet? Asked Han. No, he answered. Just asking you to take care of your comrade. In the Ark, origin doesn't matter. If you want care, show yourself and prove that you are worthy, Khan said. Good, and still take care, Kidjo said. Khan cut him off rather abruptly. He was suspended for today. If you don't build these kids, they will climb on your head, Khan thought, and began to understand Sergeant Red. What a bastard, Kidjo cursed in his native language. He loved the easy way out and hoped to quickly gain the commander's trust, since they were fellow tribesmen. And what is this? The cadets asked each other. A curse word. I heard it in one drama. The roof over the training ground closed. This is how they simulated night. The squad got nervous. They want to reduce their chance of winning. Jose was indignant. Don't worry. The enemy is operating under the same conditions. Let's wait until our eyes get used to the darkness, Khan said. Knut's team goes first. Jose's squad goes second. Khan assigned the roles. Kidjo Kuro and he will go and attack the enemy from the flank. Without Dmitri, the 5th squad is the easiest opponent at the moment, but we shouldn't relax. Let's win cleanly, Khan said. When the first 2 links of their detachment moved out, Khan gave the command for their detachment to move out as well. They quickly routed the disoriented enemy. Without a captain, they could not gather themselves and give an organized fight. They all laid down, Khan asked. When their links came together again, there is still one at the flag itself, they answered him. On a hill with a flag sat a guy in a skull helmet. He felt completely relaxed despite being alone. He was left alone and just watched as his friends were beaten. The guys from the 13th were surprised. The mask moved towards them with swords in each hand. He moved so fast that they didn't even have time to realize it. One zigzag, and 10:30 was shaved off cleanly. What's happening is that even the steadfast Khan was not prepared for such a break in abilities and froze in place. Beware Kuro, as always, was protecting the captain first and not himself, so he pushed him aside. But that was all his gift of foresight could do. He missed a strong blow and flew away. Teleportation, Khan realized. That's why he couldn't see the enemy moving. He'd read about it in books. There was no time to even be surprised. The commander of the 13th gritted his teeth and attacked with a spear. But the enemy simply jumped to the side, as if expecting a blow. Only Han and Kidjo remained on their feet. We can't even get close to the nastiness. The new Korean was nervous. Whatever the case, he boldly rushed into attack on the masked opponent. But the skull playfully jumped up and avoided the blow with an acrobatic feat. He landed his foot in Kidjo's face and pushed off of him. The 13th was knocked out so unexpectedly because of one guy. His name is not Silence, the cadets whispered. Silence. It really is him. Simon was surprised. He had heard about this guy but hadn't seen him in battle yet. During training, this guy damaged his central nervous system and stopped talking. But after that, he became much stronger. But wasn't he a third-year student, Khan thought, even though he was on his knees, refusing to give in. I don't know who you are, but I'm not going to lose, Khan said confidently and stood up. Come on, Skullface, said Khan, and released a psi wave. Khan channeled his psionic power into the spear, and the skull prepared to jump. So this was Silence, Simon thought. He was much stronger than all the second years. You won't be able to win. What will you do, Li Han? He watched the fight tensely. If he doesn't block the attack, he's finished, Khan thought. It's stupid for one person to lose to the whole squad like that. The skull travels about 15 meters per second and is unlikely to save energy, which means it will now move faster. But the goal is not to defeat everyone, but to take the flag. If they can stop this guy, they will win, Khan thought. He carefully watched the movements of the skull and even stopped blinking. You can catch his movements when he starts using his ability. A blurry space appears around the skull due to distortion of psi waves. The entry and exit points. If you look closely, you can see them, Khan thought. He ducked with perfect timing and avoided the sharp blows to his skull. Khan channeled his psychokinesis into his arm and counterattacked at the count of 3. But the skull dodged even that with the reaction of a mongoose. But in the end, he only touched the hood of the mask. He kicked him in the chest, pressed him to the ground, and raised his sword for the finishing blow. But at that moment, Khan returned the spear that he had thrown away before. It pierced right into the back of his head, thanks to his control. The mask cracked and lenses fell out. For a second, Khan saw the purple eyes of his opponent. Coming to his senses within 3 seconds of the blow was commendable, Khan said. But it was enough to grab the flag. The 13th detachment won, he solemnly announced, pulling out the enemy flag. Simon lost his temper. He was outdone again. Even from such a mess, Khan managed to get out of the water dry. "Come here," Kuro called to the cat and held out a cutlet he had stolen from the dining room. There was also a cat similar to this one living near his orphanage. Kuro scratched the purring cat. At that time, he had no friends. He looked different. He had no talents. He remembered his miserable life. But now he has something he's good at. And he has friends, Kuro said as a shadow grew behind him. This idiot talks to cats. What a loser. His abilities are definitely better, thought Kijo. But he asked out loud what he does. Kuro recognized his teammate and became embarrassed. "There is something to discuss on the day off," said Kijo. "That's right." Kijo came closer. "There is no deputy commander in their detachment now," he said. "He would like to take the position and it would be great if he could get support," he said as the cat began to rub against his leg. "You fluffy shit, stop dirtying things," Kijo flared up and chased the cat away. No. Kuro was horrified and speechless from such cruel and unfair behavior. "So what was he talking about?" Kijo continued. But Kuro told him to move over. The usually timid boy looked at him angrily and released terrifying psionic waves. What was Kijo afraid of when a stream of wind hit him in the face, and he recoiled from the timid guy? The metal urn that was behind him crumpled and flattened into a small bag, like paper. "Ah," shouted Kijo. He never expected that the weakling and wimp Kuro was capable of such a thing. "Never do that again," an angry Kuro told him, and Kijo quickly put the car into reverse. The timid boy ran off to catch up with the cat, leaving Kijo to drip onto the asphalt. "He didn't just come in for no reason. What did he want?" Dimitri asked, when the Khan came to visit him in the hospital. "These are only assumptions because the Ark always keeps things from being said, but looking at him everything becomes clear," Khan said. "He was attacked by a third-year student," Khan assumed, although he was more likely stating the obvious. "The former head of the 5th detachment, they are completely different." Dimitri scratched his bruised skull. "Not even that. They are not just different," he said, seriously clenching his hands. "He didn't even have time to move and they already smeared him," the guy lamented. For the first time, he looked so upset, Khan thought. And that guy was not himself at all, as if he had gone off the rails. Dimitri remembered the emo boy. Since he wasn't like that at first, it means the issue is with the course itself. There is almost no equipment for the 3rd year, and Khan didn't just notice them. Moving on to the 2nd year wasn't that hard, which meant, he supposed, they will face a real battle before they are released, Khan said. "It looks like that," Dimitri agreed. "What will happen to them during the transition?" he asked. Long rays of a warm autumn day peered into the empty hangar where the armor stood. Here he is, finally found Kuro, saw the cat, and approached him carefully. "It hurts him. Forgive him. He will give him more treats," Kuro apologized, taking the fluffy one in his arms. In the mouth of the legs, Kuro's jaw dropped when he looked into the open hangar. "State your name, cadet," came a voice from the Iron Man speakers. "Sergeant Red," Kuro exclaimed as the Iron Man took off his helmet. "He had changed so much I barely recognized him," Red laughed. "Have you gotten lost or something? Have you wandered too far, all the way to the Ark Development Center?" the sergeant asked him. "They'll come for him and take him to the dorm, but for now, cool off," the sergeant gave him a soda. He wasn't angry, Kuro wondered, since Sergeant Red usually dealt out encouraging slaps, not sugar water. "Because he's here, that's the only reason," Red asked. The TV armor he saw is still in the development stage, but there will be an announcement soon. It's okay that Kuro saw it. 2nd-year students can't leave the Ark. After being strengthened, they cannot leave the Ark unless they are written off due to loss of abilities, or feet first, they are a resource for the Ark. Kuro was despondent. True. And those who get angry without reason are bags of garbage, right? Red said unexpectedly. And Kuro became even more embarrassed. The sergeant understands what he is saying. Kuro was horrified when an old man in a lab coat approached them. As a test, asked the elderly engineer, responds perfectly to telekinesis. The sergeant answered him. But it is worth reducing the amount of dragon flesh in the internal system. It is good that the armor is powerful, but if it is sensitive, it is difficult to control. Unlike the first generation, these guys will find it as easy to calibrate their psychokinesis as breathing. Red patted the cadet next to him on the shoulder. Nice to meet you. Team 1 leader Charles Smith, the engineer introduced himself. Second-year cadet Kuro, he greeted. This old man is a legend. He created the TV armor, the sergeant added. The first generation of TV armor was created on the fly in a great hurry, in war conditions. The second is much better. It will become the most powerful weapon, Charles said. It was made specifically for kids, Red said. He could barely control the armor. He too will have to put on the armor he saw the sergeant in. Kuro bit his lip. He imagined the chthonic horror he would have to face in this armor. The reality of war was getting closer. See you, Kuro, Red told him as the transport arrived at the center. What will happen to the armor he tested today? Red asked the old man. They will take it apart and work on each one separately because they don't have that much dragon material, the old engineer replied. We can hold on to the sample. No one knows who will need this armor at what point, Red asked. He was chewing his mint sticks again. The day in Arc began at 5 in the morning, but Lee Han got up at 4, an hour earlier than everyone else. He keeps records of the squad members' strategies, traits, and his own abilities, just like everyone else. His PSI is still below average and is of very little use in combat. He hasn't even reached the ultimate ability that Wei talked about. However, he managed to reveal an ability that only he possesses among all the second-year students. It's absolute precision. Kuro and Simon can turn the pencil into a powerful weapon, but they can't write with it. When it came to control, Han was superior to others, and he needed to train more to improve his accuracy even more. Next, a run with the squad. They are still training their endurance, even after all the improvements. The 5th squad can also be found early in the morning on the running track. This is a kind of competition, captains. Sports fan Dimitri drives his cadets to complete exhaustion. They exchanged glances, and how did he like yesterday's spatial crack? Khan asked him. Overall, nothing special, though very bright. Just right for a date, joked Dimitri. The crack is a trace of the Battle of the Dragon, and the squad for closing the gate, on the orders of Grossman. All the second-year students were sent to the inspection. These are places where the earthly and other worlds come into contact, and it is believed that it is because of them that people with psychokinesis appeared on Earth, Grossman explained. It will be useful for them to see the crack. It is not dangerous, so there is nothing to worry about. This one formed 10 years ago and was not active. I heard that telekinetic sense everything nearby, said Khan. My head is spinning a little. You'll find out for yourself today, answered Dimitri. And now they pressed on. 1, 2, Dimitri rushed forward on the last lap. After breakfast, we'll gather at the airfield at 10. Until then, decide for yourselves what to do, Khan ordered the squad. It's like we're going on a class excursion, laughed Jose. Hello, the captain greeted Khan and suggested they have breakfast together. John, the head of the 10th squad, remembered Khan. It's nice that you remember, the captain smiled. After defeating Silence, Grossman didn't want the 13th to lose easily to anyone, but they still suffered a couple of defeats, including 10. I always take his strategies into account. I always wanted to talk about it, Khan said, and they went to the dining room. All the Chinooks have already been deployed to the airfield, for each detachment separately, practically a landing operation. We're going to Shinju. There are only 6 such places that opened during the first appearance of the gate, Red told them. He plunged into a long historical digression that almost no one listened to, preferring to stare out the porthole. Since they were flying to Korea, they asked him if he and Kijo were born there, Han confirmed. To the measured roar of helicopter rotors, they crossed the ocean, until a crack appeared beneath them, a huge rift that sparkled with lightning and psionic waves. To get a better look, the pilots descended to minimum altitude and opened the landing hatch. Lee Han, like everyone else, experienced tremendous ECI pressure. It felt like the abyss could swallow them up at any moment. They recoiled instinctively. The ancient species Homo sapiens learned to fear predators millions of years ago. There was an aura of a super predator right there. Everyone was tired, felt terrible, and wanted to get back to base and go to bed as if all the insides had been shaken out of them. Khan came to his senses faster than the others. He looked out the window at the plane that was flying so close. It must be the 10th Squadron. He estimated the number of the Chinook. He waved to the captain of the 10th, who was also looking out the window when the helicopter suddenly burst into lightning, and it exploded as if a dragon had breathed its flame at him. What is this light? The 10th squad is no more. Many thoughts flashed through Khan's head. This morning they talked for the first time. Emergency situation, everyone leave the helicopter, the accompanying instructor ordered them. The helicopter may fall, it will go last, the elder said. They said yes, sir, grabbed their parachutes. Khan directed everyone to the landing hatch, just like in the training exercises. Is everyone ready? Asked the sergeant. Yes, sir, answered Khan. Then he ordered forward. When you land, gather your squad and wait for reinforcements, the instructor ordered him. If the chief instructor doesn't come, command is on you. He didn't finish because their helicopter was engulfed in a burst of ESI waves. Khan jumped out at the last second before the explosion. The pilots and instructor remained inside. He's dead, Khan recalled the final moments of the explosion, and as the instructor's body was engulfed in flames, Khan hung on the lines, clinging to the branches. He took a few deep breaths in and out. He needed to calm down. After all, he was the squad leader. This is what they have been training for all this time. Someone is definitely panicking now, getting injured. He has to find the guys, Khan realized. He estimated the direction and speed of the wind in order to collect everyone he had to go along the discharge strip in reverse order. Khan took out a knife to cut the tangled ropes and get out. As soon as he landed, he heard a rustling sound nearby, but it turned out to be Kidjo. Han recognized him in the faint glow of the fire. Kidjo watched the helicopter as it fell. He understood that in such a situation it was necessary to find the leader, and Han would jump out last and go for rapprochement. It was necessary to come to a reasonable conclusion in such conditions. Khan clearly underestimated the guy. We will find the rest, the captain ordered. He broke branches along the way and left notches so that the others could follow if they suddenly got separated in the forest thicket. They came out to another helicopter that had made an emergency landing. The Chinook lay mangled in flames. The second team, must have been the 8th squad, was in the helicopter, Khan said, and they walked closer. Unfortunately, everyone inside was dead, having not survived the crash landing. He could have been in their place, the monstrous reality dawned on Kidjo, and he was overcome with nausea from what he saw. The Khan waited patiently for the cadet to come to his senses and empty his stomach. Are his nerves made of steel or something? Kidjo was amazed by Khan's endurance, who didn't even flinch. Does he not care at all? He asked the squad leader. This is not the first corpse he has seen, and in the Ark people die from time to time, the leader replied. But this is too much, Kidjo objected, but Han hurried him. He was eager to find survivors when a monster appeared on the roof of the crashed helicopter. The werewolf, a dragon minion, recognized the type of monster Khan. Find something useful in the helicopter, Kidjo, while I distract him, not myself, said Han, and took out a knife. Maybe he'll just run away. The cadet panicked at the sight of the beast. We turn our backs and they are dead. He is definitely faster than them. We need to finish him off here and now, Khan answered coldly. The werewolf lashed out with the tendrils on his back like whips. One of the ends wrapped itself around Khan's arm in a tight grip, faster than he could react. Move the loaves of bread, Kidjo, Khan urged the frozen cadet. The situation was already close to fatal. I ran. The guy came to his senses and rushed to the side while the monster was distracted by Khan. How he wanted to just run away, Kidjo could barely cope with his fear. The Khan cut off the whips with which the werewolf held him, and the hairy tentacles fell off. Great, he said as Kidjo reached the side. Let's get inside. The monster growled terribly, and Khan jumped to the side. He was lucky that the beast was not particularly intelligent. Otherwise, they would have been dead. The beast wriggled in circles and eventually drove Khan to a tree. With a terrible growl, he rushed at Khan, stretching out a paw with long, grasping fingers. How he didn't want to go there, thought Kidjo. If we fight with him, we will definitely die. But we can escape while the monster is busy with Khan. He hesitated. Coming to his senses, the piece of trash, Kidjo slapped himself hard on the cheeks to come to his senses. He's not some kind of loser coward who would abandon the captain, Kidjo said to himself, and rushed inside the helicopter. Khan calculated the monster's trajectory and dodged its mouth and claws. There were no shells on R2. The guy panicked. So he took whatever was at hand. The monster once again extended its hairy whips to grab its victim. It was regenerating, Khan realized, cutting them off again with his knife. This is definitely the end for him. The monster grabbed him with its paw and long tentacles in a death grip. Another moment and the clawed paws would have torn Khan to shreds. But at that moment, a heavy hatch cover hit the monster. Kidjo assembled a spear by wrapping his knife around a pipe and threw the hatch cover at the monster with kinesis. Sorry it took so long, Khan, he shouted, and threw another piece of debris at the monster's shoulder. He was sure that Khan would understand his idea and do everything as needed. He's a smart guy, thought Kidjo, grabbed the spear and threw it at Khan. Now the ferocious monster has switched from Khan to a new target, and an unarmed one at that. The monster pressed Kidjo to the ground and was about to gnaw his face off. Kidjo could smell its foul breath from its mouth as the monster's vascular fluids sprayed into his face. Khan pierced the werewolf's nerve column and killed him, after which he quickly released the ersatz weapon. He's definitely dead, he smells like a dog, puffed Kidjo, who was crushed by the monster. That's why they're called werewolves. Well done, said Khan, and extended his hand. I'm going to fall apart now, answered Kidjo. Hold on, help will arrive soon, Khan said, and together they went to look for other survivors. Li Han will definitely see the smoke and come here. The squad lit a fire and gathered around the fire. If he is nearby, then everything will be fine, said Kuro. Their leader always makes the right decisions, agreed Jose. It seems that the 13th really trusts the leader, said the cadets from other squads. They remembered how Khan led the competition. Kuro turned to the noise. He thought it was Li Han, but the 9th squad came out to their clearing. There were 6 of them, Knut counted, so the helicopter also crashed, he asked. No. The guys from the 9th looked down. They were attacked. The leader and instructors died. They barely survived by escaping. Have you seen a werewolf? Khan's voice asked them, coming from the bushes on the other side. Khan and a battered Kidjo emerged from the thicket of the forest towards them. There were 3 monsters from the L tribe. They controlled the werewolves like tame dogs. The guys from the 9th answered. What should they do? They have no weapons or equipment. Are they really going to die? The cadets panicked. Everyone shut up, Khan ordered decisively. The plan of action was already in his head. He has a plan and they will stick to it. Trust him, Khan told them. Even if help is already on the way, it will take at least 5 hours to get from the Ark base. They will build a shelter and defend themselves there. Within 2 hours, they had set up a whole camp, undisturbed, collected and sharpened sharp stakes, and erected barricades. If they were ordinary people without equipment, nothing would have happened. But since they all have telekinesis, the impossible becomes possible. And what about the fact that there is so much light? They asked Khan. Werewolves see well in the dark, and their sense of smell is excellent. The light won't make it worse, he replied. While no one was around, Knut came up and asked what to do if the help that arrived was also shot down. The evacuation helicopter can also end up in the range of enemy air defense. We'll think about it later. Now their task is to survive, and most importantly, to concentrate on strategy, Khan answered. Real battles were so grueling, Knut thought. Those Ark competitions were nothing compared to reality. Kuro sensed the enemy approaching and released a psi wave. He covered their entire fortified camp with a dome at once, demonstrating his psyker genius. Enemy at 6 o'clock, he shouted, seeing the image of the werewolf that was supposed to appear in the passage. The boys charged their spears with telekinesis and prepared to throw them. The Khan gave the command to fight and ordered Knut to follow him. They were to meet the enemy face to face. Throw spears thinking only about the throw, Khan told the guys before the fight. If they think about defense, the throw will not work. The dart throwers did a great job. The entire volley hit the target. The werewolf growled in pain. Then Khan and Knut pierced him through with their spears, striking powerfully at his vulnerable spots. The monster, twitching in convulsions, kicked Knut like a fly. Even the wounded animal was dangerous. Knut flew back and hit the fence. Everything is fine, he shouted to Khan, while the werewolf became furious. He growled terribly at the cadets, but they hurried to throw another 10 darts at him, turning the werewolf into a hedgehog. Where is the next Kuro? Khan shouted to the seer and ran to the point. 2 at 12 o'clock saw the approach of Kuro's images. The Khan ordered Jose to set fire to the barricades, and they burst into flames, becoming an obstacle to the animals. Stop, Khan ordered the throwers. Kill the first one to climb over the barrier, he said. Even the alien beast feared fire, but the thirst for blood drove him forward. One werewolf decided to jump. Now, Khan ordered. And the psychokinesis-enhanced spears pierced the monster through and through. Unable to jump over the barricade, the monster hung on the burning stakes. Now the last one, shouted Khan, and the second werewolf jumped towards them. They threw darts, but the monster ducked, exposing its thick back to the blow. It was waiting for the projectiles to run out, the cadets realized. He can hardly think, said Khan. Grabbing one dart, Kidjo after me, he ordered. Open your mouth, you alien beast, shouted Khan, and boldly jumped onto the monster's back. He plunged his spear into the monster's paw, and when it raised its head, Kidjo finished it off with a blow to the throat. Die, growled the guy, who had been shaking like an aspen leaf until then. Kidjo, This was a dangerous warning from the watchful Kuro, who was watching the entire battlefield. "Let's go," Khan said, grabbing the boy's hand as the monster began to move, the beast's claws whistling past his neck. And that's all. The guy who almost lost his life snorted contemptuously. Adrenaline was boiling in his blood over the edge. "He just touched his clothes," he said, when at that moment something whistled and hit him in the side. "Kijo is injured," Han shouted for first aid. It was inevitable, either this or into the werewolf's mouth. Kuro apologized. "An arrow from Ella's hunters." "Where are they, Kuro?" "Time for an ambush party," shouted Khan. The reserve is an ace up the sleeve that Khan has prepared. A secret squad of 3 people. They smeared themselves with mud to hide their scent and hid in a tree. Their task is to wait until the moment when Ella's hunters appear, and using the boards as airboards, telekinetically reach them when they are discovered. Kuro will direct them to the target once he spots the hunters who were controlling the werewolves. Ella won't have time to put up shields, so they need to be killed earlier, Khan said before the fight. And the cadets did an excellent job, eliminating everyone. "I can't do it anymore. From all the intense exercises, Kuro is exhausted. Foresight took a lot of strength. Their strength is running out. There are wounded in the detachment. If the enemies are nearby, they will have to flee, but then the number of losses will increase," Khan thought. From the depths of the forest, the howling of dozens of monsters reached him, and the squad shuddered. Their shadows flickered from all sides and quickly approached the camp. The Khan ordered everyone to take up a circular defense and prepare to fight back to back. "They want to surround them. Their leader must be somewhere," Khan said. "That white monster hanging around behind has recognized Han's target. That werewolf has intelligence." He felt the sticky, sickening quagmire of despair. They were surrounded. The enemy was superior in numbers. Khan saw no way out. What can he do? He desperately resisted his own fear because he felt responsible for the guys. When he saw the lights above them, help must be close, Khan realized. "They can survive!" He threw off the darkness of despair. "Get ready!" he shouted. "Everyone get your spears out. We need to hold out a little longer," Khan shouted to his friends. "Just a little more," said Kuro, and squeezed out the last of his strength. Next to Khan, he felt confident. They charged their spears with psychokinesis and began to fight off the monsters. "Here they are," Khan shouted. He met the monsters face to face without fear. When the landing capsule fell from above, scorching everything with its braking engines, a powerful shockwave nearly swept them away when the capsule landed very close. Other capsules were falling nearby when a paratrooper in armor walked down the ramp. On the helmet of the paratrooper in the body armor was written "Red," in red paint, "Still alive." Surprisingly beeped Khan's intercom. "It's a miracle," said Jose, looking through his fingers at the sunny sky. "That's right," agreed Knut, who was sitting nearby. "Half of their group died that day." "It was amazing, wasn't it?" said Jose. "That shield they created. The werewolves tried to kill them. They attacked in a pack, but the troops in body armor suppressed the enemy. They were cut through like a knife through butter. Even though they were scared to death. Afterwards, everyone rejoiced in the victory when they were overcome with euphoria." Although Li Han had been gloomy since his return and was always thinking about something, he never ceased to be tormented by his own uselessness and what awaited them in the future. From the moment they returned to base, all the quarrels and struggles between the squads became meaningless. They saw the real enemy. Many received psychological support. Even Kato admitted that he used to hate Khan, but now he was glad to see him. As Khan had told him, Kato was not ready to kill anyone and see the death of his comrades. Only now did he realize and feel who their real enemy was, he said. It was stupid to even compare their strength. They were ordinary weak monsters. He should become much stronger, Khan thought. There was a knock on the wall and Khan flinched in surprise. "Li Han, you are being called. Come as soon as possible," it was written on the holoscreen of the tactical bracelet that broke through the wall. Of course, he covered the wall, but Khan didn't understand why it was necessary to break it down. They were following silence. This guy is definitely out of his mind, Khan thought, looking at the cadet in the mask. "Can you tell me who called the meeting?" he asked the moderator. "Sergeant Red, and don't bother me with stupid questions," Silence typed, and showed Khan an eloquent gesture. "Okay," Khan thought. Apparently they were not on good terms after Khan won the battle for the flag. Sergeant Red was called, Khan asked. Another cadet was sitting in the lobby. They met eyes, Del Simon sitting opposite Red. This was not just a meeting, Han thought. Why are you standing there like statues? "They're here for a long time," Sergeant Red told them. "A quarter of the second year died this year," the chief of staff said gravely. "And it was just training, not a real war. They must interrogate the commander and find out the whole truth about what is behind this unprecedented case," he said. This is the final decision of the council, so a huge responsibility has fallen on Grossman's shoulders. According to the data from the helicopters, the attack was organized by Ella's mages, but they only fought low-ranking monsters like werewolves and hunters. They struck first. And this is the first time since the Great War that they showed up so calmly, the officer said. Magicians can open the gates. The war could start much earlier than the Oracle predicted. Everyone remembered. Should they wake the Oracle? The officers began to discuss, and Red became alarmed. The only free letter for the special squad is B, so choose Vanish or Whiskey, Red told the cadets. A temporary special operations unit, and they have this composition. Khan looked around at those present. Vanish, Silence suggested, typing on the holo screen. The rest also voted for this option. Children could not feel sympathy for alcohol. Since everyone agreed, the team would be called Whiskey, Red informed them. Now let's go through the points of the assignment, he said, sprawled on the sofa. Oracle. It would be good to turn to her now, but her help may be needed in the future. The chief of staff rubbed his forehead. What do you think, Sergeant Red? Alexander asked him. During the entire meeting, the sergeant did not say a word. There's no need to go to the Oracle if they give him permission to create a new team, Red said. Let's take the bastards prisoner and torture them. The easiest way to find out the enemy's plans, Red said ominously. We will catch the magicians of Ella, in Shinju. The cadets heard an urgent order. Welcome, cadets. Siegfried Schumacher, nicknamed Octo, greeted them and asked them to first choose a weapon from the dragon's body. The Miser Octo warned about the return, so that's how it is. Khan touched the spear made of dragon materials. Glowing surprised Khan, the dragon alloy remembers the psi wave of the fighter who holds it, Octo explained. There is another weapon, a slightly narrower and longer blade, Simon asked, trying on the sword in his hand. You'll order a personal weapon in your third year, the engineer grumbled with a German accent. Or does he think they stamped them out here in one day? Now the next element, here you go. Octo handed them the ball. It's an airboard, although it would be more correct to call it an air orb, Khan thought. A lighter, smaller version, Octo said, removed all functions except personal control. A spear, a rifle, and 2 orbs complemented the standard set of armor and a fighter's helmet. Good luck, little bastards, Octo wished them. The Special Forces squad loaded on board. The interdimensional rift in the Shinju was still ablaze with waves of SI. To avoid being spotted and having their helicopter shot down on approach, they landed earlier and walked to the point on foot. The operation is called Catching a Rabbit, Red, who had just come up with it, told them quietly. The task is simple. Catch Ella's mage alive and return with him to the base, quietly and secretly. Silence will handle the search. Everyone else stays away, Red said. Why take him on the operation? Li Han asked after their meeting. There were third-year students who were much stronger than him, Khan asked. If we were to evaluate general skills, that was undeniable, Red answered. But from a strategic point of view, the situation is different. The group under his leadership survived without equipment and was even able to fight the aliens, Red reminded. This is not his only strong point. Most of the cadets returned from that training with severe post-traumatic stress and frustration. When faced with mortal danger on the battlefield, people can break down psychologically from constant fear. From this point of view, one of the monsters in the clearing was him. You would think that he was a real psycho, Red said, setting fire to a mint stick with pyrokinesis. The only thing he lacks is experience, which is why Sergeant Red chose him and Simon. Simon recalled Li Han's fight against the third-year student who was going on the mission with them now. Silence, Li Han. He will show them all who is the best fighter here, Simon thought. We'll take turns on duty at the halt. Split into 2 teams, Simon with me, Red ordered. They occupied an abandoned building. Khan and Silence were the first to rest. The very forest where they were ambushed was very close. The guys from his squad who didn't return, Khan remembered the guys. Although the chances were slim, there was hope that they were still alive. Silence also reached out to take off his helmet, and Khan looked intently, without thinking. He wanted to know what this strong third-year student looked like, but he turned out to be quite modest and was embarrassed. I will turn away, said Khan, so you can take off your helmet. He respected the reasons of others, even if he did not know them. It's not hot at all, Silence wrote on the helmet screen. Okay, Khan answered. From now on, their communications would be jammed, Red warned as they approached the rift. We use the local network of the detachment, he ordered. Flashes of the rift were already visible all around. Silence was the first to notice the Ella warriors, ordinary hunters who were standing guard. There are 2 ahead, approaching. He printed on his tactical bracelet. Han and Simon took aim at them, but Red ordered them to be quiet and to get rid of them quietly. Take them down, the sergeant ordered, and the guy in the mask released PSI waves. He made 2 swings with his swords and decapitated his opponents before they could even move. I prepared all the messages in advance. Here's another psycho, Red thought when he received a delayed text message from Silence about the elimination of the enemy. Amazing, Khan thought, watching Silence, who ducked when another Ella Hunter scout passed by. We'd better keep an eye on them, Khan said, when Silence was about to eliminate a couple more sentries. And how did Red ask? They are heading towards the rift and are behaving calmly, which means they were on reconnaissance, Khan said. Well spotted, Khan. Silence follow them, Red said. Simon shrank even more. He was eager to prove himself. He wanted to quickly take them off, but this Li Han. We'll see who's better, Simon gritted his teeth. They reached the place of the rift where Ella's mage was casting a spell at the gap. Can everyone see the crystal on his staff? Red asked as they moved into an observation position. This is a telekinetic crystal. I'm sure everyone has heard about it in lectures, he said. The crystal allows one to store a huge amount of telekinetic energy, which is what shot down the helicopters. Perhaps the crystal is being charged now. Judging by the brightness, there is more than one charge in it, Red explained. 1 mage, 6 fighters, only 7 opponents. Good thing there are no werewolves nearby, Red described the tactical situation. Squad, regroup with Silence and begin catching the rabbit, Red ordered. Ella's mages can teleport. We'll catch him before he notices them. Silence will go first and grab the object, Red ordered. And the rest will destroy Ella's fighters. There is no room for error, the sergeant reminded. It was as bright as day. That it was next to the altar, Khan thought, when he took a closer look at the rift. On the ground lay the bodies of his dead comrades who had not escaped from the forest. Qasim and Domingo were among them, and Khan immediately became incredibly furious. Khan released PSI waves. He couldn't restrain himself from the desire to immediately rush into battle, and did not hear how Red called him. Waves of PSI are pouring out of him. What is happening? Red was surprised. He did not expect Khan to lose his temper. If things continue like this, they are in danger because Ella's mages can sense the source of telekinesis. Here they are powerless, Red realized. Whiskey's squad. He ordered everyone to retreat. But this didn't stop Khan. Psi waves gushed out of him like a fountain. The others also perked up and did not understand what was happening. We need to keep an eye on this fool, Red decided, and he kept an eye on Khan. There is not enough energy to detect them at such a distance, but we need to watch out for more to appear. But it was at that moment that Khan released even more psi waves. Red realized that there was no time to waste and rushed towards Khan. Ella's mage noticed them at the moment when the sergeant pushed Khan. Khan woke up from the fact that he was powerfully kicked to the side. They rolled on the grass. And at that moment, Ella's mage fired a volley from his PSI crystal. A destructive psi wave scorched Khan's face and threw Red back. The charge burned through the ground like a laser on its way to them. If it weren't for Red, Khan would have evaporated. Sergeant Red, Khan shouted at him. The bastard has finally come to his senses, Red answered weakly. If I lose consciousness, take command and leave, the sergeant ordered. We're retreating, cover us, said Khan, and he pulled Red away from him. This is disgusting. This is a complete fluffy. Your car, Khan breathed heavily, realizing what a mess he had just gotten himself into. The Ellas screamed when they discovered the enemy. The whole operation was a failure. They were exposed. Ella's warriors rushed in pursuit of unexpected enemies. Silence covered their retreat and cut down the enemies who rushed in pursuit. Simon met them with machine gun fire from above, and Silence fought on the slope. The Briton fired a long burst just to delay the enemy. The Ellas covered themselves with hand shields. Their dragon armor was impervious to bullets. So something heavier is needed, Simon realized. He lifted 2 stone blocks at once. He threw boulders at the Ellas soldiers and knocked the enemies down. The heavy stones pierced the Ellas, even despite their armor. One of the soldiers ran straight up to Simon and swung an anicaps at him. He immediately lost his arm and head due to the lightning attack. Silence moved lightning fast and covered his partner. Simon was amazed at the speed. Once again, he was outclassed in abilities. And as soon as Li Han defeated this bastard, the Briton thought, Ella's mage called upon the 3 surviving warriors to defend themselves, and they obediently returned. They've lost interest, Simon said, breathing heavily. It was his mistake. Because of him, the plan went wrong. Khan did not finish. Silence punched him in the face with all his might, sending Khan flying back. He released a psi wave and wanted to add more, but Simon put his hand on his shoulder and said, Enough. We'll have to abandon the plan and improvise. Now they know about their presence and will be monitored, Simon said. Red received first aid. They must retreat, Simon said. No, Khan interrupted him. We are working on a new plan. Silence moved again to kick Khan. He was clearly furious and didn't care that Khan was appointed as the eldest. Quiet, calm down. Simon stopped the sharp fighter again. It's understandable why he's angry. But Khan is the commander now, and if silence gets in the way, Simon won't stand aside. He sighed silently, crossing his arms over his chest, making it clear that he had calmed down. Li Han, you understand that this is all because of you? Simon asked him. If you do anything else, I'll give you hell, Simon warned him, and Han nodded. Now tell me what you came up with. I don't want to admit it, but among the second-year students, he understands strategy and tactics better than anyone else, Simon said. Don't get worked up and listen, Silence. Everything is not as bad as it might seem, Khan said. Are you sure about that? Simon asked, watching as Silence barely restrained herself from punching Han in the face again. True, said Khan. Why did they want to attack immediately without delay? He asked them. Because of the telekinetic volley and the ability to teleport, but now you don't have to worry about that. He's right about the fire. The crystal used its last charge, Simon agreed. But why does he think the mage won't teleport from here? For more than 10 years, the bastards hid and did not leave here. Now their lives are under threat, but they are still here. The mage tried to kill them with the remaining energy from the crystal, and brought back his minions to protect himself because he needed cover. This means that there is simply no possibility or desire to teleport. He has a reason why he did not leave this place, Khan explained. He laid out his plan to them, the squad agreed, and now he stood in front of the rift, throwing off his helmet and holding 2 orbs in his hand. He will definitely catch the magician. Ella tuned himself. Khan at the very rift, the pressure of the Psi waves increased many times. He must launch a surprise attack from the crack. Simon and Silence will distract the enemies from the front. The mage can sense their Psi waves, Khan told them. But if you use PSI in the rift, these signals will merge with interference, the light from the crack will blind the magician. But there was another problem too, Simon said worriedly. He felt the pressure exerted by the rift, and in such conditions he can control the air orbs. Simon asked. A mistake would cost his life, he said. I am confident in my control, Khan answered calmly. It was not for nothing that he trained so much. He will not catch the magician on his own because of a guilt complex for failure. Because out of everyone in the squad, he has the greatest chance of doing something like this. Li Han must have seen among the bodies of his comrades. Sometimes he is cold as a machine. If he did not feel anything, it is difficult to call him a human at all. But even in a situation where everything went wrong because of him, he managed to maintain his composure and put together a new plan of action. It's just amazing. Now it makes sense why the 13th trusts Li Han so unconditionally, Simon thought, as their leader ran towards the goal. Khan threw the helmet into the rift, and it was immediately caught up in the PSI distortion. A mistake would cost him his life, he thought as he calculated the trajectory of his movement. Khan gathered his PSI control and directed them into the airboards. Timer? Simon looked at his watch. 15 minutes had passed. Time to begin the attack. The Khan directed the orbs into the rift, pouring his small forces into them. And he jumped after him, so he completely masked his presence from the magician's senses. Simon and Silence were quickly approaching the positions. They weren't hiding, so they could move faster. Even more warriors of Ella gathered around the magician, Simon noticed. All the forest guards came here. There were many more warriors. Silence did not hesitate or doubt. He quickly slid among the Ella and chopped off their heads. Simon finished off those left behind who had turned their backs on him. As soon as the warrior was distracted, Simon was struck by Silence. With such maneuvers, they effectively dealt with the warriors of the Ella. Once again, the Briton was amazed by the cold-bloodedness and speed of Silence's murder. He shot straight into the head. Another hunter who appeared behind his partner should not let his guard down. Come on, Li Han. Try your best. I don't want to screw up the first mission, Simon thought. The Khan swam slowly, maintaining control, along the rift, to the point where the leader magician stood. He was again overcome by the feeling he had already experienced while flying over the rift. This cannot be confused with anything else. This is the dragon's fear, Khan realized. It was as if he was standing right in front of the mouth, huge as an aircraft carrier that he had seen in documentaries. Hold on, he told himself. It's just an illusion caused by the residual presence of the dragon. He felt himself falling straight into an open throat, huge as a grotto. Khan tore his glove and bit himself until he bled, so that the pain would bring him to his senses. Meanwhile, Simon and Silence advanced through the hordes of enemies. There were only 2 guards left. Simon was breathing heavily from the large number of movements. 2 warriors and a magician standing behind them. They shot and chopped up all the rest. They will protect the mage, so they shouldn't attack, Simon thought. They stopped analyzing the enemy's actions. Ella's mage raised his shield, and Psi waves covered him and the other warriors. They knew where he was aiming, Simon thought. Now the enemies had perfect protection. but it only protects from those in front of them. The enemies did not see anything behind them. Khan broke out of the rift, with a tranquilizer ready, and managed to reach his target at the right time. Unexpectedly for the enemy, he grabbed the magician by the neck from behind. Taking advantage of the confusion of the bodyguard warriors, Silence made a whoosh and moved. He decapitated the last of his enemies with one swing of his sword. Khan tried to pierce the thick skin of the Ella with a needle, which also resisted. Get in quickly, he thought as he injected the tranquilizer. In the worst case, the enemy will simply teleport. The magician was surrounded by PSI waves. Realizing that he was about to be captured, the enemy decided to escape. He had already begun to dissolve into the air like a cloud of steam. No, Khan shouted disgustingly. He didn't know what would happen to the target if it was stopped halfway through the teleportation. But luckily, Ella was breathing. They managed, he thought with relief. Don't stand over me like a dog asking to run away, said the sergeant when Khan came to visit him in the infirmary. Nobody has canceled the prosthetics, and I will receive disability benefits. Just write for dismissal, stop worrying, said Red. Sticking to the plan was the right decision. If they retreated, his abandoned leg would get upset and cry, Red laughed. Thanks to Khan, he finished the report on the operation. Now all that was left was to shake everything out of his tongue, and they could interrogate the alien, Khan asked. There is a telepathy specialist in the Ark. The only one of his kind, by the way, said Red, and took out a pack of mint chocolate sticks. There was a knock on the door of the ward, and Khan realized that he was not the only visitor today. Silence modestly wanted to leave, but Red called him to him, saying that they were finished. How are you feeling? He wrote on her tactical bracelet. I thought about going on a diet, but now there is no need. I lost weight anyway, joked the seasoned battle veteran. Khan continued to drive himself crazy, but Tishina appreciated the joke and laughed silently with just his shoulders. Sergeant Red was just chatting with Silence. The guy was extremely unsociable and withdrawn, Khan thought. Go. It's late. Old man and pseudo-ninja, he's going to mourn the loss of his leg. Sergeant Red sent them to hell. Sorry for hitting him. I would have done the same if I were in his place, Tishina wrote back when they walked out the door of the ward. No, it was deserved. Because of him, everyone was in danger, Khan answered. But they got through it thanks to him. It's clear why the sergeant has such hopes for him. I don't think Sergeant Red would say he liked anyone, Khan replied as they left the hospital. He knows nothing but nagging and insults, he said, and Tishina laughed, agreeing with him. He said goodbye to the quietest guy in the course. At the fork, one road led to the second building, the other to the third. Study well, be a good boy, and move on to the third year, you bastard. Khan received a farewell message. Silence said goodbye with his signature gesture of politeness and recognition. It's so hot, sighed the U.S. observer who arrived with the delegation. His name was James Ryu. The high inspection team arrived, reported to the chief of staff, and he ordered them to be escorted safely. Thank you for coming such a long way, their officers officially greeted them. To ensure that no one gets lost, they were given tactical bracelets with a holographic map and local communication. That was enough, James thought, when he was called out to and offered a ride to the car. It's okay, I'll get there myself, he has the right to do so, he said, smiling. Well, sir, he's a real pain in the ass, thought the communications officer. They won't tell you anything useful anyway, and will just talk to confuse your mind, James thought. By the way, where is this talented guy named Lee Han? He asked. Nice to meet you, Squad 13, James said. He quickly gained the trust of half the squad by giving them sweets. They were kids after all. Don't worry, they have more. So eat without hesitation, he said. The boys did not look like his nephews. Sorry, Inspector, but they must continue training, said Khan. The annoying guest was greatly disturbing him. Attention, everyone line up. We're going to the training ground. Now Han was giving more strict orders, so that's what he's like. Lee Han, James thought. Judging by the data, he wasn't special in his first year. They started talking about him after the team battles and the massacre at the Crack. After the events at the Crack, the competition stopped. The other squads are resting and recovering. But the 13th continues to train, he noted. They're done already, James thought, tired of standing in the heat. Attention, now we go to the weapons complex, Khan commanded. Now it became clear that he was simply looking for a way to isolate the guys from the inspector. Their persistence can only be envied. The annoying inspector chuckled. Kuro, you will train with me today, Han said to his first friend. James continued to watch their training. And then Kuro's whole life flashed before his eyes. He wasn't mentally prepared for this. And why only Khan chose him as a partner, the timid fighter did not understand. It wasn't like their usual training. That fight at the crevice had taught him a lot, Khan recalled. In a real battle, telekinesis alone is not enough. It is important to be versatile. Kuro has to learn all the fighting techniques. He was a weakling in his first year, but now their bodies are as strong as if they were made of steel. Let's begin, Khan ordered, and went on the attack. He knew that Kuro would see all his movements. Kuro looked into the future for a few seconds and knew where the attack would come from, but he still barely dodged. Khan did not spare him and hit with full force and speed. How much Kuro thought, seeing the reflections of the spear of Khan from the future. Yet he blocked them with his spear, making rotating movements. I'm suffocating, Kuro breathed heavily. As always, he was nervous in unfamiliar circumstances and spent a lot of energy. Khan powerfully parried Kuro's attack, and he lost his balance. Now the guy was open. Even if he sees the future, he can't win by just defending himself, Han said, pointing the tip of his training spear at Kuro's face. Try to attack. Where are your balls? Said Khan, and the timid friend hesitated again. But since the leader demanded it, he obeyed and attacked, closing his eyes in fear. The Khan immediately knocked the spear out of his hands. Such an attack did not look like mockery. He was deliberately driving his friend into a corner. Don't close your eyes when you attack and hold your spear tightly, Khan ordered. Kuro, now attack with all your might, Khan ordered. What he just said surprised Jose that he trained with Kant. He will use his abilities to the maximum. Do the same, Kuro, or you will suffer, Han ordered. Based on weapons combat abilities, Khan would win, but psychokinesis evens their chances, Jose said. What are you afraid of scratching? Khan asked. He was deliberately putting pressure on his friend. I don't know why you're acting like this, but I'm sorry, Kuro said in a quiet voice. I'm sure there's a reason for this. I trust you only because I know you well, said Kuro, and used psychokinesis. He did as he was asked, attacking with all his might, raising many training weapons into the air, all because he trusted Li Han. So what brought him to this office? Asked the instructor, pouring them some hot tea. This is oolong tea. Try it. It gives you strength and endurance, Sergeant Wei said good-naturedly. Very tasty, thank you, said Han, and even smiled. It's funny that he pretends so decently at his age, thought Wei. He came to him earlier for advice because he was worried about Kuro. Due to shyness and fear, he lacked aggression during battle. And one day this could cost him his life, Khan worried. People change their psychological distance depending on what weapons they are working with, Wei said, and Han thought about it. It's an internal resistance that must be overcome in order to harm another, Wei said. A soldier who finds it difficult to kill an enemy with his bare hands can easily do so with a bomb. Kuro has a hard time hitting and killing on command. He needs a more compelling reason than someone's words, Wei explained. For example, like back on the island, Kuro believed in him, Wei reminded. And now, his first friend met him fully armed, believing in Khan. This is what psychological distance is, Khan realized, and he took off his tunic. Kuro seemed to have gone crazy. Jose was amazed. Maybe they should be stopped, Knut asked. Amazing. That's the power of the first class. James watched the demonstration. It's just amazing what Han was thinking about doing. Wouldn't it be too much for Kuro? Kuro can anticipate Han's technique and attack, but Han can't dodge and get close at the same time, Jose thought out loud. Kuro turned the training stick into a projectile and threw it like a dart. Khan used his psychokinesis to catch the fast projectile. The level of kinesis is the same as with which Khan threw a spear with his hand. Li Han will catch spears and not dodge. Not everyone can do that, the guys realized, and thought that Han is a damn Jedi. You only threw one, that you are still afraid. Maybe by the evening you will throw the second one, Khan continued to provoke. Kuro will eventually have to attack with that spear he holds in his hands, Han said. Attack, shouted the leader of the 13th, and went into a frontal attack. Kuro threw all the remaining projectiles at him and Han approached, fighting off multiple attacks. There were only a few copies of Kuro left, Khan shouted. He pressed him harder and harder, giving it his all. Kuro waved his hand and unleashed all the projectiles in a coordinated attack. Khan covered himself with his jacket, like a bullfighter against a bull, filling it with psionic power. He made a sharp maneuver, moved to the side, away from the line of attack, and again rushed towards Kuro. Cover yourself with your jacket, just like a Jedi, the guys from the 13th shouted. Make the spear longer, they advised Kuro. Khan sped up with psychokinesis. Kuro became nervous. Kuro lunged and the wood cracked. Khan hit his spear and it shattered into pieces. In the end, they came face to face. It's hard to say what would have happened if it had been a real fight. Khan reached out and gave his friend a painful flick on the forehead. Well done, for not closing your eyes during the blow. The captain praised him and laughed. How brutal, shouted Jose. What a battle without tears and blood. Kuro is too soft, goaded Knut. When he was throwing all the spears, why did he only aim at the body? Khan asked. He should have thrown them randomly, then one would have hit. Kuro scratched the back of his head guiltily. I couldn't put my friend in danger. I didn't know he was using his jacket as a shield. Kuro justified himself. The rumors are definitely lying. In reality, Lee Han is much cooler. He can tell much more than the bosses, James thought and grinned. Can you spare a minute? He asked Khan as he walked down from the stands of the gym. He means the events at the spatial rift, Khan asked as they walked out into the courtyard. He didn't want to answer James's question. He had already told everything in the report, Khan said, but it would be interesting to hear from him personally what happened and how, the inspector instructed. Sit down, don't be shy, James suggested, and sat down on the bench. He got them some soda. This is his super ability to support the interlocutor, not telekinesis, James clarified to himself. I understand, he said to Khan. If he agrees with a man and supports his actions at the right moment, he thought and said, amazing. Then at the right moment, the person would relax and start saying something he hadn't planned. James continued to pester Khan while listening to his boring report. He was almost there, the inspector realized. So what happened next? He blurted out, moving closer to Khan. I mean, what next? Khan answered, and quickly moved on to being a fool. He told what was already known from the reports, James thought. Was there nothing else? He asked in surprise. You can check the official reports, Khan said crisply, his facial expression not even changing. Was he crazy by any chance? The inspector was amazed when his technique did not work. Well, time to get back to training. Khan saluted him, and James nodded uncertainly. He was left with nothing. He was forbidden to talk about Whiskey's squad, and all of Inspector Ryu's efforts were in vain, Han thought. Check if Lee Han was in the Ark. From the moment the crack formed until today, the inspector called his people. The next day they did exactly the same as always, starting with a long run. Dimitri's squad was back in action and was catching up with them on the track. As always, Diamond, full of energy, greeted his classmate Khan. You need to keep yourself in shape, that picky closet. It's from Russia, said Dimitri. She's been hanging around with him for days and constantly gets on his nerves, saying that he needs to fight for the sake of the motherland and all that, said Diamond. But who to fight against after the war with the dragons? The Ark will definitely be disbanded after the victory, Khan suggested. After defeating the dragon Lee Han, the elite will start a war to establish control over the world, Dimitri said. And for the first time, Khan thought seriously about what would happen next. Jose sparred with Kuro with long spears, and the two got into a heated fight. Han watched as his team trained. After his fight with Kuro, everyone was giving it their all as if they were actually preparing for war. But the reality of the world was even more complex and difficult. Dimitri's words made Khan think deeply. Even after defeating the most terrible common enemy, in the struggle for survival, peace will never come. And the fire of war may flare up again. People will kill people, as always. Lee Han. He finally found him, James thought as he burst into the hall where the 13th was training again. He found out that Han was not in Ark after the incident in Shinju and immediately ran over. He must have been on a secret mission at the time, James thought. And the boys turned sharply to look at the intruding inspector. And today, he will turn this guess into an indisputable fact. With this intention, James came to Khan. Even if he had to be scared a little, he came with 2 cabinets from his personal security behind his back. The guys from the 13th received a message on their tactical bracelet and looked at the annoying inspector with kind faces. This was not the reception he had expected, James thought, as he reassessed the situation in the room. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Lee Han appeared and twisted him into a ram's horn. How should this be understood? James shouted in surprise. The 2 cabinets behind him reached for their guns, as if that would help them in the battle with the superhumans. Kuro dismantled their weapons for parts using psychokinesis in a split second. He abruptly snatched their weapons from their hands so the guard's fingers were slightly damaged. Perhaps someone will need a traumatologist after this. From now on, he will be under their surveillance, Khan said calmly. Why should he? He has no authority. James was indignant. They received orders from headquarters, so don't resist, Khan replied. James twitched and continued asking what was going on. There was a bang while they were talking. Even the building shook. It was an enemy attack, Khan said. An order to detain and guard all inspectors. Why, it couldn't be that there was a traitor among the inspectors. James was confused. Jose guards the inspector, Knut and Kijo go for the rifles. Khan quickly ordered the guys. They distributed the weapons. 2 magazines each, 60 rounds, Khan told them, keeping an eye on the inspector. He pulled the bolt of his rifle. Each of them had 2 orbs. The squad quickly prepared for battle with the unknown enemy. How many of their squads were responsible for defense? Khan asked, contacting the other captains. He received their messages and analyzed them. The squad leaders accept his commands so calmly, as if he were their leader. His experience and achievements speak for themselves. No wonder, James thought. They needed a place that would play into their hands. Everyone should gather at the fourth training ground, take all the weapons. Khan ordered them over the local connection. Having surrounded the instructors, they quickly moved to their designated positions. He knows something about the attackers, Inspector. Khan turned to him. When he heard the message, it seemed to him that James knew something, and Khan did not think that the inspector was a traitor. These are purists, Inspector James said in one word, smiling. That's what they call themselves. What kind of Puritans are they? Jose was surprised. A group of radicals who do not consider themselves human beings, but are driven by fear and religious fervor for a new kind of people. In 3 years, a dragon will arrive. This is how they want to help them. Knut got angry. They believe that the dragons will arrive because of the Psychers, James answered. Their logic is simple. No Psychers, no invasion, he said, as they approached the island. But this is nonsense. The cadets were outraged. Found, said the man wrapped in a scarf. These are the people who stand in the way of Providence, he said. Anti-aircraft guns opened fire on them from the island. For some reason, the radar at the base was not working and did not immediately detect the invasion. But even manually aimed anti-aircraft guns were enough to shave off several light helicopters with troops. Soldiers of the Ark immediately moved towards the downed ones. The fanatics' helicopters flew to the base at an extremely low altitude and carried out a landing of troops. A fight was coming soon, Khan sensed. A helicopter had crashed not far from them, he said. A helicopter crashed not far from them. There is a high probability that someone survived. How many people were on board? Khan asked. And Knut answered that there were 4. He wanted to go through the fourth training ground, where there was shelter, and he wanted to avoid direct confrontation. Protection is a priority, Khan thought. Get ready, guys. What they're going to do next is called murder, Khan said. The Ark soldiers did a good job of defending themselves, meeting the scattered enemy groups with fire. The leader of the Purists jumped from the plane before it landed. He covered himself with his comrade, and standing behind him fired at the Ark soldiers. The Earth belongs to the people. There is no place for such degenerates, he shouted. Most of the cadets are of little use now. Maybe one will be useful. James twitched his mustache, watching the guys. Knut, let's go, Khan ordered. They split up to outflank the enemy. These guys are much stronger than the Purists who don't have that kind of training. But there is one important difference. The Purists had long been accustomed to killing people. They were all experienced fighters, James thought, and prepared the blade in his hands. They walked along narrow passages. In the terrorist landing zone, there were mainly utility buildings. You can definitely handle it, Khan asked. I'll pretend to hunt deer. It's either them or us, Knut said confidently. Unpleasant memories surfaced in Khan's head. He had been in a similar situation before. Seoul, a ruined economy, millions of refugees, orphans and street children, rampant crime, poverty, a hell in which everyone survives as best they can. Just 2 years ago, he lived exactly this life day in and day out, stealing food so that the younger ones could eat. He was being pursued, it was raining, and the barrier came down because a train was approaching. The light from the locomotive's headlights was blinding, and there was only one way out. The boy gathered all his strength, turned around and kicked his pursuer. Red apples fell onto the rain-wet ground, and Khan felt himself getting colder. The helicopter crashed into a building and a fire started. That's what they saw when they arrived at the scene. The Khan put one of the orbs in his jacket and made a decoy out of it, pushing it out from around the corner, and they immediately opened fire on it. But in this way, the enemy was distracted and exposed himself. Knut went through the building and looked out the window. What was it? The fanatic was surprised when he saw a ball appear from a torn jacket. He understood the bait. Knut took aim and pulled the trigger, his machine gun set to fire. The first enemy was cut off immediately. They were waiting for them on both sides of the passage and did not expect a flank attack. The second fanatic turned around and wanted to take out Knut, but he himself was taken out with a well-aimed shot to the head. It was not for nothing that Khan was the best shooter at the range. He waited until the target was distracted and fired at the right moment, as always demonstrating perfect control. This is crap, I need to make sure the target is dead, thought Knut. When I noticed how the wounded fighter was moving and wanted to get up. You can't close your eyes, he told himself, fighting back disgust and panic. He took aim at point-blank range and pulled the trigger again, firing a short burst, this time without missing. Knut, Khan asked him. The boy answered in order, who had suddenly matured. James looked at the boys. Even though they had fought monsters, they hadn't fought people yet. Kuro was shaking with fear. This one is shaking like a leaf. It doesn't look like he can shoot, James noticed. And where is he looking? They were close, Kuro said. While he was distracted, James cut the bonds with a hidden knife. If we don't open fire, Kuro whispered, and the inspector completely stopped understanding what was happening to the guy. The militant appeared where Kuro was and saw his blurry image. Everybody down, he shouted to his comrades when they opened fire on the militant, and Inspector James laid him out, confidently firing a burst from his rifle. Kuro looked at his hands, from which the weapon was snatched, when the shadow of another militant flashed in the gap in the window opening. Kuro tore the iron door of the warehouse off its hinges with telekinesis and covered James from the gunfire. The instructor, as an experienced fighter, cut down the enemy with return fire. "This is the last one," he asked Kuro. The guy didn't know how to shoot, but he was on first-name terms with telekinesis, James noted. "What happened? Everyone is safe." Khan ran up. While they were dealing with the militants, another group was approaching Kuro and the others. "He's a smart man, so he already understood everything himself," James said. He threw the machine gun back to Kuro and raised his hands as a sign of good intentions. "The rats have left their hole," said the fanatic commander. "They have broken down the door of one of the fortified bunkers. Leave no one behind. Kill everyone," the fanatic commander ordered. "Ark is lying. There will be no dragon attack," he shouted, encouraging his men. "They all disappeared 10 years ago, and an army of freak psychers is not needed to save the world. And in order to capture it, these children will grow up, develop abilities, and enslave them, so they must strike first," the fanatic shouted. "Let's begin the cleansing in the name of humanity," he shouted, and they entered the bunker. Khan and the other leaders gathered at the 4th training ground, occupying one of the fortified training camps. The entire second year gathered. "Idiots. Do they even understand who inspectors are?" Some guy yelled and threatened them with consequences. Simon couldn't stand these screams and grabbed the old man by the chest. He ordered him to shut up before he finished him off himself. "There is a traitor among them who did this." "A rat?" Simon shouted angrily. "And because of him, he had to become a murderer of a man," Simon told the inspector, who immediately ran into his boots with fear. Never before had he felt such disgust for himself, he was saying, when Khan stopped him. "They must not only identify the traitor, but also protect the ordinary instructors," Khan reminded him. Simon immediately let go of the old man. Even though he was angry about everything, it was better to keep a clear head in the face of the enemy. "He's acting tough again," Simon thought, and walked away silently. He simply obeyed Khan's orders. Jose was surprised watching this reaction. Before, they would have definitely started arguing and fighting. Instructor Wei fought right in the training building. He fought with his bare hands. All alone against a crowd of armed fanatics, even the experienced sergeant was wounded, but he had to protect the young growth. The children huddled behind his back in fear and cried. Just recently, they had been ordinary children. Khan gathered a group, several people from the 7th Squad, Simon and Knut, all of whom had already killed, and moved out to help. "These freaks are heading towards the freshmen." Khan got angry and pressed on. "Lihan, the enemy is heading towards the shelter. Judging from the location, they are the only ones who can stop them now," Instructor Wei said. "I'm counting on you," he said harshly. Even this kind man became a rock in difficult times. Besides the instructors, they need to ensure the safety of the first-year students. If they slow down, there will be no one to save, Khan thought. Meanwhile, the militants carried out a merciless purge of anyone who offered resistance. They quickly broke through and fought their way through the narrow corridors of the bunker. But at the same time, they found themselves in a labyrinth of corridors and rooms where it was easy to run into an ambush. Izzy says, "We found the door, Delta, Alpha." "What do you have?" the commander asked. Delta continued their search. Alpha ran into an ambush, the militant commander heard. "They must attack the enemy earlier," Khan commanded as they moved into position. "Can you block?" asked Han. "I can do something better," answered Simon. "Get ready to shoot on signal." They quickly walked towards the bunker. "Simon will lead," Khan ordered. Everyone follows him. They rushed across the open area, since there was nothing in front of the bunker. The militants standing at the entrance opened fire on the approaching group of psychers. Simon gathered a shield of PSI waves in front of him. He held the air with telekinesis. He shouted fire to his comrades, and he himself sent a wave of PSI at the enemy, and they were overwhelmed by this stream. "What is this?" The enemies panicked and were unable to fire. At close range, Khan's group killed all the militants. "Monsters!" groaned the last surviving fanatical fighter. "It was high time to wipe them off the face of the earth," he told them at last. "There are no other monsters here." Knut finished off the wounded one. "There was no strength to take them prisoner." "Quiet, Knut." It wasn't everyone else inside the shelter who reminded Khan that he needed to conserve his ammo. "Guys, He gathered them into a group because they have similar characters. Listen carefully, Khan told them. He still felt guilty for giving in to his emotions, and for Sergeant Red suffering because of it. It won't happen again, Han thought. From now on, we keep our feelings under control. One person can't handle it, and everyone can't handle it, Khan said in a cold voice. They know this territory better than the enemy, and if they take this position, there should be no problems. Khan laid out a plan for an assault on the sand. The leaders and their squads go to their positions. Khan assigns roles to everyone. They dispersed in different directions and occupied the perimeter of the 4th training ground. Li Han, while his deputy will be responsible for his position, Dmitri said he wanted to do something risky. One idea needs to be tested. Okay, Khan agreed. He trusted his classmates. 01, said Dmitri when he entered the psychiatric department of the Ark. There was complete chaos there. Bodies of the dead were lying everywhere. What is he doing here? Asked Dmitri, a third-year student with whom they had fought before. Wake up. He has one of ours in his hands, he said to the former commander of the 5th detachment. One of ours? What kind of ours? Is the Ark on their side? Asked him 01, holding the scientist in his hands. He may not know it, but as soon as they are transferred to the 3rd year, they enter into real combat, the cadet said. On one of the missions, he was overcome by fear and helplessness. All his instincts screamed that this evil could not be defeated, the cadet said. Fear of the dragon, a well-known syndrome, Dmitri understood from his story. And the Ark demands that they fight something like this. Orders them as if they are their property. The fighter was indignant. They are just consumables, cannon fodder. They have already been used and they broke, but they haven't been thrown away. But why, Dmitri? Asked the cadet. They will rework it. They want to introduce substances for mind control or conduct some other experiment. It's not just Ark that does this. Their country, the purists, they're all the same. They either want to use or kill. Humanity isn't worth protecting. Yes, he himself is not thrilled with the Ark, but he has a family at home, you know? Asked Dmitri, throwing away the machine gun. So first we need to beat this dragon, and only then deal with those who turned them into super soldiers, Dmitri said. Looks like Alpha Squad did well. The commander looked at the tactical map. Delta enemies are heading your way, the commander said. Deal with them, the leader of the purists ordered. They will quickly put them down with this thing. The militants loaded the grenade launcher. Just think. There was such a place in the Ark. The cadets were talking. Their group was walking along narrow, tangled corridors. It's strange that the purists knew about it, but they didn't. Which means someone is helping them from the inside, Khan said. He ordered the group to stop, noticing a tripwire with a grenade. Maybe he should have taken Kuro with him, Han thought. His abilities would have come in handy now. A group of militants opened the doors and found what they were looking for, they reported to the commander. The main fanatic ordered to get rid of them, but they are just children. And unarmed, another militant was surprised. Spare us your pity. In the future they will rule our descendants, said the leader. This is already madness. This is just a massacre. One of the militants hesitated. Kill the child, he said. And at that very moment he received a bullet in the head. History would judge the correctness of their actions, he said, and they must act, and pulled the trigger. A shot rang out, and Knut, who had carelessly looked out into the corridor, fell in front of Khan. They quickly pulled him back before they could be pinned down by fire. Come on, Simon, Khan ordered. They came out into the open towards the enemy, who had taken up positions on both sides of the corridor. When one of the militants took out a heavy gun, Simon's shield might not have been able to block such a projectile. Grenade launcher, Khan shouted, spotting the weapon as the gunman fired. I won't have time to put up the necessary barrier, Simon thought. Simon's barrier won't save him from the grenade, Khan thought. He intercepted the flying grenade with psychokinesis. You just need to imagine grabbing a grenade with your hand, he concentrated, and then he threw the unexploded shell back to the militants. There was an explosion that fried the purist cover group. Khan was lucky that there was only one grenade. At his command, the detachment immediately began to advance, storming the corridor. They quickly took down well-trained fighters, but they didn't stand a chance against trained psychers. Delta, this is Izzy. Center A is clear. We're moving to Center D. Khan heard from the militants' intercom and went cold. Dmitri broke through a window in the center of the psychological department, and shards of glass rained down with a ringing sound. The difference between the 3rd and 2nd year was huge. Even the strongman and master of combat Dmitri was thrown back. He flew into the concrete wall again like an abandoned kitten. The 3rd-year student punched him in the stomach with all his might. So far, the fight was not going in Dmitri's favor. It still hasn't sunk in even after all the explanations, asked 01 and picked up a steel rod. There is an enemy that they cannot defeat no matter how much they want to, he said. The third-year student poured his PSI power into the rod and hit Dmitri, who was lying and not moving. It would be very strange to lose to a coward like him, said Dmitri. He released his psychokinesis. The steel rod near his head shrank like paper. Knut sat by the wall, his wound hastily bandaged with whatever was at hand. The guy suddenly remembered his adventure on the desert island. Then, he assembled a raft and returned to the Ark on his own. Then, in his second year, he was accepted into Li Han's squad, and the leader was glad to see him, appreciating his talents. He expected so much from himself, but nothing worthwhile came out of it. How shameful, Knut reproached himself. They can't leave anyone behind, the group told him. He must stay here and wait for reinforcements. Knut remained there and looked at the backs of his running comrades. He regretted that he could not be with them. The militants stormed the training camp. Although its fortifications were not fully functional, they were a good shelter for the cadets. The militants pinned down the cadets with machine gun fire and attempted to throw grenades into the camp. The grenade was at 12 o'clock. The cadets noticed the throw, they kept up the holding fire, and the psychers covered the shooters from the rear. The support threw a grenade high into the air and it exploded there, showering them with shrapnel but causing no harm. It's useless to storm them, the militants shouted to each other. Where is the air support? There is almost no time left. They'll be killed soon, and the rest of the Ark forces will be here soon too. We need air support to take them all out at once. Li Han was right. They didn't need to try to destroy the enemy. It was enough to hold the position, not allowing the enemy to advance, the cadets thought. The militants were cutting the doors to shelter D. Alarm, one of them said. The enemy is taking a short route. Even though they are children, their bodies are developed, and their psi powers make them superhumans. But it is unexpected that they act like adults, said the leader of the fanatics. Apparently they weren't affected by what the Delta Squad did to the shelter, the leader said. Khan's group did not slow down and pursued the militants. Khan removed the bracelet from the killed enemy and used it to track their movements. At the right moment, he ordered them to stop. The enemy, Izzy's squad, was hiding around the last turn, but there was a long distance to them with no cover. Khan told the boys to listen carefully and outlined his plan. Anti-aircraft fire destroyed another aircraft that tried to fly over the island. But an unmanned bomber entered the air defense zone. The radars were still silent, so only the guns could target the target. The bomber was heading towards the fourth testing ground, and the slow guns did not have time to turn to the right angle and shoot it down. He'll climb into the ventilation. Simon was surprised. That's right. That'll lead him to the right point, Khan said. He will get there before the enemies open the shelter doors and will come from behind them. The metal lining of the ventilation system won't protect him from bullets. But even if he manages to get through, the risk of dying in the end is high, Simon objected. There is no time for this. Otherwise, the children will die. And the enemies don't care. They are practically suicide bombers and have no intention of leaving. He didn't hear everything, but he could help. They heard the voice of the comrade they had left behind. Knut, how are his legs? Asked friends. It's better already, said the guy. He took off the bandage. The wounds were gone. This is the power of regeneration. It suits him, Simon said. He realized that Knut's trait had manifested itself. I'll consider it a compliment, Knut replied. Still, he got hit so often that it was no surprise that he had become the most resilient. So the guy boldly climbed into the narrow ventilation passage. He and Simon will go first. Knut will distract the enemy. As soon as that happens, we will all attack together, Khan decided. But suddenly the silence in the corridor was broken by the clanging of metal on metal that came from the ceiling. Forward, Khan realized that Knut had been exposed. The thin sheet metal of the ventilation couldn't support his weight. While the militants were distracted by Knut, Khan and his squad jumped out from around the corner. Khan opened fire with his machine gun to cover his comrade. The terrorists opened return fire on the cadets who had jumped out. But Simon's shield of PSI waves protected the cadets from return fire. The ventilation box fell apart from the hits, and Knut fell out of it, pierced by several bursts. He's finished, the militants shouted. While some held the defense, others were already unlocking the doors of the shelter. The door is open, get inside quickly, their commander ordered, and the fighters regrouped. We can't let them in, Khan ordered the guys to move faster. Where are you going? Knut said quietly, rising from the ground, with fluids flowing out of him like from a sieve. It was surrounded by a green glow and thick black smoke. The militants were horrified and froze. You think it's all that simple? Knut laughed. Waves of sigh surrounding him. Do they even know how hard it is to get wounded and leave your own at the right moment? Knut said. His hands recovered in a green haze. But now it was just a weight off his shoulders, an amazing feeling, Knut said. He had fully recovered and was ready for battle. He felt boundless strength. Kuro saw the future, the drone flying past them and the Armageddon that comes after, his senses heightened by the fear of death. Kuro, Jose asked him what was the matter when the boy grabbed his head from a strong attack. Death was approaching them quickly on a steel wing. Kuro looked at the aerial bomb that the drone would drop. A PSI shield wouldn't protect against that. It's a good thing Lee Han isn't here, Kuro thought. They can't escape anymore. They're all within the blast radius that will cover the entire camp. The bomber dropped 3 guided bombs, one of them directly on the training camp. They decided to drop bombs on them, and everyone was horrified when they heard the whistle of approaching shells. The inspectors all fell into a panic. The psychers looked at the sky and thought about what else they could do. Life in the Ark was so hard, harder than in the orphanage. Memories came flooding back to Kuro. But he would never go back to life on the street, he thought, even when faced with hooligans. He had endured so much, changed so much, and grown. Kuro had shrunk inside himself. Thanks to Lee Han for saving them all. And it's good that he's not here now, he thought. He shouldn't die like this. If he were here, he definitely wouldn't give up. Kuro recalled how Han caught the stone that the bully Simon threw at Kuro. So he shouldn't give up either, thought Kuro, and gathered his psi powers. He reached his hand into the sky, feeling where the bomb would end up in the next second. What is this? Instructor James's jaw dropped. A human hand appeared in the sky, which consisted of nothing but psi waves. The hand shot high into the sky towards the falling bombs. Right above them, all the shells exploded, and everyone who had taken cover in the camp was pinned down by the explosion. I've never seen anyone use telekinesis like that, and in such a burst, James was surprised. These freaks really shouldn't live on this planet, thought another inspector. He had to get rid of at least this, he thought, and reached for his gun. And while Kuro held his telekinesis in the sky, protecting them from the shockwave and debris, the villain took aim at him. Knut, wake up! Khan patted his partner on the cheeks. The guy was completely out of it. Hey, do you hear his name? Do you remember? Khan asked, watching as Knut repaired the wound on his head. Overall, everything went well. He barely got his abilities and already survived the massacre, Khan said. Knut grumbled that he was being lectured again. Okay, let's move on. The freshman zone is clear, Khan said, helping Knut up. Dmitri took the senior student and dragged him to the evacuation zone. At all points, the purists were defeated and cleared out. 3 days later, Khan was looking down on the base from the roof of a building when Inspector James came up to him. How is the captain of Detachment 13? Asked Inspector James. He arrived accompanied by bodyguards. In order, it was hard to sleep without medication the first 2 nights, Khan said. Some are still in a serious condition. They snap at everything and everyone. They cry for no reason, he said. It is very difficult to restrain the urge to rage and throw, the desire to destroy the enemy wherever he may be after the battle. They saw a lot of bodies during the attack in the first year area. The boys didn't have a chance to defend themselves. Those freaks treated them like non-humans and killed them for no reason. But who else is a monster? That's a big question. Khan lost his temper. They said they were afraid of them because psychers would destroy humanity, but no one thought that this situation could be the cause. Khan exhaled. He didn't want to become a monster like them, he told the terrified inspector. People should not kill their own kind. The natural desire should be to preserve life, said the 11-year-old child. I don't even know if there's a child in front of me or not, Inspector James answered thoughtfully. He was horrified by what Kuro had demonstrated, but Han frightened him in a different way, the inspector said. Thank you for saving Kuro, Han said, looking at the inspector's bandaged chest. There really was a traitor among the inspectors. He caused a lot of damage to the Arks. James covered Kuro with his body. They attacked on the day when there were the fewest soldiers at the base, the inspector said. Even wounded, he managed to capture the traitor. Now the top inspectors won't be able to present anything to the Ark, he scratched his chin. I bet you don't like all these adults who care about accounting and money. If humans lose to dragons, it doesn't make sense, does it? He asked. People don't always behave wisely, James said. They are destined to step on the same rake, even if it hurts. If it's not with dragons that they fight, then with whom? Of course at each other, James said, and Khan frowned. He was not willing to accept it like that. He, too, is trying to secure a future for his country, the inspector said. It's hard to understand, but he will be able to one day, he told Khan. What kind of cheap excuse is this? If they know it's an excuse, then it's not worth repeating, Khan said decisively. He really is scary, Inspector James replied without turning around. 2 tragedies that happened one after another left a deep scar on Ark's body. The Khan gathered all his meager belongings. He still lived with a minimum of things. Most of the class perished. Many were kicked out of the staff. The surviving second-year students received psychological help on a regular basis. Khan ran into an old acquaintance in the corridor of the third-year dormitory. He was the only one who moved on to the third year and was ready for it mentally and physically. "What's wrong?" Khan asked when Silence stared at him for a long time. He raised his hand, estimating the difference in their heights. Height. I wonder when he managed to grow even more, Khan said. At this point, the silent friend's inspection was complete, and Silence quickly turned around. "Wait!" Khan said to him, but the guy quickly ran away. Third Corpse, A8. Khan read the writing on the wall, Psychers. There is no division between first and second generation telekinetics, the bespectacled giant explained to Khan, so they all call each other the same. John Schwartz, the muscle-bound instructor who was bigger than Red and Wei, introduced himself. Li Han, the guy introduced himself. "Oh, Richan," the big guy replied, ignoring Han's pronunciation. "Nice to meet you, Richan," he said. His elder is already waiting for him. "See you soon, newbie." Giant Schwartz patted him on the shoulder. Silence led him to his private room, which was simply enormous compared to the second-year students' rooms, Khan noted. Twice as much ARC did not skimp on comfort for those who survived to the third year. To somehow sweeten life, Silence wrote to leave things. They went down to the dining room, which looked more like a restaurant, to have breakfast. Everyone cooked here, the best chefs, any cuisine from anywhere in the world. They took the plates and Khan stood there in indecision, not knowing where to start. There was food for every taste. Was he Chinese or Japanese? Silence asked him. Actually, a Korean, Han replied. There is no need to tie nationality to food. He was simply shocked by the choice because before this, the menu was determined by the ARC. I don't know if there's Korean cuisine here, but rice will do, wrote Tashina, pouring syrup over the carbohydrate madness. He doesn't miss traditional cuisine. He hardly ever ate properly, Khan replied, wondering if Tashina was overdoing it with sweets. They need to consume a lot of sugar because telekinesis requires serious brain activity. His powers work the same way, Silence justified. The rice dish reminded him of the old days, Khan thought. He can use chopsticks, Silence wrote to him. Khan answered correctly. What's wrong with that? Chopsticks are a mystery for Western civilization. They can even catch flies with them, Khan read, and was surprised where Tashina gets her ideas about Asians. In the film, there is a dragon ornament. The hero catches a fly with chopsticks. I watched it 10 times, wrote Tashina. His mask is from the movie, too, Khan asked, pointing to the skull. This is the face of the cyborg Citripio. From the movie Buckethead Chainsaw Killer, Special Order, boasted Tashina. This is the super newbie that was sent to them, Khan heard as soon as he left the dining room. His name is Lao Cha, the short instructor introduced himself. Nice to meet you, kid, he said. What kind of kid is this? Li Han was surprised and also introduced himself. The instructor barely reached his shoulder. Corporal Lao Cha, Han noted his rank, and he was attentive, the instructor noted. But Li Han, it was because of him that Sergeant Red lost his leg, right? Asked the corporal. I would feel better if I lost my leg, Han replied, and Lao Cha laughed as if he had heard a funny joke. Not a cute kitten, but a frisky tiger cub, laughed Corporal Lao. He doesn't have any classes now. Let's go to the small training hall, the corporal said. He offers sparring right away. He, Dimitri, and Instructor Wei have something in common. It's clear that the corporal is strong, Khan noted. They came into the hall, and the corporal immediately undressed. Other cadets and ARC employees also gathered to look at the newcomer. Let's see what he can do, said the corporal, spreading his arms. He moved very confidently. He is responsible for his own injuries, Khan warned, and stood up straight as scary as it was, Corporal Lau replied. Good luck, newbie. Khan was surprised to hear words of condolence and support. Everyone expected him to lose, he assumed. Don't sleep, boy. Khan almost missed the corporal's sharp attack. Despite his age, he hit very quickly. Khan waved it off and began to move towards the corporal to strike. Han struck back, but Corporal Lau reacted perfectly and dodged. Khan wanted to attack with his leg, but he was stopped. He started with a standard hand-leg combination. Simple but strong, which means he's working not only on technique but also on strength, Corporal Lau noted. However, his artificially enhanced body has one weakness, he said, and pulled Hana straight into the face, and then a kick to the ribs, so that Khan winced in pain. He couldn't hit, and he had to at least somehow cause damage, the guy thought. He grabbed Lau by the leg after the blow. And then he made a takedown to knock him to the ground and leaned on him with all his might. Nice try, Corporal Lau smiled. But you lose, the corporal stopped Khan's advance. Then he jumped up and freed his leg from the grip, leaving Khan below in a less advantageous position. The corporal applied force and pushed Khan using his momentum. The guy flew into the rack with the exercise machines. If Han were an ordinary person, he would have been seriously injured, Corporal Lau thought. Is the boy okay? He asked him and came closer to the place where Khan was lying. But at that moment, Khan seemed to have gone crazy. He activated telekinesis and rushed towards Lau. So this is how it ends. Corporal Lau smiled as Khan stopped the metal rod a centimeter from his opponent's throat. He barely restrained himself and was ready to pierce the corporal's throat. Blood was flowing from the Khan's forehead. Sorry. Khan immediately bowed, coming to his senses. After all, this was a real fight, not training. It's good to have such a fighting spirit, the corporal praised him. He may not have realized it when he fought his peers, but the artificial body has one weakness, you see, the corporal asked him. The body became heavier and slower, Han asked. Right, you are like iron, great for battle. But the weight has also increased, Corporal Lau explained. He acted wisely by using the hold. But if he had known in advance that the opponent was stronger, he would have acted differently, Lau said good-naturedly. The problem is the lack of experience. That's all for today. We'll meet tomorrow at the same time in this place, the corporal said goodbye. Tomorrow again, Khan thought about it with anxiety and dried himself with a towel. It seemed that the third year promised to be difficult from the very beginning. The next day, Corporal Lau still greeted him freely, calling him kid. You see those slackers behind him? Asked the corporal, pointing at Schwartz. A mountain of muscle, Khan said, looking at the huge Schwartz in action, practicing punches on his paws. Johnny Schwartz even trained with glasses and a dazzling smile. A first-generation telekinetic, his size clearly hints at this, a participant in 2 battles against a dragon, once tore a werewolf apart with his bare hands. Go and brush him off or else, Corporal Lau grinned. He wouldn't have been ordered to fight him without a reason, so he had to try, Khan said, and walked up to Schwartz. Mr. Schwartz, could he challenge him to a duel? Khan asked the giant. This is the same newbie Richan, right? He has experience with telekinesis, asked Schwartz. His trump card is physical strength, thought Han. It will do without psychokinesis, answered Khan. Schwartz nodded excellently, and they stood at the ready. Let's start with Richan, Schwartz smiled, still ignoring Han's name. The Khan calmly corrected his superior and put on his gloves. To hell with it, we've started, said the giant, and he rushed forward like a tank. It all ended faster than he expected. Khan was lying on the floor and coming to his senses. Lao Cha. It's too early for the kid to compete with him, the big guy noted with concern, not removing his hand from Khan. Once again, please, Khan did not know how to give up, and quickly rose to his feet. Give the goldfinch a personal hell so that he understands it with every bone in his body, asked the good Corporal Lau. Okay, Schwartz answered, rubbing the back of his head. The morgue means to the morgue, he thought. Upset about losing, asked Corporal Lau, noticing Khan on the floor in the hall. No, the guy replied. He would have lost anyway. He has no experience in fist fighting, but he is very good with weapons, and there is no point in a fist fight, said Corporal Lau. It didn't seem like a Boston crab could be used against a dragon. Han listened carefully. He remembered Dmitri, who threatened to strangle the dragon with his hands. Khan smiled, remembering the desperate Russian guy, and opened the soda that the corporal brought. He himself said that fist fighting is not necessary, Khan asked. Then why fight with the rock Schwartz? Khan asked, perplexed. But think about it, the corporal suggested to him. What would he do if he asked him to get back together with Schwartz? You have to go after the bear with a spear, Khan said. That's right. They are not MMA fighters. The goal is to defeat the opponent. And to do this, you need to use the method that you master best, Lau said. Khan answered clearly. This cheerful corporal taught him a lot, and his comrades treated Khan like a younger brother. For the first time, he felt that he had become a member of a male brotherhood. A few days later, they came out of the cinema, the instructors and the third-year students in one group watching a film. Lao Cha actually killed 20 ogres with one machete, and a movie was made about the events. He is a national hero of Thailand. That's why they made a movie about him. Now he looks cool, asked the corporal. And Khan agreed. Only they took a cute actor. It's too early to go back. How about some tea? Asked the corporal. No, Khan waved it off. He doesn't drink tea. When he returned, a guy in a skull mask was waiting at his door. Khan said hello to Silence. He was gone for 3 days, returned from a mission, asked Khan, a friend who could keep secrets. What was he so busy with? He came back late, asked Tishan. Went to the cinema to see Jungle Hunter, Khan said. Khan told how in the movie the actor swung a machete and chopped up the drawn monsters. In the end, I watched the movie and learned the real story of Lao Cha, Han said. Silence looked at him with an indescribable expression of a mask. If this film can show, Silence wrote on the tactical bracelet, but he immediately deleted all the inscriptions, said nothing, and began to leave. "Good night," replied this strange guy. What did he come for? Khan thought. At first, silence seemed extremely dangerous and very strong, but lately he behaved like all teenagers. Khan watched him as he ran away, swaying his hips. "You want a rematch, fine, but this time you'll fight with weapons." The corporal grinned, watching the duel the next day. "It's only been 3 days. You think you're ready to beat Schwartz, kid?" Lau looked at the killing machine in front of the guy. He already looked like a huge grizzly bear, and with a weapon in his hands he looked even more frightening, but Khan felt confident. "I'm attacking Richan, grit your teeth," Schwartz warned politely before the attack. Schwartz fought with a long, curved sword similar to a katana. For the last 3 days, Khan had been studying Schwartz's techniques, his fighting style, his striking distance. He had analyzed everything carefully. They clashed in the center of the court, exchanging lunges and blows. Khan could now predict every blow from Schwartz. As if he had learned to look into the future, after all the battles, Khan's senses had become extremely sharp. Schwartz was the first to take the powerful spear blows to the body and grimaced. "This is definitely the new guy who just came to the 3rd year." Schwartz sighed heavily. Khan took advantage of the giant's hesitation and hit him in the leg, slowing him down even more. The giant staggered, having received a heavy blow to the leg and quite painfully. "Is this really where it all ends?" Khan thought. He had a premonition of a quick victory. Schwartz rushed towards Khan. He took a wide stance to hit harder. Khan timed the moment and delivered a precise blow to his opponent's head. At the last second, Schwartz managed to intercept the tip of the spear with his bare hand. He lost. Khan quickly admitted his defeat. It was easy for him this time. The tip of Schwartz's blade froze at Khan's throat. He was wrong, Schwartz realized. If the boy hadn't hesitated at the last moment, he could have lost. "He's strong. Quite good. See you later," the instructor told Richan. "It seems that it can't be fixed," Li Han thought. "What difference does it make?" "Li Han, Richan, let's go to lunch. I'll introduce you to my friends," Schwartz said. "Well done." Corporal Lau patted Khan on the shoulder. "It's not always just about winning. He understands that by preserving Schwartz's dignity, he gained a friend," Lau said. "You mean you don't have to win to gain power? He learned a lot from Johnny," the guy said. "Hurry up faster," the impatient fat man Octo called to them. Siegfried Schumacher introduced himself as a fat man again. Since Khan was in his 3rd year, wasn't Octo his nickname? Khan asked. "Because he works so fast it's like he has 8 arms, said the fat man, whose round head and belly resembled the figure 8. "It's only he who thinks so." Silence wrote him a message. That's what Khan said out loud. Li Han, no special skills. Physical development is a C+. At best, a B. He is the first one who reached body armor with such a level. "Oh," Khan sighed. "This is it." He was surprised to recognize the device. He saw it correctly. Octo smiled. This was the reaction he expected. "Take a closer look. This is a veteran who fought in the last war." Octo pointed to the television armor shining in the spotlight. Khan's jaw dropped. He didn't expect to see working armor so soon. "But judging by the appearance, this is only the power frame of the exoskeleton," Khan noted. "This is an Old Man 3. A first-generation old man, which he converted for training cadets. You will train every day," said the senior engineer. The robotic arms helped tighten all the bolts after Han climbed inside. "It will not be possible to climb in and out of this armor on your own," Khan noted. "That's what engineers and machines are for. Don't move or you'll get a hole in your shoulder," Octo said. "But what if he needs to go to the toilet?" Khan asked. "How can you think about such a thing when someone's life is at stake?" "It was impossible to make tele-armor without throwing away some inconveniences," Octo said. "So the hero will have wet pants," as Khan so sweetly said. "When the assembly is complete, they will open the container with the dragon component. The sensation is the same as when in contact with a weapon," Octo said. "Today they will find out how long he can last in the TV armor," they started. The fat man gave him the command. A few days later, there was a mission flight. The destination was a telekinesis research laboratory in the southern region of Qinghai Province, China. "The region is paralyzed by Ella's attack. The Chinese authorities have officially requested assistance," Schwartz instructed them. "The enemy numbers?" asked another member of the squad. One said Schwartz. So the authorities reported, 1 monster, but extremely dangerous. 2 groups of special importance were sent, but both died. "Don't they need reinforcements?" "The situation is much worse than they thought," asked another member of the squad. "There is a high probability that he will use a teleshield. An ordinary soldier will not be able to cope with this if the enemy uses it in a narrow space. But they are not ordinary soldiers. They can pierce a TV shield." Schwartz smiled dazzlingly. and Khan understood why the giant always wore glasses. That's right, Richan, Schwartz laughed loudly, so loudly that he could even shout over the helicopter blades. Khan nodded. He had long since come to terms with his new name. This won't do, Schwartz was indignant. Where is the usual Li Han, sir? He doesn't even try to improve. Han shrugged condescendingly. Then they spent the entire flight chatting merrily, making dirty jokes about each other, as is customary among friends. By evening, the helicopter reached its target and landed in an open area. A month passed since his transfer to the third year. Another mission. And again, Ella. Khan thought hard. Unpleasant memories of his past mistakes immediately came flooding back. The laboratory was in complete disarray, with corpses and hungry chomping sounds. The creature looked at its bloody manicure and smiled contentedly. Many countries have conducted experiments on telekinesis, but most hide it, so the laboratory was located in the desert in a hard-to-reach place. That's because if their centers are found, they could become targets for purists, Schwartz explained. He immediately stopped and looked at Khan. After all, not much time had passed since the raid on the Ark base. Schwartz could have touched the guy to the quick. They don't usually kill anyone. Schwartz put his huge hand on Khan's shoulder to comfort him. What happened in the Ark was terrible, but nothing could be done about it, Schwartz said calmly. The main thing is, don't get used to killing people, Schwartz asked, and added, please. You will call him Richan again, Khan grinned, but he immediately disgraced himself. Schwartz laughed loudly. A whole column of cars arrived at the landing point and stood on both sides of the site. The scientists arrived with a fully armed guard. 3 men in lab coats approached the group of psychers with an air of importance and said, "Welcome to the Ark." "Thank you for coming such a long way," they said with the usual greetings. The researchers and those behind them were simple soldiers. Khan immediately assessed the situation. "Salute the hero of China." The soldiers saluted the psycher who stood at the front of their squad. "Zaire and he will talk to them. The rest wait here," Schwartz ordered. Khan stepped aside with a group of his psychers. The mission is full of secrets. It is not surprising that the leadership wanted to talk separately. And he is an Ark psycher. Khan heard a voice from behind and felt someone tapping him on the shoulder. He immediately grabbed the familiar scientist by the hand and twisted his wrist, politely asking him not to touch him. The scientist writhed in pain and asked to be let go. "My arm still hurts," the scientist whined. "What a nervous bastard." He glanced sideways at Li Han. "And what did he need?" asked one of the psychers standing nearby. Just as everyone was ready to begin, a metal box rose out of the sand, raising clouds of dust. "This elevator will take them to the first floor. The other passages are closed to them," the scientist told them. The psychers entered the cramped elevator. In total, the laboratory had 3 floors. The first and second had their own exits to the surface. The third did not. They have 2 goals. The first is to obtain research data. The second is to find survivors, Schwartz explained as they descended. "Don't get into trouble. If we don't meet the enemy, we work quietly. After completing the mission, no one will stop them from returning and just blowing everything up." "That's all," said Schwartz. "Is anything known about the data?" asked Khan. But the giant shook his head. "The researchers are silent about the details. That's why the soldiers weren't very happy. They think that their partners killed them just like that," Zaire said. "Remember the main thing, Richan, whoever dies today, even if there are no more of them," Schwartz began. "Don't dare think about revenge in return. His second-generation genes are an extremely valuable resource. It must not be lost," the commander said. "I'll say this, if he's so weak that he'll die on the first passing mission, it's better if he just runs away right away." Khan grinned. "Victoria Squad." "Mission commenced," Schwartz said. As the elevator doors opened, he went first. Inside, empty corridors, semi-darkness, and silence awaited them. The fighters walked covering each other. Room by room they walked towards their target, checking for the presence of the enemy. "The first floor is clean. We go down to the second," Schwartz commanded. He missed something, Khan thought to himself. Something was wrong. "The smell," Khan said, as Schwartz reached for the door handle. "It smells like blood," Schwartz agreed. Everyone noticed that sickening metallic smell. Everything was coming together, he realized now, and Khan felt uneasy. From the first to the second floor, there were traces of a struggle everywhere, Khan noticed. And everyone stopped to listen. "It looked like the lab was under attack from the inside," Khan told them. "I understand your idea. A lot was troubling me on the way here," agreed Schwartz, and adjusted his glasses, which he had never parted with. "Why, for example, is there no direct elevator to the third floor? They simply need to maintain control over it. We're going back. The researchers gave them inaccurate information. We'll have to hold them accountable for that upon our return," Schwartz ordered. But at that moment, the lights in the entire laboratory went out and the soldiers looked around. The power went out at that moment, as if they were eavesdropping, said Schwartz, throwing on his night vision device. And then Khan remembered how the scientist touched him with his hand. That's it, he thought. What is Ri-chan? Schwartz asked as Han began to feel his shoulder. Bug, Khan said, feeling the device. They hung listening bugs on them. I understood and knew it, Schwartz answered. Now there's only one thing left to do. Continue the mission and find out what's going on, Schwartz said. There was no connection, Schwartz noted, tapping his tactical bracelet. Now they had also been jammed. After completing the mission, they will need to find the power room themselves and power the elevators to get out. All that remains is to go forward. They went down to the third floor. The disgusting, nauseating smell became even stronger. Even the veterans, hardened by many battles, felt a chill inside from this sight. But Khan saw this for the first time. It smelled of death and horror. How mean, they deliberately left it for everyone to see, said Schwartz. Li Han, are you okay? Zaire asked him, as the boy leaned over to suppress a wave of nausea. Waves of emotion overwhelmed him so much that he stopped hearing everyone around him. He's back with us, Schwartz asked him, when Khan took a sip of water from his flask. Sorry, he said. They too are seeing this for the first time. It's amazing that he didn't faint. He's the same age as his younger brother, said Harold. Younger brother, Khan heard. He also has a few. There were two. But the entire family died in an ambush by Ella's henchmen, Harold said. He rushed at one of them with whatever came to hand. I knew there was no point. I just wanted to die as quickly as possible. But sometimes you can't die even if you really want to. That day he was saved. It was a soldier in body armor. And from that day on, he rushed into battle every time as if it were his last. But since then, no matter how death provoked him, he did not give in. And his reputation as a fighter only grew. Khan listened attentively to Corporal Harold. Khan was horrified at how he would react if he lost his brothers. He didn't even want to think about it. He adjusted his helmet on his head. The second floor is clear, said Schwartz. No signs of pursuit or that bastard. Let's go to the third floor, the squad leader ordered. It stinks so much. This is the only floor with an electronic lock, he said. If the building is without power, the lock cannot be opened, Khan asked. Never mind. Just wait, Schwartz answered. He released Isai waves that splashed out with enormous power. So this is what the bonus of physical enhancement was, Khan realized, when Schwartz stuck his fingers into the crack between the door leaves. Schwartz parted the thick metal-like foil, creating a passage. When he noticed movement on the other side, a man in military uniform was looking through the gap with a machine gun at the ready. At first, Schwartz thought it was a survivor. He ordered everyone to take cover when the enemy opened fire. He laughed madly and fired until he emptied the entire magazine. Giant Schwartz opened the doors but did not hide from the shots. The bullets riddled his helmet and body armor, but did not hit his body, which was covered by a PSI shield. As soon as the shooting stopped, Schwartz rushed towards the enemy. But the madman only threw grenade rings at his feet and grinned wildly. The grenade exploded right in front of Schwartz. An ordinary person would have been turned into mincemeat by now. He's gone, Schwartz told his men as they came closer. It was Ella. How monsters can use human weapons, this has never happened before. The soldiers talked to each other. Besides, he targeted one of the group, only to kill him brutally, fighting like a human, Khan noted. Initially, he wanted to go to the room with the generator, but they had to figure out what happened here, Schwartz insisted. The enemy encountered someone who is not afraid of firearms, which means he will not attack with them again. But if this is a henchman, where is Ella herself? A monster with a bandaged head wandered along the dark corridors by touch. What's wrong with that big freak? A shot doesn't matter to him. He needs to get stronger, the monster whispered. I want to gut them. Tear them apart. Every single one of them, the madman whispered to himself. He collected PSI waves from every body hanging from the ceiling and absorbed them into himself. The waves entered him through a point on his forehead where a bright flash was shining. The emergency power was turned on, and now the squad could remove the night vision goggles again. Okay, let's move on, said Schwartz, putting his sunglasses back in place. As if he was stuck to them, Corporal Harold was surprised. As expected, there was one place not marked on the diagram that the scientist gave them. Let's go there, Schwartz ordered. Let's see what's there. It doesn't matter whether it's true or not. Before this, he and they were lied to. Whether it was information or survivors, they were trying to hide the truth, Schwartz said. There's another one captured by Ella, Khan asked. They probably wanted to make a soldier out of him, which means they did this behind the Ark's back, Schwartz said. Here the roads diverged. The detachment found itself at a fork and stopped. Let's split up, suggested Schwartz, But Khan quickly replied, looking in the other direction. There is a sure sign here. It must be the research team that died during the escape attempt, Khan said. There were no survivors, they stated. I knew it, said Schwartz. After capturing the controlled Ella, they tried to research and upgrade it, but only made it uncontrollably strong. ARC member countries must report on experiments with telekinesis, but this is only a formality. Others are also guilty of this, said Schwartz. They just haven't been caught red-handed yet, he added. Everything is turning into a battle of people again, it's enough. Khan got angry. The guys upstairs are definitely not going to let them go just like that, Zaire. Look at the documents, copy everything and leave, said Schwartz. At 6 o'clock, enemy, contact, Khan shouted, and they turned around. In front of them stood a monster covered in purple psi waves like an Ella. Schwartz ordered to open fire, and they fired a long burst of machine gun fire. But the monster in front of them compressed the air in front of him with telekinesis and put up a teleshield. If he wanted to disable the target, he would need to use a spear, Khan thought, and changed his weapon. Back Rechan, it's his turn now, Schwartz ordered, emitting strong psi waves again. This time he wasn't going to run away. Schwartz reached for the sword in the sheath on his leg. I'll tear the bastard in half, the giant. He rushed forward, cutting a strip in the floor with his blade. He slashed at the monster with his sword, cutting it in two with one blow. But the enemy melted before him as if he were made of fog. Disappeared. Khan was surprised, seeing something like this for the first time. The monster suddenly appeared behind Harold and slashed at him from above. If it weren't for the armor, Harold would have been cut in half. Attack, he told his comrades, and grabbed the knife that had wounded him. Faster, he shouted, but Khan froze in horror. He knew that this was the right decision. Pierce Harold and the target standing behind him with a spear. The spear passed under his hand without hitting him hard. For a second, he wondered what he would do if Kuro was in Harold's place now. He couldn't hit his own, Khan thought. Zaire took aim and began shooting at the monster's head. The bullet grazed the monster's temple, tearing the bandage on his head. The monster released Harold and he fell limply to the ground. Pull yourself together, Rechan, shouted Schwartz. Khan came to his senses and looked at the monster. Ella's crystal was burning in his forehead. The monster slid between them using the movement skill and started running. It's disgusting, Schwartz said. Zaire, like Harold, he asked. But Zaire ran his hands over Harold's face, and he shook his head. The first member of the squad had just died. Schwartz released the PSI. He was terribly angry. Losing a person here was the worst possible outcome. They must catch up with him and finish him off where he stood, Khan said. He let go of his emotions, and in his place came the Dark One from the depths, cold and calculating. Do you want revenge on Rechan? Asked Schwartz. There was no point in making mistakes. There were already quite a few of them. Now is the best time to attack. The enemy is wounded. He has wasted his telepathic powers, Khan said calmly. Agreed. Let's start the hunt, Schwartz replied immediately. Revenge or not, they must finish him off. They left Harold's body and followed the monster's bloody tracks. What do you think about this situation? Asked Khan Schwartz. The monster cannot disappear and reappear multiple times in a row, or use a shield or teleport, Khan said. That's why he used Harold as a cover. It was risky, but it worked. Luckily, they managed to wound the monster, as Schwartz said. This may be their only chance, Khan analyzed. Here they need to split up and come in from two sides, Schwartz ordered. One of them will definitely meet the monster. Don't dare die. That's an order. Khan stood in the corridor, where the monster had set up an installation on both sides of the walls. Even the cold Khan's mask trembled at the sight. But only for a second, he quickly pulled himself together and told himself, everything is okay. There is no fear. He walked among the dead, who were nailed to the wall with their knives, fearing the living, thought Khan. As he passed, the eyes of one of the dead men flashed red in the darkness. The monster silently separated from the wall and slowly followed Khan. Judging from his experience in the gorge, this exhibition was not intended to intimidate the enemy. The monster was charging its crystal this way. Like that magician Ella, whom they captured in order to collect the power of telekinesis and mental power. This creature probably remembered all the hatred it felt while being tortured, and all the pleasure from killing. That's how they become stronger. But he's sure the monster is here, Khan thought, as the monster raised its heavy machete over him. He swung it sharply and silently, but Khan had already sensed the enemy's presence and dodged a split second before the blow. He moved to the side and rolled forward, breaking the distance. Khan slid through the blood, dropped to one knee, turned sharply and fired a burst of machine gun fire at point-blank range. Having immobilized the enemy, he grabbed his spear and approached the monster with lightning speed. We can't let him get away with the teleport, Khan thought, and struck. He imbued the spear with telekinesis to make it move faster, the dragon weapon reacting to him. But as before, the monster managed to teleport and his image melted into psi waves. Khan turned around, standing still. He had already dealt with teleportation and knew how to fight such opponents. He gathered his psychokinesis in his hand again and aimed the spear at the target. Enhanced by the PSI throw, the spear flew through the corridor to the point where the monster was supposed to appear and pierced it through and through. The blade shattered the crystal on the monster's head, causing it to fall to the ground. They put Harold's body in a bag and zipped it up. "This shouldn't be," said Khan, all the muffled feelings bubbling in his soul again. No one would have died if the top brass had sorted out the situation. "But the leadership doesn't care about the details of a big political game," Schwartz said. "The Grey Cardinals control people's lives with a single wave of their hand, and they would not be able to do this if they felt responsible for everyone." "Eventually, his senses become dull and he gets used to it," Schwartz said. "You're kidding," Khan growled. "It's sad but true. Even something like this can become routine. A person quickly adapts to everything, such is his nature. Richan, your heart will become so numb that you will no longer feel it in your chest." Schwartz extended his fist towards him. "But even then, he must remember and keep in mind that all lives are valuable," Schwartz said. "He has not forgotten anyone who died next to him, and does not plan to forget them in the future," Khan said sadly. They took the elevator to the surface, Zaire and Khan dragging Harold's body, and Schwartz prudently walking ahead with the armor plate. As soon as he came out, he covered himself with it like a shield. And all the scientists' guards aimed their machine guns at them. "We'll break through," or as Schwartz asked. In the end, ordinary soldiers could do little to the psychers. "Let me talk to them, we need to try," Zaire asked. "Do you think it will work?" asked Schwartz. "It's unlikely that they would dare to kill an unarmed man with so many witnesses," answered Zaire. The soldiers knew Zaire because they had served together before. "Comrade soldiers, the research center deceived the military," Zaire shouted to them. "Through sadistic experiments, they created a monster, and to hide it, they killed all the soldiers who were in the center." "What nonsense! Eliminate this idiot quickly," one of the lab coats shouted, but he was told to shut up while Zaire spoke. "They are not slaves, and they came here voluntarily, but don't they feel that their weapons are aimed at the wrong people?" Zaire asked. From the very beginning, the order seemed pointless, one of the soldiers wondered. Why shoot at psychers who had just left the laboratory? "Soldiers are an invaluable source of a nation's military might and therefore can question unreasonable orders," Zaire said. Hearing this, the soldiers began to put away their weapons. They made their choice without waiting for an order. "A natural outcome, nothing to be surprised about," thought the senior security officer. Zaire is a national hero of China who made the greatest personal contribution on the front of the First War. He became a living example for others. "What are they doing?" The man in the lab coat shouted and grabbed the soldier. "This is treason. Order them to shoot right now," he ranted. Although he had no right to order the military. If they didn't eliminate the Archivites, then not only he but also his family was threatened by the freak officer. A dog's death for a dog. An officer executed a man in a lab coat on the spot. The other rats in the lab control room winced. They said goodbye late at night. When the plane arrived for the psychers, the soldiers saluted each other. "Is everything okay?" Zaire asked. "They need to be prepared to face punishment for disobeying an order," the officer replied. "And now it's only a matter of time before the people at the top find out about this scandal. Let these rats answer for everything before all of Asia flares up," the officer said. Zaire thanked them for listening to him and doing so. "All thanks to his brave soldiers," the officer said. "Even if he is punished, he simply won't get a promotion. The real hero here is Zaire, who gave up everything to serve in the Ark for the good of humanity." The measured noise of the Chinook's propellers made Khan fall asleep, and he began to nod off. "This is the first time I've seen him sleeping," Schwartz noted, putting on his usual glasses again. "He's been through a lot today," Zaire said. Schwartz looked thoughtfully at the boy's face again. Although he looked grown up, he was no more than 11 years old. On a quiet moonlit night, their plane returned the fighters to base. They fired 3 blank shots at the memorial to fallen soldiers. Everyone stood for a minute in silence, heads bowed, saying goodbye to their fallen comrade. There were other burials nearby, of all those who died on this mission. Khan saluted his fallen comrades, including Harold, whom we would meet on the mission. When Zaire entered into negotiations, he was not a little frightened, said Khan, the hero whose authority saved them. If he had not been an important person to those soldiers, they would all have been shot down like partridges before they could speak, Khan noted. All ordinary soldiers, including Lao Cha and Harold, are considered heroes in their homeland. But he's not that special, Zaire said. His example was embellished to gain more recruits. There was no point in being modest, especially since he had already earned a hero's title after joining the Ark, Schwartz told them. Let's go now, Richan, they are calling him, said Schwartz. He was dressed in dress uniform. They came into a richly decorated living room. Khan looked around. Wait here. They will come to him soon, Schwartz told him, and waved goodbye. The TV in the reception area was showing a recording of the second-year competition, which had resumed after the break. Jose and Knut continued Khan's work in the 13th detachment. Khan was glad to see his friends again, even felt nostalgic for their squad competitions. All this was different from what he saw in reality. Load the nut right here. I'll distract them, shouted Jose and set fire to everything around. Their opponent was Simon. Jose jumped on him, gathering a real fireball in his hand. Del Simon walked through fire like water without flinching. He put up a shield of their PSI in front of him, and Jose's fire did not harm him. Knut wanted to rush past Simon with the flag, but he turned around and attacked him with telekinesis. He threw Jose's fire back and used it against the owner. Simon had become an incredibly strong fighter, Khan noted, and he should have avoided getting into close combat with Jose, Khan thought. And then it dawned on him. Where is Kuro? He is also from the 13th. They haven't seen each other since the tragedy. It was precisely about Kuro that he was called. Chief of Staff Alexander told him when he entered the room. The Khan saluted the Chief of the General Staff of the Ark. Only the Commander-in-Chief of the Ark forces was above Alexander, Khan thought, and was surprised that such a high-ranking person had come here. He is probably one of those who really has authority in the Ark. Let's sit down, said Alexander. Do you like red tea? They sat down at the table and the Chief of Staff laid out part of the case to him. He's trying to figure out whether Kuro should be considered incompetent, Alexander said, and Khan thought as he sipped from his cup. Given everything that's happened, he may be the only one who can figure this out. Due to the ambush of the purists, Kuro awakened his incredible top-tier talent. But then something happened that became a torment for him. Kuro was overcome with overload and his emotional and psychological state was shaken. He emitted huge Psi waves of unprecedented proportions. Psi forces rose into the sky like a real tornado. No one had ever seen anything like it. The waves caught the unmanned bomber before it could fly away. Kuro managed to direct it towards the other purists who were on the ground. Kuro was convinced that he had committed the murder using psionic powers and now refused to train. Please convince him to return to training. They simply cannot let go of a telekinetic with such a level of skill, Khan thought about Alexander's words. Come in. The guards led him and led him into the room where they isolated Kuro. They kept him in an interrogation room where they could watch the guy through a huge window. Khan silently walked inside. His friend sat tied in a straitjacket like a criminal. So much were they afraid of him. Long time no see? Khan greeted Kuro in a weak voice when he entered. Is he okay? His friend asked. And he himself looked worse than ever, Khan noted. It wasn't his fault. It was just the way things worked out, Khan told him. You speak as if you saw everything yourself. Maybe he really did subconsciously wish for their death. Kuro scourged himself. Even if it was true, he protected his comrades from death. No one blames him for it. Everyone only says thank you, said Han. But Kuro had already heard this. I'm sorry, I don't think I can continue. This is the end, Kuro admitted. He is so kind, Han thought to himself. So kind that he couldn't understand it. Sympathy for the enemy was a luxury in his life, Khan thought. Unlike the other children who had their own motives, Kuro endured everything and followed him out of a sense of friendship. If this continued, he would lose another friend. An unpleasant feeling stirred inside Khan. He didn't want to go through something like that again. Then just give up. Quit. That's it. He's clearly not the one who should be on the battlefield, Han continued. And Kuro was surprised, screaming. It would be absolutely normal for him to surrender, Khan said confidently. If he was in danger or surrounded by enemies, he would kill them all without thinking to protect them, Khan said. But Kuro is not capable of this. So it is better to give up right away, said Han. He will find a better use for his abilities in another matter. He tells the guy to surrender. He needs to be pulled out immediately, the observing officers decided. The Khan jumped up abruptly. He knew that they would come for him now, after such words. So he used telekinesis to tear off the table that was bolted to him and threw it towards the door. He blocked the doors. Open Lihan, the observation officers shouted. They pounded on his window and door, but Khan simply shouted at them. He speaks quietly. We'll open it by force, bring the battering ram, ordered the security officer. Kuro, Han said, holding the table. At first he was going to do as he was told. But now, even if he survived this war, this burden would stay with him forever, Kuro heard. Lihan, he will be punished for what he is doing now, Kuro was worried. Who knows? He is a soldier who can be sent to the battlefield at any moment. The most he will face is a reprimand, Khan said. He is smart and can calculate all the consequences. Kuro smiled weakly. The guards were breaking down the door with a battering ram. Khan had already said what he wanted, so he didn't try to stop them. The doors crashed open as the battering ram knocked them down. Right in front of Kuro, his only friend was pinned face down on the floor. They began to roughly break Khan and put handcuffs on him. "Don't you dare hurt Lihan," Kuro ordered them, and the room lit up with blue flashes of psychokinesis. For a second, the officers saw their own quick death, as their heads were simply torn off. Khan rubbed his wrists, which were chafed by the handcuffs. They ached a little from pain. The chief of staff was walking towards him, unaccompanied, as if he knew that he would meet him here. This was part of his plan. Even he believed it at first. Alexander chuckled. It was worth telling about this joke in advance. And he wasn't joking, Khan thought. Remembering what happened, the peace eye waves touched the guard soldiers. They clearly felt their neck being separated from their head, and they trembled with fear. It was an illusion of fear, the guards realized as they looked at the enraged cadet. Even in his current state, Kuro made it clear that he was more than willing to kill anyone who touched Han. Khan convinced him that he would continue training and move on to the third year, Kuro said. "Let Li Han go," the good-natured boy asked, looking at his friend. Li Han, even a strong and confident person like him, can sometimes be weak and vulnerable, Kuro thought. And now he has the power to help Li Han. Because before this, only he was protected all the time. From now on, everything will be different. He will be next to him as an equal, Kuro thought, letting himself be led away. As he said, "The boy has a natural charisma," Alexander said to his interlocutor with a prosthesis around the corner. "That's what's scary," Sergeant Red replied, as if that were what he was afraid of. Corporal Lau attacked Han during training with a hail of blows. Han barely dodged. As soon as he retreated, Schwartz's bear-like paws grabbed him from behind. He arched his back with a jerk and performed a back throw on Khan. "See you, Richan." They let him go late at night. Han was still gaining experience with the veterans in the hall. Silence was walking next to him. "There was no point in telling them that I wanted to learn to fight like them." Khan hobbled along. "Just think, those two have fun every time they humiliate him during training," Han puffed. "Why is he studying martial arts if he won't even need them?" asked Tashina. "Who knows," Khan said. "You need to be prepared for anything, so he can win in any situation." "This guy needs to cool down," Tashina remembered Schwartz's words. "You've seen this," Lao Cha told Silence. "This happens every day. This cold-blooded boy is in complete disarray." Silence chuckled as he watched Han writhe in pain in his muscles. "Maybe he could bring it to me in his hands?" Silence suggested. "But he's fine." Khan was indignant. "Buongiorno," said Sergeant Red, and knocked on the door. "Dad's in the building, guys," he said as he entered the hall, creaking his prosthesis a couple of times. "Sergeant Red, would you like to learn a few tricks on how to beat up an opponent with a prosthetic?" Khan asked. "Go to hell," said Red. "He has new boots," asked Schwartz, pointing his finger. "Do you want some too?" Red shot back. "Why can't you sit in the hospital?" Khan asked. "He will be a temporary coach for the first-year students. A lot of guys are needed for the second year, and he himself is still recovering. I heard he did a great job on his first mission as a third-year student. Well done, he's matured." "He's already a fathom tall in the shoulders," Red said. They went out into the yard to chat, away from prying ears, and Red immediately pulled out a mint stick from his pocket. "As usual, he doesn't care about the harm of sweets," Khan asked. "But who cares? They're not at risk of diabetes with such work." Red waved it off. "At every meeting they pester me with this. They've already gotten it," Red said and chewed on a stick. "Let's talk about our sheep. Do you remember that Ella Mage they caught?" asked Red. "Of course. You're unlikely to forget something like that. Did you manage to pull something out?" Khan asked. "In 3 years it won't be a war at all," Red said. "This will be the attack of the main detachment. The vanguard has completed its preparations. The prophecy that there would be a war in 10 years turned out to be true. But if there is a vanguard, then the war will start much earlier," Red said. There was a polite knock on Khan's door, and when he opened it, he found Schwartz the bear standing on his threshold. "Here's a gift." He gave a pea-sized chip to Khan, a flash drive. Khan was surprised. "A recording of yesterday's battle of the second-year students, the 13th. He was their leader, right?" asked Schwartz. "By the way, why sit in the room on a day off?" he asked the guy. "Don't you like hanging out with old people? Usually they throw mud at someone." "I didn't know that there are so many swear words about women," said Khan. "Well, what did you expect? They're all men," Schwartz laughed awkwardly. "I'll go enjoy the video and stop thinking about useless nonsense in my room all day long," he said as he left. Khan immediately turned on the recording of the competition on his TV. Again, they fight with the third squad. Khan saw the face of Simon Dell, the enemy. After the attack, there weren't many second-year students left in the ranks, Han thought. The squad was led by Kidjo. Kidjo began to command. Knut and Jose yielded to him so easily, Khan was surprised. He may not have the most pleasant character, but he is very smart, Khan thought. Thanks to Kidjo, their squad won. Simon lost his temper again, forgetting about his British primness. To think that he cut Simon off from everyone and tormented him until the sun went down, that's Kidjo's style. I'm sure someone will move on to the next course soon, Khan thought. As usual, he couldn't sleep. I wonder who, Simon, Knut, Dmitri, Khan thought. Is he lonely? He felt a feeling that was unexpected for him. He'll deal with Del Simon himself, Kidjo told the boys confidently. But they looked at him with distrust. Because last time he said that he would rather be shot than fight with Simon. Save me, help me, or something like that, Jose grimaced. Because that time, Jose planned a direct attack. If they attacked him head-on, they would be destroyed in an instant, Kidjo reminded. He didn't plan on getting close to Simon. He's bad at teamwork, and if challenged to a duel, he wouldn't back down. Kidjo told him his plan. But he doesn't want a direct fight, Jose was surprised. This is just to distract him while they sort out the rest, Kidjo explained. Well, Del Simon, he the great Kidjo will face him, face to face, he grimaced with a smug look. Kidjo stood at a safe distance. In his opinion, it was about 20 meters, and shouted to Simon. But Simon began to leave. Was he really too careful? Kidjo became alarmed, because his plan could go to waste. I didn't want to do this, but it looks like I'll have to be a bad guy, Chung Kidjo, the guy thought. Fake? How could someone call him a genius? Li Han is much better in combat. And Kuro in telekinesis, Kidjo shouted at him. And Li Han is taller than him. They say he is 1 meter 80, or even taller. Well, whether it worked or not, in any case, Simon froze in place like a statue. But at that very second, he chased after Kidjo to finish him off on the spot. Their battle became the longest in the history of the arc. 7 years ago, Red was walking through the slums, chasing a man. I told you not to follow me, said the long-haired guy, turning to Red. He knows perfectly well that it is his mission to take him to Ark, Red replied, taking a mint stick in his teeth. I understand, but I don't give a damn about this circle of freak telepaths, the fugitive answered angrily. Considering that they essentially teach children to kill there, he grimaced contemptuously. As a child, he was handed over to this organization at the whim of his father, who was an obvious fanatic. They called it a peace mission, one of many cults. And he was raised to be the best in this organization, trained with all the cruelty, every day. He started with small animals, then moved on to dogs and pigs, then got to people and made his first kill very quickly. You can't let other kids go through this if you understand, then get out of the way, the fugitive said. We lose the coming war and humanity will perish. Let's argue about human rights after victory, Red said, spitting out his stick. He won't give him orders to kill someone? At least accept the role of instructor, Red suggested. What did you listen to? I don't want to take part in this, the fugitive answered. What should I do? He must bring him, Red said. Maybe just knock him out and drag him to the base, Red asked. He could easily shorten his life now, the fugitive answered. Red moved first without fear or pity, attacking the enemy. An army knife flashed in his hand. But the fugitive dodged it, the blade kissing his cheek. Red acted quickly and skillfully, like a seasoned veteran. But the fugitive was superior in skills, and he knocked the knife out of Red's hand with a blow from his palm. He intercepted the knife and cut Red himself, a thin stroke running down the sergeant's neck. I could kill right now I'm happy, asked the fugitive. But Red didn't care about such concessions. He hit the fugitive on the head with his fist from above. Then he really should have finished him off, Red replied with a scary grin. An airliner cut through the air above them with a noise, while two people below settled scores with each other. Red punched a straight punch that was easily blocked, and he ran into a counterattack with an elbow to the ribs, which made him exhale painfully. The fugitive was breathing heavily, but he held his ground well and stood firmly in his stance. Enough already, he told the sergeant. He couldn't defeat him. Red held his bruised side and looked at him with hatred. If you want to end it all, then go ahead and grab the knife, said the fugitive, seeing Red's gaze on the blade lying in the darkness of the alley. It seemed to offend him. You're so proud of your martial arts, Red quipped. I'll finish him off with my bare hands. He won't die so easily, the fugitive declared, and took an open stance, as if he was ready for anything. It seemed, or his hand really did look more dangerous than a knife, the sergeant thought. The fugitive's hand was covered in waves of psi. They stood at the ready, as if before the last round of their fateful fight. The fugitive attacked first. He jumped and waved his hand. Psychokinesis made his hand razor-sharp and cut the sergeant's eyebrow. But Red avoided the fatal wound and attacked the enemy in the face with pyrokinesis. What kind of strong male friendship is this? Schwartz asked them. Who came next? Who killed whom? He was surprised. He's unconscious, used pyrokinesis and strangled him, Red said, embarrassed, and stood up. Is it with that pyrokinesis that he uses to set marshmallows on fire? Asked Schwartz. Yes, forgive me for being so pathetic. It's all thanks to him, answered Red. He took out of his pocket the crystal that Octo had given him. It increased the power of the Psyker's abilities, and so Red could better control his pyrokinesis. I hope I didn't burn his face, Red was scared. How strangely he fights, Schwartz noticed. I had to figure it out myself, he thought. Okay, let's take it, said Red. The object is ready for transportation. Schwartz handed it over to his own. Mission accomplished, but... What's the name of this bastard? Asked Schwartz. He always forgot names that weren't of European origin. Richong, he wondered. Weichin, an idiot, Sergeant Red answered him. Schwartz took a sip of soda. Those were glorious days, he thought. The war had only recently ended. Everyone was euphoric. He exhaled hotly, drinking the entire can in one gulp, and squeezed it in his bear-like paw. Schwartz suggested, but Khan refused, noticing a huge bag of cans in the jock's hand. Now it's clear why there were so many of them. It's a strange situation. He has the body of an adult, but he's still a child. So you'll only reach adulthood in old age, Schwartz said sadly, taking out the second one. Live Richan, don't you dare die in these couple of years and then we'll definitely have some tea, suggested Schwartz. Don't even think about sticking together. He has to drink before he dies. Otherwise it will be offensive, said Schwartz. So we'll keep talking about tea, Khan asked instead of answering. Another 2 years at most, and Khan will become a better fighter than himself, Schwartz said, as a squad of second-year students ran past. By that time, even the Ark won't be able to control these guys from the Ark. They will mature. He looked thoughtfully at his hands. If full-fledged soldiers, students of the Ark, turn against him, Schwartz remembered the past. Then they had to clean up the entire third course, which had gotten out of control. If they go against the Ark, humanity will be finished. Don't turn into a monster, the giant asked. Han trained in the Octo gym. Now he could play volleyball wearing antediluvian armor. His control skills increased. Cost efficiency was a magic term for engineers, Octo thought, as he watched Han train with pleasure. And this little devil Li Han, extremely efficient, flashed his bald head at Octo at the dashboard. Khan has the lowest PSI ability in Ark history as far as we know, but that also applies to his minimum power. And that's good, because it doesn't involve unnecessary costs, which allows for increased control, Octo thought as Han sweated on the treadmill. If someone can divide their power into 10 parts, Li Han can give out 1/20th. This is a real treasure, Octo rejoiced. He will achieve incredible results. The training is over, Octo said, and Khan simply lay down on the ground, exhausted. The activity period is 25 minutes. Better than last time. Congratulations, said the engineer. But a long way from a real fight, said the guy. Don't rush. They've only just started, Octo replied. Han had no strength to complain, and the engineer hurried to remove the armor from him. Khan greedily drank water and rubbed his shoulders, as if all his muscles were twisted into knots. Schumacher asked him, Khan answered. It's understandable. He works at full capacity with his body and telekinesis until he collapses without strength. You'll soon get used to it, Octo consoled. The second generation of TV armor is much more convenient, the engineer said. And Khan was surprised. It was the first time he heard about the second model. We need to call it something, Octo said. But they can only make 80 sets. They don't have enough dragon component. So it's already clear who will get it. Since there are 50 people in the third year, that means we need to get another 30, Khan calculated. Quiet, quiet. Octo cut him off. He's just an engineer. Issues of training and selection don't bother him much. At this point, they said goodbye. Khan saluted and was gone. It was late evening outside. When he encountered Sergeant Red walking around the base, returning from the third-year building, Li Han was greeted by the sergeant. Just saw silence, Red said. Out of old friendship, he was still keeping an eye on the whole whiskey squad. So you just finished the task, said Khan. Silence was absent for a couple of days. You'll be glad to see him, said Red. He is his only peer. It is quite boring when he is not around, Khan said, remembering the last weekend. Tashina himself said the same about him. It takes him a while to respond while he's typing, but you get used to it, Khan said. Everyone treats him well because silence is strong. No, it's something else entirely, Red thought, as he chewed a mint stick as usual. The bastard had always been so caring. Despite his age, he recalled the beginning of Khan's training. Feigned concern is always easy to recognize, and silence is not a fool and can always recognize falsehood, so he should talk less with the others, Red said. He would like to be treated as if he were sick because of his psychokinesis, the sergeant asked. Khan answered not very quickly. By the way, why does Silence always wear a mask? Khan asked, suddenly remembering this. This question had always tormented him, and he doesn't know, Red was surprised. But then he remembered that there was a child in front of him. The mask is not connected with trauma, the nervous system, Khan said. What should he answer? Red thought. He finished his stick and caught up with Khan. Yes, just for beauty, he answered. The time will come when the guy himself will figure it all out. Red chuckled to himself. Welcome, newbie. His name is Schwartz. He is a first-generation psyker soldier. The corporal introduced himself with a dazzling smile. First, we will take a tour of the local attractions, said Schwartz, and ordered them to follow him. Del Simon was officially accepted and arrived as a third-year student. He is the genius that everyone talks about, asked Schwartz without looking back. They have big plans for him, the corporal said, and Simon became serious. A genius, he thought contemptuously. That's what they called him back home when he had just mastered psychokinesis. He has a great future ahead of him. You will be the best when you enter the Ark, they assured him without a doubt. And when he arrived at the place, he walked with his head held high. Everyone made way for him, knowing his strength and feeling it. There were many guys there who were capable of psychokinesis, but he still believed that he would become the best among them. This fool doesn't belong here. It's better to push him out right away, Simon thought, looking at the crying, curly-haired boy. How annoying he was with his whining, and this is the same telekinetic as he is. Simon was angry. Stop being annoying, Simon thought, and looked angrily at the brat in front of him. And yet there was something he couldn't accept. Then Simon beat him to a pulp. And now Kuro's psychokinesis had reached the highest rank, surpassing his own. What he did on that court was incredible and unimaginable, and you can't achieve that level with just training. What did he even do? Simon broke more than one wall out of anger. This weakling just whined and cried constantly. The Briton was choking from wounded pride. Simon looked at himself in the mirror then. All this time he had been training with all his might. Day and night, he sweated in training to become stronger. He studied at night while everyone was asleep to maintain his status as a genius, but in the end he was easily surpassed. An unscheduled meeting? I wonder what's going on, Khan thought. He was sitting alone in the conference room. Opposite, a cadet in his skull mask landed. Since they were both called, this could be another mission. Corporal Zaire greeted Han, seeing a familiar face. Long time no see, Li Han, said the corporal. He will become the deputy commander of the detachment. Khan was surprised by the sudden promotion. They don't have many first-generation PSI fighters in the ranks. There aren't enough commanders for everyone. He knows about the rift in Tirana, Zaire asked. Tirana, the capital of Albania, is the place in Eastern Europe where the second rift opened during the war. At that time, people were not able to fight back against the monsters, so the entire Balkans turned into a mountainous wasteland. Surely the enemy is trying to open a rift like in Shinju again, Khan said, remembering his first battle. Believe me, everything is much more serious. All the combined forces that controlled the rift have been destroyed, Corporal Zaire reported. The second wave of attack will be announced soon, and the ARC members need to be prepared for it, which means the enemy is so strong, Khan was surprised. Ella's mages can open warp tunnels so monsters can move in huge groups. Their numbers are growing. Perhaps this time they will even be able to open an interdimensional portal. Khan clenched his fist and let it go. Things were only getting worse. The premonition of the apocalypse was getting stronger and stronger. This time, the dragons might actually appear in their world in their entirety, Khan thought. They turned around as another guest entered the room. Slightly delayed, the last member of the squad arrived, said Schwartz, and brought with him an old acquaintance. There is no need to introduce them in the same course, Schwartz said. Again, their rivalry did not die down, but on the contrary flared up even more so that it could be felt even without PSI sensors. This bastard was always getting in his way as if he was better than him, Simon thought. They would have already been thrown out of here if it weren't for him. Simon decided that he would be the best and took his place. Everyone is here. Let's get back to the main points, said Schwartz, and took the place of the head. Their goal is to stop the opening of a spatial crack along the entire rift and prevent a major invasion from happening. 7 first-generation soldiers in body armor will support them. However, they can only provide 3 units of air support. That's all they have, Schwartz said. If they fail and the dragons enter their world, they will have to fight face to face. He was ready for this. This was what they had been training for, Khan thought. When are we leaving? He asked without hesitation. Right now, Schwartz answered immediately, adjusting his ever-present glasses. They arrived at the Forward Deployment Base, an outpost in Tirana, only 20 kilometers from the rift. They were shown satellite images. In one area, several PSI shields were noticed at once, which protected the Ella from bombing. The dragon summoning ritual is probably taking place in one of them. The areas are closed, but it is impossible to find out which one it is. Such shields cannot be penetrated even by nuclear bombs. Besides, there is an urban landscape there, and the Grants can dig tunnels underground so the bombing will not harm them in any way. From personal experience, the speaker laughed. Let's go over the details of the operation, Khan said, gathering his squad of 4 fighters, Zaire Simon. Silence listened attentively. Tanks and artillery moved into position first to provide cover for the operation. Monsters with clubs and leather armor already filled the city streets. While the United Forces fight the army of mindless monsters, squads of psychers will break under the TV shields. There is a plane in the air with 7 soldiers in body armor, but only 3 can hold them, Khan reminded. We need to hold out without support even at the cost of losses, after all. The freak's goal is to lure out their TV armor, Khan said. At the signal, the operation began. The troops of the Allied army fired a salvo at the hordes of monsters. The monsters were killed in hundreds, by multiple bursts of machine gun fire and cannon fire. The Grants were dumb and didn't pose much of a threat given their modern weapons, but what was worth fearing was their collective sleepwalking. Having seen the target, they ran towards it despite their wounds, constantly clicking their teeth, putting the others into a state of Zerg rush. 30 of these monsters would happily throw themselves under the tank's tracks to feed it. Their main advantage is their numbers and lack of fear. Even a modern army had difficulties with them. But while the ordinary soldiers were doing their job, a squad of psychers was moving towards the rear of their main target. The enemy is right ahead, Li Han gave the alert over the intercom. In front of them was a small detachment of 4 monsters covering the rear. There was an explosion nearby, and debris flew towards Khan's detachment. A roaring, even larger and more menacing monster emerged from the rubble of the building. It won't be an easy walk, Khan realized, assessing the size of the monster. The monster growled menacingly at them to instill fear. Ogre, Simon said. Corporal Zaire and silence. Deal with the Grants, Khan ordered. He quickly assessed the situation and made a decision in a flash. He and Simon would handle the ogre, Khan said, drawing his spear. The rifle was useless against such a giant. Silence moved first as the fastest member of their squad. The ogre stretched out his huge paw. He was taller than the houses that stood nearby. Khan threw a grenade at him to prevent the paw from grabbing Simon. This way, creature! He shouted at the monster through the speakers of his helmet to get its attention. The ogre grabbed the car like it was a tin can and threw it at Khan with force. The car bounced back like a pancake when the ogre launched his attack, and at the last moment Khan managed to jump to the side. He's after the monster's head, clear the way, Simon ordered. Got it, Simon said, and with the help of PSI lifted several large stones at once. Simon shouted forward and Han was able to climb the rocks like a ladder. He quickly jumped straight towards the head of the huge ogre that towered at the level of the 4th floor. Khan ran up the monster's shoulder straight to its big, ugly head, and he hit him in the narrow gap between the armor where the monster's eyes were. The monster screamed in pain. Khan threw a spear into the monster's eye and took out a grenade. He threw it straight into the open throat before the monster could snap its jaws shut. There was an explosion and Simon barely managed to catch Li Han and protect him from the shrapnel. The grenade exploded in the throat area, the dense environment intensifying the explosion. After landing, Khan returned his spear. Let's go, he ordered when the carcass settled on the ground. This is definitely the guy he saw before. Zaire chuckled. He had already noticed then that the guy stood out from the other third-year students. But now, even taking into account the fact that he himself had spent most of his life on the battlefield, Zaire felt that he was being led into battle by an experienced and reliable commander. They moved quickly and stealthily through the tangled streets of the abandoned city. In one of the alleys there were several bodies of soldiers lying, and there were traces of battle everywhere. Khan touched the blood. It had not yet clotted. The traces were fresh, he said. They died recently. Werewolf hair, Simon said to Han, picking up a tuft of fur from the ground. So Ella's hunters are here too, Khan realized, and immediately thought about what to do next. Simon, silence. Get your melee weapons ready, Khan ordered them. If there are defenses here, it would be easier to kill them with a cold weapon than to shoot them, Khan thought, picking up a stone from the ground. He threw a stone into a dark alley and it ricocheted off. Everyone listened to other sounds, and they heard the rustle of movement. Khan took out a flashbang grenade and jumped out from around the corner first. Immediately, a couple of werewolves were hiding, waiting for them. They growled when they saw their prey. Khan threw them a grenade and, covering his ears, jumped back. There was a loud bang and a flash. Simon and Silence jumped around the corner and began to chop down the blinded opponents. They dealt with the defenseless werewolves in the blink of an eye. But at that moment, Khan noticed a shooter on the roof of the house who was already aiming at them. He shouted into cover as the hunter fired, drawing his bow with pisai. The charges hit the corpse of the dead soldier without harming the others. Simon threw his makeshift shield on the ground and everyone looked at him strangely. "What?" "Their lives are more important," he answered. Silence's silent gaze. "This bastard needs to be stopped," Khan realized. He took out a combat grenade and ran forward. Zaire estimated the distance too far and became worried. The enemy will have time to dodge, and the explosion simply won't hit him, Simon thought. Khan swung the grenade like he was throwing a baseball and channeled his psychokinesis into it. The hunter saw the grenade being thrown and jumped to the side to avoid being hit. But the grenade changed its flight angle and turned sharply towards the enemy. There was an explosion after a direct hit on the target. "You have become a powerful Jedi," Silence wrote to him, showing a thumbs up. He doesn't know much about telekinesis, but it seems the commander did something cool. Khan chuckled. "It was a difficult technique," Simon agreed mentally, "like shooting a three-pointer from half-court with your back to the basket." A horde of monsters moved from the rift into the city like a stream of mud from the mountains. There was a huge explosion, and some of the monsters were scattered everywhere. Under their carcasses, a body shield was discovered that they were camouflaging. Sector 9, a body shield was discovered that needs to be eliminated. Izzy's squad is heading to the designated point. "There's about a kilometer left. We'll be there in 5 minutes," Khan reported. Before this, Khan ordered Corporal Zaire to prepare a tripwire and use more grenades. "The enemy will come running here as soon as they hear the shooting," Khan said. He had already calculated everything. He is becoming a real soldier faster than anyone else, thought Zaire. But deep down it hurts, because he is being led into battle by a child who has barely turned 11 years old. The monsters surrounded the teleshield in a tight ring, so it was impossible to approach it unnoticed. All members of the squad, except Silence, will clear the path to the TV shield. They will provide a corridor between the crowd of monsters and allow Silence to retreat. "Accepted," Silence answered and prepared to jump. He was enveloped in PSI waves. "We are counting on you," Khan said. The girl sat in front of an old tube TV. She put on her favorite movie, about the samurai who cut the moon. I repeated the air to myself 10 years later, the phrase of the hero from the film. "Air," the samurai said before delivering one swift blow. Silence surrounded herself with a psi field and melted into the air before jumping. In the blink of an eye, she found herself in front of Ella's TV shield. 2 swings and a shield capable of withstanding a nuclear bomb was torn into pieces. Before the magician could react and restore his defenses, he lost his head. The girl in the mask stood in the middle of the dumb zombies who became even dumber after losing their commander. "No pity." A red inscription appeared on the helmet mask. Silence began its deadly dance. Each swing meant the death of the enemy. She jumped up, dropping a bunch of grenades on the stupid monsters. There was an explosion, but Silence managed to make a return jump. She slipped between her partners who were holding her escape route, and she emerged from the darkness behind them, at a safe distance. "Izzy's squad destroyed Point 9. We can return earlier," Khan transmitted. "What kind of inscriptions are these? This is childishness," Simon pestered Silence, but the girl responded with her signature gesture. The flying support bot roared through the night sky as it patrolled the fault line in the operation zone. The first support capsule fired downwards to help the other squad. Khan saw the paratrooper land, leaving a long braking trail of jet engines in the air. "One support telearmor has already gone. We need to hurry," Khan realized. "Izzy is alone, as you can hear. Alpha 1 is on the line." Han heard the crackle of the radio transmitter. "If this is Alpha 1, then their leader is on the line," Khan realized and responded. "They're heading to Point 8, right?" asked Alpha 1. "They're not far and can join in." "They've already cleared their locations. Quick, guys." Khan was surprised. "True, it's good that we made it in time." Khan heard a breathless voice. "But there is a problem." "What?" Khan asked briefly. "Are they being chased after?" he managed to think. They dealt with Ella's mages, but the rest of the monsters did not run away, but are now pursuing them, and are hanging on their tail in a crowd. Alpha 1 ran away from the whole army of monsters at once. Warriors, hunters, werewolves, grants. The purple discharges of the rift seemed to shine brighter. Even light was not needed near it. "The leader of the Alpha squad is one. His name is Derek. He has electricity," Khan remembered. "I wonder if there is a place where he can use his abilities to their full potential," Han thought. "Listen, Izzy. Derek asked. Loud and clear, Han replied. Good, otherwise they thought the silence meant Izzy had decided to abandon them. Turn right after 500 meters and run another 200, Khan ordered them. And you'll see a big outdoor pool. There's no water in the city, but it's been raining recently. There should be some water there, Derek heard. It was hard to believe that he had developed such a strategy in such a short period of time. Derek was surprised. We're heading there. Izzy alone, the Alpha Commander replied. He became inspired. If we return to the Ark, we will become good friends, he declared to Khan. Not if, but when, Khan replied, agreeing with Derek. Even though they had the plan, they still had to run as fast as they could from the horde of monsters. The werewolves were already biting them on the butt, and were about to grab a bigger piece. There's still a long way to go, the soldier shouted that he had lost his backpack, and the Alpha Commander responded almost on the spot. This is the turn. As soon as we reach it, I'll fry them alive, he shouted. He released psionic power, preparing to strike in advance. It's empty. Khan turned pale, realizing that his plan had gone down the drain. The walls are broken. There is no water. It went through the cracks, Simon stated. This is disgusting, Khan thought, frozen in indecision, wondering what to do next. Again, that sticky feeling of despair crept up on him, because he had let his people down. He miscalculated and let everyone down, he thought, and did not immediately hear his name. Calm down. Everything is fine. No one has died yet. Zaire shook him by the shoulder. He immediately understood what Khan was feeling. The Khan turned around, the spell of his feelings falling from him. Khan's squad moved to meet the second group to cover them. The enemy is approaching. Everyone get ready, Khan ordered them, taking out his melee spear. Izzy's squad was on the horizon. Derek was puffing and running to encourage his own. Move faster, he shouted, or we'll all be left without a seat. The crowd of werewolves continued to run after them, not lagging behind even a step. Alpha Squad went to meet them to cover the fugitives. Let's cover them, Khan ordered. We needed to buy time to figure out what to do next. They clashed with the werewolves in close combat. Simon fired his rifle, covering the squad from the rear. They were surrounded, so Khan ordered to hit only those who were closest and break through. Even though they had the monsters cornered in a tight spot, they were still able to attack in numbers. We can't hold off for long. We need to call in the tele-armor, Zaire shouted to him. Such a decision cannot be made on the basis of emotions because the lives of all the fighters depend on it. Khan tensed up. Like Corporal Zaire says, if they request tele-armor, they will win the battle. They only have 2 paratroopers. He just had to deal with this situation, Khan decided. Come on, think, he demanded from his brain, looking for a solution. There it is. He saw a water tower in the distance. There might be water in it, he thought. There is a reserve supply of water here. How did he not notice it before? Khan was surprised. Silence, Simon. Run to the other side of the pool, Han ordered. Alpha 2, 3, and 4, pull the wire, he ordered the others. Let's lure them into the pool. Khan put together a new plan and commanded confidently. Silence. There is a reservoir next to the tree. Cut off the lid and check if there is water there, Khan ordered. Judging by its size, even if half the tank was enough for what they had planned, Simon be prepared to blow up the support, Khan told him. The Khan deftly wielded his spear, piercing his enemies through and through. Hunter Ella fell dead before him, but there were still many other enemies ahead. Okay, I received a message from Silence Khan. His order was carried out. Now they could retreat. Squad retreat, Alpha 1, get ready, Khan shouted to Derek. Simon bent the supports of the water tower, and the tank began to fall in the right direction. Water splashed out through the cut-off top and instantly filled the pool, in which the pursuers were already crowded. Derek stepped forward to the Ella warriors. They seemed to be waiting for an open fight with him. It was time to prove himself, the fighter said. The Alpha Commander slammed his fist together, and a bolt of lightning flashed between them with a deafening crack. The main course of the evening, an electric charge, he said, flashes surrounding his entire body. The stupid monsters didn't immediately realize that they were invited to a breakdance party, but they still had to dance. The lightning flashes were so bright that they lit up several blocks around at once. When the discharges died down, Derek said, "And whoever is cool now, he is cool now, victory!" The Alpha Commander burst out laughing. He laughed until his nose started bleeding, and the fighter fell into Khan's arms. "Sorry, I've lost all my strength. Take care of the Alpha Squad," Derek said. "Even though it's hard, they need to move on," Khan said. The remaining 2 telearmors landed at the 3rd dome of Ella. "The last ground support is already below. This pack has been defeated. We need to help the rest," Khan said. In the light of the flashes, they moved towards the point, passing mountains of charred corpses. "Will we be able to get rid of all the monsters? There seem to be too many of them," Zaire asked. This is the last push, said Khan. They reached the point where the most different monsters had gathered. Warriors in body armor with guns in their hands paved the way through these hordes. The path to the sparkling sphere led through a carpet of monsters. Silence. Break the shield, Khan ordered, and the girl immediately jumped forward. As usual, she led them at the forefront of the attack. Breaking through the shield, they ran under the dome. Khan went inside. The shield behind them closed again, but the squad froze in place. Khan was surprised at what this was. What's going on? The magician Ella was holding his mass, and the monsters were sitting meekly around with their paws raised up. There is no time to think. We attack Ella's magician. We need to eliminate him, Khan ordered everyone. But at that moment, the magician's body shield cracked, and a Isai lightning bolt struck the center, illuminating everything with a bright light. Khan stood over the body of the murdered magician and did not understand what to do next. The monsters did not react. He took off his helmet to look into the rift with his own eyes, and a familiar feeling washed over him, just like back in Shinju. From the place where the magician stood, an ominous funnel with powerful Bisai waves began to open up. A huge three-fingered clawed paw emerged from it, larger than Khan had ever seen in his life. Monster was too weak a word to describe the horror he felt when he looked at it. Suddenly, Khan felt small. He wanted to crawl into a hole and curl up into a ball. Only the front legs were visible, compared to what he had studied in the Ark. This one was at least twice as big as any previous dragon. He still stood motionless. What could they possibly do against such power? Silence reacted quickly. The girl kept her eyes on the commander and jumped towards him. They're coming out of the crack, Khan thought, staring in fascination instead of running away. What a blockhead, Silence thought. Don't you dare die, she wrote to him before they entered the dome, as if she had a premonition that something was wrong. Courage is not the denial of fear, but its overcoming. She wrote a phrase from the film, but it was appropriate. Who is going to die here? Khan chuckled. From which movie is the phrase? He asked. The movie Moon about a samurai, she answered. In one movement, she grabbed Khan and rushed away with the young commander. When we return to the Ark, we will see together, she remembered Khan's words, and carried him aside. As soon as they had cleared out, the monster's mouth appeared. Like a giant whale, it opened it wide and devoured all the monsters like plankton. Long rows of razor-sharp teeth jutted out from his mouth like saws, and the carcasses of dumb servants poured down his throat. The dragon was giving off such a colossal amount of pressure that they couldn't even stand up because of the trembling. Our fighters, exclaimed Khan. The troglodyte devoured everyone who was in the square and the ordinary soldiers too. A wave of horror swept through the ranks of the survivors who watched as the dragon's teeth were ground into mush. His head, body, and one paw emerged from the crack. If it weren't for the narrowness of the passage, he would have already jumped out of the crack. The Khan stood up, and before him stood a mountain, on the top of which intelligent eyes sparkled with malice. The crack is small. Only the head and front paws are visible. I need to request telearmor immediately, Khan thought. But the giant opened his cave and roared at the top of his lungs. A deafening scream echoed throughout the city and far around. Everyone who could feel the psi wave was overcome by a severe shock. Silence fell to their knees. Khan didn't understand what this feeling was. He had never experienced anything like it before. Some soldiers, unable to bear the horror, put a pistol to their heads. The dragon looked at the moon like the ancient beast Fenrir, from myths that threatened to devour the whole world. Here you are, pathetic little people, he conveyed in a terrible voice through the sigh to each soldier. The Khan fell to his knees as if from a blow, his head splitting from the words of this giant, the power of his sigh surpassing all living things around. When the crack gets bigger, I will devour everyone, the disaster rumbled in a terrible voice. No, get out of my head, Simon shook with fear and pain. Let's get rid of this first, said the dragon, and looked up at all the ugliness they had created from their flesh and blood. A landing craft for the body armor was flying directly above them in their line of sight. He wants to shoot down the landing craft. He needs to stop it, Khan realized through the pain. But he couldn't take a step without his head being torn to pieces. The dragon collected the psi wave into the funnel of its mouth. Its size could cause a cyclone. We're all going to die here now, Simon realized his imminent death. The Khan stood closest to the dragon, his paw rising up like a mountain. If he didn't get up now, they would all die, Khan realized. He had to take action right now. Khan had released his psionic control, and he rushed with all his might towards the monster that was loading a volley with its mouth. He reached for his spear that was lying nearby. For such a monster, it was like a toothpick, so he needed to go higher, Khan realized. He was pierced by pain from the dragon's psi control, but he overcame himself and was able to move. What was this, Simon thought. He was torn apart by pain as if he were going crazy. Die. One word was repeated over and over again, filling his entire mind. With a great effort of will, he suppressed the desire to commit suicide immediately. What should they do? Simon looked at the commander when he came to his senses a little. As soon as he was the only one who managed to keep his sanity and stand on his feet, Simon saw Khan run forward. Here are the documents he asked for. A folder was thrown on the table in front of him. And what are they going to do about being promoted to third years? Sergeant Red asked. Schwartz thought for a moment and began to leaf through the personal files of each fighter in the folder. We'll send one to the operation in Tirana. To Richan's detachment, said Schwartz. Richan. Red was surprised. Lihan. That's what he calls him, Richan, the big guy explained. And what's funny about the name Richan? Asked Sergeant Red, taking out a mint stick. The same trick with Wei Chen. You're not developing at all, Red noticed. And here you can't eat sweets, Schwartz responded to this. Knut Meyer, a healer, suggested Red. I like this one. They have something in common in their looks, said Schwartz, showing a photo of Dmitri. This kid is better than this one, Red argued. They are the same. And this one is similar to him in some way, Schwartz answered. They don't argue and stand at attention without waiting for an order, Red said. They are friends, asked Schwartz. No way, the sergeant answered. If they quarrel, it will be a complete disaster. But the mission will not be failed because of this. He doesn't like to lose, Red said. Maybe that's what drives him. Li Han Khan. But he can't. Simon screamed at himself and released psi waves to throw off the dragon's control. He can definitely do it if even that weakling moved. He got angry at himself. Khan felt how a powerful psi force helped him run, as if pushing him. He pushed off and was able to make a powerful leap towards the head of the colossal dragon. With the last of his strength, Simon threw it straight at the dragon's eye. The eye, larger than Han, focused on him. Khan didn't even think that this would kill the monster, but if it distracted him even a little bit. They just need to change the angle of attack a little bit and they'll have a chance, Khan thought and struck with all his might. At that moment, they were deafened and blinded by the glow of a psionic volley from the dragon's mouth. Khan was simply blown away like a feather by just one exit wave of the blow. A beam of psi power burned through the air next to the landing ship, scorching it. The Khan fell to the very bottom and rolled on the ground. The huge dragon turned its mouth towards him. A pathetic attempt. The dragon's voice rumbled with an ego as enormous as his own. Humans are not capable of anything. His left arm and leg went numb after the impact. Even his strong body couldn't withstand the fall from such a height, Khan realized. It seems that in this world he is the only one who has not lost hope. I don't like this stubbornness, a voice rumbled in Khan's head. Come here, microbe. The dragon extended a clawed paw the size of a house towards him. That's all Khan thought. But suddenly the dragon's paw froze in front of him. Why are you sitting and doing nothing? Asked the dragon in a creepy voice. The crack is closing, Khan heard in his head. His calculation was successful. The dragon tried to restrain himself with force and scratched with his claws with a terrible grinding sound. He will answer for this, the monster growled at him, and again stretched out his paw towards Khan. But he couldn't even get up, let alone crawl away, so that's all Khan thought. At that moment, a shock wave hit him, and the ground shook beneath him. Telearmor. Khan was surprised. The soldier in armor protected him from the monster's paw. He jumped even without additional protection, Khan realized. Only one person could dare to jump into the thick of things without compensators. It's good that the cheerful voice from the speakers managed to say that. No one else survived. The legs of the telearmor were crushed. All the servos were rendered useless by the impact. Don't you dare die, Richan! The voice from the speaker laughed as the dragon clenched its paw. He began to be pulled into the hole and he dragged the TV armor with him like a toy. No! Khan screamed. He couldn't move or stop crying. He was completely empty as the sun rose over the empty city. War Harmot. Codename of the 8th dragon that appeared during the operation in Tirana. What an interesting name she gave him, Grace, Alexander said. It is different from all the dragons that have appeared before. It is larger and stronger, the scientist said. It took 4 armors, irretrievably lost, even if the entire budget was spent. It would not guarantee success, Alexander thought. Fortunately, after this phenomenon, the number of countries that wanted to support the Ark increased dramatically, as did their support. Even if there were purists among them, their position should weaken with the appearance of War Harmot, the chief of staff mused. Pause. He asked over the loudspeaker when everyone was shown the video of the battle from the soldiers' cameras. Who wounded him in the eye? Alexander asked, noticing the toothpick sticking out of the dragon. Sometimes he looks like a person who is completely devoid of emotions, Schwartz told him. This could be the rationality of his actions. The giant thought out loud while they were conducting a training sparring match. Even if this path leads to death, and he thinks that this is the only way, Schwartz dealt many blows. He still chooses her, he said, while Khan fought back strenuously. Seizing the moment, the corporal made a pass to throw and grabbed Khan. "Don't you dare die and be sure to survive," said Schwartz, throwing the guy down onto the mats again. "Now get up, Li Han." The big guy smiled at him dazzlingly for the last time. Khan opened his eyes to find Sergeant Red standing above him. He hadn't done anything to him, Khan thought. He woke up and asked Red how long he had been there. Khan asked, getting up in pain. "It had been 2 days already," the sergeant answered. Captain Schwartz was the first thing Khan thought about when he finally woke up. Yes, he disappeared along with that creature, declared missing in action. "Not dead," Red answered him. "Sergeant, I want to be alone," the boy said heavily, clenching his fists. Red left the room creaking with his prosthetic leg and looked with displeasure at those who had gathered at the door. "What did you all come here for, a cabbage roll club or something?" Red asked them. "He just came to his senses and said he wanted to be alone," Red replied. He understood these men well. Khan sat for a long time just staring at the wall and thinking. A cold determination was maturing in his eyes, and the last echo of childhood was dying in his soul. In most countries, there is no data on enemy activity, which means most of them died in Tirana or went into hiding. "And it's good to breathe a sigh of relief, that's all for today," said Alexander. Wait, the bald fat man stopped him. "There is one more problem that needs to be solved." "Octo," Alexander twitched nervously, as did everyone else who had already been exhausted for the last few days. "The second-generation prototypes entrusted to the first group should be transferred to him," the fat man declared. "What kind of nonsense is this?" objected the old engineer who worked on them. "They can be launched right now," answered Octo. "What do you mean they're abandoned? You can barely move in them. The dragon component coefficient is too high," the old man argued, but Octo didn't calm down and started shouting. "He won't give anything away? You never know what the fat guy has planned," the old man shouted. "There is one candidate who is ideal for the test," Octo declared confidently. "Explain your plan to Octo." These shouts do not add to understanding. Alexander got angry. 3 days later, Han left the hospital and was wandering around the base when he encountered Simon. They silently passed each other in the corridor, as was their custom. "Thank you for helping with the dragon," Khan said, acknowledging his efforts. But this made Simon even more furious. It would have been better if Khan had continued to act like a commander. "Don't talk nonsense. He's been a squad leader so many times and they still make fun of him." Simon was angry. "Don't compare him to your squad," he shouted at Khan. "And how many times has he won against them? Recently he lost to Kidjo. What a pity." Khan responded to this. "Let's go to the gym." "It's better if he has both arms broken," Simon suggested in the heat of the moment. "Let's go, no problem." Khan quickly accepted his challenge and clenched his fist. He didn't want to give in. And like two stubborn rams, they changed direction and stomped into the hall to resolve this issue. He looked upset. Maybe he shouldn't have pushed him, Han thought. Maybe he shouldn't have shown such uncertainty, Simon thought. And what to do with this invalid now, thought Simon. It seems he has already come to his senses, watching Khan's opponent. Besides, they couldn't seem weak in front of him, thought both young rams. "Li Han, Simon," familiar voices called out to both boys. "We haven't seen each other for a long time," Dmitri told them. He and Knut were also transferred to the 3rd year. "They both need to cool down," agreed, Khan asked. "I don't want to see. Watch out or the other hand will break," Simon warned. They met like old friends after a long separation. "This is Li Han. He really beat him with a spear." The cadets of the 3rd Corps shouted in the dining room when they noticed Li Han. "And what about the great hero's mood?" Knut teased. Khan muttered in an unfunny tone in response. He was not used to such an amount of attention. It was much easier for everyone to while away the time with such conversations than to wait for the inevitable, another guy told him. "Remember, Li Han, we promised to become friends if we survived," he said, smiling. "Alpha 1, Derek. That was good electrophoresis for monsters," Khan said. He even recognized his name. "Well, nice to meet you," said the dark-skinned guy. "And here it starts again," said Derek. And he and everyone else in the dining room looked in that direction. A girl in casual attire, whom everyone assumed was a guy, walked towards Khan's table with a huge cake on a tray. Silence. Khan recognized his silent partner. 5 days have passed, Derek said. They say that when he has something to think about, he can sit for an eternity staring at the wall and not drink a drop of water. He said that he practices fighting with the wall, Derek said. Silence already eats a lot, Khan was surprised, but today he broke all records, Knut agreed. And as soon as that fits in, they stare at the huge cake that Silence threw on the table. "Oh, new mask?" Khan asked. Silence came in a cloth mask, forgot to charge it, she wrote. Right. He wouldn't be able to eat. Khan remembered that the mask's lower jaw was moving. Why would he fight the wall? Khan asked. Captivated by memories, I couldn't forget that day when I watched him fight alone. Silence answered, as impersonally as always. Who is with him? Asked the samurai girl. Knut Mayer, a classmate from the 13th, said Khan. Hello. Who knows whether he will remember it or not? Knut greeted him affably, peeking out from behind the cake. I will remember, the girl pinged. She lifted the mask, and Knut, who was looking at her face, felt a strange confusion. Narrow chin, soft lips. What does this mean? What's wrong with him? Knut suddenly felt hot as he watched Silence eat gracefully. He was puffing in the gym, where Silence usually came. He couldn't believe that there was a girl in the arc, and now he kept staring at the thin build, special grace. But the face was always hidden by a mask. But what if Silence is a guy? Then it's a big stress. Knut was scared. He should check everything personally, he thought, and puffed harder on the simulator. He is Knut Mayer, a native of the northern seas of Norway, a descendant of the Vikings. He does not run from danger, but meets it face to face. The sea splashed in it. Now is the perfect moment because the automatic mask cannot be removed quickly, the desperate guy thought. Rumor has it that Silence's face is covered in scars, Knut thought as he casually passed by. So if this is true, I will have to apologize, he thought, watching his target closely. Knut jerked his hand, but Silence seemed to evaporate. The girl instantly stood up and kicked Knut in the stomach, sending him flying. There were about 5 meters between them, and now Silence was approaching him menacingly. It is necessary to grow eyes on the back of the head. Without this rule, a soldier will not survive. She shook her finger. Well, we'll see. Knut was angry. What other rules did he not understand? I don't think it's worth repeating, Khan warned him. They are different from him. He can't resist if he is interested in something. Knut responded to this. Knut, what a bastard, Derek said, and grabbed Knut by the shoulder. I understand, he said next. The roof of the hostel at lunchtime. We'll discuss all the details there, he said in a conspiratorial tone. Someone has a plan, Knut smiled contentedly. They came to an agreement. The two cadets quickly became friends and exchanged a strong, manly handshake. And so, let us introduce ourselves, they said to Knut. They called themselves the Discoverers of the Mask of Silence, PMT for short, and they have one goal, to find out who is under the mask, said Derek, with 2 other guys with him. Greetings, comrade, said one of them, and extended the badge to Knut on his open palm. A brooch made from a pin and a lid. Knut looked at the product doubtfully. What's not to like? They asked his boyfriend, noticing the contemptuous look of the descendant of the Vikings. It's poorly made and looks like garbage. With such a symbol, the whole organization can look like a garbage dump, he said. Garbage is what they're after. One of the details their organization keeps secret, Derek replied. It is impossible to defeat Silence alone, but if he joins, there will already be 4 of them. What is the minimum number of participants in the operation? He asked. Exactly 4, Knut thought. That part inspired him. Now they were a force capable of defeating the dragon. They'll handle it all when there are 4 of them. Derek supported him. It's perfect for the PMT society. Okay, but what kind of operation? Asked Knut, inspired by the idea that he had gained new allies. In 20 minutes, at 7 o'clock, Silence has a training session scheduled for interspatial movement. And after some time, Silence will run out of strength, then they will attack him, Derek said. Isn't that mean? Knut wondered. And does he really not know anything about Silence? Derek replied. Maybe we should watch first and then he can express his opinion, suggested the Alpha Commander. It's time to start, thought Silence, who stood at the start after a short warm-up. 6 jumps. As usual, 35 meters each, the last one vertical according to all the rules. She assessed the trajectory of movement between 6 checkpoints. The girl evaporated into the psi field and in an instant passed 6 points one after another. When she touched the signs, they lit up green. Even faster and even further, Silence gave it her all. Pushing off the ground, he flew into the sky above the neighboring buildings. The acceleration increased when using the skill. But as she fell, kinetic energy was added, and Silence landed on an inflatable mat. I saw that during the dash. He couldn't be caught, Derek said. And even Knut became despondent. He didn't expect this. So 2 sets will pass. They can go down and get ready, said the leader of PMT, while Tishina was preparing for the second approach. Finally, today, they will reveal the biggest secret of the arc. The guys were inspired again. The Khan walked with a stack of books and various materials on dragons and recalled the conspirators. I hope the boys are okay, he thought. Canute had regeneration, but what if it was instant death? After a long, grueling workout, they surrounded her on the way to the locker room. The guys decided to act openly and take numbers. They chose a good place for an ambush, a narrow corridor in which they surrounded the target on both sides. Canute quickly regenerated. He woke up lying on the floor and called the others. Why are they so weak? Canute was indignant. He definitely broke a couple of bones. It's just that silence is too strong, Derek answered. And his skills are useless on him, the Alpha Captain sighed. This can't go on forever. Knut jumped up. They needed a commander, someone who would develop a strategy and coordinate their actions, he decided. Knut, Derek, greeted Khan, noting the bruises even on the dark face of the Alpha Commander, and invited the dejected guys to his place. He doesn't really like doing things that others might not like, Khan said, after listening to their request. Li Han, tell me honestly, isn't he interested in knowing? Knut asked. He refused to give up. What does silence really look like? He asked Khan. But the commander's face did not change, and he quickly answered, no. He answered without even thinking. Knut sighed in disappointment. What did they understand? He said. But then he remembered the 13th, their detachment, their old bygone days. He began to press on the past. He himself remembers that he was so cool that he gathered his own squad. It was something special. Knut did not calm down, and Hunt tensed up. Okay, it's time for them to go. Knut pretended to nobly leave with nothing. Let's go, Derek, Knut called him. Forgive silence, Khan thought mentally. Knut, this is the first and last time he helps. In return, if nothing works out, just give up this business, Khan agreed. Got it, said Knut, and showed his finger up with a satisfied grin. He knew that the commander was too responsible to abandon his partner from the squad, and so they need to do it so that Silence ends up on the roof, begins to lay out the plan to Khan. They set up restrictive signs everywhere. I hope it works out. Traps are set up all over the building, the locations are marked on the map. Here's what Khan sent them. There is little time left, so try to figure it out quickly. Everyone sighed loudly in surprise when they assessed his plan. It was described in such detail, they admired it. It even said what kind they looked like. Of course, he told them that Khan was cool, Knut told the others. Try to move in pairs, don't get closer than 20 meters, there's a high probability that he'll just catch them, Khan said. If he suddenly disappears, run as fast as you can, and then they might not get beaten up like cutlets, Khan warned. And so, everyone in position, he sent his squad after a short briefing. Khan adjusted the last trap on the roof. It was already close to sunset. Checking communications, he said, turning on the transmitter, and everyone reported. Now it really did look like an operation. Target will appear near the first team soon. Fighter number 1, lead the target to fighter number 2, Khan ordered. Knut became the first beater, jumping out from around the corner. Silence did not jump, so as not to waste energy. She decided to just run away, but then Derek jumped out of ambush. Their actions were much more coordinated than last time, but using her natural agility, Silence quickly evaded the capture. Target in the building, Knut reported. Fighters 1-2 go to the roof. Fighters 3-4, get ready, Khan ordered them. A Sodakan flew at Silence's head when she was distracted. Traps! The girl was surprised, noticing tripwires everywhere along the corridor. They became much more organized than the samurai girl had previously realized. It was unlikely that brains could have appeared in their heads so quickly, which meant that someone smart had joined them, Silence decided. What a bastard, she thought, turning around at the noise of her pursuers. The target accelerated. Khan received the report and realized that it was time. They didn't do anything, they just threw a can at him, but he flew out at great speed, the squad reported. Apparently he wasn't going to attack. Just don't forget about the traps, Khan said. Knut and Derek have already returned. And be careful, Khan thought, and stood in his prepared position. What a bastard. He would never take on something like that. The samurai girl was indignant and doubtful. But still, something is wrong here. These idiots are definitely being led by someone, she thought, as she ran along the free path that led to the roof. Silence quickly rushed straight to the top of the stairs. In one jump, she already guessed where they were taking her. I knew it. It was all that damn Li Han, the samurai girl thought as she reached the roof. He stood in front of the wide swaths of fabric on the ground, as if waiting for her. It was simply amazing. She noticed the traps and became even more furious. What kind of animal do they think she is? Silence rushed forward as soon as the beaters appeared behind her. She jumped over the first trap using the flicker. As soon as I passed the second run past Li Han, so he thinks, Han calculated. But suddenly the trap began to collapse, although the Silence did not touch it. Khan himself was responsible for the release of the second trap. He pulled the ring and the net collapsed. Now Silence could not use his abilities. When she got out, Khan simply threw a bucket over her head, saying, "Sorry. There is no time to waste now," the boys shouted, and rushed at the blinded target from four sides. In fact, he had only seen such tricks in the movies, but he had always wondered if someone could do something like this in reality, Khan thought. As it turned out, Silence can, and his abilities are simply amazing. Khan was amazed when the girl sent everyone to sleep. In the end, they were the only ones left conscious, and all this without removing the bucket from their heads. The girl took it off and came closer to him. Even through the mask, it was clear that Silence was angry. Kong Chen Yi, she called him, and added a few more words in the messenger. Khan looked after his upset, silent friend and felt unwell. He must have been very offended, Khan thought when Knut called him. Since he could put a bucket on his head, why didn't he take off his mask? Asked a frustrated Knut. They agreed, but he didn't do anything. He spoke as if they had been betrayed, but he didn't promise that he would do it, Henna answered. In the evening, he knocked on the next door, next to his room. Silence. He came to apologize, Khan said in a guilty voice. It's a pity that it turned out this way, he said to her through the door. If it's a pity, then why did you do it? The girl thought. She was still very angry with him. Why is he like that? She asked. Khan read on his bracelet. I couldn't refuse Knut when he asked so. After all, they were in the same detachment, Khan replied. No, he was just an idiot, Khan repented. But he was also interested in finding out something, he admitted, and what the girl had asked. He wanted to see if he could catch Silence with his powers, Khan said. Besides, he was interested to know what he actually looked like. His usual curiosity, he justified himself with embarrassment. What a fool, she smiled, looking at his image on the intercom. Suddenly, the door opened for the Khan, and the light of a lamp shone into the dark corridor after lights out. Apparently, the mask was sufficiently charged, Khan said, and as he was counting on, he injected himself. Don't do that again, she squeaked at him from the message on the hollow screen of his bracelet. Okay, Khan answered. Apparently, Silence really does have reasons to hide his face. He has no right to insist, Khan thought. Do you want to talk to Knut? He can call him so that he can also apologize, Khan suggested. Everything is fine. His apology is enough, the girl answered. That is exactly what she was waiting for, since that's all. It's probably time for him to go, Khan said. Wait, locomotive? The red spotlights of the mask were staring at him insistently when Silence grabbed him by the shoulder. In the morning, they were prepared for takeoff, launched from aircraft carriers, since otherwise the helicopters would not have enough fuel for the return trip. Today is the day they'll finally catch them, Corporal Zaire said as he watched the landing party being loaded. How did they find out where the headquarters was? Lao Cha, who was standing nearby, asked him. All because of War Harmut, Zaire answered. Because the appearance of a sworn enemy was inevitable, some would still have to surrender for their own safety, Lao realized. It's unpleasant, though, Corporal Zaire responded thoughtfully. But it's all for the sake of humanity and future generations, he said, when it was their turn to load into the Chinooks. Apologize to Silence, asked Khan when they were jogging. Yes, he recently went. He didn't seem to be angry. He even said he liked beating them, Knut answered. I hope he won't look for adventures anymore, Khan said. They had agreed, Knut answered, as Dmitri quickly approached them from behind. Disperse. Greenhorns, the eternal fan of training, shouted at them. Would you like to watch a movie tonight? Khan suggested. Tishina gave him a flash drive. She dragged him into her room and was silent for a second. For the first time, she had a guy in her room. Remember he wanted her to show him the movie, asked the samurai girl. That's right, the samurai who cut the moon. I remembered the name of the movie, Khan. Wait a bit, I'll find the file now, she said. Are these all movie posters? Khan was surprised, looking at the wall covered with posters. Among other things, the room was full of various bladed weapons. Apparently, he really does love cinema, Khan said to Silence. It was the only way to see the outside world, she said. And Khan thought, he hadn't even thought about this world of his past. I remember he said that he had been in the Ark for a long time. Apparently, he got here when he was 7 or 8 years old, Khan thought. It was hard to even imagine that. Apparently, his whole life consists of studying at Ark and movie posters, he thought when the girl found the flash drive. She knows that cinema is different from reality, but she still admires it, Silence said, catching Khan's glance. Enjoy watching, she wrote with a smiley face, and handed him the flash drive. How few of them there are here on the track, Khan thought, as they returned from their run. There were only third-year students here. Where are the rest of the guys, he wondered. They were leaving the stadium when Khan's path was blocked by a man with shoulder straps. It's urgent, follow me, the officer told him. He came for Khan personally. Change your clothes and come out quickly. It was time for them to go. The officer gave him a helmet and told him not to ask questions. Khan replied, "There is." What happened that a whole major came for him on a motorcycle? And even for an ordinary soldier. The ARC unit was jokingly called a gift, Khan thought as he found himself in a huge indoor hangar. It's a popular joke among fighters, but inside things looked completely different than he imagined. You will go further with me. The chief of the general staff himself appeared before him, and Khan already began to think that tomorrow a world war would begin. There were even more questions. He saluted and greeted the commander. Alexander passed the two-step identity check and they entered the elevator. Why did they call him? He can't be here, Khan asked, realizing that he was being led to the Holy of Holies of the Ark. Some people want to see him, even though it's against the rules, he said. Remember, he doesn't have much time, Alexander told him. Well, they were there and showed him a richly decorated door. The second commander of the ARC unit wants to meet with him, the chief of staff said. Mr. Jurgen Teller. Khan heard the familiar name and felt a chill run through him. Come in, Khan heard. He entered a richly furnished office in a classical style. He is the same Lee Han, Jurgen Teller greeted him. He was sitting in his hospital chair with IVs sticking out of his arm. Come closer, don't be shy. The head of the ARC extended his hand to him. Don't worry, there's nothing to be afraid of here. There's an old man chained to a chair, he said. Khan hesitantly extended his hand. He still did not understand what kind of meeting this was. As soon as he took the old man's hand, a cage of psi waves appeared around them. What is this? Exclaimed Khan. The old man held him in a death grip, although he looked weak. Let's say this is his inside out, his true face, Jurgen Teller told him. He quickly came to his senses. Everything was happening exactly as he had heard, he said. He is incredibly good for his age. And who made him like this? The environment in which he lived. The old man got down on his knee. Let me see. He reached his hand towards Khan's head. But at that moment, Khan instinctively jerked and broke their connection. He didn't like that someone was digging into his mind. What are you doing, Lee Han? The chief of staff growled at him. What is he doing? Khan answered, breathing heavily, and ran all the way to the bookcase. Yes, he understands who he's talking to, the dandy, Alexander shouted. Everything's fine, he's a child. Children tend to react like that, Jurgen reassured him. He is very receptive but has well protected his consciousness. I couldn't even see anything, the head of ARC told Khan. As far as he knew, it was the chief of staff who interrogated Ella's mage. He was the only person in the entire general staff with telepathy, Khan said. Now that they have met in person, there is no longer any doubt he can definitely be trusted with this, Jurgen said contentedly. Second-generation telearmor, he added. And Khan's eyes widened. He had only just mastered the first generation. But it seems he is already tired. Leave him alone, Jurgen Teller demanded from them, clutching his head. Commander Jurgen has some kind of mental problems, Khan stated more than asked. Shut your mouth, it's none of his business, this meeting never happened, said Alexander. I understand. I just wanted to check if I was wrong in my assumptions, Khan replied. The marks on his wrists suggest Mr. Teller was tied up, Khan said, and the protective device that prevents him from leaving. It seems the commander has a limited amount of time to remain sane, Khan noted. It turns out that they are keeping him tied up, he said, when Alexander interrupted him. What is he trying to achieve? He wants to be praised for his ingenuity, the boss asked. But then he sighed. Right? He wasn't mistaken. It was because Jurgen worked a lot and hard, Alexander explained. The time when he can be himself is limited. Most often he is busy with paperwork and headquarters affairs. So today he spent this precious time on it. Do you know what this means? The chief of staff asked Khan. Soldiers in second-generation body armor are capable of fighting a dragon on equal terms. This means that if a person does not fit with his qualities, he can turn into a threat, no less than a dragon, for the rest of the world. It turns out the old man wanted to test him, Khan realized, whether he would become a threat of global scale. Just remember that it was a difficult decision, Alexander said, and turned around. Of course it's complicated, Khan answered and narrowed his eyes. He understood everything. After all, they would have to trust everything to a 10-year-old child, he said. He doesn't mince words, Alexander replied without turning around. Even he, the chief of staff, sometimes forgets that he is dealing with children. It is cruel and shameful to dump the saving of the world on them. But perhaps all this time they were looking for a special child like Khan, a superhuman with a cold heart, who would take on this burden. It's time for him to return to his location, the chief of staff said heavily. A few days later, they left for the camp with several scientists. How hot it is, Masha, complained Knut, who was drenched in sweat. Even in the shadows, as in hell, Knut made noise, sitting between Simon and Dmitri. Stop whining and sit down quietly. The Briton couldn't stand it. It's boring just sitting like that, Knut replied. Then now you'll learn to fly. Simon was angry. They are now in the desert, in the middle of North Africa, and in the past, this is where the fourth dragon appeared. He was incredibly strong and fired ESI beams that burned everything around him. As a result, a deep crevice was formed. The locals nicknamed it the Dragons. The chief of staff told him at a briefing. And recently, fossils were found there that in their shape are too similar to the remains of a dragon. And according to data, they are older than humanity. Hey, Silence, haven't your brains melted in this jar yet? Asked Knut. It's so hot, and he's still wearing a hat. Don't worry, the engineers also screwed an air conditioner into the ark and gave an additional battery, the samurai girl replied. What did he say? Come on, give it here. Knut began to break into silence, and he was immediately banned from the chat with a powerful kick. With whom do I have to work? Khan grabbed his head. I wish I could get back to the ark as soon as possible. It's a bit hot today, guys. A group in lab coats addressed them. Maybe someone would like to go with them and look at the remains of the dragon? The group leader asked. The group of psychers immediately pretended to be mute, blind, and deaf. No one wanted to drag themselves to the bottom of the gorge. He will go, Khan answered. As the most responsible, he felt he had to do it. He will go too, Silence wrote to him. There should be 2 psychers in the group, and the heat did not bother her. A mixed group of scientists, security guards, and psychers descended in the lift. Over there, they told Khan, who was walking ahead and lighting his way with a lantern. It was cool at the bottom of the artificial gorge. This is a huge thing if it really is a dragon, he exclaimed, noticing a fossil sticking out of the wall. He must be of the same class as Verharmut, Khan noted. Touch him with PSI, the group leader asked him. The Khan touched the rough stone, and that's why they called him. His body immediately reacted to the surge of psi, as if he had come into contact with a dragon component. This is it. The scientists were speechless. Oh God, someone cried out, when the dragon's huge paw lit up with psi waves. Khan grimaced, and Silence quickly helped him break contact with the dragon. She gently grabbed his shoulders and kept him from falling. But Khan did not understand this gesture. Although he appreciated it, he said thank you. After contact with the dragon's remains, he felt squeezed like a lemon. I can't believe my eyes. These are really the remains of a dragon. It's time to start studying. Good work. You can rest, said the head of the expedition. The silence helped Khan reach the lift. If these were the remains of a dragon, Khan could not get this discovery into his head. So dragons really did exist long before humanity, he thought. What is this? The scientist shone his flashlight at the strange discovery at the bottom of the cave. What happened? Asked his partner, but he stepped on something, answered the second. There's a strange, nasty thing lying there, toothy and next to an alien dragon, I thought. Let me touch it. Ah. Khan in silence heard the shrill cry of a curious scientist who bought his diploma in the underpass. What's going on? Other scientists came running to his aid. Someone get this off him, the truant shouted, and the terrible monster clung to his hand like a leech. A foul-smelling spray of green substance began to burst from the monster's throat. It rises higher up the arm. Save me, help me, shouted the man, who did not know that it was forbidden to touch suspicious reagents with your hands. 3 guards began firing their rifles at the part of the monster that was sticking out of the ground, forgetting that they could also hit the victim of the formation. The monster, meanwhile, only grew and swallowed the scientist whole. They shouted. It was too late. He had already been devoured. Now everyone in the elevator quickly shouted to them, Khan. He had already assessed the degree of threat. Damn it, this worm of death, they screamed and rushed in a crowd to the lift. Khan remembered how they were told about these monsters. Very soon he should turn into a cocoon and give himself a new appearance. Raise them quickly, Khan ordered the guards above, as he could be heard shouting into the bracelet. Your left, everyone prepare for battle, Khan ordered, before the elevator even began to rise. The monster gathered itself into a cocoon, with a strong shell of a poisonous acid color. The enemy is that worm, Khan reported over the local link. It will soon move on to the second stage, he said, noticing how the monster's shell began to crack. With a loud scream and grinding noise, the monster burst out of the cocoon. What a fast bastard, she's already emerged from her cocoon, exclaimed Khan. He watched as the huge, many-legged worm approached them with sinuous movements. Nightmare, he's coming here. Lab coats huddled together. The monster climbed onto the steel elevator and began to gnaw at it, causing vibrations to go through the body. The lift hummed hard and lifted them straight up with the monster. Khan looked straight into the mouth of the monster, which was tearing apart metal with its jaws. He stood in front of everyone and waited patiently, calculating how much time they had left before the elevator box fell apart. Calm down, Khan barked at the panicking tadpoles. There's still a little bit left, he said. They were lucky that the worm didn't think to bite off the cables. Everyone listen carefully, Khan commanded his psychers over the intercom. We need to catch this bastard, immobilize him, and cut off his head. He mustn't eat anyone, otherwise he'll only become stronger. Finally, the lift stopped humming. They reached the very top of the gorge. The target was in place. Everyone was in position. Khan was in command. Knut and Dmitri rushed forward to help everyone. Here comes the monster. Knut met the monster with a burst of machine gun fire, while the others ran away from it. But the bullets hit the shell like peas on an elephant, causing no damage to the monster. The bullets didn't touch him. Knut threw away his rifle and rushed at the monster with his bare hands. He grabbed him like a bull by the horns and pushed him into the ground to immobilize him. Sharp teeth tore his arms to pieces, but thanks to regeneration, he quickly recovered. The crawling bastard hurts, Knut shouted. Dmitri jumped after the monster. He released his Pasai waves, which strengthened him many times and made him stronger. Like a battering ram, he plunged his arms into the monster up to the elbows. While Dmitri grabbed the tail, Knut held the head. Simon was free to act. He lifted Derek up on the orbs to give him height and energy for the strike. Derek jumped down, holding a spear in his hands, and released his psi waves. The electrode is in place, he shouted, and plunged the spear into the monster, which became an excellent conductor to its very insides. Li Han, it's ready, Knut shouted to him. Han managed to arm himself with his spear and was approaching the monster. Finish him. Silence, he ordered, and the samurai girl showed her finger. The Khan took out a grenade and threw it straight into the leech's open throat. The grenade exploded inside the monster, blowing its head off. At this time, Silence fell from above after jumping, using gravity to gain energy for the blow, and used her shimmer at high speed. The ultimate blow took off the monster's head. The body is looking for the head, shouted Khan, noticing that the creature was not dead yet. We can't let them connect. Leave it to me, one of the drivers shouted. He decided to push the monster back into the abyss. The truck picked up speed and drove straight towards the carcass that was writhing in front of it. Die, you pathetic insect, he shouted, braking in time, and the worm's carcass flew down. What a nasty bugger, another soldier approached the head. Don't get too close to him, Khan shouted. She'll eat you. Yes, everything is fine. I can handle it. The soldier fired a long burst at the monster's head. But in the end, he was swallowed faster than the ammo ran out. The monster immediately took the form of a protective cocoon. Damn slobs, they told me not to come close, Simon shouted in his heart. The monster's cocoon began to tear apart, spilling out a nauseating liquid. Entering Phase 3, Simon Silence, prepare for aerial combat, Khan shouted to them, taking the harpoon and winch. A small flying monster with sharp claws burst out of the cocoon. He flew above them, buzzing with his wings, thinking what to do. But in the end, he decided to run away. Don't let him get away, Khan shouted. Because of this, many people could get hurt. Simon launched the orbs. Khan jumped up with the help of Simon's orbs, bringing him closer to his target. He took aim and fired the harpoon at the maximum distance of the rope. The harpoon sank into the soft belly, and Khan used telekinesis to pull the monster down. Maybe he forgot, but beetles belong on the ground, he shouted to the monster. He pierced the falling monster through and through with his spear. They began to fall together from a great height, while the rest of the squad's psychers tried to catch up with Khan. Li Han, they shouted and ran across the hot sand, greedily gulping in the dry, hot air. In the lab, tests were taking place. Kuro was asked to sit in a chair and they put a helmet on him that read the PSI activity of the brain. That's a high figure even for a first-class citizen, he was told. But this is not enough to show the highest class. External stimuli are needed, said the scientists of the Ark. Now it is in the potential phase. The test was complete. Kuro did a great job. The lab assistant waved to him and offered him something to eat. No, Kuro answered coldly. He just wanted to rest. These tests were getting pretty boring for him. That's how it is, okay? Then he can go back to the dorm. The lab assistant was embarrassed when the child turned her down. All this kindness is just a show. There is zero trust, thought Kuro. Once he stopped being useful, all this pretense of humanity would disappear, he realized. There weren't that many tests left, just a little bit more, and then he would be transferred to the third year with the others, she said. Third year? He was already tired of waiting here, to be a guinea pig, thought Kuro. Now he could definitely protect Khan, because he had enough strength to do so. Khan hacked at the monster as they fell. He really wanted to find the nerve node and finally hit it. The monster collapsed into the sand, plowing a whole strip behind it with its carcass. At the last moment, Khan was saved by an air orb. which softened his fall by pressing against his stomach. So Simon had saved him again, Han thought, looking at the drone in his hands. It was good that he had reliable comrades. Is he okay? The others asked when they caught up with him. Everything's fine, Khan replied. Thanks, Simon, said Khan, the Briton who kept to himself. It's all because of the stupid, undereducated soldiers who are recruited through advertisements, he grumbled. He wouldn't let it go, Simon said. He still preferred to ignore Khan. How do they even allow themselves to be eaten? What kind of soldiers are these? He was indignant and kicked the sand under his feet. Why are you as angry as a dog? Asked Knut. Difficult character. What can you do? Answered Silence. Everyone at headquarters listened to the report on the archaeological expedition. The dragon's remains dated back to the Cretaceous period, thus disproving the basic theories. These studies can be left for later. The most important thing for them is that they can produce more weapons with dragon cells, Alexander said. Now that's about the Oracle, he said. And Sergeant Red felt a chill inside, their plans to wake her up. Red jumped up and glared at his boss as if he had turned into a dragon. This is the commander's order, he shouted. Doesn't it seem too early? Said the sergeant, breaking the regulations. Stop yelling, Red, what are you doing? The other sergeants nearby quickly grabbed him. They don't even have any medicine, Red shouted. The chief of staff silently watched as his subordinate fought in rage. They got rid of him quickly before he got too fat, and the flames that Sergeant Red released flared up. The chief of staff was furious, but did not spill it all out in words. He himself hit the hot head with his fist instead of 1,000 words. Now come to your senses, John Red. Do you think that his emotions are more important than his duty to humanity? Alexander asked coldly. Varharmet. Kronos. All this changes the picture of the world for them. What if the invasion happens much faster? Alexander asked him. Take him to the punishment cell. He's ready. Red held out his hands. Cool down. He understands what he's feeling like no one else, the chief of staff answered. Catherine, he whispered her name softly, and Red's heart sank with pain. A few days later, they were having lunch at the third-year restaurant, the Oracle. That's what they were discussing. There were rumors that he had awakened recently. It was he who predicted the re-invasion of the dragons, asked Derek. Right, now he seems to have woken up, answered Knut. Silence saw him, the guys asked. But the girl shook her head, distracted for a second from her sweets. The dining room doors swung open as they were pulled impatiently. The Oracle. This is the Oracle. The whispers of the old-timers of the Ark walked through the hall. What was that noise? Asked the restless as always Knut, and turned around. What are you staring at? Is this the first time you've seen a woman? Asked the blue-haired girl, in shorts and a t-shirt, in the middle of a military base. So this is the Oracle, and a girl too. He clapped enthusiastically. Knut on Derek's shoulder, starting from the first generation of PSI fighters were only guys. At these words, even Silence shifted uncomfortably, glad that she was wearing a mask. Someone so young could be a first-generation telekinetic. Han remembered what they usually looked like. But even so, she was too young. Silence stared at the girl who had attracted so much attention. I hate this girl, he thought. The girl took a mint stick out of the pack, but then someone stood in her way. Sergeant Red himself, looming over her like a rock. What was she doing here? He asked her menacingly. What does it matter to him? She was allowed to go out, Catherine cried irritably. She was allowed to take a little walk, Red answered. You didn't even have time to go out and you're already chewing sweets. You've completely lost your mind. You'll start moving right here. He took the candy from the girl. The candy effectively disappeared in a cloud of pyrokinesis from Sergeant Red. Magicians again, damned sorcerer, Catherine shouted offendedly. You're coming with me, you bastard. He grabbed her hand. Let go. Who is he to tell her what to do? The Oracle squeaked. Oh, you bastard, Catherine puffed, pushing with all her might so that even Red began to creak his prosthesis. Both of them are scary as hell, said Dmitri. I wonder why she hates him so much, asked Knut. They didn't understand at all that a romantic drama had begun. No, there's something else here, thought the more perceptive Khan. Something adult. Damn it, where did that obnoxious girl go again? Red scoured the entire base in search of the fugitive. Catherine hid in a dark corner. Fortunately, there was no one around. Octo, as always, was puffing behind the many hollow screens that were giving him data. Is Li Han ready? He asked, almost choking with excitement. Let's begin the start of one of the most legendary training sessions, he shouted from the speakers. Khan stood on the platform dressed in second-generation armor. The armor had ergonomic streamlined shapes, sat comfortably on the body, and was more durable despite its thinner armor. Let's go, Octo shouted. and Han released psionic waves to make contact with the armor. Powerful psionic waves began to emanate from Khan as he connected with the armor and his spear. And this power would soon become his, he thought. Without him around, it's even easier to breathe. Faithful dog arc, Catherine was angry, walking along the distant corridors of the base. Training is complete, Octo told him. Happy as an elephant. Han was breathing heavily from merging with the armor. He was squeezed like a lemon. For the first time, he did great. It was not for nothing that he was chosen. The fat man clapped his hands. At this rate, they'll be able to handle the dough, Octo confidently stated, and Han was surprised by what other dough. He would soon be tested in front of all the major figures, but with his abilities he could easily handle it, Octo assured. Khan wiped his sweat-soaked face with a towel. He knows Sergeant Red, Khan asked. Why are you asking? The bald engineer answered a question with a question. Maybe he knows something about the Oracle, Khan asked. They said she was sleeping recently, and now she woke up, the guy asked thoughtfully, and he frowned. It's cryogenic sleep, and while it costs a pretty penny, about the same as creating telearmor, Octo said, its abilities are worth it. They froze the girl, but why? Khan was even more surprised. Mental problems, many first-generation telekinetics couldn't handle the pressure, and their wiring shorted out, the engineer replied. These people seem to turn to stone, which leads to death. She has little time left? No one will be surprised if she soon disappears, he answered. What are they talking about that is so interesting, Octo? The fat man heard, and immediately began to sweat. Where is she from here? The engineer cried out. Wanted to ask him about something, the girl answered. But the fat man was not at all happy about this. He still has portable consoles. Let him give her one, otherwise she could die of boredom here. He showed with gestures. But where would he find them? Octo was indignant. He is an engineer, so he should know. Or let him do it himself, the Oracle shouted at him impatiently. She shook the fat man, but suddenly let him go and looked at Khan, who was standing nearby and silently watching. My God, what people and without security, said Catherine. He is from the second generation. What muscles. She began to feel him up. I was all on fire. It's a pity that he's just a schoolboy, muttered the Oracle. Maybe we can go somewhere where no one will bother us, chat and all that, Catherine suggested to him with a strange smile. That's right, take him quickly, and take him away beyond 100 seas. The training is over, said Octo, and hurried to get rid of the annoying girl. Take her away from here right now, she's such a nuisance that it's driving me crazy, Octo whispered to Khan. I hear everything, the Oracle shouted. Get busy with the console and hurry up there, Catherine told him sternly. She was in a special position in the Ark so she could push him around as she pleased. Let's go, Cat told the guy, and left Octo to rage alone. And what does she want to talk about? Khan asked, stopping. Octo told him everything about her condition. Catherine's voice changed. She really didn't have much time left. Even her hair was different from the start, she said pitifully. But she would like to spend her last days happily. Does he want to go far away with her? Asked Catherine in a gentle voice. If this is all, then he went. Khan could not understand her mood and hints, but he felt that they were playing with him. Wait, apparently you don't understand jokes at all, said Catherine. Red told her so. She knows him. Khan was surprised. Otherwise she wouldn't have called him along, said Catherine, and released a sigh wave. She had to tell him something, the girl said and extended her hand to his head. Khan was surprised but decided to see what would happen. If he wanted to survive, he shouldn't show up on the battlefield, Catherine said. Red was worried about him, and he should know about it. She saw his future. Khan was surprised. That is, she didn't see it, Catherine answered. That's why she warned him. If the future is not visible, then the person does not exist. The logic is clear, said the fortune teller of the 100th level. She said that most likely, which means there are cases when people survive. Khan quickly decided for himself. What? Catherine was surprised. This was not the reaction she expected. Many wanted to know their future. Many asked her about it, and then changed their fate. Thanks for the warning. He really appreciates it, but his life is walking on a razor's edge. The chances of not returning from battle are always high, Khan said. With this, he turned around and left. Catherine was stunned. She did not expect to see such an indifferent reaction. But for the sake of the person she loved, she had to do something, the girl thought. Well, live on until you die like a dog, Catherine said through clenched teeth. Our troops have returned to the Ark, Red said, lining them up in front of him while chewing a chocolate stick. During one of the sorties, Corporal Lao Cha was killed, Red briefly informed them. They both shuddered as if they had been doused with cold water. Silence clenched her fists. Khan wanted to say something, but Red stopped him. Don't touch him. Even veterans have a hard time losing friends, he said. I still can't believe that he's not here. I have the feeling that he's somewhere far, far away, Khan thought. Is it normal for him to react like this? Khan asked. He felt less and less sad every day. You know, Red said, he was different from the start. But if he had been normal, he would hardly have survived in such circumstances, the sergeant said. He survived not because he was hardened by the street environment, but by his own strength, Red said, throwing down his wand. It was time to go. An important test awaited him, Red told him dryly. He too had not felt sadness for a long time, only a slight melancholy. Richeng, even though you have built high walls in your heart, Han recalled Schwartz's words. And you don't feel anything at all, said the big guy. Don't forget that you did it yourself and not someone did it for you. Li Han, is it okay? Octo asked. Pretend it's training and don't worry too much, said the engineer, who was more worried than the test subject. Don't get nervous, there's a lot of time, Octo said again. He's calm, Khan replied. What's more annoying is that the engineer himself is constantly in a hurry. Okay, Octo sighed. Old Man Smith was watching him from behind, and the engineer was afraid of embarrassing himself in front of his main competitor. In all this time, no one has been able to cope with this armor. It is unlikely that the kid will cope, said Smith. The pathetic puppy wants to show off nothing more. This is the second-generation armor. It looks like the future has already arrived, the audience whispered. Khan really did look like a cyborg in it. He was given the command to begin the test, and he released psi waves. Everything will work out, Khan told himself. From the outside, it might seem like he forced them to give up the project, but now Khan wanted to prove that he was worthy of this armor. The test itself was fairly simple. Although the basic operations should be simple, Khan had an obstacle course in front of him. At first, he performed the usual running and jumping, easily jumping over barriers. The armor responded well to his movements. And to perform these movements, you don't actually have to be an athlete, it's just walking. But even such things were still difficult, Khan noted, even though they were simple movements. Not bad, just amazing. Someone said that he couldn't handle it. Octo rejoiced. But Smith didn't show it. So far, so good. All that was needed was to attack the stationary target at the last stage, Khan thought, and swung his spear. When a test gun fired at it point blank, the dummy shell hit the hull with a loud ringing sound. The shot threw Khan back and he fell on his back. The ricochet of the shot flew further. The armor survived. Why is the turret firing? Octo was indignant. What's going on? This wasn't in his test plan. Li Han, is it okay? Asked Octo. Everything is fine, Han answered, shaking himself off. The armor is not damaged, he said. But that wasn't in the test, he asked. Damn it, Octo replied. He would never do that. 100% Old Man Smith, Octo thought. Smash her to pieces, shouted Engineer Li Hanu. Got it, said Khan, as the gun fired again after reloading. A multitude of ring-shaped charges flew at the Khan. But now he moved not in a straight line but from side to side, as in a real fight. His speed was enough to jump faster than the gun's angular rotation, so the turret could no longer hit him. Khan accelerated and jumped up to knock the targeting off himself. He took advantage of the low ceiling in the underground training ground and jumped straight onto it, like that guy in the movie. The gun couldn't fire upward at that angle vertically, so Khan simply hit it from a blind spot, from above. From such a powerful and fiery program, all the spectators lost the power of speech and took a deep breath. Well done, Li Han, Octo said into his ear, who was laughing uncontrollably. Everything worked out, Khan sighed. That's right, hurry up and come here, the engineer called him. They exceeded their expectations. Good job, Octo. Alexander praised them. They will get an additional budget. The prototype was now his, Octo's bald head shining, while Old Man Smith was grinding his teeth next to him. And so now, said the chief of staff, but froze. For about 5 minutes, their meeting had been interrupted by the sounds of a game console. Red, deal with her before the migraine starts, the chief of staff asked. And that's why the sergeant was called to the meeting. Catherine was playing the games, not paying any attention to them at all. Since Kat didn't calm down even after she was called, Red simply snatched the console out of her hands. The unfortunate console crashed onto the floor and shattered, and Octo's work was in vain. They're having a meeting, the sergeant said, looking into eyes full of pain and despair. What else is there to do? What business could there be with tele-armor? Catherine was indignant. Let's clear up some things and you can go, Alexander said wearily. Warhammer appeared suddenly. No one expected it, and this must not happen again, he said. I hope she can still predict the future, he asked Catherine. Another vanguard of dragons should appear. Saw the burning city and the death of many people. Where and when will this happen? Shouted the chief of staff. He jumped up from his seat as if stung. 10 days later in Paris, I saw the Eiffel Tower there, Catherine told them carefree. Why did she come here again? Sergeant Red hissed angrily. We need to act now, the chief of staff shouted, brushing aside all arguments. Let go. It hurts, Catherine demanded, as Red dragged her into the hallway again. But he didn't listen and roughly threw her into some utility room. Damn it, tell me what the problem is, the sergeant growled. Don't even think about lying. It's clearly not today that she saw the dragons appear. Why didn't she tell you earlier? Red pinned her against the wall. Is she kidding or something? Who cares what happens to the world, or rather not her, Catherine denied. Stop acting like a child. She's not the only one who needs to make sacrifices, Red growled. Does she even know how old these boys from the second generation are? He asked, and answered himself, 13, or even younger. And even they, as children, sacrifice their lives, take risks, try their best, Red said. So what? Catherine shouted back. Why should she care? Sacrifice, you say, is a good word. It even makes your soul feel warm, she said. So what should she sacrifice? Because she will die before the dragons appear for the second time. And other people can plan their lives after this? The girl cried bitterly. And it is in this world where the dragons are defeated that they firmly believe that they can live in safety and peace, she shouted at him. But what should she do, because all she can do is look at the future where there is no place for her, she cried bitterly. She has no hope, only stupid abilities. You know, she's a good person, Red told her, looking gloomy. He stopped screaming and stepped aside. Catherine wiped away her tears. And she even mocks him, the bastard. Catherine was indignant and left him alone. 10 days later, ARC dropped a landing force straight into Paris. Now they had time to prepare the operation. It was unusual to see a peaceful city, and not a fiery chaos with a mountain of corpses, but still, they could not shake off a strange feeling of discomfort. Now that everyone's gone, it's like a ghost town, Knut noted. Will it really turn into ruins in a week too, Dmitri asked, and Simon most likely agreed with him. According to the Oracle's predictions, in 7 days there will be an opening of the gates in Paris. Most often, these gates and dragons appear in new places, and not where the previous rifts were. And now elite units and troops from all over the world gather here. The Psychers of the Ark had simply enormous soldiers growing up in their path. They were taller than even Schwartz. OPSI fighters from the Ark, the soldier addressed them in the common language. Maybe give way, he said, although there was enough space for everyone. The road is wide and you are not a train, you will go around it, answered Dmitri, who was not going to give in. They are wizards, so go ahead and fly over us, suggested the giant with the machine gun. What a bastard, Dmitri grinned. He would have immediately entered into a fight. But Khan stopped him. Don't give in to provocations, he said. And who are they, actually, judging by the patches on their shoulders? U.S. Army soldiers, Khan noted. Not just soldiers, they are the most elite unit of infantry. The American smiled from ear to ear. Hellboy, he called his unit. He had heard about them. It was hard to believe, but these giants were their peers, Khan thought. They do not have PSI, but many experiments and operations were carried out on them to improve their physical abilities. Their body standards are much stricter than in the Ark, so they are all several times bigger than even Dmitri. If they didn't have Esai, those same ogres would have made sandwiches out of them long ago, the big guys laughed. It was a funny joke, but it was time for them to go, said Khan and walked past. Such boring good road brats, the giant grinned. Don't worry, we'll meet again, said Dmitri as he walked past. This is a mansion. I have never seen anything like it. The guys' jaws dropped when they arrived at the new luxury location. They collapsed on their beds. There was no point in saving on people, since the entire city could be destroyed in a week. The bed was so soft Knut was pampered. He had never seen anything like it either, Khan said. So this was what it meant to live in luxury. He stroked the bedspread. Look here. There's a fridge full of drinks. Knut was as happy as a child, which was not surprising. There's so much here, maybe we should have a drink, the Viking suggested, but Khan refused. Then Knut pounced on the cookies. They just melted in his mouth. What was written here? He asked. But Khan didn't know French either. Okay, now we can go, Knut grinned conspiratorially. Where are you heading? His commander asked. I'll go around the other rooms and get some of these cookies. The others won't want to eat them anyway, said Knut. He shouldn't hang around here. There are not only soldiers, Ark, but also plenty of others, Khan warned. But when did that stop the adventurer? I don't remember him being appointed a general, Knut smiled. So for now he's a general. Nothing new. And what he had hoped for, sighed Khan and scratched his head. Khan unfolded the map in front of him on the tablet's holoscreen and began to prepare for battle. While there was little time, it was worth examining all the buildings nearby. Without preparation, they definitely would not win. You know the old saying about a samurai, Even if he only needs a sword once in his life, he must always carry it, Corporal Lau told him. He will remember this forever, Khan thought, staring at the screen. There was a knock at the door, and Khan asked if it was the Viking who had returned. But another uninvited and unexpected guest appeared in his room. Wait, stand like this. Silence heard the sounds coming from Khan's room, and she definitely saw how that girl went inside. What's going on? Silence lurked under the door, catching every sound. Through the crack in the door, she saw the shameless girl lay down on Khan's shoulder. And the shameless Khan grabbed her by the shoulder and pressed her to himself. Silence couldn't stand what she was doing with Lihan and decided to come back later. What one was afraid to show up? Asked Dmitri, as he usually looked forward to a good battle. Otherwise, why did he bring his big guys? He asked. He was completely surrounded by soldiers from Hellboy. Don't worry, he's the only one who will fight, their commander said. The rest came to watch, but if he tries to escape, everything will change. Is it true? Dmitri grinned. Who else would run away here? An American? Then they too can relax. He will not use his psi powers against them, which they are so afraid of, Dmitri said. Let's start. The two fighters stood opposite each other, grinning contentedly. An impudent, shameless girl, always walking around and grinning smugly, Tishina recalled. What were they doing there when they became so close? She wondered angrily. It's gotten a bit hot. I need to go change my clothes, and my chest is pricking, the girl thought. Silence. Where did he get surprised Knut, seeing the Ark soldier in a mask? Dmitri struck with all his might. The Ark soldier met his blow with his chest without even defending himself. It's not enough. He needs to hit again. Dmitri returned his hand to his belt and stood in a stance. He began to hammer at the giant with all his might, like a sledgehammer on a rock. What a tough bastard, Dmitri puffed. He showered him with a hail of blows. But the steel giant did not give in and did not miss a single attack. When at one point, having gotten used to Dmitri's speed, he grabbed his hand. Now it's his turn to have fun, said the giant, and pulled his hand towards himself. He swung his huge fist, and Dmitri, in order not to expose his face, exposed his forehead, which immediately smashed and bled. If that's the case, then hold on, thought the American. His blow even passed through Dmitri's frontal armor. But he wasn't going to give up. He quickly went into a hold and performed an elbow lever. You better give up if you don't want your arm broken, he told the American. Yes, right now, the mutant shouted, and simply waved the hand on which Dmitri was sitting. He threw him 10 meters like a kitten. Dmitri broke a couple of flower pots under him. He screamed in pain, and a huge foot appeared above him that could crush him like a bug. At the last second, he managed to jerk to the side, and the concrete slab cracked under the American's feet. Well, what a car. From that moment the jokes ended, Dmitri went into Hulk mode. He ripped off his shirt as Silence appeared from behind and walked past him. Get out of here, or I might catch you and there won't be a wet spot left, the giant said to Silence. How annoying it all is, I urgently need to break something. And it would be better to break someone, the girl thought. She broke the giant's finger simply by using telekinesis. The big guy, writhing in pain, quickly put his finger back in. Yes, he will smear him across the wall. He has completely lost his fear of using magic here, the giant shouted and swung his fist. The eyes of the skull mask flashed red lights. The girl easily parried the heavy blow to the side. Her hand slid towards the super mutant's body, and her fist struck from a distance of 3 fingers, folding the American in half. He fell to the ground and grabbed his insides, as if he had been pierced through and through. Grab him, shouted the oafs from his squad, and they also rushed at Silence. Dmitri and Knut were silently amazed that it was possible to move like that and hit people. The point is not that the mutant turned out to be weak, but that the Silence is damn strong, Knut noted. The silence continued. The mutants who remained on their feet fearfully stepped aside. They had no chance against Silence, Dmitri agreed, looking at her back. Khan held a fragile girl on his shoulder. It was obvious that her health was not good. She will tell the leader that if he joins this operation, he will die, Catherine said when she entered his room. One word from her, and he will be sent to a safe place, she said, as if it was a threat. The topic is closed. No, Khan asked. The dragon will appear, and he will definitely die. He is still so young he does not want to live, shouted Catherine. And at that moment, a painful flash of sigh pierced her. She screamed and fell to her knees before him, and Khan was afraid that he would be blamed. But she came herself, he thought. We need to call a doctor immediately. Khan picked up the girl and reached for the tactical bracelet. No, she's fine. The girl put her hand on his shoulder. She was still overcome by a surge of strength. You just need to rest, she whispered. Catherine turned as white as chalk. These are the psi problems that doom telekinetics, Khan thought. Soldiers were approaching the building. She watched them walk and thought about her own things. Catherine stood at the window, letting the wind blow around her from all sides. She had seen all this before. "Don't shoot," shouted the others here. "A survivor," said one of the soldiers. Catherine opened her eyes. She hadn't dreamed about the past for a long time. There was a younger boy standing next to her, and she was lying in his bed, Catherine realized. She stood up. Khan didn't even look in her direction and continued to study the map. How stubborn. The girl stared at him. He didn't even do anything. She was surprised. Red was the same, straight as a rail, stubborn, but endlessly selfless. They look so alike, thought Catherine. They must have become friends and communicate. "Are you okay?" Khan asked. "I'm better already." He showered her with questions. "Yes," the crazy girl answered surprisingly meekly, and adjusted her hair under Khan's stern gaze. "Then get lost." He quickly showed the uninvited guest out the door. "And don't come again. You're in the way," said Khan and slammed the door. "What a little bastard," she said when the door slammed in front of her. Catherine found Red at the arc base in the engineering department where the armor was being assembled. "Do you want to take the tele-armor?" she screamed, driving Octo crazy. "You've gone completely crazy, 2 lives or something," Catherine screamed while Red simply listened. "Look at your feet," said Catherine. "Shut up, that's why they're setting her up now," he replied. "There are few fighters left. Another team can be assembled with him." Octo began to show him something with gestures, but Red did not quite understand what the bald engineer wanted. "Calm her down and take her away from here, that's what he says," Catherine's pass. She has already learned to understand the fat man without words. "Have a drink." Red handed her a glass of juice when they arrived at the bar. "If she's that worried, she could just look into the future and see whether he dies or not," Red said. She didn't give a damn about his future. He just looked pathetic from the outside. Catherine got furious and poured the juice on the floor. "And pour her something stronger, she's not a child." "It's bad for your health," the sergeant replied. "Isn't it a bit late to worry about your health?" Cat was indignant. "I told you they were still trying to find a cure. That's why they locked her in the lab to wait until they made it. He knows this very well himself. Even if it is made, she will have been feeding the worms for a long time," the girl answered wearily. Red clutched his head. If only she knew how much he didn't want her to be woken up. They sat in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. "Let's just end this, damn it all," Red said, reaching for the bottle with his kinesis. "If she wants to get stuffed so badly, so be it," he said, and splashed some firewater into the glass. "It's not good for her to drink alone." "He should too," Catherine said. Okay, Sergeant Red capitulated completely, which was not part of his habits. But there was nowhere to go. They sat quietly and peacefully, as in the old days. For Red, he had become 10 years older, and for her, 1 day had passed. "The dark force clouds our vision." Catherine smiled, waves of dope covering her. She grabbed him by the hair and ruffled it. For some reason, Red didn't look like he always did. "He's even more handsome this way," she said, tousling his hair. And even the always stern sergeant didn't know what to say. Catherine opened her eyes and realized that she was waking up in her own bed for the 2nd time. "This is already becoming a habit," she jumped up. Nothing happened. She looked around. There were quite a few empty bottles in the room. Catherine checked herself for layers of clothing and anxiously felt herself from all sides. Apparently, he slept somewhere else. She looked at the smooth sheets next to her, Catherine realized. "Gentlemen, you understand," she sighed disappointedly. Red saw her in the crosshairs, surviving in the middle of a vast wasteland. "Don't shoot." She was giving the SOS signal, Red realized. It's amazing that someone could survive in this hell, he thought, looking at the girl in the dress. "When I saw how the saved girl jumped down from the window." "Devil!" Red shouted, and rushed to catch her as fast as he could. He caught her at the last minute and looked straight into the face of the girl who had already been saved twice. Wasn't it she who sent the signal for help? "Why the hell did she jump then?" he asked. She saw how he would catch her. The crazy girl smiled. It was their first meeting, and it was only recently, if you think about it, that she looked at herself in the mirror. She opened the cabinet in search of soap, but there were only chocolate sticks there. "He's not some kind of woodpecker," thought Catherine. "But there is definitely a resemblance." She assessed the reserves. Catherine grabbed one of the chocolate sticks herself and looked out the window thoughtfully. Catherine was slowly coming to her senses after yesterday's binge, her head still aching. "This way he is even more beautiful." The girl remembered the consequences of her libations. "She's completely crazy to say such things. What a fool." She started hitting herself on the head and shaking her hands. There wasn't even a lighter anywhere. She was indignant. It was tastier to chew the sticks that way, but she had to leave with nothing. With her hair tossed and her head held high, Catherine walked out of Red's room. Oh my God, she was surprised. It's silence. Kat exclaimed, more from surprise, to meet someone at the door at this time. As far as she remembered, this was Sergeant Red's room, Silence thought. Oh, that. Catherine felt a strange look from under the mask and hesitated. Cheapy wrote Silence on her bracelet, and Catherine was dumbfounded by such insults. There must have been some mistake, she called after him. But the silence instantly evaporated. I don't understand what's wrong with him, but he clearly doesn't like her, thought Catherine. She felt strange, as if she was in a rom-com. Got a few new gimmicks set up, Octo told him, as Han tried on the armor again. Something like this, he made a gesture with his hand, like a character from a famous movie. Didn't he look at Spider-Man? He does it like this and a web shoots out of his back meridian. Octo showed him. Khan just grimaced in disgust. His left hand is equipped with a device for replacing the hook gun. In addition, this thing is removable. You can always take it off, Octo said. And also a jetpack. But in battle, watch your back more carefully and try not to fall, the engineer warned. If the boss says it hurts, then you can definitely kick the bucket, the workers laughed. Even a genius would understand that the backpack could explode, Khan thought. Very soon, what was predicted will begin. He already knows that he is their main fighter. First, the first-generation soldiers will go into battle, ideally if they are the only ones available, Octo warned. That's all he could prepare, he said, and took the remote control out of his pocket. In just 10 years of peace, humanity has become too carefree. If they don't stop the dragons today, they're finished, Octo said. A monitor with a view of the city appeared in front of them. I will not allow the destruction of the world, Khan promised. But this time, he will fight not for humanity but for his brothers and comrades, he said. Darkness and clouds were gathering over the city, and spatial gates were about to appear. If nothing has changed, then as before the earth will crack and monsters will pour out of the rift, said the chief of staff, who was watching everything from the bunker. All troops moved into position and surrounded the supposed point of the gate's appearance, reporting to him. A real hurricane swirled above the tower with lightning flashing. Damn, I feel really uneasy. I hope I don't lose my breakfast, said Newt, feeling sick from what he saw. The lightning is converging at one point, directly above the supposed location of the gate, the chief of staff was informed. Excellent. Soldiers prepare for battle, Alexander gave the command. The tankers and artillerymen began to aim their guns at the target. Something was wrong. Knut was still worried, and he could not calm his anxiety. Why is nothing happening? The monsters have chickened out, grumbled the super mutants from the American team. From above, look at the sky, Knut shouted to the others who were near him. The monsters fell down like raindrops, a whole waterfall. Roaring terribly, they fell for the last time from a height of hundreds of meters. The sky seemed to shit a stream of monsters, straight from the air. And what should they do? Knut asked himself. As a fighter with regeneration, he was put on the front lines. What was going on here? Confusion spread through the ranks of soldiers as a carpet of corpses grew across the square. Khan wondered why the gates opened in the sky, as it was a one-off superweapon, and was kept at the base for the time being. The command must be in confusion now. They have positioned their troops to fight on the ground, Khan thought. Gradually, the dead become a landing site, and some monsters survive the fall. Well, prepare for battle, the commanders shouted. The first monsters began to run down the mountain of corpses. Fire. The order went through the ranks, and they began to shoot at a bunch of monsters. If it had not been so thick, they could not have shot without the risk of hurting each other. It's just a game, and on an easy level at that, easy as pie, shouted the super mutants firing their Gatling guns. They're completely out of their minds, thought Knut. It would be great if everything continued like this. The rain of monsters just never stopped, in all colors and shades. They're just coming in droves, Dmitri puffed, hoping that they'll just run out of bullets or something, he thought. The usual monsters were replaced by those who did not fall down with the rest. These others, get ready, flying monsters, Knut shouted to be heard over the gunfire. The pilots appeared, reported to headquarters, prepared the guns, gave orders from there, and anti-aircraft guns on the roofs of the buildings became active. The night sky blossomed with streams of tracers that pierced the monsters. Between the soldier flyers, flyers with spherical bodies appeared. One of the self-propelled guns exploded, self-detonation, and the headquarters were alarmed. But dozens more monsters with thick bellies and wings appeared in the sky. As they fell to the ground, these winged missiles exploded into napalm, burning people and equipment. The soldiers were now firing in all directions and had to constantly monitor their rear. There are too many of them, they shouted, while the ground monsters got very close and attacked. But there were so many monsters that even firing from all barrels and all calibers, they could not suppress them. Everyone retreat, blow up the first sector, the order hissed in Knut's earpiece. Everyone heard. Let's run away faster, the psyker shouted to the others. Otherwise, they're finished. He didn't finish. A fire ship with wings was flying straight towards them. Another of many explosions sounded, and flames engulfed Knut's squad. The silence moved quickly, cutting through the monsters left and right. Simon covered his people with a powerful PSI shield, so he could not be afraid of explosions. Don't stop. Everyone leave. Preparations for blowing up the first sector are complete, they reported to Alexander. Let's wait a little longer, he said. Let them gather in a closer group. Hold on, we need to get out of here faster. A couple of survivors from the elite squad hobbled through the zone. Soon there will be only ruins here, said the commander of the Kelboyevs. Leave him, he should survive, asked his partner. If we die, then we all die together, the commander shouted. Tell me who they are, warriors from hell. Better yet, the mutants shouted in hell. We'll meet there, he said, grinning straight into Death's crooked mouth. Once again, who are they? The commander shouted, and they all shouted in chorus, better from hell. A soldier's shadow rushed past them, and they did not immediately understand what had happened. The soldier covered two huge super mutants with his body. The fire was so hot that they still had to cover their faces with their hands, even though they were far from the explosion. What kind of childish slogan is that, don't you think? Dmitri asked them, all of whose clothes had burned off. But it's cool that they don't abandon their own. The bald-headed psyker smiled at them. Knut woke up. He was lying in the middle of the battlefield. Half of his face was covered by PSI waves, and he didn't feel it yet. He turned around and saw that all that was left of his squad was a handful of ashes. Realizing what had happened, Knut screamed at the top of his lungs, his torn face slowly healing. He fell to his knees, rage giving him strength, and he released psi waves of an unprecedented level. Alone in the midst of a horde of monsters, with a spear at the ready and in a green haze, he looked furiously at his enemies. Come one by one, freaks, I'll kill you all and I'll be the only one left, he shouted to them. There are still troops on the battlefield. Do you want to wait? They asked Alexander, but he replied that it was time. They blew up the entire square at once, with all the monsters and ancient history that had accumulated there. Now the final hour has come for Paris, Octo said, watching the explosion through the monitor. Even such an important city for the Ark is nothing more than a tool in the fight against monsters. Even if they win, there will still be nothing left of Paris. It was a huge explosion. Did everyone manage to escape? Khan was worried about his guys more than about the Cold Stone. Most of the monsters were destroyed. Besides, these were their main forces. They stopped appearing from the gate, reported to the chief of staff. Then the stormtroopers should finish off the remaining freaks, and the rest should prepare first-generation tele-armor, Alexander ordered. He will appear soon. He looked tensely into the hole that appeared in the sky. You never know for sure what will crawl out of there. Everyone heard, said Sergeant Red over the radio, dressed in his usual armor. This battle would end on their line, he told everyone else as he watched the dragon pass through the rift. The monster, covered in a golden sheen of armor, flapped its huge wings. Blue team, begin the operation, Red ordered, and they activated their jetpacks to ascend to the dragon. Everyone work according to plan. It's no different from what they saw in the First War, Red reassured them. Besides, it is much smaller. Although it is not war harmit, be careful, he ordered, and the squad surrounded the dragon in the air. Dragons hold themselves up with PSI, but without wings they cannot fly effectively. SI allows them to hover in the air, but without wings they are just convenient targets. Block the view. I'll come from behind, the fighters talked. They aimed at the wings of the monster. Red hit him in the head with a wave of flame, which was reinforced by the armor. The flames completely obscured the dragon's vision, and he shook his head to see again. He was distracted, and immediately two soldiers in armor were able to get behind him. We're going to cut off your wings now. Prepare for a ground battle, Red warned. But this young dragon was not going to give up so easily. His eyes flashed red. He hit them with red bolts of ESI lightning in all directions at once. It can't be, Red shouted, as he saw the discharges pass through the fighters on the wings. But they were lucky. The armor withstood this salvo and was not destroyed, Red noted. With a long sword, the fighter chopped the wing and it flew to the side like a rag. They began to fall towards the ground together, while Red watched the battle from his airboard. Commendable. But he will still end up on the ground where he will be finished off, Red said to the dragon. The monster threw off its unwanted riders and flew like a stone to the ground, roaring terribly. He hit the ground, knocked down a couple of buildings with his bulk, and raised a cloud of dust, finally landed. Red said, "Don't slow down. We need to finish him off." The one-winged monster rose to its feet at the end of a long line it had dug into the concrete with its body. But he was still emitting a strong psi wave pressure that surrounded him with a red glow. What is he doing? Red wondered. There were only 2 suits of armor left in the ranks. Looking closer, he realized that the dragon had just changed the shape of its body, becoming more adapted to ground combat. They had never seen anything like this before. The usual scheme wouldn't work, Red said, as the beast ran towards them like a wolf on the hunt. But we can't just stand aside. If we fight on the ground, there will be a chance to win, he said. Turn on the jetpack's maximum output. I'll go first at high speed and call down his lightning charge, the sergeant ordered. But then he'll get hit, his partner objected. If he's lucky, he'll manage to finish him off before that moment, Red said. There is no time to doubt. Let's attack, he ordered, and rushed at full speed. Your wave, shouted the partner, and launched the backpack half a second later. But instead of shooting lightning, the dragon lifted into the air a mass of debris that lay everywhere. Telekinesis. Red was surprised, but it was too late. He had already gained considerable speed and ran into an oncoming stream of stones that pounded the armor like rain. The monster then bared its huge, razor-sharp claws. He swung them at them, hitting 2 soldiers in body armor at once. Red's armor was badly damaged and also flew back, shattering into pieces. He was down on his knees, half of his drives were out of order, most of his plating and dynamic protection was destroyed. And the monster opened his partner like a tin can and gnawed out his armor from the inside. The bloody mouth flashed with a furious gaze of fiery eyes. I've never seen anything like this. What do they feed him like that? Red asked and hobbled towards the dragon. Now he needs to stay alive as long as possible, and die only after he learns at least one of the weaknesses, the sergeant decided for himself. Li Han. Proceed with the operation, Red heard on the command frequency. What he had just heard, there was no way the command would ever agree to this. Red was horrified. They're just going to leave Red to die, Oracle asked the chief of staff. Khan rushed forward to cover Sergeant Red. Oracle, you can't be here, the guard told her. Don't touch. Catherine was indignant. Let me go, the chief of staff said. Does she even understand how serious everything is now? He asked the girl. The dragon that appeared now is a new species, and no one knows what it is capable of. They may lose the only fighter from the 2nd generation. This could be the beginning of the downfall of all humanity, he said, and Catherine lowered her head. Then know that if Sergeant Red dies, she has no reason to live, said Catherine, and put the pistol and syringe to her neck. If he dies, she dies, Catherine declared decisively. There was no doubt she could do it. Forgive me, Li Han, the girl whispered. But Red was more important to her. Her actions may seem contradictory to him. She warned him about death in battle. He has every right to despise her, Catherine said over the intercom. But Red is dear to her. Please save him, the girl cried in the speakers. Get ready, said Li Han. Octo. Once again, he found himself in the middle of a romantic drama instead of calmly burning tanks. That is, dragons. She didn't need to ask him. They were going to go anyway. Sergeant Red couldn't just die like that, Khan said. Li Han was rapidly approaching, wearing his 2nd-generation armor. He moved quickly, even without a backpack. The dragon turned away from its prey and turned its attention to Li Han, who attacked from the side. What the hell is he doing here, idiot? Red shouted at him. You can set his face on fire again like last time, Khan asked in response. No, but I'll try to lure him like last time, Red said. Then you'll definitely kick the bucket, Khan noted. Do as you are told, Red ordered him. But Khan did not listen. He was fighting not for humanity but to avoid seeing his friends die. The dragon fired a volley of red flashes of psychokinesis at Khan. Khan moved in a zigzag pattern to avoid being hit. His body in the armor seemed very light. He got closer and closer to the dragon, and then released telekinesis, lifting dozens of debris into the air to delay Khan. Red warned him carefully. He would use telekinesis. Then Khan soared into the air using a jetpack and dodged the blow. Block his view with fire, Khan said, making his signature gesture. You can't, Red said. Otherwise, he stopped short and added, but do whatever you want, the sergeant declared. He unleashed all the pyrokinesis he could muster. The stream of flame again forced the dragon to bend his head and protect his eyes. Meanwhile, Khan aimed at the dragon from above, while it froze in place. A thread, controlled by psychokinesis, shot out of his hand and wrapped around one of the dragon's head appendages. We need to wind this super-strong thread as quickly as possible. Khan pulled the winch towards himself. He chained himself and the dragon so that it couldn't escape, and jumped with the jetpack's full power. Now he would really finish him off. Khan gained enormous speed and aimed his spear at the monster like a knight. And what is he up to now, this naughty boy? Red thought. Khan moved like a rocket, but the dragon noticed the threat and put up his electric shield. The guy surely knows how to get through this barrier, the sergeant thought. Increase the PSI barrier to maximum for 1 moment, Octo told him, and Khan was surprised. He always does things his own way, but he can't just let the guy die if he runs into Dacron's PSI. He needs to max out his power. Khan did so, his eyes glowing blue due to the high percentage of dragon cells in his armor. When PSI power is released, it is suppressed by the same force, Octo explained to him. Khan hit the monster. There was a monstrous explosion, as if a bomb had gone off, and waves of SI rolled across the area. Red covered himself with the remains of his armor to avoid being caught in the blast wave. Khan was standing right in the center of the explosion. The sergeant noticed when the dust had settled a little. The Khan leaned over the dragon, breathing deeply, and removed his helmet to confirm the monster's death with his own eyes. Red looked at the guy who was standing next to the dragon. The last spirit was coming out of him, and he was slowly dissolving into Sai. She probably doesn't know, but just now the guy with whom he fought saved the world, Red thought. They looked at the fire of blue lights of PSI waves that the already dead dragon emitted. The Khan looked at the flow of waves, which was expanding and threatening to swallow him up. He closed his eyes from the bright light and then seemed to have moved somewhere. And when he opened them, he saw that he was standing in the middle of a wild area with forest all around. Khan did not recognize this place, although the leaves were green. He had never seen such plants. Strange trees, small monsters. Everything here was unlike anything you could find on Earth. The Khan came out into an open area, and before him a view of a valley opened up, in the middle of which tall cliffs stuck out like towers. At the top of one of them, a dragon slept with its toothy head resting on it. Noticing Khan with his keen eyes, he stood up and stared at him. The silver dragon rose to its paws and used psychokinesis. The monster took off in one fell swoop and appeared right in front of Khan. The man, he would do everything possible to convince him of good intentions. Khan heard the voice inside himself, as did Warharmut. What was that? Khan woke up in a hospital room. Just a dream. Sorry, Knut told him, thinking that he had woken Khan when he dropped the jug of water. He's finally woken up, Knut said. Knut. Khan was surprised how long he slept and why he was also wearing hospital clothes. The fighter showered his partner with questions. He underwent psychological testing and was told to remain under observation for a couple of days, Knut responded reservedly. After his squad was wiped out by a kamikaze monster, he went into a rage. They called it a PSI storm, when the flow of waves becomes uncontrollable. Power surged from him, and Knut lost his sense of fear before the horde of monsters. He rushed at them like a caveman with a spear at the ready. They attacked him with the same fury and madness. The monster tore off Knut's arm, and in their mutual madness they tore each other to pieces. But Knut was supported by his PSI powers. They instantly restored what was lost, as if he had become immortal. He chopped them, pierced them, beat them with the shaft of a spear, bit them with his teeth, and kicked them. They tore him to pieces, cut him, hacked him, beat him with clubs, and bit him with teeth. And he got to his feet again and again and chopped them back. Knut went completely mad. He no longer heard orders. He didn't think about anything. He gave himself entirely to their battle, forgetting about pain, fear, all feelings mixed up in him, until they were engulfed in the all-consuming flames of the explosion of the planted mines. Remember how you said that you would fight for the people dear to you? Knut asked him. Now he decided to do the same. I will destroy anyone who dares to harm my friends, even if it means descending into the depths of hell. And his determination changed a lot after this fight, Khan noticed. Where is that child who loves cookies? Another visitor came to see Khan, and Knut realized that it was time for him to go. For the first time since she woke up, Catherine put on her uniform and came to check on him. And how is he? She asked, sitting down next to him. Everything is fine, he's recovering quickly, Khan answered reservedly. It seemed she had decided to take the matter seriously, Khan noted, looking at the girl fidgeting in front of him on the chair. She shouldn't have dragged him in. Everything had to have its limits, Catherine said in a slightly guilty voice. Because humanity has gone mad to subject children who become soldiers to such training, and she despised them. And it was impudent of her to ask him to save Red. But when Khan came out, she felt better, Catherine said. She is no different from them. Those who do all this to children, the girl cried in front of him again. And why did Khan think this was all for him? He listened silently to her sobs until she calmed down, because he couldn't say anything more anyway. Sorry, I came to thank him, but I ended up whining, said Catherine, wiping tears from her face. Girls are all so fragile and vulnerable. Khan looked at her. When the bracelet on Catherine's arm jingled, giving an alert. She had to go. The funeral was coming soon, she said, and Khan understood why she had changed her freestyle today. She has nothing to apologize for. It is his duty, Khan said almost indifferently, because this was the thought that had been guiding him all the time. It was just that now he had more brothers. Even though such methods seemed madness before the war, they are not so now. The world is mad, and it will continue to fight. To protect the people dear to his heart, said Khan, and to destroy all dragons. I understand, Catherine replied, barely holding back a new stream of tears from her eyes. Simon met with Kuro. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, because Kuro had just transferred to the third year. And where are Knut and Khan? Asked Kuro. Simon, who met him? Both in the hospital. Do you think you dragged yourself to meet them of your own free will? Turn on your brain, Simon grumbled. They are both wounded, even Knut. What happened? Asked Kuro. If you are so interested, go and find out, the Briton muttered. Let's go. What are you standing there for? I'm not going to wait if you fall behind, Simon said. Still hates him, Kuro thought and nodded. Good. Damn psycho, still unbearably annoying, came to his senses only when his partner was knocked down. Simon was angry, just let him twitch. 3 days later, he was drinking tea in the office of the chief of staff. Glad to see him back in action, said Alexander. Drink while the tea is still warm. Delicious, said Khan, drinking the tea, and returned the cup to its place. I think so too, the chief of staff agreed with him. And if you add sugar, it will be even tastier, he threw the cube to Khan. He wasn't called here to treat anyone. It was about Kuro, Khan asked. I wanted him to fight in a real battle, under his command, of course. And he would fight in second-generation armor, Alexander replied. They will release 11 more new suits, just for 3 teams, one of which will be led by Khan. Now all the dragons have been killed except for Warharmut, of course. If they had a team of 4 first-generation soldiers, they would have dealt with him. But now a new kind of these creatures has appeared, which even veterans cannot cope with. These degenerates develop like people, the chief of staff noted. And now their future depends on the second-generation armor. Khan thought about his words when he left the office. The commander explained to him the new alignment of forces, and this is always politics, Khan thought. At the moment, he's the only one who can handle the prototype, so having Kuro nearby will be a great support. Now he is needed by the Ark more than ever, and the scales are tipping in his favor. Hey, get out! How long can you take it already? Simon knocked on his door with his foot. What took him so long? He asked Kuro when he opened the door and apologized out of habit. All first-class fighters were ordered to assemble in the lab, and they are already late. Hurry up, Simon said. He promised that he wouldn't be weak even if he had to make decisions alone, Kuro thought. But since Khan was not around, he felt like he was becoming himself again. They came to the lab where Kuro had already taken a PSI test before. That's what Simon asked. The new device can measure PSI abilities. This device collects information about mental abilities and the numerical values of their expression, and then provides statistical data, the lab technician explained. All they have to do is put on the helmet and use their abilities to the fullest. Move away, puppies, Daddy will go. Simon pushed everyone away. He wanted to quickly find out his level. He walked over to the chair and pulled his helmet on, under the watchful eyes of the others. Come on, show your class, British genius, the other kids shouted. Simon sighed and concentrated. He imagined fighting the dragon, and he released all his PSI power as if he were in a real fight. The device showed 10,000, which was higher than everyone else's, Simon found out when he took off his helmet. Now it's his turn. Measure. Simon handed him the helmet. No, he already did this before the translation, Kuro said. And how much does he have? What is Kuro's result? Simon asked the lab assistant. Oh, that. She began to mumble uncertainly and adjust her hair, not knowing whether to answer or not. 12,000, and he didn't give it his all. The head of the lab answered for her. Sasha Grace looked at Simon as if to say, How do you like this baby? What an old witch. Simon got angry but didn't show it. This is just ridiculous, he thought. So unfair, and silently left the laboratory. It wasn't worth it, the lab assistant said. He's still a child. He wouldn't leave until they tell him, Sasha Grace answered her. What the hell is a PP? Khan asked. They were flying in a Chinook on a mission towards the sunset. The PSI power indicator, its numerical value, like in the games, Kuro explained. But Han had never played them, so he still didn't understand. Without a reason, the Ark wouldn't do such a thing, so they would use it in battle, Khan thought. So, Commander, what's the mission? Asked Knut, who was sitting opposite, and next to Khan sat Silence. The girl in the skull mask also became interested and looked at him. I'll explain now, said Khan. When Silence was overwhelmed by memories, let's fight. That's the only way I'll persuade the blonde. She challenged her classmate to a duel. And why should they fight? The guy asked her, turning to her. His name is spelled the same as hers, and that's very annoying, the girl replied. A good enough reason, she asked. Going well. Come on, Livy, he said, and stood at the ready. What's wrong with her today? Silence thought. It was already dark when they reached their destination. What kind of memories are these? Those that were erased after the injury. She grabbed her head. Vusto, a small town in the Pyrenees where they were dropped off. You mean to say those monsters galloped here all the way from Paris? Looking at their habits, they would never do that, Knut noted. They must have a commander, Ella for example. They need to explore the city, Khan said. Given the climate here and the condition of the body, it must have been about 2 days, he said when he examined the body on the street. But this is the only body where the others are. Li Han. Someone is coming here? Asked Knut, who noticed and warned them. The squad stood at the ready and took aim. You don't expect people in such terrain. A man in a hat was walking towards them, dragging a bloody cart behind him. Please state your name, branch of service, and rank, Li Han demanded from the man. No, the soldiers of the Ark, in person, raised the man's hat. As they can see, he is an ordinary farmer. And on his arm is a tattoo of a diving helmet with a skull, the kind often done by Marines or sailors, Khan noticed with an observant glance. If he doesn't want to confess, they have another way to find out who he is. The base needs a scan, Khan said in the bracelet. Jacques, just call him Jacques, the man introduced himself. And the full name, Khan insisted. It's not nice to ask about that, Jacques answered. It's better this way than to pass by a potential threat, Khan said. Jacques de Gaulle, the unusual farmer, introduced himself by his full name. 6 years retired, and before that he was in the elite unit of PSI fighters of the Ark, read Khan. I admit he hid for a long time, said Jacques. But why is he hiding? He is not a deserter, Khan asked. Even after their resignation, they are being watched. The leadership is afraid that they will do all sorts of things, Jacques answered. With this, Jacques began to walk further. Khan thoughtfully looked at his back. Will you help? Jacques asked. He could not bury everyone, but he must at least pay tribute to them. They piled the bodies in the center of the square, doused them with gasoline, and set them on fire. It was better that way than for monsters and ordinary animals to eat them and scatter the remains around. Even though he was hiding here, he liked this quiet place, where he could grow old, Jacques said regretfully. They must want to track down these creatures, he asked Khan. Would you mind if I joined you? Jacques suggested. He just watched as monsters killed people. Thanks to his ability, he survived but did not stop being a coward. Jacques waved his hand and became completely invisible. Wow, Khan was surprised. A very rare gift as soon as he was released from the Ark. Although Khan did not know his abilities as a fighter, they found them very useful in intelligence. Okay, Jacques de Gaulle. He is Li Han. He introduced himself. They will take him temporarily into their squad. He handed him a pistol and a knife. I won't let you down, said the former Navy SEAL. After exploring the city, they went into the forest to look for the monsters lurking there. Let's make a halt. We'll take turns on patrol. Except for Jacques, Khan ordered, noticing how out of breath the pensioner was after their long march. They are definitely people. Not to say that they are rusty, but their endurance can only be envied, said Jacques. I never thought that without equipment I wouldn't be able to keep up with fighters in full gear, he said. After all, they are fighters with enhancements, Khan replied. So they are from the second generation. Jacques was amazed. Does that mean Ark is still running this project? He asked. You can tell from their eyes that the children, about 12 or 13 years old, although they are stronger than the first-generation fighters, are still too young, Jacques noted. Why did he leave Ark? Khan asked, noticing Jacques' intense gaze. Because I hate him as much as I hate dragons and monsters, the veteran replied. 6 years ago? That means exactly when that incident happened, Silence thought. Disturbing memories of the distant past came flooding back to her. Silence grabbed her head again to suppress these emotions. She was on a mission, the girl told herself. They weren't born to be bred like cattle. Come with me, her voice called. He was clutching a pistol in his hand. All men but them are enemies, he whispered. Come together and we will rule the galaxy, his friend urged. Come on, Livy, he called to her, covered in dirt from head to toe, and she couldn't get up because of the cast on her leg. Catherine walked quickly through the corridors of the base, saying nothing. Red accompanied her, and together they stood in front of the distant door. Why are you standing there? Open up, she was the first to break the silence. All the records have probably been digitized by now, Red said. Don't be so naive. She was unconscious for 10 years, and some of the recordings from 6 years ago have already been erased. We need to find out what happened then. So he hates Acre because they use kids like them and train them, Khan asked. In his place, he wouldn't trust them too much since the Ark deals with guys like him, Jacques said, but didn't finish. A grunt was found in Zone 2, Khan received a message on his tactical bracelet. But he does not move due to severe injuries. The baby got separated from the group and reported to Khan. Toothy was clutching the wound on his chest, from which bodily fluids were sloshing. Khan ordered them to go, and only now noticed that Silence was not moving and was holding her head. Kuro, deal with him, Han ordered over the comm. I'm counting on you. This was all planned so that Kuro would experience a real fight and get used to killing all sorts of creatures, Knut thought, looking at his comrade. When you figure it out, come back, Khan ordered, and he himself remained with Silence. Kuro looked at the wounded, defenseless monster that looked at him with such lively eyes and hesitated. I'll kill you no matter how much you look, he said to the monster. And yet his hands were shaking. It wasn't just about pulling the trigger to take someone's life. Otherwise, the bodies they saw today would be his friends, Kuro thought. Silence, Khan called, shaking his partner by the shoulders. He refused to come to his senses. She needed to calm down. There was no evil intent in her actions. If anything was wrong, it was this whole world, she thought. He had died a long time ago. He was gone, she consoled herself, driving away the obsession. The girl came to her senses, realizing that she was being held by the shoulders. What an awkward moment, she thought. I wanted to scream, but I couldn't, so I wrote everything in order. It's his turn to be on duty. Li Han, Knut has returned, and Kuro. Kuro, Han asked him, noticing that their kind and whiny friend had become gloomy. Well done, good job, Khan patted him on the shoulder. These kids really are second-generation fighters. Jacques was surprised. They were not at all like the ones he knew. As if they were mature guys even without genetic intervention, they just matured early, he thought. Damn, there's nothing here. I've scattered all the papers, Catherine. He knew there was nothing there, and he just looked silently. Asked Catherine. What was the point of holding her back, he answered. What a freak, the girl exclaimed. I won't leave until they find out what happened there. Confess why they erased all the records, Catherine demanded of him. Red closed his eyes and sighed heavily. He handed her the key to the secret locker. Between the first and second generations, there was another one, 50 cadets, all with a high level of PSI abilities. But the kids started acting weird. Things got out of control and the plan failed, Red said, pushing the painting off the wall. He gave her a folder marked Top Secret, Catherine said. They noticed the monsters resting in an open clearing. They weren't even hiding. Jacques, go on reconnaissance and find out how many of them there are and in what condition, Khan ordered. No problem, Commander, said Jacques, adjusting his hat. He took off his shoes to walk silently. Although he became invisible, he could be sensed in other ways. Jacques slowly crept between the monsters, who were half asleep. There were only 17 creatures. Those guys from Acre would definitely deal with them. He counted the enemies. Only the leader of the pack is not visible. Where is he hiding? Thought Jacques. He must definitely be nearby. Too much time. Come back, Khan's voice quietly told him in the earpiece. If Ella's mage was there, he might have noticed him. Just a little more. Everything is fine. There are only grottos here. Jacques succumbed to a false sense of carelessness. He walked, looking at the identical monsters, looking for a leader. When one of them turned to Jacques and bared his teeth angrily, Jacques had stopped communicating, Khan noted. But he shouldn't have taken him with him, he thought. We need to go after him. He is a civilian after all. Let's ensure his safety, he told his squad, and ordered them to split up to search. Knut walked ahead, surveying the area, not noticing that I was sneaking up on him. Footprints were softly treading behind him, so he heard nothing. Jacques seemed to go mad and persecuted his own allies. Do you want to kill innocent children? Memories came flooding back to Jacques. We'll just scare them. Maybe someone will die. But that doesn't matter, they answered him. He couldn't tell Red and Schwartz that. They weren't people if they agreed to follow such orders. He shouted at them. He's had enough. He won't shed the blood of innocent children, Jacques said. He himself could not understand why his hands were doing this. The knife slashed across his throat. Jacques swung his knife, letting the life flow free. Knut fell to his knee. His rifle fell next to him. Knut lay motionless. A distraught Jacques stood over the lifeless body and thought about what to do next. Silence came into contact with the monsters and cut up frags like death itself. After her, only a trail of bodies remained, by which one could understand where she had passed. He must go too, Kuro. You will ensure him with telekinesis, Han told him. Kuro answered exactly the same. He will definitely cope, and will not let Li Han be offended, the psyker decided. The first enemies appeared in front of him. Khan rushed forward, Kuro covered him. He released quite a lot of his powers, disturbing the entire PSI field. Before Khan could reach the monsters, stones and earth rose into the air in front of him. Huge hands raked the earth together with the monsters into a pile. Kuro clenched his hands, and with that his telekinesis turned the monsters into a pancake. A power of the highest rank. Khan appreciated. Now he understood why the Ark was so attached to him. That was cool, Kuro, but the grunts aren't that dangerous. Save your strength. Khan praised him. Sorry, said the psyker. The third group, reception, as you can hear, they heard on the radio. I don't know what's wrong with him, but now Jacques is our enemy, Knut said. He rose to his feet when Jacques had already moved away from him. I don't know what's going on in his head, but if we fight, then we'll fight on equal terms, said the northerner. Knut took the spear at the ready and activated his PSI powers. Silence brushed the green guts off her blades and began to move towards the others. Knut rushed at Jacques with a spear. He had to neutralize him as the most tenacious among them. But for his age, Jacques moved very quickly. He parried the Viking's spear and counterattacked. In the blink of an eye, he inflicted several cut wounds on Knut. He wielded the knife so fast that the boy could hardly keep up with him. If not for his ability as an immortal god, he would have lost. Knut dropped his spear. He could not hold it in his hands where the ligaments were torn. Jacques shifted the knife over his head from one hand to the other, the veteran's experience making itself felt. He aimed his knife for the finishing blow to the heart, but Knut opened his eyes again and looked closely at his opponent. He dodged the blow to the side and jumped for his rifle. "Forgive me, mustachioed one," he said, and fired a burst at Jacques, almost point blank. "Even though I can regenerate, it's still very painful," Knut said. "What happened?" Khan asked when he got there. "He attacked out of the blue. Judging by his eyes, someone was manipulating him," Knut answered. "Don't get close to him yet, he's still dangerous," Knut warned them. "If they don't do something, he will die," Khan noted. Jacques crawled on the grass, although he was wounded, and looked at them angrily. "Say!" Jacques suddenly shouted, and red psi power poured out of him. He screamed and waves of red psi surrounded him like fog. What kind of horror is going on? Khan was surprised. He had never heard or read about anything like this. A red, psionic image separated from Jacques' body. It looked like an evil monster. "A ghost!" Kuro cried out. "No, psi waves are coming from him," Han noticed. "They are simply capable of moving on their own," he said. "And the Ellas have thrown them all sorts of challenges." "Someone is controlling them," Knut asked. The ghost moved as if choosing its target. "As far as we know, something similar can be done with dragon weapons," Khan said. "Let's all attack together," suggested Knut. "No, he's mine," Khan interrupted him and stepped forward. "What if he is able to penetrate someone's mind? It is impossible for Silence or Kuro to be harmed, then they will not be able to cope with them. Silence, too dangerous an opponent to be successfully neutralized. In some ways, they were lucky to have Jacques. It would be better for the ghost to take possession of the weakest of them, and they would take care of Jacques," Khan said. He threw off all the unnecessary gear in order to move faster. The ghost monster tried to grab him with its incorporeal claws, but the Khan dodged. They circled in a dance. Khan could not hurt the one who had no body. He put his psionic control into the dragon weapon and swung it, cutting through the ghost. "This actually helps," he thought, shaking his head at the ectoplasm. Now he gave the command to the others, when the ghost became distracted and moved away from Jacques' body. Khan pierced the image again, but it began to gather right around him, as if threatening to swallow him up. "Li Han!" they shouted. "Do not come closer," he ordered them. He needed to get rid of the weapon, Khan thought, and threw away his spear so as not to become more dangerous to his friends. The ghost burst into his mouth and began to climb inside, as if trying on a suit. While Khan took on the phantom enemy, 3 of his team took Jacques. The Khan arched as if a stake had been driven into his back. His face twisted in anger and pain as the monster tried to take possession of him. Khan arched and screamed. His friends held him tightly, not letting him escape. What should they do? The order came to return. But at this rate, they will not be able to return it, Knut said. "Kuro, can you do something with your abilities?" asked Knut. "Do you think it will work?" Kuro answered uncertainly. But it was worth a try. He directed his psychokinesis towards Khan's head, and he seemed to start screaming even louder and stronger. Khan stood in the empty space of his mind. A ghost appeared in front of him. This place looked familiar. He had already experienced mental sesai control on himself. Just like that time when he saw Jurgen, it seemed his subconscious had become deeper, Han thought. The ghost scratched with mental claws and puffed up to scare him. "And how is his ego still preserved?" said the ghost, taking the form of Khan. He had never encountered anything like this, he said. The Khan looked at himself. How he looked now. The ghost even created a spear. "It's time to get rid of him," said the ghost, and walked towards Khan. Wanting to do the same, Khan raised his childish fists up. "What can you see there?" Kuro asked his whip, while he looked at his friend's head. "It seems like Li Han is fighting with someone, and if he can throw him out of himself," Kuro said. Perhaps then he would be able to catch him with his abilities, but he couldn't promise anything. Damn it, he must win like always, Knut shouted. The ghost pressed Li Han into the mental field, Han barely holding on to keep from losing himself. That's it, disappear, said the ghost and put the spear to his throat. Just don't be upset. Sooner or later, everyone he knows and loves will be next to him, said the evil ghost. He has already done a lot, you can be proud of yourself, he said. Khan screamed in pain. He is the only person who could hold out for so long, said the ghost, and plunged a spear into Khan's chest. When suddenly for himself he lost his mental limbs. And then the legs, what was happening? The ghost wondered. He flew to the side. His strength, how could he reflect his Isai energy? The demon asked. He was confused. To reflect means, Li Han remembered how he was locked in a flask for a week. Then his body did not accept the dragon component. It was the first such case in the acre, Dr. Grace told him then. The ghost was on his knees. Now Khan understood the essence of his abilities. Or maybe it was just a coincidence, he said, looking at his image. Let's check now, he said, and grabbed the ghost by the collar. The games were over. Khan's eyes lit up with golden waves of sigh. Get lost, said Khan, and swung his mental fist as hard as he could. He hit the monster right between the eyes, and his image began to crumble. The image of the adult Li Han flew away from the powerful blow. What a bastard! The ghost gritted his teeth. He began to collect himself again. We need to get out of here. His power is extremely dangerous, thought the ghost. Khan opened his mouth and red Emil's ectoplasm poured out. He broke into the sky and wanted to escape before Khan came to his senses. Here he is, catch him, Kuro, Knut shouted, pointing his finger. Now, he shouted. And again he unleashed his most powerful telekinesis. His hands of Isai waves grabbed the ghost like a mosquito. The ghost watched their pathetic attempts to influence his perfect psionic form. He was going to escape. We need to catch him, they shouted. The waves of the ghost began to break through Kuro's psychokinesis. I'll deal with him now, Khan told them, rising from the ground. It's fine, Khan replied. Never thought I'd have to use it outside the lab, he thought. He aimed his glove at the enemy and sent his psionic power through it. Lightning began to strike everywhere, as if Khan had turned into a broken transformer. The ghost thrashed in agony as multiple bolts struck it, and it began to take on the faces of its victims. And then it exploded with a deafening crash, raising a cloud of smoke and soot. What was that, Li Han? Knut asked him. A new test sample. Octo, Han replied. It looks like the fat man stole some bones after the fight when they were collecting the dragon's remains. He smiled strangely, like a sweets addict who had just received his cookie. The sample was created in secret from the Ark, so it is problematic to use, Khan warned them. It can be useful for people like him. Jacques, how can you hear me? Asked Khan, the wounded retired cat. Be patient. The team from the Ark will arrive soon, he said. No, it's too late, Jacques answered him. But he doesn't regret anything. Thanks for taking revenge on those creatures, he said weakly. Very soon, he will be able to see his friends again, who have been waiting for him, said Jacques. So don't blame yourself for his death, the veteran said to Knut. The guy didn't know what to say, but in that situation, he couldn't do anything. Now you can rest a little and lie down like this, whispered Jacques. When dawn came, he was gone. 4 young fighters silently awaited evacuation. The Spectrum, as the PSI entity of the parasitic type is called, was reported to Alexander. While it is not yet clear what it is or how to combat it, it can use the host's memories and emotions. In a sense, this parasite is harder to deal with than the dragon, and Li Han needs to be examined carefully. Moreover, yesterday, a retired veteran, Jacques de Gaulle, died. Catherine listened to the report and plunged into memories. They were killed. She read the top-secret report from the hidden archive that Red gave her. Children for that plan, they killed them all, she looked at him with contempt. We tried to take them alive, but they were much stronger, Red replied. In the end, we had to use the tele-armor to suppress them, the sergeant added. They've gone completely crazy, Catherine was indignant. Of course there were victims, but most of them were taken alive. He doesn't even know where they are now, Red told her. And he thinks it's so easy to believe, Catherine asked him. He would never lie to her, Red answered. Only the chief of staff and a few close associates know. Perhaps the children are no longer alive, thought Catherine. What did he do with them? Alexander Licor? Kat looked at the chief of staff. Silence took a long shower and then came out of it. The room was dark. Only the eyes of the skull mask glowed. And why did she suddenly remember this? The girl covered her face with her hands. An intelligent and calm person whom you always want to follow. She remembered him. It's the same, she thought. Remembering Li Han. He wanted to believe. Khan took clothes out of the closet using telekinesis. He even dressed himself by helping himself control things, as if with invisible hands. As before, he kept his diary entries solely by force of control. Since the portal opened in Paris, reports of new phenomena have been increasing, appearing all over Europe. Ella's warriors infiltrated and used guerrilla tactics, making them difficult to catch. But their squad managed thanks to strong abilities. Kuro could lift mountains if necessary. Khan himself often went into attack ahead of everyone else, and led his comrades as an extension of himself. They became a very close-knit team. Khan made full use of the secret Octo prototype. The war will write everything off in the end. The lightning bolts echoed the psionic release of the defeated dragon. The survivors were finished off with a burst of machine gun fire. No one took prisoners. And they did not surrender. It was a war of mutual destruction. The silence became even more deadly. It mowed down the enemies mercilessly. The PSI emissions enhanced her razor-sharp knives, and they cut through flesh, bone, and anything else they encountered along the way. Powerful and precise, she was the main damage dealer in the squad, acting like a scalpel. Silence is just a monster. He finished everyone off with just his blades, Knut noted. The real monster is the one who caused these creatures to appear, the girl answered. And that's also true, Knut agreed with her. Well done, Kuro. Keep it up, Khan praised him. The psyker was now much better oriented in battle. When Khan felt a tap on his shoulder, he turned around and saw Silence pointing at his hand. Give this to me, she wrote on his bracelet, and pointed to the golden glove. Why, she would only waste the psycho power that she could use to flicker, Khan replied. Give it anyway, the girl insisted. The skull stared at him. If you take off the mask, I'll give it to you. Li Han offered a provocative deal. Silence reached for her helmet to take it off. But seeing their intense gazes, the guys didn't even believe it. She stopped. It won't work, it's already like a part of the body, wrote Tashina. That's what I thought, answered Khan. Don't be upset, I'll give it to you next time, Khan consoled her. Taking him at his word, she slapped him on the back so hard that it hurt Khan. I want that too, Knut blurted out next, and Kuro joined his demand, so the young commander had to agree. The 2-week raids helped to reduce the level of anxiety in the area. After the battle in Paris, it felt like a year of plowing, Khan thought. His morning routine was interrupted by a call. A circle appeared on the bracelet that barely fit into the watch. Octo? Han realized. This is already the 11th issue, since they started working on the 2nd generation, added your type data, made him happy, Octo. We need to try it on, Khan asked. Of course, we can't test it in combat, the engineer answered him. Distribute your forces wisely, he told Khan as he donned his armor. The armor is excellent strength, even better than the previous ones. This version was more refined. Octo gave the command to begin the test, and Khan released psychokinesis. Catherine reported to them the time and place of the next coming of the dragons. A month later, in northern Arizona, the Grand Canyon, she said. The next creature will appear there. She looked at the thoughtful chief of staff. The countdown has begun, he muttered without raising his head. The armor created this time, already the 11th, currently possesses unprecedented power, Alexander said. So huge that Li Han, dressed in the prototype, almost caught the dragon himself in 20 days to prepare 2 teams from the 3rd year. 2 or maybe 3, Red wondered. Where else could a set of armor for an entire squad go? Kidjo met Jose on the street. Jose wanted to tell him something. And he is more capable than he seems. Jose pointed his finger at him. Why such confessions all of a sudden? This is generally a compliment. Kidjo was indignant. Not only are you smart, you can also hit well. He and Li Han are similar. They compensate for their lack of strength with their brains, Jose said. It's time to get up, Kidjo, the now grown-up Jose told him. The 3rd year is waiting. This is a special case. The commission considered the case of Jose and himself when he was admitted to the 3rd year. He himself asked to be checked and given a promotion. He is so confident in his abilities, Sergeant Red asked him sternly. Jose remembered his childhood, even though it was quite recent, when he constantly saw ARC advertisements on TV. Join the ranks of the Acre and receive benefits, they called from the screen. Maybe there are some among ours, my father said. Then you would immediately become rich. Stop staring at the TV and watch your children, his wife slapped him on the back. Jose, are you going to see your friends? Asked his mother, whose eyes were in the back of her head from raising 4 children. Buy some groceries when you go home, she asked him. He nodded silently and sat on his bike, even though his father whined that they didn't live in poverty. Among other things, there were posters of young talents everywhere. Jose drove into a small alley where there was no one. On the other side, there was a closed courtyard where a crowd of boys were playing football. They frolicked in the dust with an old ball, but they didn't care at all. Now the fashion has changed. All the boys dreamed of becoming PSI fighters, they were famous, they had wealth, even more than football players. Is it true that Jose didn't believe that the soldiers were making such money? Don't believe them, they're lies. The man handed him a bag of fruits and vegetables. They just lure children to them and force them to fight monsters so they don't have to do it themselves, he said. If he had any unusual abilities, the seller warned, the others must not know about it. Otherwise, it's the end. Jose thought about his words on the way home. This man was telling the truth, Jose doubted, but the words sounded sincere. He carefully lifted the bulb with his PSI, his eyes showing the manifestation. I can't let the others know, I don't want to fight monsters, the boy thought. Home, he shouted, walking through the door with a large bag in his hands. Come in quickly, he's on time, we'll have dinner now, his mother called him. Their house was noisy as always. Stop fooling around, he shouted at the younger ones, who were constantly fighting. Put it there, his mother told him and smiled. She was glad that she had such a responsible eldest son. When the boys got really rowdy, one of them flew into the closet really hard. Guys, I said enough, you blockheads, Jose shouted at them. When I noticed how much the cabinet was shaking and everything that was lying on the very top, an old clay jug fell off the edge and landed right on their little brother. The baby could have been seriously injured by that. Jose had no time to think. His brother's life was more important. He grabbed the jug by force. The boy laughed at the new toy and the light that emanated from it. He did not know what danger had just threatened him. Jose carefully put the object aside, but now his whole family didn't know what to say. He was always mentioned as a candidate for promotion, but there was only one reason why he didn't make it past the final selection stage, Red said. Not enough psionic power, but it looks like he's just holding back, the sergeant said. So, come on, show me what you can do. 3 members of the commission stood in front of him. Jose directed his pyrokinesis at them. It burned at full blast. What is this? Everyone except Red recoiled from his abilities, but the sergeant was accustomed to fire, had long since become akin to it. The flame reached them from Jose's hand, although he was standing quite far away. Sergeant Red, isn't this too dangerous? Exclaimed the other examiners. His flame burns only what Jose himself wants, Red said, taking a chocolate stick out of the pack. Of course, provided that he can perfectly control his abilities, Red looked at him sternly. As if in response to his words, Jose turned the burner up to maximum. Lies, don't believe them, said the farmer with a tattoo of a skull and a diving suit on his arm. If he has abilities, hide them, said the farmer. Otherwise, it's the end. That farmer was Jacques de Gaulle. You know, man, he doesn't need to hide anymore, thought Jose. They are fine, the examiners exclaimed. Jose's flame had only set fire to the sergeant's chocolate stick. Thanks for giving me a light, said Red. An excellent level of skill, many times higher than he had shown before. Starting tomorrow, you'll be moving into your 3rd year, Jose. Red congratulated him. Now he has nowhere to return to, he thought. He will do everything possible to destroy the monsters. Otherwise, his whole family would die. Jose moved on to the 3rd year. 28 days before the canyon invasion, a trash can flew into the air, scattering its contents. All because one of the cadets kicked him with all his might out of anger. The 2nd generation didn't pass the selection. That's why he's mad, answered Knut. They only accepted those who studied in the 3rd year for more than a year, said Dmitri. He must have been very upset because Lihan was taken, Knut said, and Han thought about it. He was assigned to command Alpha. The first task was to destroy the monsters, but more importantly, get used to the armor, Khan told them. Once he figured out the composition, he explained to them when the fighter interrupted him. He could handle it himself, the psyker boasted. Khan looked at the show-off who stood next to Silence. Musa, a first-class PSI fighter from South Africa, Khan thought. These monsters can be dealt with without armor. So why form battle positions? He asked. Musa, I didn't hear you well. It's important for them not to destroy these creatures, said the second new fighter in Khan's squad. Get used to the armor and learn to work together, he said. Okay, relax, Amir. I just suggested, Musa answered him. Musa and Amir. They are not inferior to Knut or Simon, Khan thought. Silence also noticed his anxiety. The rookie alphas were older and more experienced, but Khan was supposed to be in command. Having discussed everything he wanted, Khan ordered them to move into position. The monsters are on the front lines, Khan said. He and Silence go first, he ordered, but he was interrupted again. It's time to get moving and have some fun, Musa said. Musa, slow down, Khan ordered as he turned on the backpack at full speed. But Musa did not obey. The squad followed him. Khan had to order the squad to cover the insolent fighter. See, this is speed, Musa shouted. He was having fun as if the expensive armor was a toy. And where did so many werewolves come from in this place? Musa exclaimed when a crowd of monsters appeared in front of him. Yes, he will kill them all now, Musa said when all the monsters rushed towards him. He fired a burst of fire from a heavy 20 caliber assault rifle, and the werewolf was torn to shreds. He laid waste to many monsters before the squad caught up with him. Get ready to shoot, Khan said, as the ground shook beneath their feet. A lizard-like monster, which at first could have been mistaken for a dragon, crawled out onto the clearing in front of him. It's a basilisk, Khan shouted, identifying the alien monster. Such a powerful beast that even tanks become toys for it. Ordinary infantry cannot cope with it at all, but they are soldiers in armor. Silence. Basilisk is on you, Khan ordered. Amir covers. He will help Musa, said Khan. Everyone to their places, the squad quickly distributed positions. We aim for the head, we'll finish him off faster. Amir raised several orbs into the air. With the help of 3 orbs, he distracted the monster and forced it to open its neck. 4 more orbs served as support for Silence's attack, Khan noted. Silence used flicker to speed up while the target was exposed. She pushed off one of the orbs and seemed to pierce the monster through and through, cutting off its head in one go. The decapitated carcass fell on its side, while Khan and Musa shot at the small werewolves. This was the last thing Musa said, and he turned the werewolf into jelly. Mission accomplished, turn off the armor and rest until the transport arrives, said Khan. Khan sat down on the grass next to Silence and thought about how to proceed. Amir sat opposite next to Musa. The veterans stuck together, but the latter did not turn off the armor. Again, you pretend you didn't hear, Amir asked him. Okay, just a little bit is okay, especially since the monsters were destroyed, he answered. He's not going to kill anyone, really, Musa said, stroking his gun. As the body armor increases in size, the guns also become larger, which is why it is so nice to look at these barrels, Musa said. Musa, Khan interrupted him. Something had to be done about disobeying orders, the commander realized. Musa threw up his hands. Even if there were fewer dragon cells in the armor, everyone handled it just fine. They had no equal in battle, Khan thought. When the plane arrived for them, to lead the detachment and not let them act willfully, Khan thought. This is his task, he thought, turning his face to the flow of wind from the blades. Ki Sayo, shouted the warriors of Ella, which translated meant kill the goats. The werewolves pressed their squad and attacked from all sides. But for the soldiers in second-generation armor, it was all nonsense. Heavy rifles crushed the monsters, and Silence could freely go to the rear and kill the Ella hunters. This one, Musa said, and took out a sword made of dragon bone. The hunter Ella put up a psi shield. But it didn't help him one bit. The dragon's power cut him in half. Just wonderful, said the psyker, removing his helmet when they had dealt with all the monsters. There you go, it's too simple, even the excitement disappears, he said. The squad lined up in the clearing after clearing for further instructions. The task is completed, the transport has been sent, so let's just rest, Khan said. Amir is not tired of being in support. Let's see who will kill more monsters next time, Musa suggested. No, he lost to Silence once again and decided to get even with him, Amir answered him. They started arguing about who was cooler, Khan thought. As expected, their current strength greatly exceeds that of monsters. They no longer fight for their lives but are engaged in extermination. Musa, Amir, Khan addressed them. They are a kind of elite, but that is precisely why they do not trust him, he noted. I just hope that in a real fight you will put aside your pride and follow orders as soldiers should, Khan said. Never question his decisions because that's how they set everyone else up, Khan told them. It's just funny. What can you worry about when there's a fighter in armor working nearby? Musa was indignant upon returning to base. Even if 3 dragons arrive, they will cope, and they are treated like servants, he grumbled, although they are no worse as fighters. However, the commander of the detachment is Khan, and he did not say anything bad, Amir noted. But I know myself, Musa grumbled. But still, this situation is tense. He spoke so that everyone could hear him. Silence clenched her fists. Maybe she could just jump up to him and have a heart-to-heart talk, she thought. He won't even have time to move before she'll slam the bastard into the floor. But what if she miscalculates her strength and knocks him down? She can't do that, the girl thought. Unfortunately, it was impossible to replace the squad members, but they couldn't fight in a team of 4 either, Silence thought. I'll have to put up with this freak for Lihan's sake, the girl thought, and left. The psychers were sitting in a tent, not far from the point, the future gate. They would use a nuclear strike to clear out all the monsters. That's what they were discussing. But they themselves won't die from the blow, Derek worried. They'll give them protective suits, Dimitri said. And then we'll turn into mutants, Knut worried. Horns and a tail will appear. But he's not exactly a beauty anyway, another cadet quipped. Shut up already. You're getting on my nerves. It's enough to drive me crazy. The senior third-year student was indignant. Something about his tone is not pleasing, Knut noticed. Why is he getting angry at them? Is it their fault that they didn't give him second-generation armor? He asked. What did he say there? Well, repeat that. The senior officer got angry. Let's go out, he suggested to Knut. Thinking that you wouldn't suggest it, he agreed. They left the tent, the anticipation of battle driving everyone to white heat in this dry place. Maybe we should stop them, Derek suggested. No, let's go see, Dmitri said in a satisfied voice. He was always happy to have a good fight. What kind of psychos do we have in our squad? Derek thought. Catherine came to in a hospital bed, with machines ticking steadily next to her and a catheter with an IV sticking out of her arm. It seemed she'd lost consciousness again due to a seizure, she realized. With each passing day, Catherine was getting worse. The time between attacks is getting shorter. Wouldn't it be better to die right now? She thought as she got up from her bed. When I saw the vision again, the silver dragon and hordes of monsters with him, the prophecy changed. We need to tell you about this urgently. Catherine jumped up from her seat and rushed to headquarters. She pulled out the IVs with a sharp movement and ran. The gates opened above the base. The alert level was red. Sirens were blaring. The invasion had started earlier and caught them off guard. The guys who were just about ready to smash each other's faces instantly forgot about their intentions when they saw the glow. But according to the prediction, there are still 5 days, the chief of staff shouted, slapping the table. The Khan donned the armor. Due to the convenience of the design, this was now done very quickly, and the toilet was like in a spacesuit. Ready for battle, reported Khan, fully dressed in armor. The dragon's paws tore through the fabric of space like a newspaper, and the monster began to make its way into their home. Alpha and Blue teams are ready to go, Alexander was informed when Catherine ran into the headquarters. She was shaking all over from the pain of the attacks, but more from the fact that her predictions turned out to be wrong. Not only the date had changed, but the prophecy itself, she realized. Just don't tell me that all this is because of that silver dragon, she thought, looking at the lizard through the monitor screen. Even so, he was terrifying. He opened his mouth the size of a Boeing and roared for hundreds of kilometers around. But how dumbfounded everyone else was when they saw this unprecedented spectacle. An even larger dragon emerged from the breach and grabbed the silver one by the throat like a puppy. He killed him with one bite and then looked angrily at the people who had gathered around. The black dragon eats its own. It absorbed the core of the silver dragon. Reports began pouring in. What's going on here? A dragon is killing a dragon. Musa was making noise. The Alpha team took up positions. Calm down, it's not that bad, one less enemy, Khan noted. The black dragon absorbed the silver dragon's psi core, emitting a bright psi glow. They watched in silence as the giant devoured its prey, while the ARC troops regrouped. The gates closed. They reported to headquarters. The giant looked at the people with burning eyes. There was only one dragon left. There were no monsters nearby. They reported to the chief of staff. Alpha and Blue team begin the operation, Alexander ordered. The details are not so important. Their goal has not changed. The giant flapped his wings contentedly, raising a hurricane, and roared again. He took off, gaining speed with the help of PSI power. And he took off into the sky, where it was not so easy to get to him. Khan analyzed his target. Turn on the power. Activate the drones, he ordered. First, we take out the left flank, wait for the blues, then attack according to the second phase plan, Khan ordered. Silence attacks. He is on the reinforcements. Musa will distract. Amir will cover. Khan quickly distributed tasks and roles in the battle to everyone. It's not difficult. Li Han was able to catch the dragon even on his own. And now they have a team of 8 suits. If this creature is not stronger than Jupiter, they will definitely cope, the chief of staff said, comparing the threat to a thunder dragon. Jupiter, the code name of the dragon that killed Li Han, he could use telekinesis and electricity. Catherine folded her arms across her chest. All she could do in this situation was pray. Great, that got his attention, Khan said. They showered the dragon with bursts. Silence deal with the wings. While the dragon chased the archers, Silence moved out of his sight and prepared to pounce. A purple shimmer flared in the sky as she swung her swords. She flew past the dragon like a projectile fired from a cannon. Khan caught her after the jump, grabbing her hand at the last minute. Khan barely managed to say thank you, she squeaked to him with a prepared gesture. Now she had a foothold again and could use the shimmer. A few jumps and the dragon lost his wing in one cut. Now everyone into battle, shouted Khan. Now that the dragon has no wing, he cannot maneuver in the sky. Khan used a charge in his gauntlet to hook the dragon with a super thin thread that he controlled with telekinesis. 4 armored soldiers held the dragon on a tripwire so that it would not twitch. The silence cut off his second wing. Now he became completely defenseless. "Let's get this over with," said Khan. And at full speed they rushed towards the dragon that had fallen to the ground. Damn Blues. Decided to take all the glory for themselves. Musa was indignant. The blue team got to the dragon faster. Why did Li Han freeze? "It's time for them to go too," Musa urged the commander. The blue ones surrounded the dragon, which lay on the ground like a huge mountain of meat. The alphas landed nearby and turned off their jetpacks. "We made it in time. We'll finish him off faster than the blue ones," Musa said. The Khan felt alarmed, but could not say anything. He looked at the back of the impatient soldier. It was somehow strange. Why send such a weak dragon, who could hardly put up any resistance, he thought. This looks more like a diversionary tactic, Khan realized. "Everyone back quickly," he shouted into the general channel. "You guys did an amazing job." Alexander jumped up from his seat. Obviously, he was pleased with what was happening. The Ark project was a success, he rejoiced. It was a triumph of victory for humanity and its weapons. "It would be quite nice if it all ended like this," thought Catherine. "Blue team, get the dragon equipment. Let's get rid of it at once," they heard the order. They ran up to the carcass from different sides. The Alpha team kept their distance. "Blues, stand still. Get away from him now," Khan warned them. "What the hell, Li Han?" Musa protested with displeasure and openly objected to the commander. "We must not let our guard down. Especially now because everything is going too smoothly," Khan gave his arguments. "Perhaps this is a trap. We need to wait. If he's wrong, they'll laugh at him later, but if he's wrong, they're in big trouble," Khan said. What he was suggesting was to stand and wait until the creature woke up. "It wouldn't hurt him to make a choice either," the blue commander argued. "Leave the dragon's head to us," he said, to Musa's great annoyance. "Don't make me laugh. This is such an addition to fame and authority," he said. Amir wanted to stop him, but Musa told him not to get involved in this matter. "Let's finish as soon as possible and rest." He also needs to make his choice. Stop agreeing with everything like an idiot. Musa expressed his valuable opinion, forgetting that he was on duty. "Amir, stop," Khan ordered him. But the always loyal and patient Amir could not stand it this time. "Forgive Li Han. This time Musa is right," he said. "They have created democracy here." Silence looked at them angrily. "It remains to hope that everything will work out." Khan gave in. Due to his youth, "Never let yourself be bent," said the ancient rule of the streets. Everyone gathered. The blue commander asked as the 6 surrounded the dragon's head. "Strike on the count of 3, all together," he ordered, and they raised their dragon-bone swords. 1, 2, satisfied Musa and Amir swung their blades along with everyone else. And at that moment, someone pierced Musa with a sword, cutting through the armor like foil. "Where did this come from?" was all the self-confident idiot could squeeze out. Amir lost his head next, completely not expecting the blow. He didn't even understand what killed him. "Silence aside," Khan responded, his commander's combat reflexes working quickly. He didn't know who or what attacked them, but he preferred to move so as not to be an easy target. Ella's mages all use invisibility magic, Khan realized. The blue squad was also wiped out by a sudden attack from an unknown enemy. These magicians themselves looked like knights, clad in ergonomic streamlined armor, with swords in their hands. Their commander swung his sword and 4 of his squad charged towards the remaining second-generation soldiers. "Let's go," said Khan, and he and Tishino prepared for battle, taking out their melee weapons. The Ella mages ran and threw their cloaks over themselves as they went. Cloaks of invisibility, Khan realized, as the enemy literally evaporated before him. They slowed to a walk so as not to raise dust. It seemed to be their armor, but it wouldn't hide the marks in the sand, Khan thought. They had to be somewhere nearby, but distance was the most he could determine. That was enough for his trump card. He pointed the glove towards the fighters, and he gave an electric discharge over the area in front of him. Several enemy fighters were hit and writhed in the fiery glow. "Silence," Khan commanded, and she immediately rushed with a flicker towards the enemy as soon as she could see them. Khan saw how she dealt with 4 enemies at once, leaving only their leader. Somewhere else, Khan counted their bodies and barely managed to duck from the blow that broke his helmet. "I knew it," he thought. Once again, his combat reflexes and thinking saved him. "Damn it," Khan thought, as the helmet fragments flew around like splinters. Only one weapon could destroy the tele-armor. A weapon with a dragon component, Khan mused. And these creatures were armed with exactly that. He noticed a sickle-shaped blade on the enemy who had crept up from behind. There was little space left between them, and it was hard to dodge, Khan managed to think, when the enemy swung. But Silence reached out to the limit of her strength and got the enemy at the last moment. The Khan finished off the wounded man with a spear blow to the face, and now only one enemy remained before them. "Thank you, Silence," Khan shouted to his partner, who saved him once again. All that was left was to deal with him, Li Han said. The leader of the Ella had been standing there all this time and hadn't even tried to intervene in the fight. It became clear why. He waited for the dragon to wake up, his eyes flashing angrily, and protected him all this time. The monster woke up and roared terribly. Now it became a two-on-two battle. They were hit by his foul breath. Khan thought about what to do next. The monster came to his senses completely, telekinesis pouring out of him. Silence felt the same horror that had gripped her when they had faced Warharmut again. But this time, she couldn't let Khan get hurt. "He's coming!" Khan shouted to Silence, noticing the movement of the leader of the Knights of Ella. The girl jumped up in a flicker. The dragon's paw struck right next to Khan. He activated his jetpack, the only way he could keep up with the dragon's speed. It's safer to hit inside, Khan thought, and rushed at full speed towards the target. He quickly approached the dragon using his jetpack. Silence aimed at the monster's open back. She put all the speed and PSI power she had into the blow, adding the acceleration of her backpack. The result was a battering ram that fell on the dragon's open back. At the same time, Khan crawled under his belly, risking being crushed. He wanted to pierce the huge defenseless belly with his spear, but his spearhead was cut off by the Knight of Ella who appeared. "Devil," Khan thought to himself again when he was left without a weapon. He received a powerful kick and flew back. He was lucky that the knight decided not to pierce him right away. He simply left Khan as a snack for the dragon, who stretched out his huge paw towards him. There was a powerful blow. The earth shook, and on his word of honor, Khan escaped from under the blow. Silence stood on the dragon's back. It could hardly pierce his tough skin, even with all its power. The weapon did not penetrate deeply, she felt. The dragon did not receive much damage. Their affairs were getting worse. Khan was moving away. He scraped his back along the ground, losing his balance, when the dragon blade was already raised above him, from which there was nothing to defend himself. All that was left was to run, which is what Khan did. He rushed, showing his back to the enemy. He turned around sharply and waited for the moment when the enemy would be nearby, and he fired his winch, which was controlled by telekinesis. The thread quickly entangled the knight's hands, who still held his sword in them. Taking advantage of his confusion, Khan accelerated and struck his opponent in the stomach. Now the knight rolled on the ground, but his strong armor saved him from serious injuries. He immediately began to rise to his feet, and in the clouds of dust he could no longer see Li Han. When he appeared above him with his sword raised, Khan miraculously managed to find him and pick him up. But this miracle saved his life. Khan pierced the knight straight in the heart with his own sword. He felt the blade cut through flesh and pulled it out in one motion. Khan turned around to see how Silence and the dragon were doing. The monster opened its mouth with 2 rows of teeth and walked in his direction. Silence sat above, still trying to break through the dragon's thick skin. "Stop," she told him. "That's enough death for today." And she hacked at the monster without success. "Fire breath, go away," she said mentally to Khan, as if he could hear her. Khan was looking death straight in the face. He wouldn't have time to escape this volley. The backpack does not respond to commands. It was damaged after Khan plowed the ground. The PSI flame was getting brighter. So this is how it will be, Khan realized and closed his eyes. No regrets. The dragon's PSI gun fired. A cloud of hot plasma flew at the speed of light. He was still alive, Khan realized, and looked at the deep cut in the rock that the monster had vaporized. He is alive. He looked at his hands again, but why? This is power. In a second, another canyon appeared. He heard the voice of a soldier in body armor that appeared in front of him. "Well done. You did well. But you're too good to die now," said the soldier. "From now on, Team Omega will take care of everything," he said. "Who are these?" Khan was surprised. They had a cover group, thought Silence. Khan remembered his conversation with Red, where the rest of the body armor was, he asked. The sergeant thought for a long time whether to answer this question or not. In the vault, although he was too smart to believe it, Red replied, habitually chewing on a chocolate stick. "There is another team as he thinks," Red warned. "But do not dig deeper. Excessive curiosity leads to disaster." Jacques said that 6 years ago, the children who were studying in the Ark were killed, Khan said in the back. The sergeant turned around. A shadow fell on his face. His former colleague turned out to be too talkative. "If something goes wrong, they will be dealt with in the same way," Khan stated more than he asked. "Do you think there are no more important things to do than mess around with them?" Red asked. Burning the stick with pyrokinesis, he decided to put pressure on Khan so that he would not think too much. They may have gotten rid of some of the recruits in the past, but some even survived, Khan thought. Then these guys are the Omega team. He watched as 3 more soldiers in armor approached the target. They attacked quickly and clearly, as if they already knew all the weaknesses of this dragon. The heavy capsules hit the dragon's paws and pinned him to the ground. The Omega team soldiers emerged from the capsules, their armor black. "She has a mask with a skull. Do you want to help too?" they asked Silence. "Gather and attack the neck." "He attacks the lower core," the commander ordered them. Silence joined their synchronized attack, the fighters using orbs to quickly rise up to the dragon. They attacked him from different sides and forced him to raise his head. And when he opened his neck and chest, the team's striker and captain struck with his spear. The Omega team was impressive, powerful, and coordinated, the elite of the elite, Khan thought. The Dragon Core released numerous green psionic waves before fading out. "I want to meet those children," Tishina wrote on Takom. "Another problem child on his head," Red thought as he looked at her. "It's too dangerous, Silence. They are criminals who killed the instructors and partners." "She knows this very well," Red answered. "Among them might be the one who shot her in the head." "Will you be able to maintain your composure if you meet him?" he asked. She remembered his image. "Of course it hurts," the girl said directly. "At least she wouldn't fight him," she assured the sergeant. "Sorry," thought Red. Now he's in such a position that he will have to dissuade her, just like Catherine. They are real monsters who refuse to be human. "I don't even know how Ark controls them now," Red answered. Whatever it was hard to watch, like staring at welding, he warned. The Silence left with nothing without squeezing anything new out of Red. She was twirling a small microphone in her hands. "Khan heard everything," she asked him. He answered yes and took out the earphone. "If the sergeant is not lying, the real power belongs to Alexander, not the psychic Jurgen. And if war starts, he will be the puppeteer. We can say that the Omega team is his brainchild, and the second organization. But for what purpose did he arrange all this?" Khan thought. The balance of power was becoming more and more confusing. "It's even embarrassing to say such a thing. They refuse to be people." Red thought about his words, standing in front of the mirror. "They are not guilty of anything." He covered his face with his hands. "Ark is responsible for everything, and he is one of them. He stopped being human a long time ago," Red thought. He fought back a wave of nausea and self-loathing. "We just have to wait until the war ends, but will there be an end?" he thought. Khan stood in the midst of the glow of fire and smoke that blew in the wind behind him. Tough guys never look at an explosion. Another dragon had been defeated. Nothing at all remained, Canute said. Now this place too was uninhabitable. "Alpha Team, mission complete," he reported to headquarters. "Their current composition is more than ideal. This is already the 6th invasion that they have prevented since the canyon," the chief of staff said. "And now, for the 3rd time, the prophecy turned out to be wrong," he looked at Catherine. "That you already consider yourself useless," thought Catherine, hearing his words. "It's because of the silver dragon," said Catherine. "Every time he appears, the future changes, as if someone pulled a switch on a railroad track. Besides, the other dragons dealt with all the silver ones. It looks like they have their own intraspecies war," said Catherine. "To sum it up, each dragon has its own abilities depending on its color. It is very likely that the silver ones opened the gates. They have studied the Ella mages carefully because they were captured alive. But we know nothing about the dragons," Sasha Grace said. "In any case, they have no other predictors except the Oracle," said the chief of staff. "The only thing that can be changed is your reactions to what is happening. You need to deal with this as quickly as possible," said Alexander. "The time has come to really prepare for the decisive battles in this war," he said menacingly. The Ark underwent major reshuffles and reorganization. They stopped sending first-year students to the base. There was too little time left to prepare them for battle. It was decided to put all their efforts into the existing fighters. Some of the fighters who were instructors returned to service or returned home. Still returning to China, I heard Wei's voice and the familiar creak of the prosthesis. Even though he came to work as a mentor, things have changed now. He got along great with the kids, Red said. "Good luck," he said to Wei Chen as he parted, and the big man smiled. Was he sad? Not as much as some. Red looked out the hospital window. Once again, a battle with hordes of monsters that seeped and multiplied endlessly in the forests. Reception is Red too. A fighter in body armor who was being pursued by a crowd came into contact. He lured the monsters to the designated place. He betrayed the others. There are almost 100 of these creatures here. Red 3. He betrayed to the rest. Red 4. There are 500 of them here, and they are all chasing him. Sick of jokes. Work cleanly, no matter how many monsters there are, the Red One told them. Then I can deal with everyone at once, he said. He waved his hands as the monsters converged on one point and surrounded the squad. Dracarys said the Red One, And that pillar of fire devoured them all, and the sun shines again, he sang. Amazing as always, how is it possible to burn so many monsters in one fell swoop? Jose took off his mask after he stopped holding back, and was quickly appointed flight commander. Amazing. Alexander was pleased. His pyromancy gift is the best of all, great against hordes of monsters, Red replied. And he always hid his strength very well, and always controlled it, he thought. Even though he could already use fire in his first year, he hid it until he found himself on the island. And in the second year, too, he could have easily been promoted, but he didn't want it, and stayed there. But why did he decide to reveal himself now? I hope it won't add problems, Red thought. Oracle, how is the prophecy going? Are there any changes? Alexander asked. They are using her again as they want, thought Catherine, but replied that the next point of invasion was Ireland. Dingle Peninsula, there will be a huge army of monsters and dragons. The Alpha team will be involved in this operation. And also the Red team, said the chief of staff. This time he wouldn't let anyone die, Han thought. Jose was of the same opinion. Both wanted to send the monsters back to hell. He didn't know if his last name was Lee and his first name was Han, or if his name was simply Lee Han. He was left in a basket under the orphanage. There was only a note with a name in a basket under the door of the orphanage. After that, there was a hungry, homeless life, where he simply tried to survive. Chung Ki-jo was already performing with Major Kang as the first PSI fighter in the ranks of the ARC, and they were also agitating others to join. Once the war ends, the PSI fighters will become the backbone of the army, so Korea tried to recruit as many of them as possible. There are small military actions going on now, but what will happen later? Won't it be a PSI war? The host asked. Khan barely managed to escape pursuit. The pursuer got out of breath and fell behind. What a damn thief, he said. Just get caught in the dust and I'll grind you down, he shouted after Lee Han. And when the guy thought he had escaped and could remain in peace, he was pushed, and he flew down the alley. From this push, Khan did not notice how he was attacked. So the little rat was caught. An adult bully, who was larger than him, was approaching him, and Khan himself was already exhausted from the chase. His name is Lee Han, right? The hooligan laughed, happy that he caught him. Give that bag back nicely, he ordered, although he clearly had no intention of returning it to its owner. And if not, Khan frowned. He looked at the hooligan from under his forehead. What a stubborn bastard, no wonder. Otherwise he wouldn't have survived on the street, but you can be useful, he said. How do you think he knows his name? Asked the hooligan. Because he knows where the rest of the rats are hiding. Only he will be able to escape if something happens, said Hooligan. But what about his brothers? He laughed. Khan realized that he was being pinned down. A month later, he was pursuing an old man walking alone. An easy target, Khan thought. The old man carried his package tightly to himself, suspecting nothing. He turned around when he heard footsteps and smiled at the boy who was following him. The old man himself approached the boy. He was kind and wanted to share food. The Khan became wary and covered his face with a hood so that he would not be recognized, and because he was ashamed of his intentions. He stood on end like a yard dog, for he had never known kindness before. When you were a baby, the kind old man asked him, who wanted to share his food himself, and Khan was dumbfounded. They offer him something for free, and the world seems to turn upside down before his eyes. Don't let yourself be fooled. He's only pretending to be weak. He needs something. Khan looked at him with distrust. The old man and the outstretched apple began to seem like a terrible trick to him. What is he hiding in the bag? Khan thought, and ran forward as fast as he could. The old man was frightened and taken aback when he saw such a reaction to kindness. Boy! He shouted to Khan. He snatched the bag of food from him. He was just being kind and decided to treat him. He had never met such people. Usually they chased him away. They barely saw him, Khan thought. When it all ended, he felt lousy because he had repaid good with evil. Finally found the little rat, said Hooligan, climbing up to the roof to see Khan. He didn't pay the tax on his brothers and ran away for a whole month, he said angrily. Do you know what percentages are? He scratched his fists. Will you finally wake up if one of the brothers suffers? The bandit asked. Take a risk while he is alive. No one will dare to touch them, Khan said confidently. He moved his brothers to a safe place in advance. And he's a funny little bastard. The extortionist bandit glared at him angrily. Today he will definitely kill him, he shouted. And Khan did not wait for the promises to be fulfilled. He started to run. The bandit shouted, Stop! But the nimble boy had already jumped across the gap between the houses. Bastard! The bandit cursed him behind his back with dirty words. You won't get far, little brat, the obnoxious bandit yelled. He tracked him all day and caught up with him at a railroad crossing. Although the boy was faster, he was already exhausted. Stop! Shouted the bandit. Khan ran, gasping for breath, with the last of his strength. The barrier was already lowering when Khan ran under it to the other side. He hoped to break away while the train was moving. But a strong hand grabbed him by the collar and pulled him towards itself. They were illuminated by the headlights of a train that was quickly approaching the crossing. The train honked when the driver saw people on the tracks. Khan broke free and kicked the bandit, suddenly feeling a surge of strength. The train rushed quickly in front of him, and Khan realized that he could run no further. The cold rain penetrated to the bones. There were red apples lying on the ground, which he had been running around with all day. He was breathing heavily. This was the end, Khan thought. There was no point in running anymore. He was put behind bars, and when they brought him to the station, he didn't hide. "What kind of little thing?" asked one of the policemen. "Was it found at the crime scene and brought here?" They answered him. This brat, in his opinion, could have pushed a healthy man under a train. His partner was indignant. "No, he's here because the sensor turned on, the PSI sensor on the western gate." "Baby, I'm sorry about this, but you'll have to wait a little while," the policeman told him. "Perhaps he is one of those psychokinetics," Khan heard with horror. They informed the ARC about this and asked them to send someone from their own. "So, we need to wait a little," the policeman consoled. "Major Khan, tell them that he should come," said Khan. "He will speak with him personally." What a strange boy, the policeman was surprised. At such an age, the boy looked very grown up. "I will do everything possible to protect my family," Khan thought, and put on his helmet. A red dragon was approaching him, breaking through the gates and setting the city on fire. But Khan was not afraid of anything, because he had something to protect. He would definitely protect this world and his comrades too, he thought. And to do this, he needed to destroy every single dragon. He rushed on a jetpack towards the monster. The sharp spear pierced the dragon's very heart without flinching. The Reds began the operation, orders were heard, Jose's team began to destroy the monsters. As usual, they fell from the sky like rain, forming a mountain of meat that served as a ladder for them. A wave of monsters rushed through the narrow streets that had not yet been blown up. This time the creatures behaved smarter, using the dead as shields. "Either they have a commander," Khan said, and jumped up over the seething sea. "Cover the red ones. I'll try something," said Khan over the radio. "Alpha team takes the dragon," Khan ordered. "The Reds cover." The monster, seeing the enemies, rushed down on its own. The orbs flew to distract the monster. The Alpha team approached on jetpacks. They left the monsters to Jose and his Red team, who were best suited to face such an opponent. Dracarys, he said a phrase he heard in the series, and released a fiery psionic force. A sea of fire blazed beneath the Alpha's feet, created by Jose, who was reinforced with armor. "Alpha 3, said Khan, and Canute immediately knew what to do. Saying yes, he bravely attacked the dragon first, as the most resilient among them. He struck the dragon in the back with a spear, but the thick armor held. Then Canute began to cut her like a saw as he slid down. He fell down, leaving a wide line on the dragon's body. He reached the edge of the huge body and began to fall down. "What an idiot," said Simon, and threw one of the orbs to catch Knut, who relied too much on his own survivability and did not think ahead. At this time, Silence was choosing an angle of attack, while the dragon was busy with Knut. At least he distracted the dragon, the girl thought, and rushed towards the target, flickering. There was a flash, a purple flash, 2 strokes, and the dragon lost its wings. Without them, he froze in place, opening himself up to a powerful blow. Silence rushed from below and cut through his thick throat. Now that the leather armor was opened, Khan saw the core. He said perfectly, the target was found. He rushed towards the huge lump of flesh where the dragon was gathering his psionic powers. Khan struck with all his might, speeding himself up with his backpack and psychokinesis. The dragon died in the sky, green psionic waves emanating from him so that the dragonkin could absorb his soul. The red dragon, Type 1, appeared at the beginning of the war. Type 2, these are anomalous individuals like Jupiter, who threw lightning. The third type of dragons are self-aware and have enormous psionic abilities. Warharmut falls into this category, as does Kronos, the one they found in Africa. The first type is easy to defeat, Khan thought. He was taking a shower after the fight. The water washed over his body covered in scars, like an old warrior. But each time the dragons appeared more and more often. During this month, the gates opened twice. And who knows what will happen next? At this rate, in less than a year, they will stage a massive invasion, and then all games will be over. Khan saw the letter on his desk. He was in the shower when it was brought. To Lihan from his brothers, "We are doing well. The country is helping them a lot, and they hope that one day he will also serve for the good of the country." Khan crumpled the letter like cheap propaganda. His brothers wouldn't write something like that, and Major Cock thinks he's an idiot, Khan thought. He lay down on the bed. Everyone was waiting for the outcome of this war, and were already thinking about a new reorganization of the world. The world would again be divided into 200 pieces. 2 weeks later, without having had time to rest, they were sent out on another mission. 12 second-generation fighters with armor flew in Chinooks at once. Isn't that too much for one fault? Asked the naive Knut. They want to minimize the damage. All the places where the dragon appears turn into ruins, Khan told him. Australia is the main sponsor of the Ark. Just don't laugh, said Simon. The authorities demand maximum protection because they have invested the most. So Ark is going out of his way. Even though the money is charity, sponsors need to be protected. Since they have 12 tough guys with them, there is no need to worry about the number of dragons, Knut noted. Then let's rest while we fly, Khan suggested, subtly hinting. He closed his eyes and just lost himself in his thoughts as usual. Everyone will live in separate rooms, choose wisely. Tonight is a rest evening. You can unwind, Khan told them. The team, except for the eternally carefree Knut, met these words without much enthusiasm. Australia was largely unscathed by the war, allowing the world's rich and talented to find refuge there and making the country a world leader. Not bad. Silence stroked the silk sheets. They hadn't been given such conditions for a long time. Khan checked into a simple room. He didn't like excesses. He thought they were relaxing. As soon as he unpacked his things and washed up, he received a message on Tactcom. Do you have plans for the evening? Asked Tashina. Wanted to wash, said Khan. Then let's go together. Then. We need to work on the armor, the girl suggested. See you in an hour. Khan accepted her offer. Simon walked into the bar. He had never been there before. But even though he was 13 years old, he looked like an adult. No one would question him. He looks young, the bartender thought. Probably just turned 18. Haven't seen him before? From the Ark, he asked Simon. Give me a glass of the same, Simon demanded, glancing at the other soldiers drinking at the bar. Simon sniffed the glass. It smelled like freshly squeezed juice, slightly fermented in an oak barrel, and drank it in one gulp. You don't drink it in one gulp, the bartender told the guy. Never mind, repeat it, Simon demanded, a fire blazing in his chest. Silence knocked on the door, and without waiting for an answer, turned the handle. Open. She was surprised. Just delayed, said Han, wiping his head when he saw her. Wait a little. What kind of fan service is this that no one ordered? Silence thought and took a breath. Oh, Silence. What brings you here? Asked Knut, who was passing by. Waiting for Li Han, the girl wrote back. And where are they going? Knut asked. Great, then he's with them. There's nothing else to do anyway. He raised his finger up. If you have nothing to do, go to sleep, Silence answered sharply. Why are they dumping him so quickly? Knut was surprised. It's not like she wrote when Khan got dressed and went out into the corridor. Knut, also to Octo, asked Khan. He seemed to be in favor, but Silence Knut did not finish, having received a broken rib. His side immediately turned green from rapid regeneration. Lately, when they beat him, they stopped holding back because he would heal anyway. Let's go, Silence wrote. Khan looked at the whole picture and thought whether it was worth sorting it out. But after all, everyone has their own head on their shoulders, he decided. Li Han called out the soldier who had just run into the corridor. Simon was going crazy there. He had to be stopped, he said. Simon took a bottle of 3-year-old fresh juice from the bartender and took a sip. His cheeks turned red, and his eyes grew cloudy as he smashed the entire establishment. That guy from the PSI fighters, and what to do if he went crazy. The soldiers who were drinking in the bar were indignant. Simon, why so much fresh juice at night? You won't be able to come off it after the jolt, Khan shouted to him. That's enough for today. Time to sleep, the commander told him. He's become the boss. So what did their handsome commander forget here? Simon grinned. Enough. We'll talk about this when you come to your senses, Li Han said. But Simon released psi power. What did he do wrong? The guy shouted, raising several empty bottles into the air. He's dangerous. The soldiers were scared. Calm him down, they shouted to Khan. Everyone knows he's doing a great job, but how could they? Simon shouted, throwing the bottles. Khan picked up the overturned table and hid behind it like a shield. The impact shattered the table into pieces, sending shards flying everywhere, glass raining down, and other projectiles flying, but Khan stepped forward. He hit the enraged psyker in the stomach with his knee with all his might, so that Simon was twisted. The guy immediately threw up, so everyone closed their eyes in disgust. Sorry for ruining your evening, Laihan apologized as he picked up Simon's body from the floor. Why are they doing this to me? The bartender, who was hiding behind the counter, almost cried. Simon opened his eyes and immediately remembered what kind of crazy thing he had done that evening. God, how embarrassing. Not a drop more of these long-aged fresh juices in my mouth. Simon punched the wall. What's wrong with you? Still beating on the walls this morning? Knut looked in on him from the next room. What a bastard, Simon thought. He was caught in an unsightly state again. You have to knock, get out, he shouted and slammed the door with all his might. Why is everyone taking it out on him? He's like a punching bag. Knut got angry. Simon hugged his knees and almost cried. For the first time in a long time, he felt so lousy. Death and pain surrounded him everywhere. He stood alone in the midst of this crowd of dead people who called him along with them. Help me. The dead were chasing him. How many dead people had he seen in all this time, Simon thought. Whether he himself would live to see the end of the war, a sticky fear seized him with cold hands. Simon felt himself being pulled to the very bottom of madness. Recently, he had been having the same nightmare. It tormented him and prevented him from sleeping. They say if you drink fresh juice at night, you will sleep soundly afterwards. That's what the guys from the 7th platoon said. Simon came to the bar with this purpose. Perhaps at least he would spend one night in peace. Perhaps it was all due to the reduced dosage of stimulants, he wondered. Most fighters were given doping before going into battle. These stimulants completely block the feeling of fear, increase aggressiveness, so fighters become berserkers. But there is also a downside. He began to think worse and control his Peace-Eye power. Because of this, Simon cut the dosage in half, but if he completely gave them up, where was the guarantee that he wouldn't get concussed when meeting the dragon? These thoughts drove Simon crazy. The meeting with Verharmet left a deep mark on him. Simon didn't understand why he was hitting this guy, looking at his fist. These soldiers were shouting something to him, but he didn't hear their words. How did this happen, Simon wondered. He was being held by two people who started a fight here. His thoughts were confused. Hands. Holding the sticky hands of the dead from the nightmare, Simon remembered that dream again. He screamed and threw them away with psychokinesis like toys. How dare they attack him, Simon said angrily. If it weren't for him, they would all be dead already. But he's trying to protect them all, he shouted. Simon? He heard Khan's voice on the edge of consciousness. Calm down, the commander said as calmly and judiciously as always, as if he were a machine, which was even more infuriating. There was never any emotion on his face. He became the boss, Simon shouted. The only one in the Ark who doesn't take stimulants, he said enviously. How could this even be taken out, Simon asked, remembering how Warharmet had delved into their minds. And why is he so special? Simon shouted in resentment. Why only Khan? How is he worse? The psyker shouted, finally losing his temper. That's when everyone became alarmed, realizing what a psyker could do in anger. He can't even sleep properly. And how does he manage to act as if nothing happened, he said, after which the memories were lost. What needs to be done to be as he thought Simon? They were given a showdown in the morning for disorderly conduct in a bar and a fight. No one was hurt, the unit commandant asked them. The last thing we need is a scandal with psychers. No, Khan answered. Simon stood nearby with his head down. Now they were scolding the commander instead of him. The commandant sighed with relief and returned to his chair. It would have been better to hush up all the incidents before the battle. Soon there would be no time for them anyway. Thank heavens. But aren't they forbidden to drink fresh juice? He asked a strange question. Formally no, but they did kill dragons in battles to the death. The soldiers were tolerant of the fight, and the matter was quickly hushed up. What did he want to say, Khan thought, spying on Simon? And you can't ask him directly. Damn it all. It wasn't a dream. It actually happened. Why is he such an idiot? Simon reproached himself. He felt that he had fallen so low that there was nowhere further to go. And how can I talk to him now and look him in the eye, he thought, looking at Khan's back. But one thing is clear. Aged grape juice is evil, Simon realized, and it's better not to drink it. This whole small incident was simply forgotten by the evening, because the world lived in conditions of war for the existence of humanity. 3 teams were equipping for battle, checking the last details, and fitting armor to those who needed it. Let's bet on who can cut off the dragon's head faster, asked Dmitri. Call sign Noble 1. Is this all a joke to them? Nervous Octo cut them off. Since the armor went into mass production, he only had more problems. It's not bad when morale is high, but they can't afford to let their guard down because of that, Khan thought. They gave the signal of readiness, and the base began to transform. Huge people opened up everywhere, and the lifts began to raise the walls. The above-ground buildings sank into the depths, and the base acquired real fortress walls. Also, the main caliber, a huge railgun, rolled out from the depths of the base. It was lucky that the monsters were attacking within its radius of destruction. In a few minutes, the base turned into a medieval castle, with walls and towers just what you need against flying dragons. I can't even believe that they prepared so well, Octo said enviously. They stinted on his super mechanical Godzilla project. If the war ends and the balance of power remains unchanged, Australia will become the world leader. At sunset, the sky exploded with charges. The rift between the worlds was approaching. 3 carrier aircraft were already hanging in the air and patrolling around the base with troops. The local army will take care of the monsters. Their task is the dragon, Khan instructed everyone. What confidence? Do you think they can handle it? Dmitri asked him. The breaking point had been determined. It was time to prepare for the bombing. Orders were coming from headquarters. The railgun was charging its massive batteries, the cannon looking like it had been taken from an Imperial destroyer. As usual, the space tore like a newspaper, and hordes of senseless carcasses burst out of the gap. As many as 4 waves moved in columns from the rift gate. Death worms. Second stage, Knut recognized the creeping monsters and shuddered. And they were huge in size. Last time they came across a larva, Knut realized. Shouldn't they be fighting such dangerous monsters? The monsters approached the base, passing through the forest. The further they dispersed, the less dense they were. The cannon fired a volley, and the nail flew at such a high speed that the air around the projectile turned into plasma. The kinetic impact was comparable to an asteroid strike, and a huge explosion was heard in front of the gate. The ground shook underfoot for tens of kilometers. The Ella hunters panicked, and the forest they were walking through was instantly engulfed in flames. What was your machine? The cadets of the Ark who were flying in the air were surprised. In terms of destructiveness, the gun was not inferior to tactical nuclear charges. Maybe they will give us such a weapon, said Dmitri. But the weight of his batteries will break his back, noted Knut. You just need to pump up, Diamond answered him. This time, 4 railguns fired at once, and fiery streaks crossed the air. Columns of smoke and flame rose a couple of kilometers. The entire area was covered in dust, and the earth shook like a drum. Everyone get ready. It's their turn soon, Khan said, as he always analyzed the battle. The dragon appeared in the sky. Huge wings dispersed the dust and smoke. The plane was empty. All the monsters were shaved off by the explosion. A dragon, a blue object, was spotted at the gate and reported to headquarters. The gun aimed at a moving flying target and fired a salvo. But the enormous kinetic energy of the charge dissipated when it hit the PSI shield that the dragon had put up. I knew it! The guns can't take him, now it's our guy's turn, Octo exclaimed. Ready, Khan transmitted, and heard signals of readiness from everyone. Dropping capsules, flying aircraft began dropping landing capsules at the dragon's point. The monster noticed the threat from above with its keen, predatory eyes and opened its mouth to fire a psi wave. Notice the breath of lightning, shouted Khan and the others who were watching the dragon through the external cameras. The dragon fired no worse than a railgun, a flash of plasma rushing upward. One of the capsules cracked and exploded as if a bubble had burst. Simon! Han shouted as the remains of the disintegrating capsule burst into flames. She fell towards the earth like a fiery comet in an uncontrolled flight. Alpha 4, you're okay, Khan shouted, noticing that armor covered by a body shield was visible in the cloud of fire. For now, yes, Simon replied. He was barely holding his shield and was now picking up speed. And if he continues to fall, his end will be near. Khan threw 3 orbs at once when he climbed out of his capsule. They lined up right below Simon, who was plummeting towards the ground. The first orb hit Simon in the stomach, although it was painful, but it slowed his fall. He smashed every ball that came under him and was sent spinning wildly through the air. But eventually he slowed down a little and fell less hard but still raised clouds of dust. Are you okay? Khan asked. Simon cursed. Couldn't they have come up with a parachute? Come on, get up, Knut, who ran up first, extended his hand to him. Haven't kicked the bucket yet, he asked. But shut up already, Simon answered him grumpily. We are saving our strength and not taking unnecessary risks. The situation is unusual, Khan said. Even though the dragon has appeared, the spatial crack has not been closed. The dragon was in no hurry, as if he was guarding the crack like a faithful dog. Could the prophecy have been a lie again? The psychers wondered. It's not that bad, Li Han reasoned in his cold manner. Luckily, there are 3 teams here, he said, as the blue-winged monster opened its mouth and growled. 3 dragons appeared from the gate at once. One of them was silver, and the other one immediately began to devour it as soon as they passed through the gate. What if the prophecy changes every time because of the silver dragon? Khan thought. Each team takes on 1. He ordered all the groups. Is it the first or second type? Knut asked. And Khan told him to fight as with the second. Alpha team take the blue one, Khan shouted over the comms, and they rushed towards the target. The rest should wait in their positions and distract their monsters, he conveyed. Well, let's see who wins, said Dmitri, and he was already filled with delight at the upcoming battle. The dragon fired a volley from the Psy cannon, gathering a huge amount of power. But this did not stop the noble team. Dmitri only gained momentum. I've been wanting to try something for a long time, he shouted and jumped on the dragon. The armor greatly increased his power, which was already considerable due to his PSI trait, and Dmitri found himself on top. It's not just weapons that you should be afraid of. He's been doing Sambo since childhood. If I try, I'll break all my bones, he told Khan in his first year. So they decided to break the dragon, Khan asked then with a laugh. Of course, Dmitri answered without joking. If necessary, he will strangle him with his hands. Forgive Li Han, but you can't even wrap your arms around the dragon's neck. It's too big, said Dmitri, and took up something else. He slid like an Iron Man in flight, under the dragon's left side. I'd rather break his wings, Dmitri said tensely, and grabbed the dragon's left wing. Meanwhile, Khan walked up on his dragon and prepared to attack him with his lightning gauntlet. The discharge hit the dragon and thoroughly kneaded him. His skin turned out to be an excellent conductor. Now he shouted to silence when the dragon froze in place from the blow. Let's get this over with, Kunat shouted, and bravely attacked the dragon with a spear straight into the head. But as soon as the monster raised its head upward, Li Han struck it right in the core with a battering ram. The dragon fell to the ground to general jubilation at the base. Amazingly, 3 of them in one fell swoop. The first type of dragons are no longer their opponent, Octo exclaimed happily. There are no monsters visible near the rift. The dragons have been destroyed. They were registered at the base. This is the end. One of the observers was surprised when he noticed that his hands were shaking. There was another explosion and a vibration rolled through the base. There was a power outage and dust and debris began to fall from the ceiling. It can't be. Another rift has appeared right at the base. Wounded soldiers were screaming. Hordes of flying monsters along with detonators attacked the base. Soldiers appeared in the breaches in the walls. They did not understand who was attacking them or from where. The explosion of the fiery mixture that the flying monster was dragging on itself scattered them like dolls. The walls couldn't protect people from the many flying units that fell from above. They grabbed soldiers and exploded on them if they saw a crowd. In the blink of an eye, the base was ablaze with dozens of explosions. Li Han, as you can hear, the Cairn's base has almost fallen, an alarmed Octo told him. The enemy is attacking from the air. An aircraft cannot be sent, Khan heard. Additional support is also not possible. We need to leave, the soldiers shouted, and they took the chief engineer away. Try to survive, Octo shouted to them. There was an explosion, and the connection was immediately cut off. Khan began to think about what to do next. Damn it. How did this happen? It looks like they lost, Knut worried. Even after killing all the dragons, they were dealt a heavy defeat, and everyone was shaken. It turns out that these creatures were just bait, Khan realized. It was hard to believe. It turned out that for the dragon army, the dragons themselves were nothing more than expendable material, Khan realized. Someone will appear now, he told the others, noticing the fluctuations of the ESI waves. Everyone leave. Retreat while we have strength, Khan commanded. Without support, even in armor, they will quickly get tired and will be unfit for battle. Only cowards do that. I suggest we kill everyone here and now, Dmitri objected angrily. He wanted to quickly return this destruction to the aliens. They simply have to. He can't do otherwise, the psyker growled, clearly losing control. The explosion sent the fat Octo flying backwards, sending him rolling across the floor. The boss is wounded. Help is needed, his employees shouted. I'm dying, the fat man squealed, although he received a small scratch on his bald head. Under a hail of explosions, they left through the evacuation corridors inside the base. Be patient a little longer, the plane is waiting, the bodyguards told him. No water, we need to get to the water, Octo told them. The sky was now under their control. Reinforcements were flying to the base, but the risk of running into a cloud of monsters was too high. Dmitri, Khan besieged him. Explosions thundered behind them at the base. The noble unit agreed to deal with the monsters. The dragons are gone. The rest can continue. The noble transport will buy time. The shadow of death approached Khan, as if the dead had risen from their graves. They stood beside him, silent witnesses to his weakness as a commander. Musa and Amir, he allowed them to be relaxed. He respected their authority too much, to the detriment of subordination. But this time he couldn't just let it slide, Khan thought. The price of mistakes was too high. He was about to take on Dmitri, but at that moment an orb whistled past his head. It shattered on Dmitri's shaved and strong skull like a crystal vase. Simon understood perfectly well what was happening and intervened first. Dmitri's face was distorted with anger. Psi waves protected him from the blow. It was no more painful than a mosquito bite. But the blow to the back itself enraged him. and he rushed at Simon, grabbing him by the throat. Strong bastard, Simon thought. If it weren't for the collar of the armor, the big guy would have broken his neck. What are you doing? Are you tired of living? Dmitri asked him angrily. Come to your senses, idiot. You've become addicted to combat stimulants. You don't know when to stop, Simon asked him. Remember, they are not eternal. As soon as their sesai energy runs out, they will all end. Do you hear? Simon asked him. That's right. They won't be able to cope if another pack of dragons suddenly flies out, Khan said. Dmitri let Simon go. He didn't say anything. He just took him in his arms. He didn't think about that. Forgive Simon? Dmitri quickly admitted his guilt. Simon! Han turned to him to ask if he was okay, but he rudely interrupted the commander. Shut up! I don't want to talk now, the psyker replied without turning around. It's time to move out, he noticed. What a proud bastard, thought Khan. Through the forest, and a loud noise of interference was heard. What is this? Everyone winced from the pain in their ears. The speakers roared with interference until they were turned off. The communication device failed, Khan said after checking the data. Things are bad, said the captain of the Blues. We must go, Khan told them when everyone sat down to rest after the march. The same thing happened in Shinju, Knut remembered. They are being jammed, Simon thought. They moved tens of kilometers away from the base, but the airwaves were still filled with interference. I don't like this at all, Khan thought. He felt as if they were being hunted. You can go to a nearby village. If it works out, we'll contact headquarters, Dmitri suggested. Good idea, Khan agreed. In theory, after the alarm signal, all settlements should be evacuated. Even though their communications are blocked, and there might not be any there either, going to the village is still a good idea, Khan said. There they would definitely find food because they did not have any dry rations with them. We must hurry, he thought. And they hurried to the nearest forest village. This is a failure, Chief of Staff, the holograms in the negotiation room said. They scolded Alexander like a schoolboy. They haven't yet, but the Australian army already has, Alexander noted. Either way, he couldn't deal with the rift again. The real war hadn't even started yet, and he had already disappointed them. The sponsors put on airs. As if they had a better plan, Alexander calmly met their criticism and said nothing. The strategic map showed many marks where the Australian army had been attacked after the gates had been breached. Well, at least the gates opened only in Australia. Others can breathe a sigh of relief. Another sponsor was almost happy about the defeat of competitors. It's a matter of time, they objected. The enemies know how to use teleportation. They can no longer count on the Ark, said the moneybags and politicians. What idiocy, thought Alexander. What are they proposing? He asked them. Nuclear weapons. They quickly found a solution to all the problems that had not helped anyone yet. It's time to use it. What news? Alexander was horrified when he heard these words of the madmen. What are they saying? No way. The Australian representative was indignant. He understood that his rivals would only be happy to incinerate everything. An Australian accent Alexander caught, which meant this was the chief of staff of their army, he realized. Monsters are a pest, like locusts. We need to destroy them all at once before they scatter all over the globe. We need to shed some blood. Let's vote, they suggested. The bastards just want to get rid of their competitors. The country will falter after such a blow. It's incomprehensible. The Australians were indignant. Either this way or everyone will die, they objected. Too many people died in the last war. One blow is not such a big price to pay for survival. And after the explosion, you can use the TV armor again, others said, as if the decision had already been made. But what difference did it make? The Australian fell to his knees. It was not easy for them to make such a decision. Calm down. All for the sake of humanity, they told him. Their evil, smiling faces were visible even through the poor contours of the holograms. Will they be able to win this war at all? Alexander wondered. There were strife everywhere where unity was needed. Knock, knock. Dmitri knocked politely on the door. Is anyone home? He asked, because he was so thirsty that he had nowhere to spend the night. They looked around for the presence of lurking monsters or people, after which the entire friendly gang of 12 knights in armor seized the kitchen and began to empty the supplies. They entered a rich and large house, so in addition to food, there was also a communicator that Khan found. He was making adjustments and looking for a connection when Silence entered the room. She handed him the richly seasoned sandwiches she had made in the kitchen. Someone had to think about the commander. And where did Khan ask her when they sat down in front of the screen? In the stomach, Silence wrote off. Lihan, what do you want to do when the war's over? She wrote to him. Khan was taken aback by this question. They were in the middle of nowhere. There were monsters all around. A battle was raging. Was it worth thinking about the future? I didn't think about it. I'll probably visit my brothers, he answered. Silence. Take me with you when you go to them, she asked. Khan smiled. Well, that wouldn't be so bad, and agreed. When they finally received a signal from the base, the screen turned red. Khan jumped up and ran to the transmitter. The Ark had just sent a plan for the network operation, he read. The nearest meeting point is 15 kilometers away in the mountains. To the southwest, since it is not safe in the sky, we need to get there on our own, he said. Let's keep quiet, we've been sitting around too long, said Khan, and assembled the communication device. But at that moment there was an explosion, the house shook, and debris fell everywhere. The house went up in flames and was surrounded by flying beetles that had followed in their wake. Check your partners and switch to local communications, Khan told everyone. Over, this is Alpha 1. Transmitted the coordinates of the evacuation point to everyone. We need to throw the bugs off the trail, so the route will be winding. Given the remaining level of PSI power, the only thing they can do now is get to a place where someone can fight and cover. They stay with silence, Khan told everyone. They will take on the monsters themselves. The rest are divided into 2 groups. You will pass points A and B. We will meet at the fence site. Khan gave them the plan. Will you definitely cope, Khan? Dmitri asked him. He felt awkward leaving their commander behind. He's staying, Simon said confidently, clenching his fists. Since such a matter requires that we stick together to the end, Knut spoke up. It's not for nothing that they are the Alpha team. He showed a thumbs up, because this guy never lost heart. Knut, help Simon. He was hurt in the fall. Khan refused their idea. What? Knut was surprised, as if he had been rejected because of mistrust towards him. It's just a small crack in the rib. I won't be a burden, don't worry, Simon said dejectedly. Simon, they are not going to sacrifice anyone now. Everything has already been thought out. The decision has been made, Khan told him. Just trust him. We will survive and meet again, Khan promised them. Everyone silently took note of what they had heard while the house that had become a shelter burned down. In the end, the boys had no choice but to agree. The 2 groups left the building while the monsters climbed inside the house. The Ella hunters waited, holding their bows at the ready. Khan and Silence burst out of the cloud of smoke and flame, straight at the enemies to distract them. The Silence jumped up, and Khan fired a burst from his rifle. There was no longer any point in saving shots. But he needed to conserve his ESI powers, Khan thought, because he still had a long way to go. He used firearms for lack of other options. The crowded monsters in front of them even worked to their advantage. I didn't expect to have to cross the river, but it will help cover my tracks, the psychers were talking. There was no time for jokes anymore. There was almost no strength left. They would somehow be able to get to the evacuation point, thought Knut. He followed the others. I wonder how Li-Han is. Will everything be okay, he thought. His new prototype consumes many times more energy for sure. A group of 5 psychers walked across a wide river, hoping that there was no depth and that they could ford it. Khan shot at the creatures pursuing him, the .20 caliber crushing skulls like waffles. While he was reloading, he was covered by silence, which cut down the monsters like a scythe cuts grass. The Khan fired all his ammunition, threw away the useless rifle, and reached for his spear. Silence. Move to the point. Follow the others, he ordered. If I don't catch up in half an hour, follow the others, Khan ordered. He's in full, she said, the untranslatable word. This is an order. Carry it out, Khan shouted, noticing how his partner was hesitating. Silently, she turned around and began to move away from the battlefield. While Khan held off the enemy, she was able to speed up to leave no trace. The Khan swung his spear heavily, throwing back the nearest attackers. I believe you, Li-Han, the girl thought. They will definitely survive and meet again. The Khan quickly descended the slope and almost tumbled down it. He caught his hand on a ledge, although the terrain was not very convenient, and here he was able to break away from his pursuers. The halfway point, he thought, breathing heavily. He reached it with a huge lag. Silence is already heading to the gathering place. You need to catch your breath a little and follow, thought Khan. He took off his helmet while sitting under the tree. He was so exhausted that he just wanted to close his eyes and sleep. Khan pretended to be asleep, but at one point, he pierced the hunter when he came too close to him. Don't make that face, Khan said. Khan's spear pierced the monster through and through when he himself wanted to stab the psyker. I'm no less surprised than you are, Khan said to the already dead. He threw his body aside, pulled out his spear, and stood up. He felt psi waves, just like people use their other senses. Attack if you are so brave, Khan told them. He sensed their presence through psi waves. 3 Chinooks for each team flew in stealthily at extremely low altitudes. The soldiers took up positions around them and waited for the psychers to assemble. Alpha 2, they reported when they identified Silence's mask and armor. The others were already there. Alpha 1 hadn't arrived yet, but there was no time. They had to get up. They couldn't wait any longer. The authorities ordered them to bring Alpha 1 as the most valuable. But it was unwise to risk everyone, the captain thought. Get in Alpha 2, it's time to go, he said, as she grabbed his shoulder. A nuclear warhead is coming very soon. We need to fly away as far as possible, or we will end up in a trap, he replied. The Chinooks started their engines, raising a storm of dust. The Khan walked heavily, covered in the blood of his enemies, holding the blade of a spear in his hands, as if it were a sword. The shaft had simply broken off, even though it was made of tungsten. He walked towards the point, even knowing that he most likely wouldn't make it in time, holding the wound on his side with his hand. It was too late after all, he thought, seeing the empty evacuation zone. He was already thinking of despairing when he heard the blades of a Chinook above him. Someone had finally flown out to meet him. He was really battered. Alpha is alone. We'll drop the cable now, the Khan heard on the local network. All 3 members of his squad sat dejectedly on board, trying to escape. This was the first time this had happened to them. Now the Ark needs him. The balance of power is in his favor. Khan remembered his confidence when he first put on the 2nd-generation armor. How wrong he turned out to be then. Khan clenched his fists, out of anger at his naivety. The initiative still belongs to Ark. All this time he took Ark's support for granted, but without it, the true state of affairs is immediately clear. At first the windows were flooded with light, and a few seconds later they were shaken by a shockwave. They flew quite far, Simon said. That was a shock. Knut was horrified. All power, levers of control, weapons, developments belong to the Ark, Khan thought. And even their lives depend entirely on the Ark's. And what if the war ends? What will happen to them later, Khan wondered. Will his friends become his enemies? What happened to the children? Catherine asked first when she woke up. Everyone came back, Red told her, pouring water into a glass. Lee Han, too. What did he like about the boy so much? He asked the girl, and brought instant coffee. He is not like everyone else, she said. I wanted to see his future several times, but it was no use. It's strange that he's still alive, Catherine answered. This guy is a special case everywhere, what can you say? Red agreed with her. But it would be okay if he died at any moment, she thought. And again she weighed these thoughts, any moment. She looked down and pressed her lips together. The girl already knew when it would happen. I want to go home at least once before I die, she said. I'm tired of these tropics. Red's heart sank at these thoughts, too. He pushed them away, but the truth was too obvious. There were only ruins there, nothing left, he replied. It's okay, I'll paint a picture there, said Catherine with a slight tremor in her voice. Her glass also crumpled in her hands. He can do something about his authority in the Ark, she asked, and Red darkened. I'm sorry, he said, clenching his fists and turning away so she wouldn't see his face. You bastard, how can he be so insensitive? Catherine screamed. Before, he would have definitely listened to her, she shouted after him. Go to hell! The girl threw her unfinished coffee in a paper cup. She was left alone in the hospital room, crying bitterly from pain and despair. He would be transferring to another flight, Simon told him when they returned to base. The Briton looked determined, but the decision was not a surprise to Khan. They worked well together during the last operation, Khan said. I won't dissuade you, but what is the reason? Khan asked. Because of the incident in the bar? No, the proud Briton quickly answered. They are just different, he said, having calmed down a little when they sat down on a bench. The last operation made that clear, Simon said. He thinks that he should protect the members of his squad. But he doesn't like that. In battle, you need an ally, not a protector, he said. But protecting one's own is the job of any captain, Lee Han countered. He can't speak as beautifully as Han, so just shut up, Simon replied. He left Lee Han alone to continue thinking about various things. He went to the Reds, but this is Jose's team. Knut was surprised. And when did they manage to become such friends? And Jose himself has been avoiding them lately, Knut thought. Doesn't he care, Lee Han? He asked his captain. When the war is over, come and play at his house. Jose invited them. Of course, it wasn't as hard for him as for the guys, but he lived in those ruins, said Jose. Perhaps thanks to him, his family will be able to eat and live normally, he smiled. His mother was a great cook, Jose told them, speaking very openly and sincerely at that moment. He would also like them to try it someday, although he doesn't know if they will like Spanish cuisine, the guy laughed. Jose has his own motives, Khan said. Let's wait until he reveals himself to them. Sergeant Red was also reminiscing as he chewed on the chocolate sticks in the dark. They cured depression, or so he thought. She told him that earlier he would have definitely listened. Earlier, for him 10 years had passed, for her 1 day. What was he like then? A young sergeant in the service of the Ark, Red wondered. He leafed through the old photographs in his hands, sorting through them like scraps of memories and feelings that he had left in the past. Catherine has hardly changed, still just as flighty, impulsive, and easygoing. They say she led a group of survivors for several days and sent a signal to the SOS. The military were talking. She predicted the future and found safe places. Red listened and looked at the girl who so easily threw herself into his arms. "Give me a light, Red," the golden-haired beauty next to him demanded. He used pyrokinesis. Instead of the usual, he lit up. Such tricks usually appealed to girls. She didn't know how to chew mint sticks at all, and she pouted her lips comically. "What are you smiling about?" The beauty noticed his gaze and smile. "Sweet tooths are not his thing," he told her. "And she doesn't particularly like him either," the cheeky girl immediately replied. "Red, when the war's over, what will you do?" she asked, burying her face in her hands. "I'll wait until I'm demobilized. I'm sick and tired of all this military stuff," he said. "And that's all?" Catherine was surprised. "How about we go to Texas together and open a barbecue restaurant?" she muttered quietly and sheepishly. She knows a secret sauce. Her grandfather taught her the recipe. "And with his ability to light it up, you don't even need a grill," she said. "We'll split the profit 70 to 30, the daring beauty quickly determined. "We agreed," Red chuckled carefreely. He didn't have any better offers anyway. "Only 70 for him, 30 for her. All fair and square, you fool," he added, ruffling her hair. "This is robbery," Catherine was indignant. "Let's see the future together." They dreamed carefree back then to escape the gloomy reality. He looked at their service photo. Red, Catherine already in uniform, and Schwartz in his usual glasses, missing in action along with Warharmet. "Everything is ready. It seems this junk even works." The American smiled a Hollywood smile. He set the self-timer on his camera and hurried to take his place to take the picture. "Let's all smile," said the big guy, standing behind them. "Otherwise, I simply wouldn't have fit in." No one smiled except Catherine, who was not even embarrassed by the two soldiers behind her. What a sour face. He couldn't frown anymore. Schwartz was indignant. "But why do this at all?" Red grumbled discontentedly. "I mean, why? It will all be over very soon. I need to at least leave some memories," Schwartz answered, smiling. The end they thought it had come. The dragon was defeated, but it turned out that nothing had even begun yet. At that time, they thought that there were only 7 dragons left until the final victory, and you will be able to live the rest of your life as quietly and calmly as possible. They looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts without words. Schwartz felt like a third wheel among his friends. "How about hitting a candy stick?" he suggested to them. He threw it. She told Catherine too, and a vein began to pulse on Schwartz's forehead. "Who needs these friends?" "I'll be a lone wolf wandering the wasteland," the big guy grumbled. The memories receded when the tactical command signal brought him to his senses. Red looked at the bracelet and thought, "To hell with this job." He was called to a meeting. In recent days, they had been happening more and more often due to the tense situation at the front. "Dr. Grace, how is the Oracle?" Alexander asked her. "If she had another attack, her body might not be able to handle the stress," the doctor said. "And she knows it very well herself," Grace added. "Could they put her into suspended animation again?" the chief of staff asked. "She was an irreplaceable employee of the Ark, and her death could not be allowed," he said, and everyone shuddered. "She must use her powers one last time during the final battle," the chief of staff growled. The last time Red remembered this was how he ran to her after the fight. Happy to say that it was all over, they had won. Finally they won. "Katie, the last dragon fell." Red ran as fast as he could. "What's wrong?" He ran into her room and saw how she was convulsing. "It can't be." The girl was screaming and crying from pain. "What did she see, tell me?" asked Red, taking her by the shoulder. "That's not all," said Catherine, having recovered from the painful shock of the attack. "They didn't win. This war is a trial run. In 15 years they will really die," cried Catherine. "Is he going to continue treating her like a tool?" Red asked coldly. Even when Catherine had nothing left to live, the sergeant said through gritted teeth. How dare he talk like that to a senior officer, but Red had already left. Alexander ordered the internal services officers to follow him. "Everything is ready. This time it is clean," said the old man. "Now it should not creak." "It does not matter anyway. They are keeping him in the rear," said Red. Even Sergeant Red was left out of work. The old engineer was surprised. Just like some of them, he answered. "This fat man is still far from him. He just uses old schemes and thinks that he has achieved a lot." The old man was indignant. "It's time for him to go," Red said wearily, and adjusted the leg of his prosthesis. "Is he okay?" his old mentor asked. "This is really the last time for her. I'm sure you won't regret it later," the old man asked directly. The old man looked at him with fatherly gentleness, and at the same time with sadness. "He's already done something he'll regret for the rest of his life. There's no room for a brand on this old PSI, Red replied. The old man rubbed his hair but said nothing, only sighed heavily and left. They had to get rid of it. The old junk was no longer useful, but he fixed it up, basically building it from scratch, the old man said. He pulled the cover off the TV armor. Even if Catherine falls asleep, there is no guarantee that she will wake up. Alexander will do it no matter what, he said. But the Oracle had already saved many lives, and even though she was terminally ill, she had the right to leave happy, didn't she? Red heard. Meet me in Hangar 4. Take Catherine with you. He'll prepare the telearmor and cargo plane. Red remembered Old Man's words when it got dark. He pulled his cap down tighter so as not to be recognized, as if there were people on the base who didn't know the famous Sergeant Red. Where is he going at such a time? The sergeant heard the voice he least wanted to hear right now. Li Han appeared behind him like a shadow. You are corrupting discipline, Sergeant. What kind of example are you setting for the younger ones? Khan said. Not to a sneak like that who always has something in his head to say that, Red replied. And why did Alexander send the most annoying recruit to follow him? Red thought, and turned around. Decided to go for a walk, said Red, and at the same time wear the regulation visor, which you never wear. Khan took his word for it. Since you're so understanding, Red said, and his eyes flashed red. Then stop being cheeky, said Red. But Khan was no fool either, and also stood at the ready. I've already read everything. He probably has his reasons, Red thought. He easily defeated Khan when he was a freshman, but now everything was different. There's nothing to be done. We need to break through, thought Red and took a stance. What was he up to? Khan asked, apparently not expressing any intention of fighting, which surprised the sergeant. He had already figured out how to get rid of the Ark after he left and took the Oracle, Khan asked, putting on a visor that he never wore. Shouldn't he be watching him, the sergeant wondered. He came to help at her request, Khan answered. Do you mean to say that he just took it and agreed? Red didn't believe it. He had already dealt with the one who was following him, Khan answered, pointing his finger. Answer the question, why does he need this? The sergeant asked. They have an agreement, Khan calmly explained. If he helps them escape, Catherine will give him the files with information about the Ark, Khan replied. First, we need to get the Oracle. I'm sure she's being watched now, said Khan and walked forward. She's on the second floor of that building, Khan said. They made their way into the hospital grounds where they were watching Catherine. We'll get through the second window on the right, there's no security there, and it's next to the emergency exit. Khan was in charge of the operation as usual. Damn, kid. They raised him on their own heads. Red didn't understand what he was planning. He managed to plot a route to it, and in such a way that it would not get on camera. No one else among the cadets is capable of this. It looked like it considered the Acre an enemy and was ready to fight the entire structure, Red thought. I think as a sergeant, he understands why he had to resort to such methods, Khan said. Only those who are well-informed and prepared can survive, Han recalled Lao Cha's words. Was it Lao Cha who put him up to it? That's why he decided to act like this and go so far, the sergeant asked. Totally sick. Something has definitely happened to this world, Red laughed. And he is Li Han. He will outlive them all. They stood around the corner, just as the changing of the guard was taking place at Catherine's ward. We need to wait a little while for the shift to change, said Khan, carefully looking around the corner. There were only 2 of them. They didn't really care about security here. Apparently, it never occurred to them that Red would go against the leadership, Khan thought. Ark is still completely defenseless against attacks from within. It can't be, Red thought when he saw Khan rush towards the guards. Does he really think he's going to hit with these gloves? He was horrified. The Khan rushed towards them, the charges of his thunder glove flashing. In the blink of an eye, with 2 moves, he paralyzed and knocked out 2 healthy guards almost without making a sound. They are alive at all. Red stepped over the bodies. Yes, Khan answered. They will lie unconscious for a while and then recover. He had practiced these strikes on Kunut many times, so he was able to find the right balance of PSI waves, Khan said, so there was no need to worry. Khan helped Red put on his armor and tightened the last bolt. They were standing in the hangar. The plane was already ready for takeoff. It was time to say goodbye. As promised, he handed Catherine the flash drive. She was grateful to him, the girl said. Be careful. I didn't think he would ever say this, but thank you, Li Han, Red smiled. The gratitude from the eternally dissatisfied and grumpy sergeant who beat the children made Khan break out in a cold sweat. What about the cargo plane? Asked Catherine. A pilot was found who offered help, answered Red. Although it may seem like someone was blackmailing him, he said. Khan watched them go. Don't you want to give me some last advice? He shouted at Red's back, but Khan remained at the forefront. Red looked at his serious face and realized that the guy was not joking and was really waiting for instructions. The council has had more experience fighting dragons than he has for a long time, the sergeant began. Although I will say something, control your emotions but do not suppress them, he added. No one can blame him for showing his human side, Red said. Could it really be that same instructor speaking? Khan couldn't take it anymore and started shouting. If you give in, you'll be eaten. He understood that perfectly well. And he knows this better than anyone. Such advice is just a bunch of garbage, Khan said in his heart. It's clear that this is how he shows that he's in pain. The Sergeant Red grinned. Okay, as you know, good luck, Li Han, said Sergeant Red goodbye. The bastard, Li Han thought, was leaving happy, even though he was the angrier of all at this base. He looked after the plane that was making an illegal and quiet departure from the base, as if an entire era in his short but stormy life was passing. Memories came flooding back to Khan. They started with Red beating him up, then scolding him and beating him up again, but surprisingly, Khan wasn't angry. The cool night breeze fluttered his long hair. Goodbye, Sergeant Red, Khan said goodbye to him mentally. What a bastard. There was lively gossip in the dining room. He's completely crazy. He abandoned his own people because of a girl. He's not a hero, just a common traitor. They gossiped at the base after Red left. It would seem that the stone has more emotions, but look how it turned out, even romantic, Knut said at dinner. But they are right. Running away before the fight is mean, Demon answered. But the strangest thing is that the authorities have not taken any action so far. No one has been punished. And there is no pursuit, he said. Someone helped him. And they don't even plan to catch their accomplices. Khan listened to their arguments, if only they knew. He looked at the memory card when he was alone in his room. He read the letter for a long time. Sorry, Catherine wrote at the end. If she hadn't done this, Red, Han wouldn't have finished reading. Sergeant Red carried on his shoulders the carcass of a deer he had shot in the woods. He loaded the deer into the car which he left by the road. In the evening, he returned to their house. The tires squealed in the snow. There was a slight frost. She heard the noise of the engine and ran out to meet him. How long did it take him to sell the loot? Asked Catherine. She looked radiant. Of course, Red answered her, and took her to dinner at the same time. He grew a beard so that no one would recognize him. After all, his face often flashed on television. They had dinner together, like a family, in a simple house, simple food, but it was the most delicious soup in his life. Oh, how about one gulp? Catherine smiled and raised her plate up. Okay, Red agreed sheepishly, although it was strange to say he had become softer in the last few months, as if he had taken off all his armor. Don't hurry, he said, and he too lifted his plate to drink from it. He betrayed everyone just to see her smile again. But it was worth it. The snow was crunching in the frost outside, and their house was warm and cozy. Khan sat at his desktop and studied various files. I'm sorry, if she hadn't done this, Red would be dead, Catherine wrote in the message. In the end, she said less than she knows, but why? Khan wondered. Destroyed, thundered Alexander, 2 first-generation fighters. And you say they were killed by a bunch of monsters? He thundered throughout the entire headquarters. One survived, the communications officer reported to him. There are no physical injuries, but he is unconscious and lying in a solitary confinement room. He must check it himself, said the chief of staff, and stood up from his seat. Red had barely disappeared when this began, although the main forces are second-generation fighters. Without trained veterans of the first, their power falls. This is where his adjutant led him as they approached the intensive care unit. But before they opened the doors, someone opened them from the inside and a man appeared. He fired a shotgun at point-blank range, blowing off the face of the accompanying officer. The pellet tore off Alexander's arm, but he was lucky. His companion took the brunt of the damage. He screamed in pain, and the madman with the shotgun smiled wildly. He reloaded the shotgun but acted stiffly, as if someone was pulling the strings of a doll. Alexander experienced the fear of death for the first time. He went mad with pain and shock and froze in place. There was no point in running anyway. He was saved by the fact that the psychopath suddenly stepped aside. The dragon's spear flashed and Khan pierced the puppet's throat, killing him instantly. Alexander was breathing heavily and staring first at the killer and then at Li Han. Where is he from, Li Han? The chief of staff shouted to him. Leave here immediately, Han answered him. He wasn't finished yet, Khan said. Red waves of PSI emerged from the dead assassin's body. The ghost became aware of the chief of staff. Go away quickly, Khan told him. If the ghost enters the chief of staff, everything will be over. Li Han, he will call for reinforcements, Alexander shouted to him as he ran away, but Han refused. He could possess someone, Khan said, but that would only cause problems. He can handle it himself, Khan assured, and pointed a spear at the incorporeal enemy. An image of the warrior Ella appeared before him, woven entirely from Sai. His training might not be enough. How to catch him, Khan thought. He squeezed his spear tighter. The disembodied ghost raged and turned into a red hurricane of horror. If his goal was to possess someone, there was no point in trying to hurt him. He would just move, Khan thought. It remains to fight with the help of PSI power. Khan removed the stand and accepted the ghost into himself. The red ectoplasm slid inside, and he was overcome with an uncontrollable rage. Red was chopping wood at sunset and was so hot that he worked in a t-shirt. Catherine sulked as she watched him. The girl was bored, since she had nothing much to do in this wilderness. "It's boring, finish already and come here," the little beast demanded. If she didn't want to die of cold, she needed to gather some firewood, Red warned. They could just warm each other up. Catherine blushed. And she had changed a lot, Red noticed. When night fell, they went out to look at the stars and breathe fresh air. They just looked at the sky, each thinking about something of their own. The frost adorned her cheeks with a blush, and steam poured from her tender lips. "How beautiful," said Catherine in a quiet voice. Far from the city, the sky shone with myriads of lights. Catherine spoke so calmly, like the calm before the storm. "Remember, Katie, she promised never to use her powers again," Red said. She looked into his blue, sad eyes, in which there was only tenderness and care. "Of course," Catherine smiled, sweetly but still not as brightly as usual. "She can't stand another attack. She's better now because she no longer looks to the future. But at any moment it could happen to her spontaneously, Red." She turned to him. "I'm hungry," the little glutton smiled brightly again. "It only scared me," Red sighed. "Let's go cook something," he said. But what scared me? Catherine was surprised. Khan woke up in the hospital, and for the umpteenth time he saw this white ceiling. It had already become a habit, he thought. When he was discharged, the first thing he did was go to Alexander, who also spent his sick leave on his feet. Bosses don't get vacations. The left sleeve was folded into a knot so that it would not hang loose. "Sit down," he invited him to the table, where classic English tea was just being served. "I would still like to hear the report," said Alexander, raising his cup. "How did he manage to subdue the ghost?" the chief of staff asked him sternly. When he underwent an operation to improve his body, he began to reject the power of the dragon that was implanted in him. Something like this had never happened before in medical practice. His body reacted in the same way to a ghost made entirely of alien psi. He possessed him, but ended up dying trying to take over his body, Khan said. This was the end of his short story, but Alexander wanted to know the details. And he asked all of them. "Yes," Li Han also said briefly, "no more and no less than what he indicated in his reports. He's obviously hiding something," the chief of staff frowned. "You can go." He let Khan go, and he looked after him. Another headache and a change on his head. Last time, the ghost was destroyed because it leaked out of the body, not because of rejection, the chief of staff recalled. The guy is definitely hiding something, Alexander decided. If only Red were there, Han thought, as he walked out the office door and stared at his hand. He actually didn't know what happened that day. They plunged into his subconscious, an empty world woven from psi lines. What was he thinking when he simply pointed his hand at the ghost? And he began to writhe as if in pain, although he had no body. Without much effort, Khan simply dispelled the intruder into his subconscious. Previously, he had so little psionic power that he could barely cope with the telearmor. He considered this his specialty, his ability to control, a small reserve of PSI energy. But Khan now doubted whether this was really the case. Half a year later, Red returned from the city, having sold his loot and made some small purchases. And he was early today. Catherine met him at the door. "Everything is fine, Katie," he asked. "Stop! Don't come in!" She stopped him right at the threshold. "Go get some salt," she asked, and Red froze with the expression of all men who love their women very much, but sometimes do not understand them. Catherine didn't even try to explain such a sudden and urgent request. She just smiled sweetly, not giving even a reason for doubt. "So important that you won't even let her into the house?" Red asked, knocking over the salt shaker. "And the soup is already boiling," the girl answered quickly. "And the magic word?" asked Red, quickly like a pig. Cat threw him out the door. Rushed back and forth, she smiled and stood her ground. The retired sergeant was forced to capitulate. What else could he do? He said, okay, and nodded. There were no problems, he thought, as he walked through the forest. She looked so good that he had even forgotten about her condition in recent months. Red wanted to get out of the car, but the prosthesis creaked treacherously. It wouldn't hurt to replace a few parts, he thought. He hobbled down the street to the supermarket, his steel leg creaking. The 24-hour service was operating as usual, but along the way, Red caught a couple of curious glances. Maybe it was just his imagination, he thought, quickly assessing the number of customers at that time. One should be enough, thought the retired sergeant, and reached for the salt. He struck first without any warning, simply knocking down the man standing next to him. He fell to the ground, A blow from a veteran seasoned in battles with dragons, this is no joke. Red swung the salt shaker as the only weapon available. He hit her so hard that she exploded and salt rained down everywhere. He had been chasing him since he got out of the car, thinking you wouldn't notice. Red shouted at him. "Who is this?" Red asked him and put the barrel to the guy's head. "Don't get excited. Wait," he shouted. "That's it, Sergeant. Drop the gun," the other agents who also had weapons told him. "They are from the Ark." "What are they going to do with him?" Red asked them. He had his hands behind his head when the Ark Chief of Staff walked into the mini-market. "Things are so bad that even scum like him are needed," Alexander said. "It's been a long time since we've seen each other, boss, and what brought them here?" Red asked, and then stopped short. Catherine, he realized with horror that everything that happened was not an accident. Red rushed without thinking. "Stand still!" the agents shouted, but Alexander stopped them with a wave of his hand. "Let him go, let's follow," he told his men. Cat, he didn't even hope that the Oracle was alive after 6 months. Red sped along without thinking about safety, the car skidding heavily in the snow. "Catherine, please," he said to himself, refusing to believe what was happening. The car was rushing down the hill at full speed, swerving wildly. Catherine wrote a letter. She said everything she could earlier. A couple of lines would have been enough here. "Forgive me for being so selfish." He was carried away, and the car went off the road into an uncontrolled skid. Every day spent with him, she wrote as Red's car crashed into a tree. The sergeant's head smashed through the windshield, and blood ran down his face. Every day with him is more important to her than all of humanity. She left the lines. Red hobbled towards the house. He ran despite the pain and fatigue and the rusty prosthesis. Finally, his steel leg gave way and he fell. Red screamed. He should have made it. He should have guessed, he thought. He returned, but no one met him at the door as usual. Red pushed the doors. He split in two. Everything that was happening was no longer with him. For a second, he saw her blooming image, a girl in a light dress, as he had met her the first time. "I love you, Red, and I always will," she wrote at the very end of the short letter. And what to do next? The agents of the Ark's internal services asked him, but Alexander was in no hurry to answer. "Let's wait first," said this stern man who had seen everything in life. He found her sleeping, a green glow surrounding her like dragons after death. Red gently held her light body in his arms and hugged her for the last time. Tears rolled down his cheeks for a long time, falling onto her peaceful face. A silent cry of pain and loneliness escaped his throat. Alexander was just waiting. Everything had already happened. The chief of staff understood. Red poured some of the cooled cheese soup that Catherine had prepared for him into a bowl. He ate alone, leaving her lying on the cold bed. "Let's drink it in one gulp." Red remembered that this is how this soup is eaten. His soul was as cold and empty as this house was now. He could handle Katie, Red thought. The first thing he did was take a shower, stitch up the wounds and shave. He put on the military uniform in which he escaped, and which he did not get rid of because he knew that there would be nowhere else to go. Red looked at her one last time, trying to remember her face, as if saying goodbye. At first he wanted to follow her, but it seems he has unfinished business. Sergeant Red burned all the posts. There was no point in pompous ceremonies, and there was no time either. Soon the whole world would turn into hell. He walked towards Alexander. Sergeant Red returned to duty in the Ark, after leave. "Just wait a little, Katie. They'll meet again soon," Red thought. Sergeant Red returned. But why? They say he wasn't even on sick leave. The psychers who were flying to the call were talking to each other. "There is no time to think about such things in the Ark," Li Han replied. Knut agreed correctly. "Get ready to land." This time, several teams were going on the mission at once. The landing aircraft opened the bomb bay doors where the capsules were attached. Over the past year, Ark has begun mass-producing second-generation TV armor, thanks to the fact that there is now much more material. Due to the lack of firepower, there was no way they could afford to be defeated by the dragons. Their teams worked like clockwork, supporting each other. The dragons dropped like flies. The weak ones could hardly stand up to the Ark soldiers. "He's okay, Kuro," the others asked him when the guy started coughing. "Everything's fine," he assured his comrades. "He just feels sick from everything." "It would be nice to lie down for a while," he said, but that was the problem. "They have been without rest or sleep for 2 days now," the immortal Knut complained, "so they will simply collapse from exhaustion before the decisive battle." That's right. They lived on a simply murderous schedule, working themselves to the point of exhaustion. What else is there, near the gate? The Alpha team heard explosions. The Omega team was working there. "They're involved in blocking the gate again," Knut asked. "They often get involved in this," Kuro replied. "But they apparently only enjoy it. They want to die so much, either they are brave or stupid," said Knut. "They are treated like expendables," Khan thought. But who isn't? He received a message on the local network, on his tactical comm. Alpha 1 reporting, said Han. Requesting reinforcements, said Omega 1. It's beyond their responsibilities. They can handle it themselves, Khan asked. He was taking care of his guys. They can't kill two dragons at once. While they're dealing with one, the second one will leave, Omega said. First, ask the headquarters, Khan suggested. Is it true? He thought smarter. Omega was the first to quip. What is Li Han? His team asked him as he stood up and thought. Team Omega needs help. He and Silence will go, Khan answered. Silence, as usual, silently accepted the order. She didn't care where Khan sent her. The main thing was to follow him. Team Omega stood over the corpse of a dragon that was emitting the usual green light of fierce eye waves. Come quickly. Alpha Fighter 1, Li Han, said the capital of Omega. I can't wait to meet him, said that same ex-boyfriend of your girlfriend.